In the immortal river continent, a great cultivator appeared. He sat amidst multicolored jewels. As he ascended, he spoke. Hello everyone, I am Chunbu. I have achieved enlightenment. 98 underscore by a human. 88 underscore the good part is about to start. You and I witnessed the master reawaken a descendant of the god race. I thought this cultivator would be handsome, but man, well let down. His face is as round as a chicken egg. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. And just like that, a grand era of cultivation was casually launched across the immortal river continent. In Jiangping City, a small town where mortals lived and worked in peace. Cheers erupted. They looked to the sky, laughing and shouting, an ascension. Someone's ascending again. Look at that color. They must have just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Everyone was celebrating, except for one person slouched in a chair, looking utterly bored. It was an incredibly handsome young man. He spoke, a leaf dangling from his lips. Which lucky bastard is it this time? Another breakthrough. And now, a few minutes of self-promotion from our main character. My name is Eoam. I'm a disgruntled transmigrator. The whole story starts 5 years ago. Because I played a cultivation simulator for 90 hours straight, I unlocked the transmigration achievement. In other words, I died from exhaustion. Eoam remembered his past self, clad in a pair of lime green shorts. His face turned pale with dread. He saw that in this world of cultivation, pretty much everything could fly. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Eoam calmed himself down. Watching things zip past him, he said to himself, logically speaking, if I've been transmigrated, shouldn't I have some kind of system? Just as Eoam was thinking this, something flew straight into his face. His eyes spun like they were playing the lottery. A strangely built man was lovingly holding Eoam in a headlock. Then he shoved Yifeng's face into his most fragrant area. The man's puckered, glamorously red lips spoke. Were you the one calling for me? The man oozed self-confidence. A pleasure to meet you. I am the great savior that every transmigrator dreams of. The golden finger system. The bizarre man floated in the air. His arms and legs flailed as if he were possessed while he spoke, leaving Eoam completely floored and speechless. The golden finger man placed a hand on his forehead and said proudly, staring at me is a bit overwhelming, I know. It can't be helped. My physique is considered number one among all golden fingers. Eoam, who had just fainted, hadn't even gotten back up before hearing this. He collapsed again and puked his guts out. The golden finger then got serious. Listen up, kid. This next part is important. You will receive the peerless martial god system, granting you maxed out skills in fists, swords, staffs, sabers, spears, ironworking, painting, and calligraphy. Hearing this, Eoam shouted in excitement, all right. With this, I can master divine techniques in this cultivation world, flatten mountains and destroy sects, build a harem of beautiful women. The Golden Finger Man continued. In short, I will help you max out all mortal skills. And as a bonus, I'll give you a martial arts academy. The Golden Finger Man waved his hand, and an academy appeared. Eoam stood frozen. His eyes welled up, and a single tear fell as he choked out. This is amazing. Finally, I can finally begin my path of cultivation. The Golden Finger Man looked at him, bewildered. Cultivate what? To cultivate, you need this. He pointed a finger up at the words Spirit Root on a golden panel above his head. The Golden Finger Man spoke again. That's not my department. There are other transmigrators waiting for my aid. Bye-bye. And with that, the Golden Finger flew away, leaving Eoam behind, alone and lonely. He looked as if he'd been turned to stone. His jaw was frozen, unable to form words. At the Spirit Root Testing Center, Eoam was slumped on the ground. When his finger touched the machine, it displayed, "Good luck next time." The Spirit Root Tester looked at the machine, his face turning purple as he exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my, how terrifying. Every human has a spirit root. I've never seen anyone without one. Little brother, are you even human? Let me be blunt. Cultivation is not in the cards for you in this lifetime." Eoam was petrified by those words. For the next 5 years, he went to every Spirit Root testing center in Jiangping City, and every single one gave him the same result. No spirit root. So he told himself, slaying monsters and leveling up, conquering the world, standing at the pinnacle of existence. None of that had anything to do with him anymore. Back to the present. Eoam stood up and stretched comfortably, thinking, looks like I'm destined to just run a bookstore for the rest of my life. Maybe take on an apprentice or something. From a distance, a girl ran towards Yifeng's stall. She called out loudly, "Elder sister, look, I've never seen any of these books before." Eoam saw the two girls and knew they were cultivators. He grinned to himself. Now, these are big spenders. I'm about to give them the 5-star service treatment. He immediately put on a friendly smile. "Ladies, what can I get for you?" The long, white-haired girl looked at Eoam and thought, to think someone with such an otherworldly air exists in a small place like Jiangping. A pity he's just a mortal. Then, the white-haired girl said aloud, "Let's go, Luoli." Yifeng's smile turned crafty. He held up a book and opened his mouth to make a sale. "Wait a moment, miss. I can see that your bone structure is extraordinary. Your innate talent is astonishing. You're a martial arts prodigy, the likes of which is seen only once in 1,000 years. These secret manuals that I've drawn myself are 10 gold pieces each, but for you a special discount." The girl, Luoli, fell for a hook, line, and sinker. "Really? Am I really a genius? In that case, I'll take the primordial chaos fist of the flashing earth immortal." The white-haired girl strode over, grabbed Luoli by the hair, and started dragging her away. "Let's go. We have better things to spend our money on." Luoli's arms and legs flailed wildly. She kicked and screamed, "Sister, let go. I want to buy it." But no luck. The white-haired girl kept dragging her, saying, "Our Qingshan sect is in a time of crisis, and you're still in the mood to leisurely read books?" Luoli kept struggling, demanding the book. The white-haired girl spun around angrily and yelled, "Luoli, you and I are cultivators. What's so great about books drawn by a mortal that you just have to buy them?" Eoam stood there, his face darkening as the girl indirectly insulted him. He cursed silently in his head, damn it all. But in reality, Eoam was so scared he didn't dare move a muscle. Luoli got so angry that her whole body transformed into that of a muscular little girl. Her body was covered in rippling muscles as she roared, "I want it." Less than 5 seconds later, the white-haired girl was handing money to Eoam for the book. Luoli held the book happily and thanked her older sister. The white-haired girl took her sister's hand and they left. "There. Are you satisfied now?" Eoam waited until the two girls were far away before he dared to act tough and curse at their backs. "Satisfied my ass. So, what if you're a cultivator? You think you're so great. I'd totally take you on. I'd spank you till your butt bloomed." As the two girls left the city, Luoli skipped along. "Sister, this book is amazing. It's full of poses I've never seen before. Let's look at it together." The white-haired girl reluctantly took the book. All right, I'll take a quick look." She just meant to glance at it to make her little sister happy. But unexpectedly, as she read, a surge of inner power blasted out from the book and hit her right in the face. The white-haired girl's body flashed hot and cold. She thought, what is this thing that's so desperately trying to fill the emptiness inside me, forcing me to have an epiphany? This is martial intent. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot down from the sky, enveloping the white-haired girl. Her piercing scream echoed through the area. A massive black octopus-like entity coiled tightly around her. A moment later, she collapsed to the ground in agony, but a thought raced through her mind. All my years of bitter training yielded no results. But just by looking at a single page drawn by that mortal, I broke through to the Grandmaster realm in an instant. Even Luoli broke through several levels at once. She's reached the martial master realm. The white-haired girl remembered Yifeng's appearance, and her face suddenly went pale with shock. A single thought blazed through her mind. Could it be that bookseller is actually a hidden, reclusive master? I have to report this to Master immediately. On the training grounds of the Green Mountain, Lu Qingshan, the sect master of the Qingshan sect. He was charging with his weapon aimed squarely at the beast before him. He roared, "I'm here to take your head." Then, Lu Qingshan leaped into the air, raising his weapon to strike the beast. But before he could, someone else killed the beast in a single blow. After killing it, the person said, "Lu Qingshan, I'm the one who killed this spirit beast. Thank you, Qingshan sect, for all your hard work. It allowed me to succeed without lifting a finger." Lu Qingshan was stunned for a few seconds. Then, his eyes filled with rage, and he bellowed, Our Qingshan sect has spent months besieging this beast. We suffered terrible casualties. And you just swoop in and steal the prize? Have you no martial ethics? The person opposite him radiated a powerful, overwhelming aura. His name is Ning Xuanwu, the patriarch of the Xuanwu sect. At that moment, Ning Xuanwu circulated his internal energy, a purple light appearing on his hand as he spoke. Well, if you want to make a move, then come on. I don't mind sending you off before our duel. Lu Qingshan stared at the purple energy on his opponent's hand, terrified. His face was drained of all color, pale as a statue, but in his mind he thought, this is bad. He just managed to absorb spiritual energy. He's broken through to the martial king realm. Seeing the worry on his opponent's face, Ning Xuanwu put on his most arrogant expression and issued a challenge. The duel is in 3 days. If you can defeat me, I will spare your sect and let you live. Those words infuriated Lu Qingshan. His eyes turned purple as he glared at his opponent, gritting his teeth. It turns out this has all been the narration of a young woman. Unless we can get a powerful master to help us. The crowd below looked disheartened upon hearing this. Eoam looked utterly unimpressed. It's just a turf war, and they're acting like it's some epic, passionate struggle. A sunny afternoon at the Qingshan sect. 2 young men were in the middle of martial arts practice. The blonde one said, I don't even know if practicing these moves is going to do any good at this point. The one with the scar on his face replied, Master has already entered secluded cultivation. He might be able to break through before the duel. The shout of a purple-haired man rang out. Both of you shut your mouths. I've followed Master for 30 years. In all that time, he has never backed down from a crisis. The greater the hardship, the more his iron will shine through. Lu Qingshan, meditating in a large room, heard his disciple's words. His eyes shot open. He pulled up his robe and bit down on it. Then he started wailing like a child. In his mind, Lu Qingshan said to himself, Iron will my ass. How the hell am I supposed to fight Ning Xuanwu now? I've been stuck at this level for years without a breakthrough. I should just kill myself and get it over with. Inside the room, Lu Qingshan was crying and wiping his tears. Just then, a voice called from outside. Disciple Lan Shui has an urgent matter and requests an audience with Master. Lu Qingshan hastily wiped his tears and let Lan Shui in. The two sat facing each other, a book between them. Lan Shui recounted everything to her master. Lu Qingshan picked up the book, looked at it, and asked, You're telling me a mere mortal? Lan Shui nodded furiously in response. He might be a peerless master traveling the mortal world in disguise. Lu Qingshan's eyes widened. His hand tightened, crushing the book as he snapped. You are the head disciple of the Qingshan sect. Instead of focusing on your cultivation and breaking through, you let yourself get tricked. How foolish. This book is completely ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Lan Shui quickly added, Master, please calm down. I implore you to read it. If this disciple is lying, I am willing to accept any punishment. So, Lu Qingshan opened the book and began to read. At first, he was surprised. A few seconds later, he cried out as a golden light shot through his body. Now, Lu Qingshan was surrounded by swirling lights of various colors. Deep in his consciousness, Lu Qingshan found himself standing on a prairie at dusk. Then, a white phantom appeared and beat him to a pulp within his mind. This made him feel an unbearable sense of ecstasy. An exhilarating feeling surged through him down to his very bone marrow. Meanwhile, outside the Qingshan sect, everyone was stunned, their faces pale, as they saw a golden beam of light pierce through the roof from above. Eoam, who was lying on a chair eating instant noodles, saw the light and stared blankly. Which one of my grand disciples is having a breakthrough now? Suddenly my noodles don't taste so good anymore. Inside the Qingshan sect, Lan Shui looked at Lu Qingshan's tattered, crawling form and asked, Master, have you broken through to the martial king realm? After a moment, Lu Qingshan composed himself, sat up straight, and said, Lan Shui, destroying the Xuanwu sect is nothing. To be able to create a book containing such profound martial intent, this person's cultivation is unfathomably deep. Come with your master. We must pay our respects to this great senior. Lan Shui recalled the nonsense she had said to Eoam, and she imagined Eoam getting angry and destroying the Qingshan sect. In reality, At that moment, Eoam was standing there cooking with a goofy smile, sniffing the aroma, and saying, "Finally, time to add the meat." Yifeng's mind wandered. It was hard enough finding a stupid cultivator willing to spend one gold coin on a book. I finally got to trade it for a pound of meat. In the distance, there was a commotion as a group of people chased a small dog. "Get that stray dog. It dared to steal our meat." The fluffy dog, a leg of meat clamped firmly in its mouth, ran like the wind. It thought to itself, "Eating your meat is an honor for you. I am the prince of the wolf clan. If I hadn't been betrayed, I would have devoured all of you long ago." The wolf clan prince saw someone sitting ahead, blocking his path. He bared his teeth in a grin and thought, "Although my spiritual power is weak, killing a mere mortal should be a piece of cake." The wolf clan prince charged straight at Eoam. He imagined himself as a magnificent, powerful wolf. But in reality, the wolf clan prince was just an ordinary puppy. In a heart-stopping moment, Eoam grabbed the wolf clan prince by the head as easily as catching a fly. At that moment, their eyes met. Eoam held the dog up by the scruff of its neck and said, "Since when did Jiangping City have such a dopey-looking dog?" The wolf clan prince, dangling with its paws off the ground, cursed inwardly. "This despicable guy dares to mock me." Then the wolf clan prince used his internal energy to launch a powerful attack on Eoam. The result: Eoam was still holding the prince by his fur, but his pot of meat had spilled all over the ground. The wolf clan prince was now pale with fright. Trembling, it thought, "My attack has no effect on a mortal. Could it be? I'm scared. Ridiculous. How could I be afraid of a mere mortal?" Eoam gritted his teeth, puffed out his cheeks, and brought his face close to the wolf clan prince's, saying, "This cute little thing looks pretty tasty." Hearing this, the dog was so scared it nearly wet itself. It thought inwardly, could it be that a mortal wants to eat a demon king? What realm is he really in? Just then, Lu Qingshan and Lan Shui arrived. On the streets of Jiangping, the curses of several people could be heard. "I'm warning you. If I catch you sneaking into the sect again, I'll kill you." Trying to cultivate without a spiritual root, the young woman being yelled at collapsed to her knees. She cried and shouted to the heavens, "Oh, gods! Is your child, Zhongqing, truly a good-for-nothing? Will I never be able to change my fate?" As Zhongqing was sobbing her heart out, Eoam, sitting nearby, said, "Hey, girl, are you in that position because you want to steal my meat? My roasted meat is famous all over. I wouldn't share it with you even if you called me daddy." Hearing that, Zhongqing shot to her feet. She yelled back, "Don't you dare take advantage of me. I wouldn't eat your food even if I starved to death." The delicious aroma of roasted meat wafted past her nose, and Zhongqing couldn't resist. She grabbed the roasted meat and began to eat voraciously, still saying through a full mouth, "I already told you. I won't eat your food." Eoam was taken aback, then quickly composed himself and said, "Did you get kicked out of the Qingshan sect?" Zhongqing, still chewing, replied, "Is it that obvious?" Seeing a kindred spirit, he said, "You don't have anywhere else to go, do you? I'm short-staffed at my place. Come on. Here are the keys to the martial arts hall." Eoam tossed the keys to Zhongqing and quickly ran off. Then he shouted back, "I'm going to buy some spices. Go back to the hall and watch the place." Zhongqing broke out in a sweat, her face blank as she said, "I never agreed to be your errand girl." Zhongqing held the keys in her hand, thinking, why doesn't this guy listen to what people are saying? But if I can find a job, my parents will be able to rest a little easier. At the martial arts hall, Lu Qingshan and Lan Shui pushed the door open and called out loudly, "Excuse me, is the owner here?" The two of them entered. Lu Qingshan saw a painting in front of him and, startled, read the verses on it. Lu Qingshan muttered, "This martial intent. It's as if it's teaching me the true meaning of sectarian conflict." Lan Shui saw Lu Qingshan kneel down, clasp his hands, and say, "I have achieved enlightenment." On his head, his hair was styled like the Buddha. This scared Lan Shui so much she froze. Zhongqing came out, looked at them, and asked, "Are you two customers?" This startled Lu Qingshan. Thinking quickly, he replied, "Pardon us, we are from the Qingshan sect." Hearing this, Zhongqing panicked and thought to herself, "I'm doomed. Are they here to arrest me for sneaking into the sect? They're going to take me back." Zhongqing immediately prostrated herself, crying and begging, "I'll never sneak into the sect again. Please spare my life." I'm so scrawny. Please don't feed me to the dogs. Lan Shui quickly reached out to help Zhong Qing up, but Lu Qingshan stopped her and said, Lan Shui, do not be disrespectful. Is this senior someone you can just touch? Seeing Lan Shui's confused look, Lu Qingshan continued, I've heard that the Buddha has a divine emissary who travels in human form to test the faithful. Lan Shui immediately pictured the Buddha and that great senior. In her mind, she thought of Zhong Qing. Could she have been sent by that senior to test us? A storm of thoughts also raced through Lu Qingshan's mind. The thing she's holding is a feather duster. Its purpose is to sweep away dust, meaning one must eliminate distracting thoughts to achieve success. Having come to this conclusion, Lu Qingshan said loudly to Lan Shui, this must be a test, a hint given to us by the great senior. Let's show the master our sincerity. With that, the master and disciple duo threw themselves into housework. One carried water while the other swept. Zhong Qing cried out in alarm. You really don't have to. That's my job. Besides, I'm really a man. Inside the martial arts hall, Eoam spoke to Lu Qingshan and Lan Shui. All right, since you know the way to exchange the book for money, I'll forgive you. Stay for dinner. Lan Shui whispered to her master. Master, that's the owner. Lu Qingshan stared at Eoam for a long time and said, I can't see through his cultivation level either. This man's power is unfathomably deep. Then they both watched Eoam chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Look at that. His knife skills look ordinary, but the ingredients he cuts seem to be reborn, granted a new and brighter life. Lu Qingshan saw the wolf clan prince tied up in the kitchen. He said to Lan Shui in alarm, Do you see that wolf over there? If I'm not mistaken, that is the rarest species in the demon clan. Lan Shui looked at the purple, fluffy dog that was tied up. A red light glinted in its eyes. It was being threatened by Eoam with a knife. She asked worriedly, If we really eat it, the demon clan won't just stand by and watch. Beads of sweat formed on Lan Shui's forehead. She continued, I'm afraid we'll be hunted by the wolf clan for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, the wolf clan prince broke the ropes with its power. Then it knelt before Eoam and whimpered adorably. Finding the dog cute, Eoam said, You look a bit like the one I had before I transmigrated. How about you be my pet? In Lu Qingshan's eyes, Eoam was now like a living Buddha. He choked up, sobbing as he spoke. At the very last moment, the senior spared the demon wolf. One incredibly benevolent heart. Lan Shui reminded her master, Master, this is no time to get emotional. Then, Lan Shui hurriedly spoke to Eoam. Forgive my impertinence, but I wish to borrow this knife from you to save my sect from annihilation. Yifeng's face went blank with confusion. Lu Qingshan had already smacked Lan Shui on the head, scolding her, Fool! You've revealed your greed so plainly. The senior is already displeased. Eoam went to get the knife and stood before Lu Qingshan, saying casually, You want to borrow it? Go ahead. It's not worth anything. Lu Qingshan was astonished. His jaw dropped and his body froze, unsure what to do. Eoam, still holding the knife, said, What's wrong? Take it. I can make a few of these kitchen knives a day. Lu Qingshan's hands trembled as he held the knife. Tears streamed down onto the blade. He cried as if he'd just been spanked by his mother and said, Thank you. It seems heaven has not abandoned our Qingshan sect. Eoam turned and walked away. He muttered to himself, How pitiful. So poor they can't even afford a kitchen knife. At the Xuanwu sect, a voice rang out. Master's secluded cultivation has ended. Prepare a meal, quickly. Ning Xuanwu sat on a chair, wearing only a pair of pants, as if intentionally showing off his ripped body. He said, No need for that. Bring a messenger from the Qingshan sect here at once. I want to see him. Inside the secret chamber, the young man in a robe clasped his hands, bowing his head as he spoke. I have long admired Senior Xuanwu. This junior, Wu Wujia, pays his respects. Without even turning to look at him, Ning Xuanwu said, Stop with the pleasantries. If you have something to say, spit it out. Wu Wujia quickly replied, I have come today to report that the matter you were worried about has come to pass. Ning Xuanwu's eyes narrowed. Wrinkles formed on his forehead. He listened intently as Wu Wujia made his report. In the secret chamber of the Xuanwu sect, Wu Wujia said, Reporting to Master, not long ago, the Qingshan ancestor broke through to the martial king realm. Ning Xuanwu sneered. He doesn't know. I reached the martial king realm over 30 years ago. He's nothing but a toddler who's just learned to walk. Ning Xuanwu sat down and looked at Wu Wujia, then continued. Get to the point. Wu Wujia recounted the events from earlier. Old man Qin Shan gathered everyone and went to a place with a massive rock. He said his master wanted to test a divine weapon. Everyone murmured amongst themselves. The Qin Shan Sect's ancestral treasure-testing stone. It's made of incredibly hard steel, indestructible. Even if you strike it with a divine or immortal weapon, it will only leave a few scratches. When they arrived at the giant rock, Lu Qin Shan was standing there, holding the knife from Yifeng, preparing to strike the stone. Zhu Wen said disdainfully, "What's there to test with a kitchen knife like that?" The people next to him chimed in. The second master must be sick in the head. On the other side of the rock, Lu Qin Shan gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath as he held the knife. Damn it! How dare they mock me right to my face? After a moment's thought, Lu Qin Shan lightly tapped the giant rock with the knife. A fiery explosion shattered the massive rock to pieces. The force of the blast lit up a whole section of the sky in a brilliant red. Zhong Qing, holding the Wolf Clan prince, saw the light and said, Go look, what a spectacular meteor shower. The Wolf Clan prince's eyes widened in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. A meteor shower your ass. You foolish woman. That power and martial intent clearly belonged to a peerless divine weapon. Yifeng stood by the window, seeing a corner of the sky light up. He was so stunned his mouth hung open for a moment before he spoke. Is it a shooting star? Yifeng quickly clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and made a wish. I wish for a countless harem without lifting a finger, millions in riches, clothes that appear at the wave of a hand, and food that comes to an open mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Qin Shan held the knife, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He thought to himself, I was really just testing it lightly just now. I didn't use any strength at all. The power of this knife is truly domineering. Lu Qin Shan closed his eyes. He touched his chin and reminded himself, unless it's absolutely necessary, I cannot use this knife. It's not easy to control. Master Yi, who forged this blade, must be at the martial sect realm or even higher. Then, Lu Qin Shan turned to his disciples behind him and shouted, The day after tomorrow, we will have a fight to the death with the Xuanwu sect. Back in the secret chamber where Ning Xuanwu was sitting, Wu Wujia said, with that old Ku Qin Shan's talent, it's impossible for him to have broken through so quickly. Someone must be helping him. Ning Xuanwu sat silently, lost in thought. Then he tossed a pill to Wu Wujia and said, The frozen corpse flash poison in your body has been acting up for 3 days, hasn't it? This is your payment. After we succeed, I will grant you your freedom. Wu Wujia was so happy he wanted to cry. He clasped his hands and knelt like a frog, thanking Ning Xuanwu. At the doorway, a girl was standing and gazing at the stars. Ning Xuanwu walked over and said, Linger, follow me to the sword vault. In the sword vault, an argument could be heard. Senior brother, before Master passed away, he warned us about the soul-devouring sword in this vault. It must never be unsealed. The other person snapped back irritably. Enough talk. Open it. The door was opened. A swarm of massive ghosts flew out, attacking everything in their path. The two men were forced to flee. Wherever the ghosts went, plants and animals died instantly. In Jiangping City, 3 people were running and talking frantically. Jiangping City is completely empty. Where are we going to find healing supplies? The person in orange grabbed his hair and said, The decisive battle with the Xuanwu sect is in just a few hours. The one with blonde hair continued. A battle of this scale will definitely affect the mortals. The one in green, with purple hair, replied, It's better that they've all fled. Even if they touched a tiny bit of spiritual energy, they would die on the spot. Yifeng stood on a high rock. His hands moved nimbly through the air. He asked cheerfully, My dear ladies and gentlemen, have you all found a good spot to watch the show? Yifeng was up to no good. A cunning look was on his face as he thought, This is a great business opportunity. On the rocky peak of a high mountain, a long line of people had formed, waiting to watch the battle. Yifeng shouted over the noise. Line up if you want to rent a telescope. 1 gold per look. No pushing. A crowd of people scrambled to pay for a chance to look down from the cliff and watch the fight. At the battle site, Ning Xuanwu stood on a large boulder. He looked at Lu Qin Shan with a contemptuous smile. Lu Qin Shan, I didn't think you'd still have the guts to show up. Lu Qingshan was no pushover either. He glared at Ning Xuanwu so hard his eyes could have popped out as he spoke. Who lives and who dies today is still up in the air, but Ning Xuanwu suddenly roared. Beams of purple and gold light collided and repelled each other. A punch of terrifying power from Ning Xuanwu flew straight into Lu Qingshan's face. It sent him crashing to the ground. Lu Qingshan quickly got back on his feet, his mind racing. As I thought, the gap in our cultivation realms is already too great. My only hope now is to rely on. Ning Xuanwu's shout cut through his enemy's train of thought. Lu Qingshan, I know what you're planning. Go on, take it out. Your divine weapon. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face went pale. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly know? But Ning Xuanwu just smirked deviously. Did you really think I'd let you get a successful sneak attack on me? Ning Xuanwu flew up, unleashing his soul-devouring sword technique with his inner power. Thousands of white phantoms swarmed the area in front of his enemy. The woman, Ling Yaoer, stood by with a smirk. It costs 10 years of life to use the soul-devouring sword just once. It can easily consume the spiritual domain of any weapon. Before it, any weapon is no different than a common kitchen knife. Lu Qingshan took out a knife that made everyone stare. The disciples of the Qingshan sect cried out in unison, their voices filled with dread. The Qingshan sect is finished. The soul-devouring sword is the perfect counter to any weapon. Ning Xuanwu stared at the knife in his enemy's hand and burst out laughing. It's really a kitchen knife? The phantoms of the soul-devouring sword swarmed towards Lu Qingshan. Ling Yaoer and the others nearby laughed with delight. To think the great old master of the Qingshan sect, driven to the brink, would use a kitchen knife against the soul-devouring sword. On the cliffside, Ning Xuanwu and the spirits of his soul-devouring sword backed Lu Qingshan against the rock wall. Lu Qingshan clutched the chipped, battered knife, his heart filled with dread. Sweat poured down his face. His entire body seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. He thought to himself, Master, lent me this blade. If its spiritual energy is devoured by the soul-devouring sword, and it becomes just an ordinary knife. Tears and snot streamed down Lu Qingshan's face, but he didn't even bother to wipe them away. He mumbled desperately, Master Yi, what should I do? On a high mountain peak, Eoam was striking all sorts of ridiculous martial arts poses. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Keep it up. How can you give up so easily? Dozens of people had all rented binoculars from Eoam to watch the battle below. Only Eoam kept shouting, If you guys finish fighting so quickly, what about the dozen pairs of binoculars I rented out? It'll be a total waste. Lu Qingshan's ears twitched at the sound of someone shouting. He turned to see who it was and saw Eoam, along with a large crowd, cheering him on. Lu Qingshan's mind reeled. It's Master Yi. He brought so many people to cheer for me, and he's urging me on so sternly. This is the noblest form of encouragement, and I nearly dishonored this sacred blade. Lu Qingshan raised the knife, his face burning with renewed fighting spirit as he glared at his enemy. Ning Xuanwu launched his attack, slashing straight at his opponent. The soul-devouring sword phantoms flew in to tear the enemy apart. Lu Qingshan gripped the knife tightly and swung, hacking relentlessly at the white phantoms. They were chopped to pieces, completely annihilated. A blinding golden light shot straight towards Ning Xuanwu. It made him scream in terror. Ling Yaoer and her companion stared, their jaws agape. That chipped knife, with just one slash, it completely destroyed the soul-devouring sword. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted where the two fought, sending dust and debris flying like a summer snowstorm. With every slash at his enemy, the ground itself was split, creating a significant tremor. The two streams of purple and gold light clashed. The explosion was deafening. Ling Yaoer shouted to the disciples, Master is in danger. Go protect him. On the other side, Zhou Yun's face was tense as he said, Now's our chance. Kill them and pursue the Xuanwu sect all the way back to their den. Lu Qingshan, still in his battle stance, spoke to his own disciples. Do not give chase to a cornered foe. Luo Lanxue looked at her master, confused. But master, this is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the Xuanwu sect. Lu Qingshan's gaze drifted up to where Eoam was standing. Master, he has been observing us in silence. If we continue to fight, I fear the great master will be displeased. Lu Qingshan looked down at the knife in his hand. Master, he scorns fame and fortune. He lent me this divine weapon based on a single chance meeting. From what I can surmise, what the great master wants is not the destruction of anyone's side. Hearing her master's words, Luo Lanxue pondered for a moment before adding, what the senior wants is balance. Lu Qingshan nodded. He wants the two sides to be balanced to ensure peace for the common people of Jiangping. A righteous light seemed to shine down, illuminating everything. Lu Qingshan clapped a hand on Luo Lanxue's shoulder. A great master with such a heart and disposition is someone truly worthy of us spending our entire lives to comprehend. On the mountaintop, Yifeng, worried about his losses, kept muttering, "Come on, keep fighting. It's over already." The spectators who had rented his binoculars were all returning them. Master Yi, I have to go tend my fields. I need to go feed my baby. Yifeng turned every which way, trying to salvage the situation. Don't go, everyone. It's only been a little while. Wait a bit longer. There's still the epic final battle to come. Frustrated by his financial losses, Yifeng was tearing his hair out, muttering to himself. Couldn't those people down there just hold on a little longer? Utterly dejected, Yifeng started down the mountain to head home when he heard a voice. Brother Feng, what are you doing here? Yifeng turned and saw a girl in a white cloak. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over, clapping her on the shoulder. Peng Ying, what brings you to visit your old childhood friend today? Peng Ying's face showed not a hint of excitement. She brushed Yifeng's hand off her shoulder. You've misunderstood. I only came here on my master's orders to find a great master. Yifeng's face was a mask of confusion. Master, Peng Ying, clearly not interested, said dismissively, I know how you feel about me, but I'm sorry. You're a good person, but it's not going to work. She glanced at Yifeng. With the help of a senior brother, I've already joined the Qingshan sect. You know, with my qualifications, it would have been impossible for me to get into the Qingshan sect otherwise. Her face darkened. So, I promised my senior brother that I wouldn't associate with any other man. Peng Ying's words shattered Yifeng's heart. He stood frozen, as if turned to stone, watching the girl he knew walk away. As she left, Peng Ying said, I'm leaving now. Let's not see each other again. In a corner of the forest, Yu Wujia asked Peng Ying, Did you find a great master? Peng Ying smiled cheerfully. There was only a mortal. Yu Wujia's expression soured. He crossed his arms. I told you to find a great master. And instead, you were busy flirting with another man. Peng Ying's face went pale with worry. Brother Yu, let me explain. Peng Ying quickly grabbed Yu Wujia's hand and pulled him into a coquettish hug. He's just the useless owner of some rundown martial arts academy. All he does is daydream all day. He writes a few secret manuals, but his martial arts are nothing special. How could he possibly compare to you? Peng Ying pressed the man's hand against her soft chest. If I hadn't run into him by chance, I wouldn't have even bothered to look his way. Don't be angry, big brother. You're the only one in my heart. Yu Wujia looked at Peng Ying, who was completely infatuated with him. He smirked wickedly, thinking to himself, Useless fool, can't even find one person. If it weren't for your pretty face, a ghost would be more interested in you than I am. Yu Wujia's hand clenched into a tight fist in anger. His whole body flushed a frightening shade of red. He cursed silently. It's all that damn hidden master's fault. If it weren't for him, how could that bastard Ning Xuanwu, who deserves to be sliced 1,000 times, have lost? I have to do something, and fast. Otherwise, Ning Xuanwu will definitely take his anger out on me. Peng Ying hugged Yu Wujia's arm tightly. Brother Yu, are you okay? An idea sparked in Yu Wujia's mind. That woman, Luo Lanxue, bought a secret manual from a martial arts academy in Jiangping, which allowed Lu Qingshan to have his breakthrough. Could it be? Yu Wujia quickly turned, cupping Peng Ying's face and asking in a deceptively sweet tone. Inga, you said that guy runs a martial arts academy? And his hobby is writing books, right? Peng Ying nodded eagerly. Yes, but he's just a mortal. Yu Wujia laughed like he'd just won the lottery. He took off running as if a ghost were chasing him. His mind was racing. If he really is a great master, I could just sit back and watch him and the Xuanwu sect destroy each other. And if he's not, he'll make a perfect scapegoat to appease the Xuanwu sect. It began to rain heavily, but Yu Wujia's loud voice could still be heard. In the end, He's just a mortal. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The heavens are truly on my side. Inside the Xuanwu Sect's headquarters, a furious roar echoed. This is infuriating. Ning Xuanwu sat on a golden throne, seething with anger. You Wujia, we weren't even looking for you. And yet you deliver yourself right to our doorstep. You Wujia knelt on the floor, trembling with fear. Spare me, please spare me. I overheard that the old man of Qingshan got his blade from a hidden master in Jiangping City. But Ning Xuanwu's rage had not subsided. One of his arms was severed. The other gripped the armrest of his chair tightly as he listened to you Wujia continue. This person runs a small martial arts academy in Jiangping City. Although I haven't been able to gather any other information, if we just go and look, we will definitely be able to find him. Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. What damn hidden master? You're telling me there's a great master in Jiangping that I don't know about? I want to see what kind of mortal who doesn't know his place is helping Lu Qingshan. Ling Yaoer, her face tense, clasped her hands and reported. Ling Er is willing to go and investigate for master. But Xuanwu, still tense, pointed and said no. I have other arrangements for you. Xuanwu called out, Wang Chun. A strange young man appeared on the roof. Ning Xuanwu scowled, gritting his teeth as he said, although I usually restrict you, now is the time I need you. You know what to do, right? Wang Chun smiled smugly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Leave it to me, master. At Yi's martial arts hall, Zhong Qing was snooping around Yifeng's room. She thought, the boss hasn't come out of his room in 3 days. It seems that girl really hurt him. Zhong Qing entered the room. She was shocked to see the incredible mess, with Yifeng surrounded by papers scattered all over the floor. Zhong Qing whispered to herself, I haven't seen him in a few days, and his room is already this messy. It seems the boss is truly heartbroken. To be so devoted, only to end up like this. It really makes you feel for him. Zhong Qing walked closer to Yifeng and said hesitantly, Boss, maybe I can help you. Yifeng turned his head and replied, I was going to call you to eat some barbecue. But you insisted on working. Zhong Qing's jaw dropped at the sight of Yifeng, a pen in one hand, and grilling meat with the other. Smoke filled the air. Zhong Qing stood frozen as a flood of thoughts rushed through her mind. He's not heartbroken at all. Wait, he must be so devastated that he doesn't want to show it in front of me. Too bad I'm a boy and can't help the boss with this. After much thought, Zhong Qing finally asked, Your heartbreak? Yifeng, who was stuffing his face with barbecue, turned and said nonchalantly, You mean Peng Ying? She's just my childhood friend. Yifeng held up a skewer of meat and continued, Women only slow down my money-making speed. Hurry up and sell these books for me. I'm counting on you to help me upgrade to a new carriage next month. After hearing that, Zhong Qing froze, so she'd been worrying for nothing. Zhong Qing went out into the street. With a pile of books in her arms, she remembered Yifeng's words, and her whole body froze as if turned to stone, completely at a loss. Then, Zhong Qing looked at the 4 books in her hands and said in a surprised whisper, What kind of strange books are these? Can they really be sold? Distracted by the titles, Zhong Qing tripped and fell flat on her face. In the outskirts of Jiangping City, a stranger's desperate cry for help could be heard. Help! Someone, save me! Wang Chun, holding a weapon high in one hand, drained the person of all their spiritual energy. The person's body quickly withered, leaving only a dry skeleton. Wang Chun laughed gleefully and said, A mixed bag of flavors can only fill my stomach. I hope the guy who opened that martial arts hall can satisfy me. A pot-bellied old man appeared out of nowhere and lectured. Young man, spare him. I advise you not to go towards Jiangping City anymore. I'm on my way to Jiangping City to visit an old friend. I won't allow you to cause trouble. Wang Chun said irritably, Where did this old geezer come from? What the hell does this have to do with you? The pot-bellied old man said no more. He channeled his internal energy, and a massive palm, like the Buddha's, shot towards the insolent Wang Chun. Wang Chun was sent flying dozens of meters by the attack. His face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide as he muttered, This old man is at the martial king realm or higher. The pot-bellied old man sent a few more palm strikes at Wang Chun. The whole area lit up. This time, it seemed Wang Chun had been sent to the afterlife for good, as he didn't get up to complain again. The old man thought, just a martial spirit cultivating evil arts. And he still managed to escape. The old man suddenly remembered Wang Chun was holding a red object. After a moment of thought, he realized it was the heaven-suppressing stone. A flurry of thoughts ran through the pot-bellied old man's mind. A sect-guarding treasure like that has fallen into the hands of an evil practitioner. Jiangping City is about to face a disaster. Wang Chun fled into Jiangping City. He kept thinking, thank goodness for the heaven-suppressing stone, a sect-guarding treasure. Otherwise, I would have been a dead man. Wang Chun arrived at a house. He said boastfully, I've already killed everyone from the other martial arts halls. This must be the last one. Then Wang Chun charged headfirst into the martial arts hall in front of him. He laughed like a madman as he ran, saying, no difficulty at all. A great master, huh? This rundown martial arts hall is where a star resides. Let this old man test your strength. The heaven-suppressing stone is an evil artifact. Whoever holds it can turn disaster into fortune, even when facing attacks from a higher realm. Ling Yaoer started to speak. Master, perhaps if you sent me. Before she could finish, Ning Xuanwu cut her off. Wang Chun has the heaven-suppressing stone in his possession. Even if something unexpected happens, the heaven-suppressing stone can protect him. All we need to do is sit tight and wait for news. From Wang Chun. Cut to Wang Chen's side. He was running into the martial arts hall. He thought arrogantly, a rundown martial arts hall. It doesn't even have a name. As expected, more trash. Wang Chun used his internal energy to conjure a beam of green light from his finger, which shot towards the sign, shattering it. Wang Chun swaggered through the main entrance. He touched his face and said, so, where should I start destroying next? Wang Chun smiled cunningly and quickly set the entire martial arts hall on fire. He launched several fireballs, but the fire had no effect on the hall. Instead, numerous swords and blades emerged from the flames, counterattacking Wang Chun. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. This dangerous pressure. You're plotting against me. He quickly took out the heaven-suppressing stone and held it in front of him. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Tough luck. Wang Chun was still hit by the counterattack and thrown high into the air. In just a moment, he was burned to a crisp, earning a one-way ticket to the afterlife from Eoam. The heaven-suppressing stone flew out. A moment later, Eoam picked it up and said, whose rock is this? The pattern is quite nice. Eoam took the heaven-suppressing stone and wedged it into a broken step. He said cheerfully, this will do nicely to patch up this step. Zhong Qing, standing nearby, her mouth wide open, shouted excitedly, it's not too big, not too small. It's a perfect fit. Outside, two contrasting figures were playing a game of Chinese chess. The pot-bellied old man smiled and said, brother, when we first started, I thought I was on the same level as you. But I can't see through you at all. Eoam sat there, bored, thinking, what's this old geezer doing here again? Then Eoam said, of course you can't see through me. The pot-bellied old man sat playing chess, his mind wandering. He thought to himself, I've come here to play chess many times, but I've never been able to see through his cultivation. He must be practicing a technique that makes him impossible to read. The pot-bellied old man looked at Yi Feng's handsome appearance and thought again. If there really is someone like that, he can't be a nobody. Could he be stronger than me? The pot-bellied old man crossed his arms, his face stern in thought. He was so distracted that Eoam put him in checkmate. While wailing and complaining, his foot accidentally stepped on the heaven-suppressing stone. This surprised him, and he continued his internal monologue. Was that evil practitioner from before dealt with on the spot by brother E? To take a treasure as precious as this and just use it to prop up a step? Eoam had won this game of chess. He quickly stood up, bowed his head, and said, you let me win. The pot-bellied old man was still lost in thought. With his cultivation, he must know the heaven-suppressing stone is of immense value. And yet he tramples on such a treasure, whether it's his strategic mind or his skill in chess. This person is even more formidable than I imagined. Plus, this hint of his. No wonder he's so confident. After thinking for a while, the pot-bellied old man stood up and said, brother E, help me take a look at this. He took out a trident and continued, my back is itchy. Help me scratch it with this trident. Eoam looked at the holy grade trident without saying a word. This made the pot-bellied old man think smugly, submit. To obtain this treasure, I not only spent my entire fortune, but I almost lost my life to get it. Eoam walked over and said, "It's all rusted. You should throw it away." The pot-bellied old man felt his limbs go weak upon hearing this. His face turned green, his mouth wide open. Eoam touched the trident and said, "It must be inconvenient for farm work, right?" Yifeng's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "I figured it out a long time ago. It turns out, every time he comes to play chess, he intentionally loses. He wants me to help him fix his farm tools." The pot-bellied old man was pale with fright. He didn't know how to respond. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. This guy dares to be so disrespectful to the divine weapon I'm so proud of? Eoam looked calmly at the pot-bellied old man and advised, "Don't get excited. Wait for me for a moment." Eoam, cool as a cucumber, took the trident and went inside. The pot-bellied old man was fuming. He gritted his teeth, daring only to curse inwardly. "If you're going to look down on my 7 blights, trident like that, then I'd like to see what you can possibly bring out that compares to it." In the Marshall Hall's forge, Zhongqing called out to Eoam, "Boss, that old man who borrowed the cleaver is here to see you." Eoam, busy fixing a trident, turned to ask, "The guy from Green Mountain Farms?" Zhongqing answered cheerfully. "He said they've come to return the favor. Tell them to come on in. I'll be right there after I finish this farm tool." Walking behind, Zhu Yun grumbled, "Senior brother, what kind of master could possibly live in a dump like this?" Lu Qingshan snapped in frustration. "Shut your mouth, and you'd better fix that attitude of yours before you meet the master. You saw what that blade could do. If Master E is displeased, the consequences will be unimaginable." As she walked, Zhu Yun's foot landed on a stone. Her eyes widened. Her voice trembled as she gasped, "A heaven-suppressing stone." Recovering from the shock, Zhu Yun stood in stunned silence. A treasure from the Xuanwu sect is being used as a common doorstep. She knelt for a closer look and called out, "Senior brother, hold on a second. I'm starting to suspect. There's something very strange about this shop owner." Lu Qingshan pointed ahead, his eyes filled with reverence. "Open your eyes and take a good look." A golden dragon spirit coiled above the roof where Eoam hammered away at the trident. The brother and sister trembled. Sweat beaded on Lu Qingshan's brow. "It's nothing, don't panic." Zhu Yun clutched his hand. "You're clearly the one who's panicking." Stunned, Zhu Yun added, "Am I seeing things? And is that the 7 blights trident? The divine weapon the 9 heavens profound maiden used to vanquish demons? How can that possibly be real?" Lu Qingshan's expression was grave. "It's no fake. That is the 7 blights trident." Lu Qingshan glanced at a portly old man sitting nearby. He's radiating the same martial aura as the trident. It must belong to him. Throughout history, anyone who can wield a sacred-grade weapon. Foam also explained, "It's a martial emperor." Both Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun fell silent, staring at the strange man. An unsettling thought crossed their minds. He looks just like the madman who slaughtered Xianjin Town all those years ago. But he vanished 30 years ago. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? The portly old man walked over to them. "You too." At his words, Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun felt their souls practically leap from their bodies. The old man continued, "Are you here to see Brother E? Come, have some tea." The 2 timid siblings went pale, looking as if they were about to faint. They nodded frantically. "Yes, of course, of course." Zhu Yun pulled her brother aside. "Senior brother, let's give a master the blade and our gift and get out of here fast." Lu Qingshan glanced toward Yifeng's forge. "It's just not a very good time right now." With a few final, resounding blows of his hammer, Eoam wiped the sweat from his brow, his work complete. Holding up the gleaming new trident, Eoam remarked, "Not bad. I'm really in the zone today." Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun went deathly pale. The sight of the trident. Lu Qingshan stammered. He reforged a semi-sacred weapon into a supreme-grade sacred weapon. Whoever wields that could rule an entire region. Zhu Yun was so terrified her hair felt like it was standing on end. Just who is he? Why is he walking toward us? Lu Qingshan tried to calm his sister, his gaze shifting to the portly old man, silently observing him. He's a cultivator, too, yet he can witness something like this and remain perfectly calm. Was the old man calm? His face had turned the color of a poisoned frog. He thought to himself, he reforged my half-finished weapon into a true, sacred-grade masterpiece. Eoam held out the trident. It's not a free repair, you know. I'll give you half off. The portly old man muttered under his breath. A sacred grade treasure. Even with a 90% discount, I could never afford it. I don't think I'll be leaving with this trident today. Seeing the old man just standing there, Eoam spoke up. What's the matter, old Wu? Short on cash? It's just a pitchfork. If you really can't pay, just take it. The portly old man practically jumped for joy. Master E, please accept my deepest bow. Tears streaming down his face, the old man wailed. Master E, I will carry the weight of your kindness in my heart forever. If you ever have need of me, I will gladly lay down my life for you. Hearing the old man's name, Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were utterly horrified. He really is the butcher of cities, one of the 4 great madmen. Wu Yonghong stood in the pouring rain, raising his hand to the heavens to swear an oath. If I should ever betray you, may I be ground into dust. Eoam frowned in confusion. This old guy is so over the top. It's so embarrassing, I'm getting goosebumps. Thunder cracked, and lightning split the rainy sky. Wu Yonghong raised the trident to the heavens, sealing a heavenly earth pact. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun stood watching in the rain. Lu Qingshan's face was etched with awe. To think I would live to see the formation of a heavenly earth pact. I can die with no regrets. Shielding her head from the downpour, Zhu Yun asked, What's a heavenly earth pact? Lu Qingshan explained to his sister. It's a sacred contract that only a martial emperor has the power to forge. It is witnessed by heaven and earth themselves. An absolute pact. Once made, it can never be broken. Lu Qingshan's gaze fell upon Eoam and Wu Yonghong, a fearful thought consuming him. To command the loyalty of such a powerhouse. Just how terrifying is Master Yi's own power? Shivering in the cold rain, Wu Yonghong said, Master, the pact is sealed. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Eoam held an umbrella in one hand. He looked at him, a little bewildered, then smiled. Really? Anything I ask? Wu Yonghong scrambled over to Eoam. He fell to his knees, wailing. Master E, I know you are a man of great integrity. You have no ulterior motives for helping me. But since the pact is sealed, I'm bound to repay this kindness. Eoam went inside to put away the umbrella, thinking to himself, what a total drama queen. Soaked to the bone, Zhu Yun murmured from outside. To be so nonchalant about a heavenly earth pact from the butcher of cities. Lu Qingshan replied, Only a master like E could be so dismissive. As they were talking, Eoam appeared behind them. What can I do for you two? Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun jumped. They quickly presented their gift to him. Eoam took it. Oh, you shouldn't have. But this glass bead, the craftsmanship is quite nice. The two of them froze, managing only a strained laugh. The fiery flame pearl, a treasure capable of shaking mountains, is just a glass bead to him. Eoam casually brought the bead to his mouth and bit it. Then he nodded. Nice. This will make a great hand warmer in the winter. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun stood to the side, tears and snot running down their faces. As long as Master E is pleased, that's all that matters. Eoam hurried back inside and came out with a book, showing it off with a grin. It's a novel I just finished writing. Think of it as a gift in return. Zhu Yun held the book, her eyes wide with realization. Senior brother, this is what helped you break through. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun bowed deeply to Eoam. We have urgent matters at home, so we must be going. Thank you, Master E. Zhu Yun clutched the book and bolted, a single thought racing through her mind. With this book, my own breakthrough is just around the corner. As Eoam stood there pondering, Zhongqing called out, Boss, the carriage is ready. Zhongqing presented it with a flourish. Dad Ali Premium Transport at your service. Yifeng's face turned pale as he stared at the enormous, luxurious carriage. Zhongqing, we can't afford this. Didn't I tell you to just find any old cart? Zhongqing blushed, smiling sheepishly. If you're going out, sir, then I had to prepare the very best for you. Eoam felt his stomach drop. The cost of renting the carriage was astronomical. He could literally see his money flying away. Eoam quickly shook it off. Oh well, by the time I get back, I might be a billionaire anyway. Zhongqing asked, puzzled. A billionaire? What exactly are you doing on this trip? Eoam just smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when I get back. At the Green Mountain Sect, Lu Qingshan's face was beet red as he roared. Now is not the time for you to go into seclusion. I was going to refuse it. How could you just accept the book and bring it back here? Besides, the pure martial intent contained in this book is unfathomably profound. I'm afraid you can't handle it, junior sister. You're in way over your head. Zhu Yun, hanging from a tree branch with a book, yelled back. Then let go. Lu Qingshan pulled with all his might. Weren't you the one who refused to believe a master like him even existed? Zhu Yun shrieked. How was I supposed to know a godlike being was hiding out in some tiny, rundown shop? After a messy brawl, Lu Qingshan finally wrestled the book away from her. The aftermath. 3 massive lumps on Zhu Yun's head. Lu Qingshan spoke. In ancient times, Jianping was a place where immortals cultivated. That alone is enough to prove it's no ordinary place. Zhou Yun suddenly frowned. But what does that have to do with this senior? Lu Qingshan voiced his own suspicion. I have a feeling he might be elsewhere. Yifeng stood before a large mansion. The one and only Daki, at the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. Yifeng strolled in, a book in his hand. He briefly contemplated the fact that he was flat broke. Right now, my expenses are far greater than my income. If this doesn't work out, Yifeng remembered someone once saying of him, the world has one more poor, horny bastard. All he wanted was to not have to worry about food and clothing. A man came out from inside. Master Yi, you're here again. Yifeng answered. That's right. The man added. Boss, have someone show him to the guest room quickly. 2 steaming cups of tea were brought out. Mao Lin spoke up. Master Yi, please have some tea. He praised him endlessly. He was practically drooling. I've sold out of your novel. It's absolutely brilliant. Especially the part with the great battle between Aquarius and Taurus. Yifeng's expression darkened. I don't remember writing that part. Mao Lin continued. We common folk who deal in thousands of transactions have the utmost respect for cultured individuals like yourself. Yifeng forced a smile. So, about the agreement we had last time to continue printing my books. The man waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that. You want me to print that useless pile of fairy tales again? His face twisted into a villainous sneer. We won't be needing that anymore. After all, we are a major merchant guild. I have a lot of mouths to feed. Doing something with no return. President of the Pitching Merchant Guild, Mao Lin. Immortal. Yifeng stared at him with an "Are you kidding me?" look on his face. The man chuckled and picked up his teacup, continuing his critique. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Don't you agree? I'm a pretty straightforward person. Don't take it personally. How about I give you a little money, and you could try your luck somewhere else? Mao Lin flashed a creepy old man smile. You did save me once, so if I can help, I certainly will. Yifeng stood up abruptly. No need. He turned to leave. The man called after him. Master, do come again. As Yifeng walked out of the merchant guild, the man sneered to himself. Just a few trashy books. He acts like there's some kind of treasure. Ener walked up to him. Father. Who was that just now? Mao Lin turned. Ener. What are you doing here? She ran over and winked at him. Father. You said you'd introduce me to the author of Dream of the Red Chamber, but I still haven't heard anything. Don't tell me. Was that him just now? The man's face tensed up. Damn it. She doesn't focus on her studies all day. All she can think about is this nonsense. Mao Lin said, he won't be publishing his books here anymore. Her face was a canvas of question marks. But why? Didn't the sales from Dream of the Red Chamber make the guild a fortune? He snatched the book from her hands. He tore the book to shreds, his face contorted with jealousy. He's nothing but a country bumpkin. If it weren't for me helping him, would he have ever had the chance to publish a book? Ener, you need to understand. This stuff is like a single cow's hair compared to the guild's main business. You need to focus on properly learning the trade from the guild seniors. She threw the pile of torn paper down and screamed, Business, business. All you ever care about is business. I don't like business at all. Besides, even if I have to do business, reading books won't affect anything. Her father's face tightened like a fish out of water. Mao Lin waved his hand to a servant who looked nearly 100 years old and barked. Enough talk. Take the young miss away. We're at a critical point in our competition with the Baofeng Merchant Guild. Bring her the account books from the past few days. Don't let her out until she's finished reconciling them. She cried out, Father, Father. The door slammed shut. Elsewhere, Yifeng sat alone on the side of the road, next to a bottle of fine wine. Whoops, a brown cat. He sighed. Life ain't easy. Meow meow. I've stopped breathing. Luo Li and Lanxue walked over. Lanxue asked, Mr. E. Luo Li continued. What are you doing here? He looked up, surprised. He told them everything that had happened. So that's what happened. You wanted to publish your book, but were rejected by the Pingjiang Merchant Guild? I can't believe it. To think the most popular novels in Jiangping were written by you. Coincidentally, our martial uncle Wu Shun asked us to bring you this fruit. Luo Li added. Speaking of novels, my sister has really been enjoying them lately too. She even said. Countless question marks appeared in Yifeng's mind. Lan Xue cut her off. Shut up. She radiated a murderous aura, grabbing Luo Li tightly. Her hand squeezed a sensitive spot on the little girl. In an instant, Luo Li transformed into a woman with a six-pack, her physique fearing no one. Lan Xue thought to herself, so painful. I absolutely cannot let him know I enjoy his novels. She squeezed harder and hissed. Tell him. Yifeng looked horrified. Her again. Little miss, you really have to do something about this condition of yours. The two girls immediately smiled cheerfully and pointed to the basket of apples. Luo Li spoke up. Please, help yourself. He replied. Well then, don't mind if I do. Luo Lan Xue watched him eat, the blush of a young girl in love creeping onto her cheeks. An image of the handsome man coolly eating an apple appeared in her mind. I never thought Master Yi was that author. And I never imagined his inner world was so delicate yet firm. Matters of state and matters of the heart. How can they coexist so perfectly in one person? Yifeng noticed her staring and turned his head. She quickly looked away. Luo Li watched the two of them, a mischievous captain of the ship smile on her face as she cooked up a plan. Since it's like this, I might as well give things a little push. Luo Li turned to him, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Yi, I have a way to help you publish your book. Why don't you come with me? He looked at her, stunned. You can publish books? Luo Li smiled proudly. Of course. My father is the president of the Baofeng Merchant Guild. Publishing a book is as easy as pie for him. Lan Xue thought to herself. This is a brilliant move by my junior sister. She understands that Mr. Yi is detached from worldly affairs and has fully integrated into the mortal world. He never reveals his true identity and has just encountered this difficulty. Luo Li continued. But I have one small condition. Give my sister Lan Xue a kiss, and I'll help you publish your book. Deal. How could he refuse such a great offer? Luo Lan Xue's face turned beet red. Luo Li laid out her condition. Kiss my sister, and I'll help you publish your book. Deal. His face froze. What? A request like this? It's the first time I've ever heard one. I have no experience. Physique, cursed with singleness. Solo since the womb. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? So many years of being single. I finally have a chance for intimate contact with a girl. This is great. Today, I bid farewell to my FA status and welcome the most glorious moment of my life. Yifeng put on the expression of a maiden being forced against her will. Well, if you insist, I suppose I'll have to sacrifice my virtue. She blushed and thought. He closed his eyes. There's a saying, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Yifeng lunged for an embrace, shouting, come on. But Lan Xue dodged him perfectly. He lunged again, and she dodged him like a phantom, thinking to herself, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. What kind of supreme realm is this? Luo Lan Xue imagined the two of them in dual cultivation. In the 3,000 worlds, there are many paths of cultivation. It's rumored there's a type of dual cultivation technique involving skin-to-skin contact, where yin and yang connect. And with every breath, they empower each other. It can increase one's cultivation realm exponentially. Mr. Yi has such a compassionate heart. To pity a weakling like me, her expression grew tense, and even be willing to use this technique to help me advance. And here I was, thinking all sorts of nonsense. I'm despicable. Luo Lan Xue suddenly shouted in refusal. My junior sister was rash and didn't know any better to make such an outrageous request of you, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you are a person of great wisdom. To be able to help you is my honor. How could I dare to have any other intentions? Please, Mr. Yi, forgive her. Luo Li couldn't help but point out. Sir, you were clearly puckering up. You didn't say no. His face flushed red as he immediately denied it. Right, I didn't refuse. It's not too much to ask. Not at all. She desperately tried to get him to go. Sir, there's no need for more words. Lan Xue knows she is unworthy. For now, please come with us. Let's take a trip to the Baofeng Merchant Guild. We can discuss the book publishing in detail there. A holy light surrounded him. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's fine, it's fine. It's nothing. He accepted his fate as a lifelong virgin. At the Baofeng Merchant Guild, the three of them entered. A voice called out from a distance. I heard Linger brought a friend home. Aren't you going to introduce him to your father? Luoli called out cheerfully. Father! The president of the Baofeng Merchant Guild. In Xiong, a mortal. Luoli leaped forward. I'm back. Her father immediately embraced her. The old man's face behind her suddenly filled with fear. He squeezed her face as she said, Daughter, you're all grown up now. You should learn to be a little more gentle. Luoli glansa asida. So what? Are you worried about your precious floor tiles again? She transformed back into a gym girl. He held her, his knees buckling to the point of cracking the tiles as he replied, But these are new, aren't they? All right. Get up quickly. Don't let our guests laugh at us. Luoli walked over to Mr. E, please try this. This is a dragon strawberry pastry. It's my favorite. In Xiong whispered to Lan Shui. I see that Mr. E has an extraordinary air about him. I hope my niece can give me some pointers. She also replied, I can't reveal much about Mr. Yi's identity, but you must remember this. Lan Shui suddenly became serious. Even my master must respectfully address him as sir. It was like a clap of thunder, and his expression tensed. He glanced back at Yifeng as if he were a god, thinking to himself, I can't believe she brought such a great Buddha to me, a figure that even the Qingshan patriarch must treat with respect. In Xiong's attitude changed faster than flipping a pancake. He asked solicitously, This simple tea and pastry, is it to Mr. Yi's liking? He immediately clasped his hands and bowed, replying, It's absolutely delicious. Thank you, President Yin, for your hospitality. He replied, I am not worthy. For my humble daughter to be fortunate enough to befriend Mr. E is a blessing for the Yin family. I understand what you mean, sir. Please rest assured. In Xiong raised his hand and ordered steward. Starting today, this merchant guild will use its full resources to help Mr. E publish his book. Whether it's the typesetting, the font, or the printing, it must all be done perfectly. If there are any mistakes, I will hold you personally responsible. He looked like he had just been handed a bag of diamonds. The steward reminded him, Master, our guild's focus is on jewelry, gold, and silver, and items for cultivators. Right now is the crucial time for the ranking. For a grade 1 merchant guild, if we divert our attention to publishing books, it will be very easy for the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. A foot shot out. The steward was kicked in the face and fell to the ground, exclaiming, Are you teaching me how to do my job now? Yifeng, feeling a bit guilty, said, President E, this isn't necessary. The guild's existing business is more important. In Xiong looked at him with an adoring expression and replied, Mr. E, don't overthink it. Actually, our merchant guild was already preparing to expand into the cultural market. It's a great fortune that you brought your book to us, sir. This is truly a wonderful opportunity. Ying could not have asked for more. Luoli glanced over, thinking to herself, Really? Why does that sound like a decision that was just made on the spot? He also bowed his head in thanks. I'm overwhelmed by your kindness. I'm truly grateful. A few days later, under the full-scale operation of the Baofeng Merchant Guild, a book titled The Supreme Treasure and the Zixia Fairy appeared with a bang and jumping. The displayed books were quickly bought up by many people. The love, hate, and sorrow, and the tragic twists of fate in the book attracted the attention of a great many people. The first edition sold out almost instantly. From then on, a craze for the book swept through the city. It even spread to the immortal cultivation sects around the city. Lan Shui sat on a rock, reading the book, her face flushed. To love you for 10,000 years. In this world, only Mr. could write something like this. Suddenly, a girl jumped down from above and announced, By the way, did anything happen in the sect while I was in seclusion? Why is it so quiet everywhere? There are only a few people on the martial arts training grounds. She held out the book. It's probably related to Mr. Yi's book. Right now, if you look all over Jiang City, almost everyone has a copy of this book. They're so engrossed in reading it. How could they have any mind for cultivation? Zhu Yun's eyes immediately lit up as she thought. Mr. Yi's book? She immediately flew off, adding, Master, I'll leave the sect in your charge. Lan Shui was helpless. Didn't you just come out of seclusion? In Jiang City, many people were standing around. The sensational book had caused a bizarre phenomenon to appear in Jiangping. Everyone was lost in their imaginations. Oh, I wonder when my world-conquering hero will come to marry me on a 7-colored cloud. If I ever meet my true love, I will definitely say those 3 words to her. A couple was acting out a scene in the middle of the city. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. The faces of the people around them were filled with helplessness. Someone spoke up. That's enough already. It's our turn. The lovey-dovey couple didn't forget to point at another man with his head completely covered and say to him, "Look at that person. He looks just like a dog." The people around them even joined in on the bullying. That's enough. Deduct his rent. Little did they know that the person they were just talking about was from the Qingshan Sect, a direct disciple. At the martial master realm, Wu Wujia, currently working as a spy. Wu Wujia's companion was wearing a hat. He was clutching his stomach, laughing hysterically. I've never seen mortals jump around like that, have you? Wu Wujia looked disgusted. The mortals of Jiangping City are truly a bunch of lazy, good-for-nothings. After regaining his composure, the man in the hat said, "Speaking of which, we've been searching for so long, but we haven't detected Senior Brother Wang Chen's aura at all. I'm afraid continuing to wait will just be a waste of time. How about we just go back and report?" But Wu Wujia disagreed, replying, "I'm afraid the Patriarch has other plans." At the Pingjiang Merchant Guild, the voice of a man echoed in the meeting hall. Everyone knows, a city can only have one Grade 1 merchant guild. And now is the crucial time for the guild rankings. Right now, the Baofeng Merchant Guild, just with one book, not only has their monthly income doubled ours, but their reputation is also rising with the tide. If we don't find a way to suppress them, the title of Grade 1 Merchant Guild will go to them. Old Bao Lin, sitting opposite, listened with resentment, thinking, a moment of carelessness, and I missed a great opportunity. And the Baofeng Merchant Guild ended up picking up a huge bargain. That old scoundrel Lin Xiong must be laughing at me right now. Then the man pointed directly at Mao Lin and criticized. The author of that book initially came to President Mao Lin for a partnership, but the president turned him away. Does he expect the entire guild to bear the consequences of his personal decision? If we lose the Grade 1 Merchant Guild selection because of this, then I'm afraid this position of president of yours. The mention of his position as president turned Mao Lin into a different person. Ferocious. Like a murderer, he roared. I'm the president of this guild. When I make a decision, I have my reasons. Then he slammed the table and stood up. He ordered his subordinates. Men, prepare a gift. Follow me to visit Mr. In the kitchen of the martial arts hall, Zhongqing looked at the pot full of vegetables. She asked emotionlessly, "Boss, didn't you say we have meat to eat after the books were sold?" Yifeng looked at the green things on the table. He was feeling extremely serious right now. His hand trembled as he held a piece of tofu. That's right. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to make tofu taste like meat. Then he took a cleaver to the soft tofu. His mind was racing. The book is already out. I should at least get a little money, right? He can't be stingier than the Jiangping Merchant Guild, can he? Don't tell me I got ripped off. Just as he was stressing, a voice called from outside. This humble servant, the steward of the Yin residence, representing the Baofeng Merchant Guild, requests an audience with Mr. Yi. It was like seeing a ray of hope. Yifeng pointed to himself in the pot. The tofu, now chopped into pieces, fell down. He said to Zhongqing, remember this. Cooking isn't about the ingredients, it's about the intention. This is the true secret of a chef. Then, Yifeng, with a cheerful expression, wielding a meat cleaver, praised the steward from the Yin residence for his timely arrival. You've arrived just in time for dinner. His eyes seemed to have the shape of gold coins. His mind was fixated on the word money. He waved the meat cleaver up and down. His mind kept circling the issue. If there's no chest of money, there must be a sack of money, a purse of money, or some form of payment. Looking at the meat cleaver, the humble steward was terrified, his face turning purple. His overactive imagination led him to believe, is Mystery blaming me for being too slow? Then the humble steward sincerely held out a card with both hands and said loudly, Mr. E, please forgive me. This is an account card specially prepared for you by the Merchant Guild. Inside is 100,000 gold coins, your share of the profits from last month's book sales. Eoam leaned out. 100,000? The sky was full of sunshine. Caged birds flew all around, but Eoam only had eyes for the 100,000 card being offered to him. He asked himself, for me? The cleaver in his hand clattered to the ground. After that, a shameless expression appeared on his face. Eoam took the card. He breathed in the intoxicating scent of capitalism. The humble steward from the Inn residence added, from now on this day every month, the Merchant Guild will punctually deposit the monthly book sale profits into this card. The humble steward looked at Feng's dark expression, his lips pressed into a thin line. Once again, he assumed, this subtle expression means he's not pleased. I'd better not say anything else. He then excused himself. He thought to himself that he must report Mr. Yi's attitude to the president. Eoam waved his hand and said, take care on your way out. Come visit again when you have time. Then he broke into a smile. He went crazy, kissing both of Zhongqing's cheeks. He didn't even spare his dog, Wang Kai. Eoam jumped for joy with the card in his hand, his two eyes gleaming with the love of money as he shouted ecstatically, 100,000! And this is just 1 month's profit. I'm so moved. Finally, in this life, I can experience the joy of being rich. Then, feeling it wasn't enough, Eoam even did a twirl and sang all sorts of things. Something along the lines of, friends, on this happy day, let's all jump together. Author, please print the 2 words insolent on the big screen. Then, an unfriendly gaze appeared. Eoam froze in his dancing pose, his hand still pointing at the person in front of him. He was completely stiff. Very quickly, he slipped back into his suave persona and asked, what brings President Mao here today? Mao Lin proudly opened a box full of gold and said, I've come unannounced this time to apologize to young master E for the previous matter. 1,000 gold coins. I hope you'll accept them. Then he smiled slyly, thinking, this is a normal person's annual income. Aren't you tempted? Eoam, of course, knew this guy. He's like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. He'd be a fool to trust him. You sly old fox. Then he said coolly, perhaps President Mao should just get straight to the point. Then Mao Lin spread his arms and said grandly, this is the era of cultural renaissance. Although the Pingjiang Merchant Guild is large and established, we can't just stick to one thing. So, following the trend, we seek a new direction for development. Therefore, I plan to continue our cooperation with young master. We will use the full strength of our Merchant Guild to help you publish your book. Hearing this, Eoam put on a serious face and played along. Well said. President Mao, you are mistaken. That day, you personally told me that selling books is not profitable at all. Therefore, I feel President Mao should prioritize the interests of the Merchant Guild. Mao Lin, having been hit where it hurts, quickly said, look here. I misspoke that day. Young Master E, why would you take my foolish words to heart? I trust that young Master E is certainly not a petty person. Eoam pointed to his extremely petty face and said, no, I've taken President Mao's words to heart. Furthermore, I, Eoam, am a very petty person. Mao Lin gritted his teeth in anger. Veins popped on his forehead. He flew into a rage and shouted, young Master E, it will be better to leave some face when you speak. If you don't cooperate with us, do you think your book will sell for anything? Eoam turned and walked away indifferently, saying, if we're not on the same page, there's no point in talking. President Mao, you should leave. Forgive me for not seeing you out. After that, he didn't give up. With a businesslike smile, he tried to continue the conversation with Eoam. He then asked him how much money he needed to cooperate with his merchant guild. Eoam was resolute, saying coldly, it's not appropriate to be so pushy in broad daylight. It's also beneath your status. Mao Lin had had enough. He offered a price of a full 10,000 gold coins, saying, an amount of money you couldn't earn in 10 years. If that's not enough, then your appetite is just too big. Eoam scoffed at the 10,000. Then, like a male lead in a romance novel, he held up a card and asked, is 10,000 gold coins a lot? Mao Lin's eyes widened. It was like a bolt of lightning, and he couldn't believe it. That gold card. He never expected the Baozhou Merchant Guild would be willing to give out a savings card of the highest tier, of which there are only a few. The amount stored in this card is at least 100,000. Then Eoam turned his back and walked away, saying, see our guest out. Only now did Mao Lin understand the saying, still waters run deep. He walked away like a dazed corpse. Yifeng couldn't hide his joy, jumping around and laughing nonstop. In his heart, he felt so happy. Elsewhere, Ling Yaoer was kneeling before a door, saying, Master, the disciple who went to Jiangping City to investigate has returned to report. There is no trace of senior brother Wang Chun in Jiangping City. This is a bit unusual. A voice from inside the room asked, Where is Wu Feng? Then Ling Yaoer was startled by the appearance of something like a green silk cloth. It turned out to be Wu Feng. He said, Master, your disciple is here. The master ordered. You will go down the mountain to see if you can find Wang Chun and meet up with him. Then return and report to me. Ling Yaoer watched him disappear and asked, Nothing will happen, right? The door slowly opened. The voice continued. He has a coat that enhances his speed. Wu Feng has no equal in terms of speed. Ning Xuanwu emerged, smiling. He was surrounded by a dark aura. Ning Xuanwu continued. Even if someone could detect his movements, they wouldn't be able to see his true form. No one can harm him. In front of the martial arts hall gate, Yifeng was in a sedan chair. Before leaving, he happily instructed his dog at home. Be a good boy and watch the house, Wang. When Daddy comes back from the victory celebration, I'll bring you a bone. Wang stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail. But in his heart, he didn't understand. Does he really think I'm a dog? I am the mighty heaven-devouring demon wolf. If my injuries hadn't healed, I wouldn't be trapped here. He clapped his paws and whimpered. Who knows? One day he might suddenly remember and decide to stew me in a hot pot. Yifeng blew a kiss and said, Good boy. Mwah. Wang even cooperated by rolling onto his back and barking enthusiastically. But in reality, he was crying inside. He wanted to escape. Wang looked at the painting on the wall and thought, although I've followed this great master for a long time, I still can't imagine how powerful he is. To be able to create such powerful martial intent in these divine weapon paintings. Wang didn't understand. He muttered to himself. Clearly, with just these few paintings, there are few in this world who could make him personally take action. And yet he insists on keeping me here to guard the door. It's really... Then Wang Kai, with his dumb dog face, continued. I'll just add a few more barks. That even a dog wouldn't understand. Suddenly, a powerful force swept over, making Wang Kai flinch. Terrified by the powerful force, Wang Kai thought in fear. Such powerful force. The green aura emanated from the uninvited guest, Wu Feng. In front of him was a slow-moving candy vendor. Wu Feng had to wait. He went mad, his eyes wide. He walked forward. Behind him, the candy cart was shattered. He left with a contemptuous remark. Blind mortals. He thought to himself, this is the last martial arts hall in the city. I can sense the last remnants of Wang Chen's aura here. He's dead. It seems the person we've been looking for. I guess I'll have to search for him here. He tugged lightly at the scarf around his neck, a crazed look in his eyes. Then I'll just level this place and make it your grave. Seeing the enraged madman vowing to kill everyone in sight, Wang Kai fled with tears in its eyes, whining internally. I can't beat him, I can't beat him. Suddenly, the paintings hanging on the wall began to glow. A series of long, golden hands shot out towards Wu Feng. He was in mid-roar when he saw a flash of light. Before he could react, he was engulfed by it. He managed to scream 3 words. I was careless. Then, the golden light burned him to ashes. His agonizing screams echoed through the room. All that remained were a few scraps of green cloth and 2 bones. Wang Kai broke into a cold sweat as it watched the little monks from the paintings fly out and float in the air. It smiled. Then it burst into tears, wailing. I was so scared. One of the little monks gently patted its head. Wang Kai looked up at the gentle little monk with tear-filled eyes, thinking, I get now. I get it. The senior's martial arts have reached the pinnacle. I can't even begin to comprehend it. Not only has he never hurt me, he's even protected me in times of crisis. A fire ignited in Wang Sai's heart. He kept me here, using his martial intent to heal my wounds. And he used 100 different ways to humiliate me, all to temper my spirit. The resentment in its heart was useless. I will strive to be a good dog. Wang Kai gazed at the light of truth before it, and came to a realization. How can one become a king without first being a dog? This is the senior's true intention. Wang Kai had officially been dogified. It even said happily, guarding the door for the senior, is the greatest fortune of my life. At the Baophone Merchant Guild, a man was speaking. Right now is the Merchant Guild evaluation period. Mr. E is a timely reign for us. Let's not even talk about the profits. Just the influence and reputation alone have already earned the guild many points. Therefore, we absolutely cannot afford to offend Mr. E. With him, the Pingjiang Merchant Guild is no match for us. The others all agreed. Eoam took a sip of tea and said, "Last time, the steward reported that Mr. E didn't seem too happy with the 100,000 gold coin profit share. Therefore, I'd like to increase Mr. Yi's share a bit, to avoid losing a lot for a little." Then, someone else suggested, "Aside from the initial investment, the guild will take a small portion. The rest will all go to Mr. E." Infeng looked at Luo Lanxue. Seeing her nod, he happily finalized the decision. Then it's settled. Meanwhile, Luo Lanxue was smiling to herself. Master instructed me to maintain a good relationship with Mr. E. This is even better. In front of the Baophone Merchant Guild shop, Yu Wujie stood unmasked. His arms were crossed in deep thought. There's no sign of that bastard Wuchen. The people sent to find the martial arts academy are dragging their feet. If this doesn't end soon, Ning Xuanwu will surely blame me. Behind him, Peng Ying was happily shopping. "Wrap all of this up for me." The shopkeeper grinned like it was a bountiful harvest. He held up his abacus and spoke to Yu Wujie. 103. Let's drop a 0 for you, making it an even 100 taels. Will you be paying with cash or a banknote, sir? Yu Wujie was in a foul mood. He snatched the abacus. His face was as dark as a demon's. "You're just a mortal, yet you dare to quote such a high price to me. Can't you do the math? I think you don't need that hand of yours anymore." The shopkeeper immediately begged for mercy. He promised to recalculate the price. Suddenly, his attention was caught by Peng Ying's voice. Peng Ying stood with her hands on her hips, speaking angrily to the person in front of her. "Ifeng, was I not clear enough last time? It's best if we don't see each other again." Ifeng, who was on his way to the Merchant Guild's banquet, felt helpless. "Don't misunderstand. I was just passing by. If you hadn't called out to me, I would have pretended I didn't see you." Peng Ying wasn't listening, fuming internally. Again and again, Yu Wujie appeared from behind her. "Peng Ying, you've been following me for so long, and you still haven't cut ties with your past, unsavory relationships?" Peng Ying immediately clung to his arm, speaking in a whiny voice. "Brother Wujie, a lowly mortal like him, no bigger than an ant. How could he possibly catch my eye? Even if I were to die, I would never have anything to do with him." A stream of green energy appeared in Yu Wujie's palm. His face was that of a murderous demon god. "Do I have to take care of this myself?" Ifeng watched in astonishment as he prepared to strike. But a figure shot up from behind him. It was Luo Lanxue, creating a shield. She blocked his attack, saying, "Ifeng, you don't need to act." In her heart, she cursed the man for his foolishness. If you force the senior to unleash his thunderous wrath, the entire Qingshan sect will probably cease to exist. Ifeng's eyes lit up in admiration. "Wow, sister, you're amazing." Yu Wujie was sent flying by the force of a shield, coughing up blood. He had no idea why she was here. Luo Li grinned from behind him. She flexed her muscles, preparing a punch as she flew towards him. "Is that so?" she asked. Luo Li's one-punch knockout officially sent his soul flying. Only now did he realize the power of the two dark monsters, Luo Li and Luo Lanxue. Peng Ying cried out in terror, "Brother Wujie." Then both of them clasped their hands together and bowed respectfully. "Our apologies, mister. We've alarmed you." Ifeng let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing you two arrived in time. You saved me from a lot of trouble." Peng Ying's face turned ashen. "What is going on?" Yu Wujie, his face bruised and swollen, still managed to curse. "Peng Ying kneel. Why is the direct disciple of the Qingshan sect's old master being so respectful to a mortal like Ifeng? She even fought for him." Peng Ying knelt trembling before Luo Lanxue, her voice shaking. "Lady Luo Lan." Luo Lanxue crossed her arms, her expression disdainful. "State your name." Peng Ying tearfully gave her name. Outer Sect disciple of the Xian Hall, Peng Ying. Under the management of Outer Sect Elder Fong. "I just joined the Qingshan sect a month ago." Luo Lanxue placed 2 fingers on her forehead, her eyes as cold as ice. Then, she shattered a token hanging from Peng Ying's waist. Your aptitude is completely insufficient to join the Qingshan sect, no matter who arbitrarily recruited you. As of today, you are expelled from the Qingshan sect. Peng Ying was horrified. She screamed hysterically, still not understanding why. Is it because of E? Suddenly, Luo Lanxue slapped Peng Ying hard across the face. Her face was filled with contempt. I'm warning you, if you dare to anger Mr. E again, especially in the name of the Qingshan sect, I will make sure you wish you were dead. Peng Ying's face was a mask of misery. To join the Qingshan sect, I paid a countless price. And today, because of that, Yifeng, the one I cast aside, all my efforts have gone to waste. No, I must find out what is going on. At the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu and Ling Yaoer were meditating on a boat. He smiled and asked, calmness of mind is the root of comprehending the Wei-Yang realm. Your aura is in turmoil. Is there something on your mind? Ling Yaoer answered shyly, Master, we've always suspected that the great master in Jiangping City was just a smokescreen put up by the Qingshan sect. That's why we only sent Wuchen and senior brother Wufeng to investigate. But thinking about it now, I feel we've taken this matter too lightly. Ning Xuanwu was surprised as Ling Yaoer continued. After all, that old master of the Qingshan sect suddenly acquired an extraordinary divine weapon. If there really is a reclusive master helping him, then with the arrogant personalities of our two senior brothers, recklessly charging in wood, Ning Xuanwu's face darkened. If that's really the case, someone who can forge such a divine weapon, Wuchen and Wufeng alone would be no match for him. Ling Yaoer lowered her head and pleaded. Therefore, Master, I think it would be best if I personally go down the mountain to investigate. Ning Xuanwu raised a hand in agreement. He added, be careful. Ling Yaoer arrived at a restaurant. She called out to a waiter. Waiter. The waiter immediately replied, coming. What can I get for you, miss? Ling Yaoer reached out and grabbed the waiter by the collar. I hear you're the one who knows all the gossip in Jiangping City. Let me ask you, there's a man here who writes books and runs a martial arts academy. Do you know who he is? The man replied, that kind of information isn't easy to come by. I'm not doing this for free. As he spoke, he made a gesture for her to hand over some gold. But when Ling Yaoer threw a knife onto the table and asked, what did you just say? The shopkeeper's attitude did a complete 180. He grinned. Oh, it's no big deal at all. His name is Yifeng. Do you need me to show you the way, ma'am? Just then, Yifeng and Zhongqing were heading into the martial hall. He was singing as he walked. As soon as he stepped inside, Wang Kai came bounding out, his eyes fixed on the bag of food in his master's hand. Wang Kai, my boy, look what I brought back for you. Yifeng opened the bag. Inside was a fishbone, a chicken leg, 2 dumplings, and 2 steamed buns. Wang Kai took one look and turned his nose up, walking away in a huff. Yifeng's smile vanished, replaced by a pout. He muttered to himself, talk about ungrateful. Zhongqing stood beside him, completely baffled. Woof, woof. Wang Kai trotted back over, carrying one of Wu Feng's bones, and dropped it at Yifeng's feet, much to his surprise. Yifeng looked closer at the bone, which was now emitting a faint green aura. His face darkened. Don't tell me this bone is... Yifeng picked up Wu Feng's bone. He scratched his head. No wonder. So you snuck into someone's house and ate your fill of their meat, huh? He mumbled. And then you bring the bone back to show me? What? You expect me to praise you for it? Behind him, Zhongqing bent down to pick something up. Wang Kai trembled, recalling yesterday's horrific scene. He thought to himself, the senior even knows everything that happened yesterday. So when he specifically told me to stay and guard the house, he actually wanted me to witness that scene on purpose. He was using it as a warning that this will be my fate if I disobey. Wang Kai scratched his head with his paw. Sweat was pouring down his furry face when Zhongqing walked up. Holding a piece of cloth, he asked, Boss, what do you think this is? Yifeng studied the cloth for a moment without a word. Then, he took it with a smug look. It's a cleaning rag. Perfect. The house hasn't been cleaned in ages. Use it to wipe down the dust, the pillars outside the door, and the shop sign, get them all. Yifeng turned to see Wang Kai on the verge of tears. He thought to himself, compared to wrecking the house, a habit of bringing home trash isn't such a big deal. But Wang Kai seems to be overthinking things a bit. I have finally comprehended the senior's profound intentions. Yifeng reached for the bone. It's a shame to just throw this away. He tossed the bone for Wang Kai. Go Pikachu. Go on. You can have it as a toy. Just then, a young woman stepped forward. She reached out and snatched the bone before Wang Kai could grab it. It was Ling Yaoer. She clutched Wu Feng's bone tightly. Wang Kai, however, clamped his jaws down on the other end. Yifeng saw this and asked, "Hey, you look a little familiar." Ling Yaoer gritted her teeth at his words. Her face was a mask of fury. At that moment, Wang Kai wrenched the bone from her grasp. The sudden force made her cough up a mouthful of blood. Yifeng rushed over. "What's wrong?" He helped support Ling Yaoer. "Come on, sit down over here. I'm no expert, but I know a little about medicine. If you don't mind, I could check your pulse. I happen to have some medicinal herbs right here in the house." Hearing this, Ling Yaoer's face went pale. "And no, that's not necessary. I'm perfectly fine, really. I won't trouble you any further." Yifeng was surprised. "Oh, I get it now. I saw you trying to pull that bone from my dog's mouth. So this bone belongs to your family, doesn't it?" He thought. "This damn dog. Look at you making someone so angry they're coughing up blood." Wang Kai was now gnawing on the bone, but his eyes were locked on Ling Yaoer. Ling Yaoer's shock turned to sheer terror. "He's seen right through me. He's a demon. Well, since it's only a bone now, I can't exactly give it back. How about I just pay you the market price for it?" But before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yaoer had vanished. Even as she fled into the distance, Yifeng shouted after her, "Hey, where are you going? You can't just leave. When you do wrong, you have to pay the price. I'm putting this on your tab." Ling Yaoer ran, her face twisted in a pained grimace. The onlookers were completely bewildered. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really. Seems like she really was fine after all." He saw through a martial spirit's disguise at a single glance, Wang Kai thought. And with just a few words, he made her chi and blood surge, forcing her to cough up blood. The senior's mind is an enigma. His cultivation is immeasurable. He is truly impossible to fathom. At the Xuanwu Sect, Ling Yaoer was reporting to her Sect masters. "Sect master, it is true. There is a grandmaster in Jiangping City. Furthermore, my 2 senior brothers died at his hands." Ning Xuanwu slammed his fist on the table, rising to his feet in a rage. He roared, striking fear into everyone present. "Ling Yaoer, everything you have learned. Tell me every single detail, without omitting a single word." "Terrified," Ling Yaoer hastily reported. "Senior brother Wu Chun. Not even his bones remain. As for senior brother Wu Feng, because of the divine art he cultivated, a few of his bones were preserved. But that man is treating them as a mere plaything for his pet." Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu's fury intensified. He punched a pillar. "Excellent. Just excellent. Such despicable methods. He has dragged the name of my Xuanwu sect through the mud for all the world to mock." Another elder added his voice to the chorus of rage. The only ones who could have inherited the sect were Ling Yaoer and Wu Chun. "This is a clear attempt to sever our Xuanwu sect's future. This is an outrageous insult. An absolute humiliation." Ning Xuanwu demanded. "And what of my 2 treasures? Where are they?" Ling Yaoer answered, trembling. "Sect master, please calm your anger. Your heaven-suppressing stone has been used by that villain as a doorstep, and the swift wind sash. He's using it as a dust rag." As the words left her mouth, Ning Xuanwu clenched his fists. An explosive aura erupted from him, shaking the very ground. The others rushed to placate him. "Sect master, calm yourself." Ning Xuanwu laughed, a crazed, chilling sound. "He's even more vicious than I am. Linger, what else is there? Tell me everything." Ling Yaoer continued, her voice shaking. "The Sect master's judgment is wise. Even though I took every precaution and wore a disguise, he still saw through me instantly. He didn't kill me. He just sent me back with a message. When you do wrong, you have to pay the price. He said he's put this debt on my tab." Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu's eyes turned blood red. He bellowed. "He wants to wipe us out completely. Will the Xuanwu sect simply sit here and await its doom? Send out the order. All masters of the Xuanwu sect will descend the mountain with me." A unified roar went up from the crowd. "I will kill that villain with my own hands, avenge Wu Feng and Wu Chun, and we will take back the 2 treasures of the Xuanwu sect. Vengeance for this humiliation." Elsewhere in Jiangping City, back at the Xuanwu sect, Ling Yaoer presented a man to Ning Xuanwu. "Sect master, this is Zhang San, the death-sworn warrior I have chosen to scout the area." Zhang San knelt, awaiting the ancestor's command. Half of Ning Xuanwu's face was cast in shadow. His eyes glinted. You will go to the martial hall and scout out the situation inside. Specifically, you must thoroughly investigate the background of the martial hall's owner. Ling Yaoer shot a glance at Zhang San. Even I could not perceive his strength. And it wasn't just that I couldn't gauge it. It was as if he had no aura at all. Ling Yaoer recalled her earlier encounter. And another thing, the man is exceedingly cunning. The martial hall is riddled with hidden killing intent. You must not reveal the slightest hint of hostility. If you do, you will end up just like senior brothers Wu Chun and Wu Feng. Zhang San replied grimly. Disciple understands. Just then, a thought struck Ning Xuanwu. Wait, that's not right. I feel like I've overlooked something. That terrifying blade in Lu Qingshan's hands. It's highly likely it was forged by this man. If that's true, then his true strength is certainly beyond that of a martial king. Ning Xuanwu's eyes widened. I fear that an opponent with such heaven-defying abilities will certainly be enraged by our spying. He looked down at Zhang San. If you do not return, your family will be cared for by the Xuanwu Sect. But if you dare to flee, I will personally send your entire family to the Yellow Springs to join you. Ling Yaoer stood beside them, thinking, it seems Master has finally realized just how terrifying our opponent is. Zhang San asked, and if I am able to return? Ning Xuanwu replied ominously, if you're able to return, I will personally promote you to a direct disciple and allow you to choose an elder as your master. At Yifeng's sect, he was currently sunbathing on a chair with a leaf in his mouth. If your heart is free of burdens, that is the best time of your life. Wang Kai, who was sleeping peacefully nearby, suddenly barked. I've had an epiphany. Zhongqing was still working hard, cleaning. I love to work, strengthen my body, clean the martial hall, repay the master's kindness. Seeing this, Yifeng chuckled to himself. This kid is so obedient. Yifeng continued to give Zhongqing more work. Oh right, the weather's been damp the past few days. Take down the 18 paintings hanging in the front hall and air them out in the sun. But you should probably dry them in the courtyard. It wouldn't be good if the wind blew them away. It wouldn't be good. Zhongqing's eyes lit up. Yes, master. Yifeng watched Zhongqing work, yawning. Although these paintings aren't really useful, and they won't sell for much, hanging them outside as decorations to spruce up the martial hall isn't a bad idea. Suddenly, a voice called out. Excuse me, is anyone here? Zhongqing was about to go see who it was, but Yifeng stopped her. Master, just stay there. Let me go see what's going on. Yifeng replied. The martial hall hasn't had any business in a long time. Let me go see for myself. You've been working hard. Go and rest. Zhang San stood in front of the martial hall. He stroked his chin, thinking, it looks normal, nothing out of the ordinary. No different from a regular martial hall. In fact, his expression was one of disappointment. It's even worse than other martial halls. Yifeng came out, a smug look on his face. I can tell at a glance that you are a martial arts prodigy. And as it happens, the martial hall is having a promotion right now for new sign-ups. He thought to himself, he looks pretty gullible. Zhang San scratched his head. Hello, I'd like to ask, how to get to the Xuanwu Sect? Yifeng's face darkened. The Xuanwu Sect, you say? Zhang San panicked. Oh no, I was so nervous, I blurted it out. Heat and the Xuanwu Sect are like fire and water. I'm afraid I'm going to follow in the footsteps of those other two. Yifeng's sharp gaze fell on Zhang San. You? Zhang San was terrified. His soul felt like it was about to leap out of his body. But then Yifeng pointed in a different direction and said, go out, turn right, and then you're there. He thought to himself, and here I thought he was a potential customer, but he's just asking for directions. Zhang San carefully observed him. So he was so serious about telling me how to get to the Xuanwu Sect. Was he just pretending, wanting to slowly toy with me before killing me? Or is he all talk and no action, not daring to kill me? But in his heart, Yifeng was thinking, even a guy like this isn't interested in my martial hall. My business is such a failure. Zhang San chuckled to himself. The more I look at him, the more he just seems like a mortal. I don't believe the speculations of senior sister Ling Yaoer and the master. Zhang San said, this place of yours is quite deserted, isn't it? I bet you don't have many disciples. Those words were like an arrow straight to Yifeng's heart. Zhang San thought to himself, so precious. If he really is a master, he'll definitely make some kind of move. This statement isn't enough to warrant a death sentence. But if he doesn't react at all, it proves he's no master. Zhang San continued to stare at Eoam, who still showed no reaction. He continued to mock him. You should just turn your martial hall into a restaurant. At least you'd have some customers then. It'd be a lot better than this desolate place. Hearing this, Eoam just gestured for the guy to get lost. Seeing this, Zhang San was ecstatic. Just as I thought. He walked away, skipping like a madman. This guy is clearly just a mortal. And the martial hall is just an ordinary martial hall. Some book. What hidden secrets? I'm going to hit the jackpot this time. Eoam watched Zhang San leave without saying a word. Such a young kid, and yet so foolish. Truly pitiful. From behind him, Wu Yonghong and a few others emerged from the gate. With him was Marshal Sect's Chu Shirquan, Marshal Sect's Sun Jaikat, and Marshal Sect's Li Mosh. Wu Yonghong said cheerfully, "Greetings, Mr. E. Old Wu has brought some friends to visit." Sun Jaikat bowed. "Mr. E. I hope we're not disturbing you." Eoam replied calmly, "Gentlemen, there's no need for such formalities. Please come inside." But in his heart, he thought, as expected of someone who farms with old Wu. They all have a peculiar look about them. Chu Shirquan placed a hand on Wu Yonghong's shoulder and asked him, "This is the mystery you were talking about? The reclusive master? He's clearly just a mortal with no cultivation. And he's worthy of us martial sect masters entering through his back door?" Li Mosh replied, "Didn't you say there's a plaque on the door of his martial hall that contains profound martial intent? Where's the plaque?" Wu Yonghong jumped up in anger. He gestured for them to be quiet. "My dear ancestors, watch your words. You all saw that holy grade trident of mine. I was kind enough to bring you here to pay your respects. And you turn your noses up at him? If you don't believe me, then please leave. Don't drag me down with you." Sun Jaikat stepped in to mediate. All right. Your combined ages are over 1,000 years. And you're still arguing like children?" Then he pointed to the heaven-suppressing stone. "Look at the ground there. Is that a heaven-suppressing stone?" Seeing that, Li Mosh's eyes lit up. He started calculating something in his head, muttering, "What a big spender. At the very least, it's an emperor-grade treasure. Something even we have to carefully protect. And he's using it as a doorstop. This trip won't be a loss." As they stepped inside, they saw Tathagata. A cassock was hanging loosely on a rack. Li Mosh immediately said, "Gentlemen, that tattered piece of cloth has a bit of a mystery to it." Wu Yonghong exclaimed in awe. "It's the aura of an emperor-grade item. That's a holy artifact, something that could be used to establish a sect." Chu Shirquan rushed over. He grabbed the Tathagata's cassock and asked, "How could you treat such a fine item like this?" Eoam replied, "It's just a cleaning rag." Then he said something that made everyone's face darken. "It's just a bit tattered. Please excuse the mess." Chu Shirquan, Li Mosh, Wu Yonghong, and Sun Jaikat all had serious expressions. They stood in a line. Then, all of them clasped their hands and bowed in respect. "Greetings, great master. We've come unannounced today. We hope you won't blame us. We apologize." Hearing this, Eoam hurriedly waved his hands and replied, "Quickly, stand up. We're all fellow villagers. There's no need for such ceremony." But they thought, to treat an emperor-grade treasure with such disregard, he must be a martial saint expert. At the same time, Zhongqing had finished hanging the paintings. Phew, the last one. When the paintings were all hung, they emitted a radiant light that enveloped Yifeng's martial hall. After being bathed in that light, the martial sect masters felt as if they were in the cosmos. They danced with the figures in the paintings. But on the outside, Eoam saw them acting like madmen. Especially Wu Yonghong, who was dancing the pori pori. He thought helplessly, is it really necessary to get this excited just from passing through a door? Perhaps it's because of his ugly appearance. He's been rejected too many times. Then he said, "The martial hall is being cleaned today, so it's a bit messy inside. Everyone, please have a seat in the front hall for now." Just that simple sentence made them break out in a cold sweat. Once they were seated at the table, they were all as quiet as clams. Not a single peep. Eoam, however, was still bustling about. "I've already told my good disciple to make tea. It'll be ready in a moment. Now I'll go find the chess set. Please, make yourselves at home." Only when I Ching left did they dare to speak their minds. Chu Shirquan, martial intent. Martial intent. Such powerful martial intent. I've never seen such strong martial intent before. Limosh quickly added, the bottleneck I've been stuck at for hundreds of years has loosened, and there's even the power of the heavenly Tao in it. Wu Yonghong shouted, a martial emperor. No, he must be an immortal martial artist. It's truly unbelievable. To think we could come into contact with an immortal martial emperor. Sun Jaikat burst out laughing. No wonder we couldn't sense him. His cultivation is... He's an immortal from the upper world. Then, all of them rushed out the gate. Limosh said, we can't. This martial intent is too strong. This is all I can comprehend for now. If I sit any longer, I'll suffer from cultivation deviation. The golden-armored skeleton chimed in. I can't hold on much longer either. Passers-by looked at them with puzzled expressions. Chu Siquang said regretfully, what a pity. Wu Yonghong quickly advised, don't be greedy. This is already a massive opportunity. A passerby thought to himself, where on earth did Master Yi find these for disciples? Yifeng came out with a chessboard and asked, why are you all sitting by the door? Following behind him was Zhong Qing, carrying 4 cups of tea. Hearing Yifeng's question, Chu Siquang replied, we came in a hurry today. Our feet are still muddy. It's better to sit out here. It's more comfortable out here. The other 3 heard this and chimed in, yes, yes. Zhong Qing was quite surprised to see them sitting outside. Yifeng just smiled at their explanation. All right then, he thought to himself. They're all such honest, simple folk. Oh well, let them be comfortable. Yifeng went back inside, giving an order to Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing, remember to hang up the sign later. I'm going to make lunch. If the old gentlemen need anything, just do as they ask. Zhong Qing immediately replied, yes, boss. As Zhong Qing hung up the sign, a light emanated from it, showing them an image of a mother holding her child, which instantly brought them to tears. Limosh said, so, every word the senior says has a deeper meaning. Sun Jaikat replied. He knew he couldn't comprehend the martial intent in the main hall, so he specifically ordered his disciple to hang up a sign with a gentler martial intent. Wu Yonghong sighed with emotion. Such kindness. Chu Siquang added, this great debt. The people around them saw them crying and thought. Crying makes them look even uglier. At the Xuanwu sect, a disciple rushed in to report. Reporting to the sect master, Tu Shiju has returned. Ning Xuanwu's jaw dropped in surprise. He made it back? Bring him in quickly. Ling Yaoer, standing beside him, looked worried. Zhang San had a triumphant look on his face. Reporting to the sect master. Reporting to the esteemed elders. I have not failed my mission and have investigated thoroughly. That person has no power whatsoever. He's just a normal mortal. A purple aura emanated from Ning Xuanwu. His eyes glowed as he asked, you're not lying? This surprised Zhang San. He continued to insist. This disciple managed to leave that martial arts academy alive. I dare swear on my life. I'm absolutely not lying. There's nothing unusual about that academy. And that Yifeng fellow, no matter how I tested him, his reactions were completely normal. If he were a master, why would he need to pretend? Zhang San's words shocked Ning Xuanwu. Zhang San continued, I think the deaths of senior brothers Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng must be a misunderstanding. I even suspect they might not be dead. This only infuriated Ning Xuanwu further. My beloved disciples. That Yifeng. I haven't even met him, and he's already leading my Xuanwu sect by the nose. If word gets out, people will think I, Ning Xuanwu, am afraid of him. Zhang San chimed in. He's just a mortal trying to bluff his way through. Master, you must make him wish he were dead. As a warning to others, Ling Yaoer leaned in and whispered in Ning Xuanwu's ear, Master, when something is too out of the ordinary, there's usually deceit involved, especially with such a sudden turn of events. It will be best to let this disciple go and see for myself. Ning Xuanwu replied, whether he's a god or a demon, I will see through him. If Wuchen and Wufeng might not be dead, they must still be in his academy. A spark ignited in his eyes. What secrets does this academy hold? I will go and see for myself. If this academy really does devour people, then let's see it try to devour me. The faces of everyone in the Xuanwu sect turned serious. Everyone was armed. Some held spears, others tridents. Some even held pig-sticking spears. Then they all charged out, shouting in unison. The Xuanwu sect only follows the sect master's orders. All the disciples of the Xuanwu sect were flying down the road. They were causing destruction as they went. The surrounding crowd cried out in alarm. Where did this horde of murderous fiends suddenly come from? Ling Yaoer leaned in close to Ning Xuanwu and whispered, "Master, look, Sun Jiakat, Li Mosh, Wu Yonghong, and Chu Siquang are sitting in front of Yifeng's martial arts academy, holding teacups." Ning Xuanwu's eyes were filled with determination. The arrow has already been knocked. With that, he charged towards the four figures. "Enough talk. I will strike the first blow. All of you watch closely. Do not let a single living soul leave this academy." As for these few side characters at the door, if they're too blind and deaf to get out of the way, Ning Xuanwu roared, then they could be destroyed along with this academy. Wu Yonghong, angered at being disturbed, asked, "Which gutter did this reckless mutt crawl out of?" Ning Xuanwu merely thought to himself, "Where did this ugly bastard come from?" Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Wait, this is the aura of a martial sect expert, and there are four of them. The heavenly calculation board, Li Mosh, possesses a sect-grade holy artifact. The peerless madman, Chu Siquang, after betraying his sect, not only did he slaughter the sect's members, but he also carved the skulls of its famous figures into works of art and wore them as accessories. The innate sage body, Sun Jiakat, his meridians were severed since childhood, but he cultivated a demonic art to defy the heavens and change his fate. The nine-toothed trident, Wu Yonghong, deceived by someone, he slaughtered an entire city in a fit of rage. The righteous path gathered countless experts to hunt him down, but to no avail. He roams wherever he pleases. Ning Xuanwu was terrified. "Oh my God, I've run into devils, the four great madmen, who had long since vanished from the world. Why have they all appeared in front of this small martial arts academy?" Just as Ning Xuanwu was about to flee, a hand grabbed him. "No, it can't be." It was Sun Jiakat, still calmly sipping his tea. Ning Xuanwu thought in horror. Is the martial sect realm this ridiculously powerful? Ling Yaoer and the others, seeing their sect master in trouble, rushed to his aid. These old men are incredibly bizarre. "Quick, help the old master." But they were stopped by a barrier. Ling Yaoer shouted, "A barrier!" Sun Jiakat said angrily, disturbing the senior's peace. He then used some kind of demonic art to create a skull, which made Ling Yaoer's face turn pale with fright. A ring of energy radiated from the skull, causing everyone in the area to explode into a shower of gore, leaving only skeletons behind. Only Ling Yaoer's clothes were blasted off. Ning Xuanwu's face turned ashen as he watched all of his disciples vaporize, leaving only Ling Yaoer. "Greetings, four seniors. I wonder what business the four seniors have with me." Wu Yonghong crossed his legs. His entire body radiated a powerful aura as he asked Ning Xuanwu, "A mere martial king dares to make a move on us." Ning Xuanwu forced a strained smile. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Seniors, please calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. How could I dare to be disrespectful to the four seniors? My intention was to destroy this small martial arts academy." Hearing this, the four of them boiled with rage. Chu Siquang thrust his lion-shaped hand in front of Ning Xuanwu's face and roared, "You dare to target the senior? It seems I cannot spare your life." Ning Xuanwu immediately started slapping himself repeatedly. This junior was young and ignorant. "I regret my mistake more than I can say. I wouldn't dare trouble the four seniors to act. I will cripple myself to atone for my sins." Just as the other three were about to kill Ning Xuanwu, Wu Yonghong stopped them. "Wait, dealing with this brat is easy for us, but it's hard to avoid dirtying the senior's floor. At that time, we will be guilty of failing to protect the senior's peace." Tears and snot streamed down Ning Xuanwu's face. "It seems the senior they speak of is the true master of this academy." Li Mosh then spoke to Ning Xuanwu. "Although you interrupting our enlightenment is extremely detestable, we cannot overstep the senior's authority and deal with you here." Ning Xuanwu immediately kowtowed, his head hitting the ground. This junior knows his crimes are grave. He thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of divine being this senior is to be able to subdue these four great, sin-laden madmen and make them his gatekeepers. Perhaps I can atone for my crimes with merit." Chu Siquang asked, You are Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu Sect. Ning Xuanwu quickly replied, Yes, that's me, senior. Chu Siquan continued. Even if that Ning Jiuqian of yours wasn't dead, he wouldn't dare act so recklessly here. To think a junior like you. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, eh? Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. I forgot, the eggs at the shop next door are on sale today. Knowing that Eoam was approaching, they ordered Ning Xuanwu. Wipe that dog face of yours clean. Don't dirty the senior's sight. Eoam came out the door. Excuse me, I'm just stepping out to buy some groceries. The four of them replied in unison. We are troubling the senior. But as Ning Xuanwu was wiping his face, he broke into a cold sweat when he heard them mention the sir. Sir, Eoam stepped outside to find Ning Xuanwu kneeling on the ground. Wu Yonghong quickly explained, Sir, he's the one. But before he could finish, Eoam cut him off. No need to say more. I know. Ning Xuanwu was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding with fear. He's the sir they were talking about. The one the four great madmen are willing to serve as mere gatekeepers for, and yet, he looks just like an ordinary mortal. He seems completely unremarkable. The man's depth was simply unfathomable to Wu Yonghong, Chu Siquan, and Limaji. Sun Jiej then spoke. So, sir, you knew everything all along. We've said too much. Eoam silently recalled his past life. He was just a kid back then, being hassled by some old man. A young punk like you doesn't know to give up his seat for his elders, he remembered the man saying, to which he had replied, It's fine. But inside, he was thinking, don't old geezers like you get a kick out of picking on a younger generation just to stir up trouble? I've seen it all before. Sun Jiej asked Eoam, Sir, how do you intend to deal with him? The question took Eoam by surprise. Eoam looked at the kneeling Ning Xuanwu, then back at the others. You're asking me? Chu Siquan thought to himself grimly. Your life and death now hang on his every word. Eoam stood before the kneeling Ning Xuanwu. Wu Yonghong spoke up. This is your martial hall, sir. Naturally, your word is law here. Eoam scratched his head. Well, I don't have much to say, but if a mistake has been made, then naturally, there must be consequences. Yifeng's expression grew stern. However, he is still a junior. We should give him a chance to change. After this lesson, whether or not he can become a better man will depend on his own destiny. Also, I'm in a bit of a rush. And with that, he hurried off. You all handle it. His parting words left Ning Xuanwu utterly terrified. As Eoam walked away, he sighed inaudibly. Time to get out of here. Being scrutinized by these old guys is the biggest pain in the neck. Watching Eoam disappear into the distance, Ning Xuanwu thought. Asterisk keys, gone? I'm alive. Asterisk. Chu Siquan and Wu Yonghong were drenched in a cold sweat. That speech from the sir was a test for us. We can continue to observe this man, but we shouldn't waste too much time on him. Sun Jiej and Chu Siquan realized. Limaji was shaken. Asterisk, you all handle it. Asterisk, leaving this matter to us is, in fact, a trial. If we don't handle it properly and end up affecting the sir's reclusive life, our fate will be the same as his. This is the sir's way of expressing his anger. A glimmer of hope sparked in Ning Xuanwu's heart. What's with those grim expressions? Surely, they're going to let me go now, right? Limaji let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. That was too close. This could have grown into a disaster. He added, if the sir worries about even the four of us, why would he personally concern himself with a mere junior? Chu Siquan replied, the sir intended for us to give a light punishment, and we were about to go on a killing spree. Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu was speechless. Wu Yonghong shot a glare at Ning Xuanwu and commanded, your storage pouch. Hand it over. Ning Xuanwu took out the pouch. Fine. As long as I can keep that one last ultimate treasure, I still have a chance to make a comeback. He held out the pouch. Seniors, this contains all the resources of the Xuanwu sect. This junior knows he is worthless, but I hope this can atone for a small part of my transgression. Please accept it. Wu Yonghong took the pouch, tossed it to Limaji, and said, get up. The moment Ning Xuanwu was on his feet, he made a break for it. This junior will take his leave now. I wouldn't dare interrupt your mealtime any longer. But Sun Jiej called out to him. He flicked something dark that embedded itself in Ning Xuanwu's arm, catching him completely by surprise. Sun Jiej explained, that is my heaven's pride poison. In less than 3 days, it will spread from your arm to your entire body. Ning Xuanwu's jaw dropped. What? He thought frantically. Give me a break. I'm already down to one arm. Sun Jiej continued, his eyes cold, glancing at Chu Siquang and Wu Yonghong. You heard the man yourself. This was his will. He didn't wish to take your life directly. Of course, whether you can still stand tall as a man depends entirely on your own fate. With that, Sun Jiej sent Ning Xuanwu flying with a punch to the face. Get lost. Back at the Xuanwu sect, Zhang Sin took a brutal punch to the face from Ning Xuanwu. Sect. Sect Master. It's a misunderstanding. Please spare my life. Ning Xuanwu roared. Misunderstanding? He sent Zhang San's head flying with a single kick. I'll give you a misunderstanding. Ning Xuanwu's rage was so palpable that it made the surrounding disciples tremble in fear. A man in red robes asked, Sect Master, what do we do now? There are only a handful of us left. Should we still seek revenge? And what about the heaven-suppressing stone? And the celestial weave? Are we still going to try and get them back? Hearing the question, the other disciples flinched in shock. Ning Xuanwu sneered. Revenge? With my one remaining arm? This poisoned arm? He stomped on Zhang San's corpse. The grudge between the sect and that martial hall ends here. Anyone else who dares to offend that hall, or anyone in it, will share his fate. Ling Yaoer, clad only in a thin robe, trembled as she asked, Master, when the world is in that martial hall, in the blink of an eye, all of our disciples were wiped out. If my cultivation weren't so high, I'm afraid I would have. Ning Xuanwu's face was ashen as he answered, for martial ancestors. One martial saint. Perhaps even a martial emperor. He continued explaining. In the face of absolute power, we have no choice but to let go of our hatred. A more pressing matter is to guard against the Qingshan sect. Ling Yaoer was confused. Master, what do you mean? Ning Xuanwu sighed. Our Xuanwu sect and the Qingshan sect have both been powers in Jiangsheng for 1,000 years. Bro, don't forget to like and sub, maintaining a delicate balance. Who knew that a hidden powerhouse, a supreme being disguised as a mortal, would suddenly appear in our city? Lu Qingshan has already gotten on his good side and received a peerless divine saber from him. If the Xuanwu sect does nothing, sooner or later, Lu Qingshan will devour us whole. He turned to Ling Yaoer. Therefore, we must also do everything in our power to get on that young man's good side. At the very least, we must match what Lu Qingshan has done. He continued, with your beauty and determination, you must seduce him. Become his woman. Ling Yaoer's face flushed crimson. Ning Xuanwu said, I know. This is a difficult thing to ask of you. I have always seen you as my own daughter. But now, the entire future of the Xuanwu sect rests on your shoulders. Ling Yaoer replied hesitantly. It's not that I'm unwilling, Master. I'm just afraid that he won't even give me a second glance. Hearing this, Ning Xuanwu's tone sharpened. Since you were a child, have I ever taught you the meaning of fear, Yaoer? Those who accomplish great things need one thing, courage. I know you've always admired the strong. This is hardly a loss for you. If you get bogged down by sentimentality and lose sight of the bigger picture, how can I ever entrust the Xuanwu sect to you? Ling Yaoer was left speechless. She weighed her options in her heart. Finally, with resolve in her eyes, she spoke. Master, your disciple understands. Meanwhile, at the Jiangping Merchant Guild, Mao Lin looked helpless, his face grim. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Father, why this sudden summons? As Mao Yuner entered, Mao Lin asked, Daughter, let me ask you something. What are your thoughts on the author of Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure? Mao Yuner answered shyly, I've never met the man. I only know him through his writing, but I'm certain he must be a dashing and elegant gentleman. Mao Lin gave a faint smile, but it quickly faded into a cold expression. To be frank, the Baofeng Merchant Guild has already surpassed us, solely by selling his supreme treasure, and now the first-class Merchant Guild evaluations are about to begin. He continued his explanation. Therefore, I need you to go and form a connection with this Eoam. Even if, he thought to himself, at first, one wrong move, and now I have to resort to selling my own daughter for a sliver of a chance at survival. Mao Yuner replied, Father, you don't need to say anything else. I understand. Mao Yuner added bashfully, Mr. is a good man. I am willing. Somewhere else, Ling Yaoer thought to herself. This super honey trap plan of mine looks like it's now a two-woman race. We'll have to see if he can swallow it. Zhongqing and Yifeng stood at the door, watching Wang Kai, who had a goofy, blissful expression, happily playing with the pile of treasures. He said cheerfully, "These items were all left for the boss by those 4 old men. They said it was partly on your instructions, and partly as a down payment for the scratching rake from before." Wang Kai was so engrossed in the treasures that he didn't even notice the 2 people behind him. It's all treasure. For a normal cultivator, getting just one of these is harder than climbing to the heavens. The master didn't even have to lift a finger, and he's already got a whole pile of them. As expected of my master. Yifeng walked over and sat down by the pile of treasures. Next to Wang Kai, Yifeng picked up a staff that looked like Sakura's wand. His face was a picture of helplessness as he sighed and said, "What down payment for a scratching rake? He should have just given me money. What's the point of giving me a pile of junk? I'm not a dog. What am I supposed to do with this?" Suddenly, Yifeng saw an umbrella with intricate characters on it. His face showed extreme surprise. This is Wang Kai, who had been goofing around with the treasures, was also startled. He pricked up his ears to hear what Yifeng was about to say. Unexpectedly, Yifeng suddenly adopted a demure posture. His face flushed with a shy blush. He held the umbrella and sang. Under the green city mountain, the white maiden by Sujin cultivated her body for 1,000 years in a cave. This performance and expression from Yifeng left Zhongqing, who was watching nearby, speechless. Wang Kai, on the other hand, had his mouth agape, unable to believe his master had just sung. He admired Yifeng even more. Yifeng, feeling he had just made a fool of himself, said embarrassedly, "All right, you guys wouldn't understand. This is a form of art called cosplay. Now, take this pile of junk to the storage room for me." A while later, after a flurry of activity, Zhongqing and Wang Kai, carrying things in their paws and hands, had finished cleaning up the mess. Suddenly, Wang Kai yelped. His face showed fear as he thought frantically, "What's going on?" Ever since the senior went through that door, a deep and terrifying aura has been emanating from inside. It turned out that in front of Wang Kai was a wall. There was a hole in the wall, and a dark, menacing aura was seeping out, glaring at him, leaving him frozen in fear. Yifeng, on the other hand, was lounging comfortably on a bamboo couch. Seeing Wang Kai's behavior, Yifeng reached out and patted his head, saying, "Good boy." Wang Kai could only whimper gratefully. He tried to warn Yifeng, but it seemed he didn't notice Wang Kai's unusual behavior. It seems the senior didn't notice this aura at all. But inside, what is really hidden in there? In the storage room, the sound of Wang Kai's commotion could be heard. It's locked tight. It probably can't get out, right? Hurried footsteps. Then, 2 people came to a stop. A man's voice asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Ye home?" Eoam of the Baofeng Merchant Guild has come specially to deliver an invitation to the upcoming poetry festival. It was Luo Lanxue and Eoam. Luo Lanxue, with a serious expression, instructed Eoam. "When you speak to the master later, you must be extremely careful. The master is living in seclusion in Jiangping City, arranging a grand plan while also experiencing the life of a mortal. These 2 points are major taboos. Do not offend him." Eoam, looking like he understood, nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I understand." As they were talking, they were startled by the sound of a door opening. This made them jump. Yifeng looked at them with a confused and curious expression, asking. The standards for participating in the poetry festival were always very high in previous years. Why are they handing out invitations to everyone this year? Eoam replied, his hands flailing about, unable to hide his nervousness. "You just master. Your book, The Supreme Treasure, is now in everyone's hands. Its literary significance has been widely recognized. You have leaped to become the leading literary figure in Jiangping City, a hot new star in the literary world. If the master would grace the festival with his presence, it would be a great blessing for the talented youths of Jiangping." He held out his 2 hands in front of Yifeng. In his hands was an invitation. Yifeng stared at the invitation in his hands, thinking. Then, Yifeng reached out and took the letter, saying, "All right, in that case, I'll go and take a look." His acceptance of the invitation made Luo Lanxue and Eoam breathe a sigh of relief. As for Yifeng, he put on a profound expression. But in his mind, he began to scheme. I have to go and see for myself. Is the literary culture of this other world deeper? Or is my 5,000-year-old Yin Huang foundation stronger? At the riverbank, a large crowd of people had gathered. The annual poetry festival finally kicked off on the banks of the Chunchi River. This place had gathered all the talented young people of Jiangping City. Here, strength does not matter. Family status is not distinguished. Only literature is used to judge one's style. The crowd pushed and shoved, urging, hurry, hurry, hurry. The four great talents of Jiangping are about to compose poetry. On the pavilion appeared four men, dressed flamboyantly, considered the four great talents, and they began to compose poetry. A friend has come from afar. No matter how far, I will kill them. Heaven has a path, but you do not take it. The sea of learning has no shore, yet you plunge in. I want to be with you forever, but you tell me you are immortal. Hearing this, Yufeng took off his glasses to look at the four great talents. His face showed contempt. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. In contrast to him, the crowd of spectators, upon hearing them, were all filled with admiration, shouting and cheering. One of them shouted, "Is this the world of the strong?" Yifeng, standing next to him, could only look at him in speechless silence. Looking at him like that, Yifeng couldn't contain his irritation. His face contorted with anger as he grabbed the man by the collar and yelled in his face, "Get a grip." Then Yifeng turned and walked away in a huff. Yifeng didn't notice a group of people chattering and composing poetry nearby. They were approaching a young woman. A man's voice said, "Being emotionally affected by someone is very annoying, but it can also be very sweet. Look, I've already laid myself bare." Bare what? If you can't have it, your intentions are hard to fathom. Ling Yaoer looked smug, a smirk on her face. She looked down on the men surrounding her. She looked at Yifeng's retreating back. As she watched, she schemed. "I've thoroughly investigated your daily routine. In order not to ruin your original plan of experiencing mortal life, I will use the methods of a mortal to approach you." Suddenly, she stumbled forward, deliberately crying out loudly, "I've twisted my ankle." Yifeng, who was walking by, looked at her with a blank, uncomprehending expression. Seeing her plan was about to succeed, she smugly mocked herself. "No one has ever escaped the trap of my beauty. I refuse to believe you won't be moved." Faced with someone about to fall on him, Yifeng calmed himself and shouted, "Not good." He hurriedly dodged. Ling Yaoer, thinking she was about to succeed, was overjoyed. She had fallen into someone's arms. But it wasn't Yifeng. The four great talents had caught her as she fell into their arms. As for Yifeng, he had seriously sidestepped behind them. That was close. The four great talents, having caught the beauty, looked at her with lustful expressions and said, "My lady, if that's the case, why not fall into our arms?" What greeted them were punches from the beauty. They were kicked into the sky, but still managed to shout, "I'll take care of you." Ling Yaoer suddenly realized her plan had failed. Her face showed disbelief that Yifeng hadn't fallen for her trap. Yifeng had just dodged one disaster only to run into another. He had just avoided Ling Yaoer when a hurried voice called out to him, "Mr. E, I've finally found you." Yifeng turned with a bewildered expression to see a beautiful young woman holding his magnificent painting. She looked delicate. She shyly introduced herself to Yifeng. "This humble girl is Mao Yuner of the Pingjiang Merchant Guild." In response to her invitation, Yifeng coldly replied, "Hello." Then he turned away, his face showing dislike and annoyance. He thought, the Pingjiang Merchant Guild again. Mao Yuner was surprised by Yifeng's attitude toward her. Her face showed clear disbelief. She was so upset she almost burst into tears. She still refused to give up. She desperately tried to hold on to Yifeng. "Mr. E." A contemptuous voice cut her off. "Just you tried to attract the master's attention? How ridiculous." She turned angrily and snapped, "You're the one who's ridiculous. Who are you?" Ling Yaoer couldn't help but sneer. She looked at Mao Yuner with a face that scorned someone not on her level, saying, "I'm a figure you can never hope to catch up to. You want to get your hands on the master? You're not worthy." Mao Yuner was so angry, she started to quote poetry. "Otling Yoa? You." One of the men in the crowd commented with a look of disbelief. "This young man has an ordinary appearance, but he's caught the eye of two great beauties at the same time." The person next to him was so jealous that his head turned into a lemon. he said with a sour heart. On the lemon tree, there is a green lemon. Under the lemon tree, there is you and me. Hearing his words, the man couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praise him. Wow, your poem is so good, brother. The man with the lemon head replied shyly, Oh dear. You flatter me, brother. Suddenly, a voice called out, Eoam. Hearing the call, Eoam turned to see Peng Ying calling him. She walked up to him and scolded him. You leech. Why do you keep haunting me? If Brother Wujia sees this again, do you have to ruin everything I've worked so hard for? Eoam showed a disinterested face and turned to leave. Seeing that Eoam was ignoring her, Peng Ying became even angrier. She pointed her finger at him and said, After humiliating me like this, you think you can just walk away? In response, Eoam maintained his indifferent expression and said, Between you and me, there's nothing to talk about. Hearing Feng's words, Peng Ying grew even more furious. Her face contorted with a terrifying expression as she pointed at him and cursed. You're still so full of yourself. Do you think just because of one book and having Luo launch you as your backer, you can make me change my mind? Don't forget, at the end of the day, you're just a mortal, a person who will forever be trash, living at the bottom of society. But me, I'm a disciple of the Qingshan sect, a cultivator. You will never be worthy of me. Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but look at him with curious eyes. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Peng Ying suddenly didn't know what else to say. Eoam didn't even turn to look at her, simply waving his hand and saying, Your acting is very good, but I won't turn around for you. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Let's not meet again. Suddenly, Peng Ying grabbed his shoulder. She continued to screech, I hate this pretentious act of yours the most. An ant like you is only worthy of staying in that rundown hall for the rest of your life. Living at the bottom, not even a single girl would notice you. Suddenly, Eoam turned his face. But before he could do anything, a slap landed squarely on Peng Ying's face. She couldn't react in time and took the full force of the blow. The owner of that slap was Mao Yuner. Eoam was also surprised by this turn of events. Having just been slapped, Peng Ying flew into a rage. A red aura emanated from her. Her eyes widened as she stared at Mao Yuner and said, You dare to hit me? Seeing her powerful aura, the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She's a cultivator. Mao Yuner, seeing her imposing presence, couldn't help but feel afraid and hid behind Eoam, saying fearfully, Mr. E. At this moment, Peng Ying saw Mao Yuner's fear. Seeing her, she became even more arrogant. She thought smugly to herself, The pressure of a 9th-level martial practitioner like me is enough to crush. You mortals, you must all grovel at my feet. As she thought this, her aura grew even stronger. Suddenly, a hand struck her squarely in the face. It was so unexpected that she couldn't avoid it and cried out, Ouch! The one who hit her was none other than Ling Yaoer. Seeing Ling Yaoer, Peng Ying could only grit her teeth. She spat out in anger. Ling Yaoer put on a contemptuous expression. She looked her up and down disdainfully and said, I'm also a fan of mystery. Hearing this, Peng Ying grew even more furious. A dangerous glint appeared in her eyes as she shrieked, Another fan? It's just a book. Why are all these women acting like possessed demons? Why does everyone treat Eoam like some untouchable saint? Suddenly, she stood up, her face twisted into a sinister, dangerous smile. She gathered energy in her hand, preparing to strike. She smiled slyly and said, What a pity. No matter how beautiful a treasure is, it's still just a piece of trash. Just like him, with not a shred of cultivation. She thought smugly to herself, He won't be able to withstand a single blow. Peng Ying's aura intensified. She exuded a dangerous air. But in complete contrast, Ling Yaoer showed no fear at all, and even winked flirtatiously at Eoam, saying sweetly, Something like this doesn't require the master to act. Just leave it to me. Her expression as she spoke, full of flirtatious intent, left Eoam frozen and speechless. Mao Yuner, on the other hand, was not happy and said irritably. Annoyed, she berated Peng Ying. Are you taking advantage of someone's misfortune? At this moment, Peng Ying shouted, It's too late for regrets now. Weren't you so eager to hit me just now? Now kneel before me. Mao Yuner, frightened, shut her eyes and shook her head repeatedly. Seeing this, Peng Ying couldn't contain her anger and swung her sword at Mao Yuner. Still not kneeling? The sword slashed right past Mao Yuner, causing her to fall to the side in fear, screaming. Peng Ying became even more smug. An ant is still an ant. Look how scared she is. After scaring Mao Yuner, she turned her attention to Ling Yaoer. Her eyes showed a venomous hatred. She looked like she wanted to eat Ling Yaoer alive. This bitch hit me even harder just now. I have to hit her back twice as hard. Ling Yaoer responded with an indifferent expression and contemptuous eyes. Suddenly, Peng Ying drew her sword and attacked, stabbing straight at Ling Yaoer. But her face showed an expression of utter disbelief. She couldn't believe her sword had been stopped by Ling Yaoer's 2 fingers. Peng Ying shouted in disbelief. How could you block my sword? Ling Yaoer then used her 2 fingers to make Peng Ying's sword spin in circles. Panicked, she couldn't hold onto her sword. And so, the sword was sent flying. Ling Yaoer used her eyes to look down on Peng Ying and said, Is your sword that hard to block? A 9th-level martial practitioner who can't even hold onto her own sword. Are you even worthy of being a cultivator? Faced with Ling Yaoer's questioning, Peng Ying could only hold her swollen hand and tremble. Ling Yaoer, losing her patience, raised her hand and slapped Peng Ying squarely in the face. She said as she hit her, Answer me, are you worthy? Peng Ying, being slapped repeatedly, could only say resentfully, You. In response, she received more slaps from Ling Yaoer and a curse. You what you? Peng Ying wanted to argue back, but as soon as she spoke, she was met with a mocking face and taunting words from Ling Yaoer. Tell me, with such a pitiful level of cultivation, are you even worthy of being called a cultivator? Seeing Ling Yaoer's imposing presence, Peng Ying clutched her face, which was now swollen like a pig's head, and answered meekly, I'm not worthy. In response, she received a compliment from Ling Yaoer. Good. Followed by a kick straight to the face. Yifeng, hiding behind a wall, had a gossipy expression on his face, enjoying the show like a nosy old lady. Women fighting is truly terrifying. The people around, just like Yifeng, were standing around watching the fun. Seeing Peng Ying fall into the water, they couldn't help but exclaim, like a horror movie. Ling Yaoer, after kicking Peng Ying straight into the river, turned back, clasped her hands, and bowed respectfully to Yifeng, her face showing reverence as she said, Greetings, sir. Yifeng, flustered, scratched his head. Then he clasped his hands in return and replied with a bright smile. I remember you. Thank you for your help. As he spoke, he thought to himself, Last time at the martial hall, she was acting so strange. And this time, she even pretended to fall. It must be because of the book I wrote. What a drama queen. Hearing Yifeng say he recognized her, Ling Yaoer couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, Sir. She was overjoyed. She thought happily to herself. He actually recognized me. So that's why he was so cold to me just now. To me like that. Yifeng smiled, his face radiant as he said, It's nothing. Don't worry about it. And thank you as well, Miss Yuner, for helping me out of that situation. The atmosphere between the 3 of them made the 2 young ladies, Mao Yuner and Ling Yaoer, both shy and flustered. Their faces flushed red. Ling Yaoer looked at Yifeng's distant manner and thought to herself, It makes sense. In front of a reclusive master like him, let alone a small fry like me, I'm afraid even the entire Xuanwu sect wouldn't be worthy of his attention. As for Mao Yuner, when she heard Yifeng thank her, her body started to squirm and twist. She said with a delicate and shy expression, You're too kind, sir. Yuner is of humble status. I couldn't do much. I've truly made a fool of myself in front of you, sir. Yifeng's smile blossomed. He replied cheerfully, Don't say that. To show my gratitude, let me treat you 2 to a meal tonight. Hearing Yifeng's invitation, the 2 young ladies were so surprised and happy they were on the verge of tears. They replied in unison, This humble girl respectfully accepts. Seeing the 2 beautiful ladies smiling and going to eat with Yifeng, the surrounding men couldn't help but feel jealous, biting their handkerchiefs and saying, Why do you have to show us these things? On the lakeshore, Peng Ying, soaking wet, was sitting and sobbing. Suddenly, a male figure appeared. Ying. Peng Ying happily turned her head and called out tearfully, Brother Wujia. Unexpectedly greeted by a face swollen like a pig's head. Calling him brother, made Wujia jump in fright. He didn't hold back and punched Peng Ying straight in the face, shouting angrily, "Who the hell are you? You stole my Ingner's clothes." Peng Ying, feeling wronged, cried as she knelt down and grabbed the corner of Wujia's shirt. "Brother Wujia, it's me, Ying. It was them. Yifeng and his fans ganged up on me. You have to help me get revenge." Hearing Peng Ying's words, his face darkened. His eyes lit up. The veins on his forehead bulged, showing his anger had reached its peak. Then he suddenly kicked Peng Ying, sending her flying. He shouted angrily, "Your face is a mess, and you still want me to help you? Too bad. I haven't even had my fun with you yet. Pathetic." He spat on the ground, a clear sign of his contempt for her. Peng Ying was already beaten down, but this was a heavier blow. Her injuries were so severe, she couldn't even lift her head. She thought in disbelief, "Is this how you've always seen me? Was it all a lie? So you're all the same. You see me as less than an ant, something you can crush whenever you please." She couldn't help but glare at Wu Jie with resentment. "The way you're looking at me now, you're no different from the rest of them." She remembered the looks. The scorn from Luo Lanxue, from Ling Yaoni. The memory only fueled her seething hatred. But where did I go wrong? I just wanted to cultivate. I wanted to take back what was mine. I wanted people to notice me. I wanted a better, brighter future. Was I too greedy? Her voice broke, the resentment turning into heaving sobs. Suddenly, she lunged, grabbing onto Wu Jie. As her hands closed around him, she screamed, "You see me as trash? You trample all over me?" Caught off guard, Wu Jie couldn't dodge. All he could do was yell, "Let go of me, you bitch." But it was too late. She dragged him down into the water with her. As she pulled him under, she spoke, her voice laced with venom. "I'll stick to you forever. You will never, ever be free of me. If there's a next life, I'll make every single one of you pay." It was a beautiful day with clear blue skies and a warm, golden sun. Yifeng noticed his beloved dog, Wang Kai, trembling in a corner, which immediately caught his attention. He rushed over, rubbing his face against the dog's fur, cooing affectionately. "Wang Kai, you've been acting a little strange lately, haven't you?" Poor Wang Kai could only whimper, "Arf woof." Seeing his dog's odd behavior, Yifeng glanced toward the doghouse. "Don't tell me." As if he understood exactly why his dog was acting so strangely, his eyes lit up and he shot a look back at Wang Kai. Yifeng looked into Wang Kai's shimmering, tear-filled eyes and made a promise. "I know what you're thinking. I'll figure something out for you. For now, just try to bear with it for a little while." Yifeng looked Wang Kai over, his eyes narrowing in thought. "The more I look, the more it makes sense. What's there to even question? It's obvious. He's in heat." Zhongqing was sweeping the courtyard when he saw him and called out loudly, "Master, you've returned. Was the Poetry Grand Tournament interesting?" Yifeng put Wang Kai down and walked over to chat with Zhongqing, a faint smile on his face. "Honestly, playing Fight the Landlord with the ladies at the Yihong brothel is more fun." Hearing such adult matters, Zhongqing's face turned beet red, steam practically coming out of his ears. Yifeng quickly moved on, looking for some amusement. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen those ladies in a while. It's still early, anyway. Guess I'll go find them to help pass the time." Zhongqing's hands trembled as he gripped the broom. He mumbled, "Master." He shyly averted his gaze, looking away. His face was still slightly flushed. Zhongqing asked timidly, "Is playing Fight the Landlord really that fun?" Yifeng just chuckled and ruffled Zhongqing's hair. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Zhongqing mumbled shyly, "Master, I think I do understand." He recalled the sights of the ladies from the Yihong brothel beckoning to customers, thinking to himself, "Because every time I pass by that place, I always see those young ladies with those men." He muttered with a hint of disappointment, "I want to play too." A faint golden light began to emanate from Yifeng's body. His expression turned serious. "In this entire world, there's only one deck of poker cards, and it came from my own hands. The game of Fight the Landlord was personally taught to those girls by me. It's not a game you can just pick up whenever you want." Time passed quickly, and the sun began to set. Ling Yaoni walked down the street, her ample chest drawing the eyes of a man in the village, much to his wife's stone-faced displeasure. The man immediately got a punch from his wife that sent blood spurting from his nose. Her figure was so stunning it even turned the head of a passing emperor. Seeing this, Ling Yaoni walked with even more confidence, her revealing pink dress showing off her curves perfectly. Ling Yaoni smirked. Yinner may be clumsy, but her looks and figure are nothing to scoff at, and I can't predict Sir Yi's tastes. I have to beat her to the punch and build some kind of relationship with him first. Only then can I gain the upper hand. Ling Yaoni quickly arrived at the gate, thinking to herself, this martial arts hall hasn't changed a bit, but this time it feels different, and its master has changed from an enemy into my prey. Ling Yaoni recalled Ning Xuanwu's instructions. This dinner is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want you to use every skill you have to make him yours. I am entrusting the future of the Xuanwu sect to you. Ling Yaoni stepped through the gate and announced loudly, I'm the humble Yaoni. I was fortunate enough to befriend Sir, and I would not dare to forget my manners. I'll come to pay my respects. Nearby, the dog sniffed the air, then wrinkled its nose, thinking, this scent, it's not the normal perfume of a mortal. Zhongqing came out to greet her, scratching his head. I'm so sorry. Our master isn't home right now. I'll let him know you stopped by when he returns. Ling Yaoni raised a hand to her mouth, murmuring, he's not here, but we just saw each other this morning. I thought for sure he'd be home. Zhongqing turned away awkwardly and mumbled, Master. He went to the Yihong brothel to play Fight the Landlord with the young ladies. Curious, Ling Yaoni moved closer to him. Little brother, could you tell me something? What exactly is Fight the Landlord? Zhongqing stammered, gripping the doorframe tightly. He didn't dare to speak. It's... Ling Yaoni pressed him. Go on, tell me. Zhongqing summoned all his courage and shouted. It's that stuff between men and women. Hearing this, Ling Yaoni's face flushed slightly. She let out a knowing oh. Well, little brother, I didn't realize you were so well informed. Thanks for the tip today. Someday, I'll introduce you to a girl. At that, Zhongqing got so embarrassed he bolted back into the house. We can talk about that later. You should probably head home for now. I still have to practice. Ling Yaoni chuckled to herself. Interesting. At first, I was worried that a master of his level wouldn't care for the pleasures of the flesh. Who knew that beneath that refined exterior, he's actually quite the degenerate. Ling Yaoni stood still, her eyes fixed on a tattered rag fluttering in the breeze. Using her magic, she secretly pulled the rag into her hand. Suddenly, Wang Kai barked. Woof woof. Ling Yaoni jumped. What was that sound? Zhongqing yelled, a thief. He charged forward with a cleaver, absolutely furious. And here I was, thinking you were pretty. I don't need you to introduce me to any girls. Ling Yaoni gave a forced smile, clutching the rag. Little brother, it's just a cleaning rag. Zhongqing wasn't having it. He yelled at her. Put the rag down. Ling Yaoni dropped the act, looking down on him with contempt. What can a little kid like you do? Enraged, Zhongqing raised the cleaver and pointed it straight at Ling Yaoni's face. I said, put the rag down. Ling Yaoni's expression changed instantly to one of terror. She collapsed to the ground, her mind racing. This is insane. The heaven-suppressing rock and this robe are both imperial-grade treasures. But their power is nothing compared to the aura of that cleaver. This meat cleaver, it's an ancestral-grade weapon. Or maybe even saintly grade. Trembling, Ling Yaoni quickly held the rag out to him. Here, you can have it back. I won't do it again, I swear. Zhongqing angrily snatched the rag back. Don't you ever think about stealing anything under my watch again. Not even a floor rag. Not even a single one of Wang Kai's hairs. He warned her with grave seriousness. This is my home, the warmest place I know. Master Wang Kai. Everything here, I have sworn to protect it with my life. Listening from the side, the dog felt a little touched. That was a pretty meaningful speech. But why do I feel a little insulted? Zhongqing turned and walked away. If there's a next time, I absolutely will not forgive you. Ling Yaoni hastily bowed in apology. I understand. I won't make the same mistake again. Wang Kai trotted over, smirking at her. A pathetic little martial spirit daring to cause a scene at our door. Ling Yaoni's eyes flashed with anger as she glared at the dog. I can let it go with that boy. He's the master's disciple, after all. But you, a mere dog? You dare to bully me just because your master's nearby? You think you can act tough on your own turf? Seeing her anger, the dog became furious. A light glowed on its head as it prepared to attack. Damn it, this brat still hasn't learned her lesson. Woof woof. A beam of magic shot out, piercing straight through Ling Yaoni's chest. Her eyes flew wide in disbelief. What? I was just by a dog. Ling Yaoni collapsed heavily to the ground. She scrambled backward in terror. Trembling, she thought to herself, impossible. That is definitely not a dog. Is that the legendary heaven-devouring demon wolf? This martial arts hall is unfathomably deep. I was too reckless this time. Tonight, I must do my best to win over Mr. E. Only then can we resolve this. At the Pingjiang Merchant Guild, Mao Lin explained the use of the vial on the table. This bottle of spring blossom powder is even more effective than a 4-hour rocket. He glanced at his daughter. If you want, tonight is the best opportunity to make the rice cooked. Mao Yunyi's face flushed red as she stared at the vial. How could I not want it? Seeing the master in person today, I realized he is a very charming person. I absolutely cannot let her snatch him away. At the Eoam courtyard, the soft voice of a courtesan echoed through the room. Master E. She arched her back to show off her ample bosom. She looked incredibly seductive. I'm ready. Yifeng and the courtesan were having a strange conversation behind the screen. The girl moaned, it hurts. Be a little gentler. Yifeng comforted her. Mine's a little big. Just bear with it for a bit. The girl winked at him with a smile. Don't say no. Take it off and let's see. The girl outside, thinking they were doing something indecent, kicked the door open and burst in. The Eoam courtyard sells art, not bodies. Let's see who dares to break the rules. It turned out not to be what the girl thought. The 3 people inside were playing cards. The long-haired girl, her face covered in paper notes, said dejectedly, pair of 3s. Pay up. Yifeng was holding a note, ready to stick it on the other girl. The girl let out a cry. After playing his fill, Yifeng went out onto the balcony to think. Should I act friendly or be a cool guy later? He was having a hard time making a choice. After all, they're fans of my book. Should I act a bit like an idol? This is so difficult. Wang Xian appeared out of nowhere beside him and started a conversation nonchalantly. My friend, you seem to be having some trouble. Looking at his expression, I'm sure you're also waiting for a certain young lady, right? Yifeng was a little startled and looked at the man, then nodded. Wang Xian glanced at him as if he understood everything. My name is Wang Xian. Just like you, my friend. My girl is really hard to get. It took me a full 3 months for her to agree to meet me. But thinking of her beauty, it's worth it. A pair of slender legs in pink shoes walked toward the 2 of them. It was the girl who had a date with Wang Xian. Although she had a beautiful figure, her face was not very pleasing to the public. Wang Xian was excited. He waved his hand continuously and said confidently to Yifeng, Xiaoyu. I wasn't exaggerating, was I? With this figure and beauty, there aren't many like her in our Pingjiang city. Wang Xian quickly went over and put his arm around the beauty's shoulder, and they left. Xiaoyu asked him curiously, do you know that person? Wang Xian said disdainfully, just met him. Look at his silly expression. And he says he's waiting for a young lady. Any girl who falls for him must be of the cat meow meow type. The voice of a waiter reached Wang Xian's ears, making him stop in his tracks. Oh, the great Miss Mao is gracing us with her presence. Yin'er and Ling Yaoer walked in together, and the 2 beauties immediately attracted the gazes of all the men. The waiter excitedly led the 2 of them upstairs. He couldn't stop praising them. Your presence illuminates this humble establishment. Are you 2 sitting at the same table? As expected of Miss Mao's friend. You are no ordinary person either. Yifeng saw the person he was waiting for, and raised his hand in greeting. Yin'er and Ling Yaoer politely bowed in their own ways. Sir, the waiter beside them beamed with joy. So you 2 are Mr. Yi's esteemed guests. Mr. E is very generous. He chose the best seat in our establishment. But this is only fitting for the status of the 3 of you. Wang Xian, on the side, smiled faintly. It was as if his eyes had been opened. In the end, it was I who was shallow. He thought to himself, he and I are not on the same level at all. The 3 of them quickly ordered their food and sat down to eat. Yin'er wanted to win him over and served him some food. Sir, eat this. Ling Yaoer, on the side, smiled faintly and said to herself, humph. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. In the face of sexy, acting cute is useless. Ling Yaoer leaned forward slightly, letting her 2 large watermelons press against the dining table. She blushed and smiled at Yifeng. A toast to you, sir. Yifeng didn't refuse and grabbed the cup of wine from her hand. He happily chugged the entire cup in one go. He thought, we're starting with drinks right off the bat. I absolutely cannot back down. Ling Yaoer smiled at him with a meaningful look, thinking to herself, drink my wine, and tonight you are mine. Yinner, not to be outdone, serve him some food. Sir, try this. She moved closer, pressing her chest against his arm. Wine should be drunk slowly. Don't get drunk, or someone might take advantage of you. Feng frowned, pouting as he hurriedly refused. That's not necessary. He broke out in a sweat, his lips pressed tightly together as he wondered. Am I about to become a main character in some story? Yifeng, wake up. Don't be fooled by their beauty. 2D is the best. Waifus are the best. Ling Yaoer, without him realizing, had already pressed her 2 watermelons against his face. She reached out and massaged his shoulders. Sir, you must be tired from the journey here. Let me give you a massage. Being touched by a beautiful woman, Yifeng couldn't help but put on a perverted, satisfied expression. He moaned in his head, Kimochi, Azi de Fak. God bless. This body is about to explode. Yinner came over, took off his shoe, and lifted his foot to massage it. Speaking of relieving fatigue, I've had a bit of practice. Guaranteed quality, even better than those Moscow aunties. Hearing herself being called an auntie, Ling Yaoer's face darkened. Yifeng was startled when he saw her holding his foot and hurriedly tried to stop her. Miss! Yinner massaged his foot firmly, down to the bone. Don't say anything. Just feel it. This made his eyes widen. He bit his finger to endure the pain. He had to encourage himself in his head. I absolutely cannot cry out. If I cry out, I lose. He solemnly swore as a man. If I can't even handle this little bit of force, wouldn't I be a laughingstock to these young ladies? Foam! Before he could finish his thought, he was massaged by Yinner until he was writhing in pain. Ouch, 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 it hurts so much. Oh! Yifeng, angry at being tormented, stood up and shouted. Are you two done playing? Ling Yaoer didn't understand why she was also being reprimanded. Why me too? After scolding them, Yifeng turned back around. You two don't mind me. I didn't mean to snap at you. It's just that I'm not used to this kind of thing. Yinner and Ling Yaoer glared at each other, facing off. Neither was willing to yield to the other. Ling Yaoer attacked first. Her plump lips uttered a sweet, melodious sound, calling him to turn back. Sir, hearing her call, Yifeng turned to look. She looked at him with a shy, blushing face. Tonight, let's you and I play. Fight the Landlord. Yifeng was silent for a moment, then asked, Have you played Fight the Landlord before? Ling Yaoer shyly wriggled and shook her head. No, I can assure you, I've never played Fight the Landlord before. This time, playing Fight the Landlord with you, sir, will be my first. Yifeng smiled with interest at her and reminded her. This game can be very addictive. If you want, we can play tonight. But you have to promise that you won't cry while we play. Then we can open a room to play. No quitting in the middle, no matter what. Ling Yaoer's face was flushed with embarrassment. She awkwardly raised her hand to cover her face, unable to believe he had said that. She thought, how could he say that out loud? But if he's really that impressive, will I be able to handle it? Yifeng added, but if we want to play Fight the Landlord, the two of us aren't enough. He glanced over at Yinner. It has to be 3 people. So, Miss Yinner, you should come too. Yinner, having been invited by him, immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I can't let you two be alone. Ling Yaoer was startled, her eyes wide as she stared at him. She was flustered. My heavens! Play. It's that big. Does he even know what he's saying? Ling Yaoer stammered, Sir, you want the 3 of us to fight the landlord? Yifeng looked at her seriously and confirmed, Of course. If we're playing Fight the Landlord, we need at least 3 people. Of course, if we have a full table. 4 is fine too. If it's Fight the Landlord, at least 3 people are needed. Of course, if it's full. For people will be fine. For people is fine. Ling Yaoer forced a smile, her whole body trembling. Wow, so this is how powerful you are, sir. Truly impressive. Yifeng pursed his lips. What's so impressive about this? This is just how it normally is. Yifeng called out, Waiter, little air. Guess a private room, and send someone to my martial arts hall. Ask my disciple for a few props for Fight the Landlord. Ling Yaoer, who was taking a sip of wine, couldn't help but spray it all out. Yifeng looked over at Yinner. Do you need me to teach you a little? Yinner nodded happily. MHM. Ling Yaoer frantically wiped her mouth, thinking in confusion. It even requires props? I think I'm starting to see his true nature. He may look simple on the outside, but he's a total old pervert. Luckily, I'm not in this alone. Yifeng left the table. I'm going to wash my hands. Once he was gone, Yinner turned to Ling Yaoni. Fight the landlord, is that right? We shouldn't overthink it. For now, let's put our personal feelings aside and focus on serving Suri well. Yinner pulled out a small vial she had hidden and poured its contents into Feng's wine cup. The two of us are going to need this. Ling Yaoni went to the window. She burned a paper talisman to send a message back to her sect, while Yinner used a messenger to report back to her father. The burnt paper quickly rematerialized in Ning Xuanwu's hands. Her voice echoed from it. Tonight, I will be with Suri. After tonight, everything will be settled. Ning Xuanwu burst into triumphant laughter. That old fool from Qingshan. So what if he got there first and earned his trust? My Xuanwu sect may have come later, but we get the prize first. In the end, we still win. The portly man beside him asked, confused, Sect Master, what's happened to make you so excited? He announced loudly for everyone to hear. Yaoni has captured the man from the foot of the mountain. After tonight, Yaoni will officially be his woman. The grudges between us will be wiped clean, and my Xuanwu sect will gain unimaginable benefits. Everyone erupted in excitement. Really? That's fantastic. Doesn't that mean that in all of Jiangping, our Xuanwu sect will be number one? They cheered, imagining their rise to the top. And that bunch from Qingshan? They're nothing but worthless scum. At the Pingjiang Merchant Guild, Mao Lin was in the middle of an important meeting. A messenger approached and whispered into his ear. The young miss asked me to report to the guild master. The spring flower powder has taken effect. By dawn, everything will be settled. A sharp-nosed old man beside him grumbled. Shouldn't we be figuring out how to solve our current problem? You need to take some responsibility, guild master. Mao Lin paid him no mind, completely thrilled by the news. He was so excited he slammed his foot on the table and yelled, Excellent! A man with his hair in a bun asked curiously, Guild master? What's happened to make you so excited? The sharp-nosed man guessed. Could it be that the guild master has thought of a way to counter the influence of those books? From the Baofeng Merchant Guild? The man with the bun sighed wearily. If not, we'll have to start discussing a replacement for the guild master. Mao Lin scoffed. Replace me? In the end, isn't this all because of one insignificant Eoam? What a joke. Mao Lin, feeling victorious and fearless, spoke plainly. Let me be frank with all of you. My daughter and Eoam are about to become family. From now on, when he sees me, he'll have to respectfully call me father-in-law. Everyone was stunned. What? Is this true? Mao Lin was displeased that they doubted him. He glared at them. Would I lie about something as important as my own daughter's future? Standing tall, Mao Lin felt like he was on top of the world. He's my son-in-law now, so it's only natural that he would contribute his efforts to the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. The man with the bun changed his tune in an instant. It's clear our merchant guild must rely on your long-term guidance, guild master. Only then will our future be bright. The sharp-nosed man also hurried to suck up to him. The guild master truly is in a class of his own. Why didn't you share such wonderful news sooner? You had us all worry for nothing. Back at Feng's room, everything was ready. He patted the table to test its durability. This table is sturdy enough. Let's go, he thought with great consideration. When the battle starts in a moment, I can't have them shaking the table. Yinner and Ling Yaoni stood by, their faces flushed, staring at the table. Yinner stammered, "Yes, sir." Are we going to play directly on the table? Eoam asked, confused. Where else? Yinner thought to herself. Sir is so direct. Both women placed their hands on the table and climbed on top, adjusting themselves into seductive poses. Ling Yaoni smiled, showing off her perfect curves as she purred. On the table it is then. Yinner lightly touched her chest, looking at him with a hint of anxiety. How do we begin? Eoam walked over and pushed them both off the table. Excuse me, move a bit. He laid out a deck of cards and began to explain. This is Fight the Landlord. The rules are very simple. A straight beats a 3 of a kind, which beats a 4 of a kind. Deuces are high. Watch out for bombs and rocket straights. Eoam enthusiastically rattled off a stream of confusing jargon to the two of them. Ling Yaoni thought, mortified, oh God, it was all a misunderstanding? Just kill me now. Yinner was just as embarrassed. I wish a hole would open up and swallow me whole. Why am I even here? I should be in the ground right now. Someone, please dig a hole for me. Eoam cheerfully started dealing the cards. As the saying goes, high stakes can ruin you, but a small wager keeps things friendly. Playing like this is meaningless. Let's add a little excitement. He tossed the small dagger he carried onto the table. How about we each put up something as a wager? It should be something of value, but not too expensive. I'll put up this dagger. It's my most prized possession. Ling Yaoni looked at the extraordinary dagger with a hint of fear, thinking, I can't tell its exact grade, but I know. This thing is at the very least a saintly grade artifact. This kind of betting, how can I possibly compete? She touched the small pouch at her side, murmuring to herself. Ever since Master's storage pouch was taken, this heaven-suppressing rock and these dual blades are the last Sect-guarding treasures the Xuanwu Sect has. Sweating, she tossed the 2 blades onto the table. Sir, can I use these as my wager? Yifeng nodded, a golden light faintly glowing around him. As long as the value isn't too different, it's fine. Ling Yaoni was stunned for a moment. Her mind was in turmoil. The value of these 2 treasures is like night and day. Yet he says it's not too different. Does he see every magical weapon in the world this way? Winning or losing doesn't matter. There's no high or low. They're all just toys. Ling Yaoni glanced over at Yunner, thinking, the plan may have changed. But I just need to wait for the drug to take effect. Playing a few games with him until then won't hurt. She must be thinking the same thing. Ling Yaoni's eyes darted to his dagger. In that case, I can afford to risk it. If I can win that dagger, Master will be overjoyed. Beside her, Yunner held out a bronze tablet. Can I use this? She thought this is good, too. The dagger is fine. The dual blades are fine. These aren't things the merchant guild can just buy. And besides, they both radiate a mysterious, unfathomable aura. They're definitely not ordinary items. Ling Yaoni stared at Yunner's bet, her jaw dropping. This bronze tablet, it looks like one of the keys to a secret realm. This Yunner is no fool. She's playing the pig to eat the tiger. Ling Yaoni's expression turned serious. She steeled herself. I don't care what you're planning. These 2 items, I'm taking them both. Yunner's face also grew stern as she thought. This bronze tablet of mine might not be a common item, but it's not very practical. It's really just a decoration. If I can use it to win those 2 treasures, then I'll have made a huge profit. Time fast-forwarded to the next day. At the crack of dawn, a rooster was about to crow, but was cut off by the voice of Yifeng. Yifeng slammed his cards down with a loud smack. He chuckled smugly, thinking, oh man, we've been at this all night. I don't even know how many rounds I've won. These 2 are seriously terrible at this. Yunner and Ling Yaoni were completely exhausted. Their eyes were swollen with dark, bruised circles underneath. Ling Yaoni looked outside in a panic. It's almost dawn. At this rate, I tried to pull a fast one and ended up losing everything. No. If I go back after losing like this, how can I face my master in the sect? Yunner was on the verge of tears. My guild's guardian treasure. Yifeng suddenly stood up from the table. Hold on a minute. Only then did Ling Yaoni get a chance to breathe, panting as she looked at Yunner. You too? Yunner looked back at Ling Yaoni, utterly drained. You can't take it anymore either, can you? The efficacy of the spring blossom powder increases over time. It's strongest at dawn, whether it's a mortal body or a divine one. Neither can resist the potency of this drug. The 2 of them looked at the teapot on the table, resolute. 1, 2. Yunner poured the powder in. Just then, Yifeng returned. It's almost dawn. I'm so tired. How about we call a night? Yunner and Ling Yaoer pretended to grab their cards to distract him. Yifeng frowned at the 2 of them. What are the rules? The 2 of them laughed sheepishly and withdrew their hands. Nothing. Nothing. We lost. We definitely play fair and square. Yifeng put the winnings into his pocket. Of course. It was just one time. You'll win it back the first time you play again. When you play cards, you have to place your bets beforehand. Not accepting is breaking the rules. If you don't follow them, next time, no one will take the game seriously. Seeing him about to leave, Yunner quickly grabbed his sleeve. Sir, you've been playing cards all night. You haven't had much to drink. She picked up a teacup and smiled. Have some water. Sit here and rest for a bit. Yifeng took the teacup and poured 2 cups. No need to be so formal. Weren't you 2 the same? Have some too. Yunner and Ling Yaoer were startled. More. Without hesitation, they both picked up their cups and drank them dry, thinking, maybe drinking more will make the master happier. Seeing him chug his drink, they broke out in a sweat, but were happy inside. The plan is halfway to success. Just need to drag it out a little longer. Wait for the drug to take effect, and this plan can succeed. Yunner made conversation. Sir, is it tiring teaching your disciples every day? Ling Yaoer also joined the conversation. We've been up all night playing Fight the Landlord. The master has already shown all his skills on the outside. Doesn't he want to do something more? Yifeng, embarrassed, fanned himself. Why? Why is it suddenly so hot? He took off his outer robe to cool down. The two of them were secretly delighted. That's it. Just one last step. Ling Yaoer picked up Yifeng's coat and greedily inhaled the scent on it. The master's clothes smell so good. Yifeng moved closer and lightly touched her forehead to check. Do you have a fever? Your face is very red. Yinner appeared out of nowhere and squeezed between them. Sir, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. His heavy breathing has already given you away. Yifeng was a little startled and thought to himself. She found out. Yinner grabbed his arm, forcing him to touch her chest, but he refused. She smiled and observed his expression, thinking to herself, victory or defeat depends on this move. Ling Yaoer, on the side, also carefully watched Yifeng's hand, which was close to touching Yinner's chest. She was too impatient to wait. A voice in her heart shouted, put it on. Just put your hand on it, and I'll devour you whole. Yifeng moved his hand and placed it on Yinner's shoulder, thinking, trying to test me? He said honestly, I didn't expect you to see through me. I really want. Yifeng suddenly lowered his voice and whispered a DVD. Hearing this, Yinner and Ling Yaoer were thunderstruck, their mouths agape as they listened to his explanation. Although I've been to the doctor once and was diagnosed with kidney deficiency, but I'm really not. It's impossible. Whether you believe me or not, great matters cannot wait. After saying this, he was embarrassed and hurriedly left. I'm leaving. Although he said that, in his heart, he hoped for something else. Please don't believe me. I'm just bullshitting. The door slammed shut. He left the two women alone in the room. Yinner's body was burning up, and she was feeling extremely restless. She was afraid she couldn't take it anymore. She looked around anxiously. What should I do? Will the master come back? If he doesn't come back, Ling Yaoer couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward, kissing Yinner on the lips. This made Yinner's face flush red as she cried out. Ling Yaoer, panting, wiped her mouth and smiled, looking just as hot and bothered. I didn't mean to. It's just that this drug is so effective. If I don't release it, I'm afraid my body will die. Ling Yaoer used Yifeng as an excuse. I have to hold out until the master returns. With that, Ling Yaoer pushed Yinner down onto the table, holding her hands firmly so she couldn't escape. Ling Yaoer's mind was no longer clear. Her body couldn't take it anymore. Two small figures appeared in her mind. The angel tried its best to stop her. She's your friend. The devil on the other side sweetly tempted her. What friend at a time like this? While Ling Yaoer was still struggling with herself, Yinner had already closed her eyes. She flailed her arms, struggling, and accidentally touched Ling Yaoer's chest. You, get off, she thought to herself. This wine is too strong. When she opened her eyes, Yinner was startled and quickly pulled her hand back, stammering an apology. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. On Yifeng's side, he was leisurely relieving himself. Yifeng felt much better after releasing the floodgates after a long time. This can be called. Yinner and Ling Yaoer, on the other side, had entered the middle stage. The two of them were pressed close, holding each other tightly. Yifeng was just as comfortable, and a voice in his heart cried out, Heaven! After he finished relieving himself, he went back into the room and announced loudly, I'm back. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by the sight of the two beauties entwined, which left him stunned and extremely awkward. Yifeng quickly went back out and closed the door. My apologies. Ba. Oh, my innocent star-like eyes. To avoid ruining their important business, he kindly hung a do not disturb sign on the door for them. Feng thought again, no, that's not right. Why do I even care about this? There are so many beautiful girls in the world, and I don't have a single one. I'd better go home and play with my dog. Damn it. Time passed quickly. Yinner had returned to the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. When she told her father what had happened, Mao Lin was so angry that he spat out blood. Yinner rushed over in a panic. Father! Mao Lin was so angry he stammered. You said, you not only failed, but you also lost. Such a valuable piece of copper. And in the end, you were raped by another girl. Yinner collapsed into a chair, her face pale. I never thought my first time would be with a woman. Mao Lin was so angry he bit his lip until it bled. Always my life, a failure. At the Xuanwu Sect, Ling Yaoer had also returned to report what had happened. Ning Xuanwu, after hearing her, shouted, "What? You're saying your achievement this time was sleeping with a woman?" Ning Xuanwu hesitated and asked, "Then what about our sect's ultimate treasure, the twin-starred dark blades?" Ling Yaoer stammered, "I lost them in a game of Fight the Landlord." Ning Xuanwu furiously punched himself in the chest. He was so angry at his precious daughter for messing things up that he coughed up blood. Mao Lin laughed uncontrollably. "Damn my life. It was all for nothing." The surrounding disciples hurried to calm him down. "Calm down. Sect Master, calm down." Mao Lin shouted, punishing Ling Yaoer. You will go to the Xuanwu Cliff to repent for 1 year. You are not allowed to leave until a year has passed. The scene changes to a place deep in the mountains, a place far from human habitation. It was the back of the mountain, in some canyon. Limosh led 3 people, Chu Shikuang, Sun Jiakat, and Wu Yonghong, to the treasure. Wu Yonghong impatiently asked, Oldli, where exactly is this treasure you were talking about?" Limosh glanced at Wu Yonghong. "It's right here. What's wrong? Don't you feel it?" Sun Jiakat observed the mountain and narrowed his eyes. "Look carefully, you guys. This canyon is a bit strange. It looks safe, but I have a feeling it's a bit dangerous." But it was too late to realize that now. Thorny vines appeared out of nowhere. A formation was also activated, trapping the 3 of them in a small square. Wu Yonghong was stunned and shouted, "Limosh, you!" Wu Yonghong angrily took out his weapon. Damn it! The thorny vines had formed a box around them, imprisoning the 3 of them. Limosh laughed sinisterly. "Such a good item. Since it caught my eye, of course it belongs to me now. But this place doesn't just have this one natural formation. 30,000 years ago, this place was an ancient battlefield ruin. Back then, those great powers, while fighting on this natural formation, also added a few more great formations." Limosh opened his bag. He shrunk Wu Yonghong's weapon and put it in his bag. The old man chuckled and took out a calculator to do some calculations. "And I've already set up 2 more formations on top of this one. All in all, there are many, many layers to this trap. So, even if a god were to show up, there'd be no way to get you out." Limaji mocked the 3 of them. "Go on, keep screaming. You can scream your throats raw, but no one's coming to save you." Wu Yonghong roared in outrage. "Why are you doing this?" Limaji turned his back and began to walk away, his voice trailing behind him. "The 4 of us have been friends for so many years. And yet, you still know nothing about me. As for why, do you even need to ask? I invited you all to go treasure hunting. But in this entire world, can any of those treasures compare to what's inside that martial hall?" Limaji glanced back at the 3 of them. "But all of that, it's just material possessions. The real treasure is Sir Yifeng himself." The 3 men's blood began to boil. Their eyes turned crimson with fury. "The Sir's name is not for someone like you to defile. How dare you?" Limaji sneered dismissively. "What's there to not dare?" The old man was confident, imagining he could easily crush Yifeng in the palm of his hand. "Let me tell you the truth. I'm not afraid of him. In fact, all those treasures inside his martial hall, I plan on taking every last one for myself. Even if he has no weaknesses, even if he's a true immortal. All I have to do is activate that and steal his very fortune. I can drag him down from his divine pedestal and turn him into a true mortal." Thorny vines tightened around the golden cage, trapping the 3 of them inside. Hearing his words, they all shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Limaji opened his toothless mouth, letting out a grating, raspy laugh. "Tomorrow just so happens to be the Een Day of the Een month of the Een year, a celestial event not seen on this continent for 10,000 years. Chu Shikuang's eyes widened in horror. He gasped, "The Heavenly Een Grand Formation. Don't tell me you're planning to use the Heavenly Een Grand Formation, a technique lost for 10,000 years. Standing behind him, Sun Jiej added grimly, "Anyone caught in the Heavenly Een Grand Formation, if they're below the realm of an immortal, will have their cultivation completely erased without even knowing it." Wu Yonghong slammed his hand against the cage. He roared, trying to stop him. "That formation may be powerful, but it violates the laws of nature. If you dare to use such an obscene formation against the Sir, you'll be struck down by the heavens and damned for eternity, never to be reincarnated." Suddenly, something flashed before their eyes. It was like a clap of thunder right next to their ears. Limaji's eyes glowed a deep blood red. Phantoms began to materialize and hover in the air around him. A terrifying, mysterious black aura started to radiate from him. That man's cultivation is so profound that even we cannot fathom its depths. And on top of that, he has countless treasures. He must possess an unbelievably heaven-defying fortune. He took a deep breath before continuing. Once I steal it, even the heavenly Tao itself will have to obey my will. Wu Yonghong began to furiously slam his body against the golden cage, trying to break free. You've lost your mind. Limaji, why must you repay kindness with such malice? Sir, even if I fall today, I will use my very life to break this formation, if only to send you a warning. At that very moment, a colossal beam of energy shot down from above, straight into the cage. It passed through the bars and pierced directly through Wu Yonghong's chest. The force of the blow sent him flying backward. The other two could only watch, their eyes wide with shock. Old Wu, they screamed in panic. Wu Yonghong was taken down in an instant. He hit the ground with a heavy thud. A large, circular hole was burned clean through his chest. Sun Jiej, witnessing his friend's fall, could not contain his rage and bellowed. You animal! You actually destroyed old Wu's Dantian. He's immortal now. He'll be dead in a matter of days. Chu Siquan glared at the toothless old man, cursing him internally. Damn it, this bastard has completely lost his humanity. Limaji's eyes were dark, bottomless pits. A savage smile spread across his face. He had to die. Of the four of us, I am the oldest. You know, my time is almost up. I had no other choice. Wu Yonghong, my old friend, I truly thank you for introducing me to Sir Yifeng in time. I will trade his fortune for my own immortality and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. The plan is perfect. The sky today was a clear blue, as picturesque as a painting. At the Qingshan Sect, a door creaked open. Wisps of white mist quickly dissipated into the air. Lu Qingshan was stretching mid-pose. He raised a hand to his forehead, wiping away beads of sweat. The sweat glistening on his body under the sunlight only added to his manly appeal. Luo Lanxue quickly approached and bowed. Reporting to Master. The number one alchemist of the Southern Sands, Lu. The great master has been waiting in the Sect for you for half a month. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan scrambled to find a robe to put on. What? Such a powerful figure is here. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Luo Lanxue hesitated. I saw that master was in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you. A deafening hum suddenly filled the air. The martial emperor, Lu Dajian, had appeared. He slammed the staff in his hand onto the ground. For a minor sect like Qingshan, you really put on some airs. Using the excuse that the sect master is in seclusion. To make me, Lu Dajian, sit here and wait for half a month. Lu Qingshan and Luo Lanxue quickly bowed in greeting. Lu Qingshan greets Great Master Lu, even among the cultivators of the Southern Sands. I wouldn't long for an audience with you. I was not aware of your arrival. My reception has been lacking. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Dajian calmly floated down to the ground. Enough. I currently need to refine a 5th-grade medicinal pill for a certain martial emperor in the Southern Sands. I need to borrow your flame pearl for a few days. If you are willing to lend it to me, not only I, but that martial emperor will also owe you a favor. His words struck Lu Qingshan like a bolt of lightning. On the surface, he remained polite and courteous. But inside, he was cursing up a storm. So that's why he was willing to wait here. The moment he opens his mouth, he wants the ultimate treasure of the Qingshan sect. Thank goodness I already gave it to the sir. He politely declined. Unfortunately, the flame pearl is no longer an item that belongs to the Qingshan sect. I have already gifted it to my benefactor. Lu Dajian's eyes narrowed. The sect's most sacred treasure, given away as a gift. The bald old man spoke wearily. Simple then. I'll just pay him a visit myself and ask to borrow it. Surely, he'll be understanding enough to lend it to me, right? Take me to him. The sect master of Qingshan sect felt a headache coming on. He stood there with his hands on his hips. I presented that flame pearl to Sir Yifeng. How could I possibly have the face to go to the sir and ask for it back? It will be very troublesome if the sir becomes displeased. Lu Dajian's voice boomed. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. You will bring it back for me. The Sect Master said gently, Great Master, I'm afraid this matter is not convenient. Any other request, I would be happy to grant. The bald man's eyes drooped as he let out an "Oh, who exactly is this person? That you must be so considerate of them." Lu Qingshan pictured the person in his mind. His eyes shone with reverence as he spoke. The Sir is the man who saved my life. He is also the savior of the entire Qingshan sect. He has immersed himself so deeply in the mortal world that he is indistinguishable from a common man. How could a shallow person like myself dare to speak more of him? Luo Lanxue added with equal enthusiasm. The Sir has entered the mortal realm simply to experience the life of an ordinary person. Therefore, he does not wish to be disturbed. The gaze of the bald man suddenly turned sharp as a blade as he growled. The way you two talk, it only makes me want to meet him more. And I will meet him whether he wants to or not. Lu Qingshan's brow furrowed as he pleaded. Great Master Lu, you really can't. Gigantic vines suddenly erupted from the bald man's body. They shot out and wrapped tightly around Luo Lanxue's neck. The bald man looked at the Sect Master and said calmly, Unfortunately for you, the flame pearl is something I must have. Now, are you going to grant my request or not? Rest assured, I only want to retrieve the flame pearl from him. I have no other intentions. The vines crushed Luo Lanxue's throat, causing her to spit up a mouthful of blood. And no, you can't. Lu Qingshan watched in horror as his disciple was brutalized. Her cries for help grew fainter and fainter until they were just a weak whisper. The Sect Master could only clench his teeth. His face darkened with suppressed rage. The Sect Master had no other choice. He closed his eyes and relented. Very well. The bald man had finally gotten what he wanted. He released Luo Lanxue. If you'd agreed sooner, we could have avoided all this. Lu Qingshan could only think to himself, Sir, I am truly sorry. I only hope you won't blame me for leading someone to disrupt your peace. Back at the martial hall, Yifeng's pet dog had a very troubled look on its face. It kept rolling around on the ground, whining and whimpering in protest. Seeing its reaction, Yifeng asked, You really want it that bad? I have to be decisive about this. Hesitation will only make things worse. Don't you worry. He picked up a sharp knife. His eyes were filled with determination. Do I really have to neuter you? The dog couldn't take it anymore. It immediately bolted. Ever since I started following the senior, I've broken through multiple realms and have already reached the Martial King stage. Suddenly, it skidded to a halt. But why does the aura from behind this door give me such a bone-chilling feeling? It feels like a strange aura was seeping from the door. The dog could feel it. It trembled in fear. About to come out, it stood there, shaking uncontrollably. Is it a primordial beast or a peerless demon? Just then, the lock on the door suddenly shattered. The door slowly began to creak open. A wave of aura washed over it. The door opened wider and wider, and the aura grew thicker and more oppressive. Yifeng rushed over and hugged his beloved dog tightly, wrinkling his nose and cursing under his breath. The dog, terrified, let out a loud howl. Suddenly, a skeletal foot stepped out from the shadows, followed by an entire skeleton. 2 swords were still embedded in its skull. Yifeng's dog saw it and nearly jumped out of its 7,749 souls. It yelped as if to say, Holy crap, a ghost in broad daylight. It quickly scrambled over and trembled as it hugged Yifeng's leg. A strong wind howled. The atmosphere became terrifying. Suddenly, the skeleton's eyes flashed with a purple light. It pointed forward. The dog's face contorted in absolute fear. Even though it couldn't see any cultivation on it, couldn't even sense its aura, but that feeling of danger, that feeling of being completely unable to escape its grasp was terrifyingly real. This is clearly a dead creature. It imagined a huge, ferocious, terrifying monster directing it from behind. Abruptly, Yifeng's voice shattered its thoughts. He roared, You again? You retarded toy. You scare the crap out of me. He furiously charged in and started wailing on the skeleton. This useless system can't teach me how to make money. Can't teach me how to cultivate. And it gives me this thing. It has nothing better to do all day than wander around looking like a ghost, scaring people. You think I'm acting in some horror movie? He continued to beat it without mercy. I still have no idea what you're even good for. I lock you up for a few days and you manage to get out, huh? The The skeleton was in so much pain. Its face was a mask of pitiful, innocent suffering. The dog listened to Yifeng's scolding, utterly horrified. It's being treated like a toy? Yifeng beat it until he was exhausted, falling back and panting for breath. The skeleton just crawled on the ground, groaning. Hearing that, Yifeng couldn't take it anymore and threw another punch. Shut it. The punch was so strong it sent the skeleton's head flying off its neck and tumbling to the ground. The dog's heart nearly stopped again. As for Yifeng, he'd hit it so hard his own hand was bruised and swollen. Ow, my hand hurts. The skeleton quickly reattached its head and started clattering again. Yifeng looked at it, exasperated. You stupid toy. Are you trying to play dumb? You put your head on backward. Hearing this, the skeleton promptly pulled its head off and twisted it around to the correct position. Suddenly, a piece of black cloth draped over it. Yifeng had thrown the cloth over the skeleton, saying with a headache, "What a rotten day. Put this on, and stop going around scaring people." This gesture made the skeleton blush with embarrassment. Now, the dog and the skeleton were chasing each other all over the courtyard. Yifeng stretched wearily and yawned. Guess I'll go sunbathe by the gate. I still don't know what to do with this toy. He went to the gate and looked around, continuing his thoughts. I could leave it in the yard as a decoration. But damn it, it moves. He sat on the swinging chair. Petting his dog with one hand, he said, "This quiet life is so nice. I should just crack some walnuts." The dog below was in pure bliss from the petting. Senior can beat up a creature like that without missing a single punch, and it doesn't even dare to fight back. What have I ever done to deserve such affection from you, sir? Yifeng held up his hand. He imagined he was holding a skull and thought, walnuts. He was getting mad all over again. Damn this annoying toy. It's driving me crazy. The skeleton seemed to sense it. It slumped over, sad and dejected. I got scolded again. Dark clouds began to gather out of nowhere. A figure stood on the roof. It was the bald old man, Limosh. He held an abacus in his hand, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "The heavenly Een grand formation, all 8 cardinal directions, and 16 energy gates are perfectly arranged. Just a little longer, and everything will be complete." Suddenly his eyes flicked downward, seeing Yifeng sleeping soundly. "Sir E, sleep well. Your time is almost up." He cackled. "It is time." He raised 2 fingers and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. The sound was deafening. He roared. His voice was deep and guttural. "Open." Instantly, blinding purple attacks shot straight down. The townspeople saw it and started shouting to each other. Even a monk, who should have been meditating in his temple, ran outside screaming, "Lightning! It's going to rain. Hurry, bring in clothes. Get back home, quickly." On the ground below, it was as if a battle array had opened up. Each area corresponded to a different glowing circle. Heaven and earth-seeking tracks. Qian's majestic radiance, suppressing evil and sealing life. Yin and Yang transformation. Sun replacing the moon. Reversing the river of stars. Suddenly, beams of blue light shot down from above, sealing all cultivation. The old man looked completely triumphant. Although this is just one full-powered technique for my sect. Huge, long chains materialized around Yifeng, yet he continued to snore away peacefully. The old man unleashed his ultimate move. The beads on his abacus flew everywhere. He opened his toothless mouth wide and continued. Without any cultivation, even if you're a martial emperor, under this one sword strike, you will become nothing but a dead dog. The sky was now a swirl of black clouds and purple light. A voice boomed across the heavens, yet Yifeng was still sleeping, drool trickling from his mouth. At that moment, Limosh made his real move. He unleashed the attack. A single strike shot straight down at the sleeping Yifeng as he taunted. "Come on, show me your moves. Let's see you dance now. Let this old man play with you." Yifeng was still asleep. The attack was now right before his eyes. The old man watched with glee. The heavenly Een grand formation is truly terrifying. This man isn't reacting to my attack at all. To be precise, his cultivation is completely sealed. The old man waited with eager anticipation. Finally, the attack passed straight through his forehead. It was no different than a mosquito bite to Yifeng. The old man's eyes flew wide. He froze on the spot. He was utterly terrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. My ultimate sword technique? What the hell? He watched as the man simply fell back asleep, even murmuring in his dreams, "I'm gonna be king of the pirates." The bald man was still in shock. How can this be? Wasn't his cultivation sealed? How could he possibly have stopped that attack? Maybe there was a malfunction in the heavenly Eoam Grand formation. But even to block my attack, there should have been some kind of reaction. Why did the attack just disappear the moment it touched him? Something is very wrong here. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. The thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He opened the file on Eoam and studied it again. Not necessarily. It could make sense. Even if he's not a martial emperor, he must be at least a martial saint. Let's assume he currently has no cultivation, but it seems the defensive capabilities of his physical body are still intact. The old man puffed out his cheeks. He clasped his hands together and performed another spell. So that's how it is. I love this kind of challenge. After all, killing a powerful expert is so much more satisfying than crushing an ant. Instantly, he opened his mouth, showing the few teeth he had left. An eyeball with long black tentacles shot out of his mouth. The life-stealing goo. He had timed it perfectly for when Feng's mouth was wide open and spat out the life-stealing goo. Before my life-stealing goo worm. It doesn't matter how strong your body is, you can't defend against it. Once it enters your body, even if you regain your cultivation, all you can do is wait for death. Suddenly, without anyone knowing when, Eoam woke up. He sat bolt upright, and with his two hands he caught the disgusting eyeball creature. Then, he easily crushed it into tiny pieces that fell to the ground. He said calmly, "Where'd this fly come from?" Daring to disturb my sleep. The old man was shocked for the second time. His eyes were wide and white as he recalled Wu Yonghong's previous words, now filled with dread. This formation, while powerful, violates the laws of nature. If you dare to brazenly use this formation against Sir E, you will surely be struck down by the heavens and know no peace. You will never be reincarnated. Immediately, the old man opened his mouth in agony and vomited a huge mouthful of blood. Pain filled his mind, and he could only think of one word: run. The bald man's retreat was incredibly swift. He leaped nimbly across the rooftops to escape. He panted in pain. A trickle of blood remained on his lips. His mind was still reeling from what just happened. How is this possible? The heavenly Eoam Grand formation clearly succeeded. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. With no cultivation, he was able to use his normal body to snatch and crush the so-called indestructible life-stealing goo. With his bare hands? That's an impossible concept, whether burned by fire or drowned in water, or even hit by the full power attack of a martial emperor. It would do absolutely nothing to him. The old man imagined him in his head. He continued to think there is only one explanation. This person's luck is so strong it cannot be shaken. No one can take it away. The old man decided, I've failed. In any case, I have to run. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared. The person slowly descended from the sky. The bald old man was terrified. Who are you? The dry skeleton smirked, exhaling a puff of white smoke. The dry skeleton grinned, its eyes glowing red as it asked menacingly, "Trying to run?" The bald old man bent his knees and pushed off. He fled in another direction in fear, thinking, I can't see his face clearly, but that invisible sense of oppression. It's not Eoam chasing after me, is it? Running is the best option. But the dry skeleton flew swiftly through the air, blocking Limosha's path. The old man was so surprised his eyes almost popped out as he shouted, "What?" Limosha stammered and screamed, "Who are you?" But the dry skeleton didn't answer. Seeing he couldn't escape, the old man had no choice but to attack. He crossed his hands and conjured a spell. His mouth opened wide, revealing a single, goofy-looking tooth. If it is Eoam, he wouldn't need to play such tricks. At the very least, I, Limosha, am a great master of the martial sect. Then the old man pushed both his palms towards the dry skeleton. A fierce torrent of power was unleashed. The old man said boastfully, "You dare to mess with me? Then take this." A massive explosion occurred on the rock. A blinding flash of light lit up the entire area. Lu Daxian, standing below, also heard it and looked up, saying, "A master is fighting." Then, Lu Daxian leaped into the air. "I'll go take a look." The new head of the Qingshan sect was startled and raised a hand to stop him. Great master, he thought. So fast. Does he always like to get involved in a commotion like this? The bald old man saw the shattered rocks. Thick dust filled the air. Thinking he had defeated the skeleton, he burst out laughing. You dare to block my path? You don't know your own strength. But his joy was short-lived. Suddenly, something appeared, making the old man wary. In a white dust cloud, the dry skeleton emerged. Seeing the skeleton standing there, completely unharmed and without a single scratch, he was even more terrified. Sweating profusely, he screamed, "What?" The old man looked like he was about to wet his pants. His face darkened. That was my strongest move. And yet it didn't even touch a single hair on his head. The old man was scared out of his wits. He turned and ran, crying. His only thought was run now by a sun tongue MTB. But he hadn't gotten far. Suddenly, a large, dark hand appeared above his head, about to grab him. Limosh glanced back. Tears streamed down his face. The black hand immediately slammed him to the ground like stepping on a cockroach. He couldn't resist in the slightest. He screamed in agony, "Why? I have no quarrel with you. Why are you doing this to me?" The dry skeleton finally spoke, asking, "No quarrel." Limosh pushed himself up, bewildered. "What do you mean? So you really are Eoam?" The skeleton replied, calmly, "I am not the master." The skeleton smirked. His entire body was engulfed in a raging purple flame. "I am merely a servant." Hearing this, the old man's jaw dropped in shock as he thought, a servant? He just called Eoam master. Such a powerful expert. Is just Eoam's servant? The old man furrowed his brow, imagining Eoam as the Guan in Bodhisattva. Could it be? Mr. E is an immortal? The skeleton immediately denied it. How could the master be an immortal? Limosh waved his hand and chuckled nervously. You're right. How could an immortal exist in such a rundown place? Perhaps the heavenly sound great formation has malfunctioned. The skeleton pulled down its hood. Its red eyes glowed as it enunciated each word. The master is a god. Hearing the word god, Limosh felt as if a hammer had been dropped on him. A brilliant light shone down. No, impossible. What is the concept of a god? The existence of a god is countless times higher than that of an immortal. They control the laws of heaven and earth. Even a martial emperor is no different from an ant in the eyes of God. This is a category that speaks of a high-level, even transcendent, existence. How could one appear in a place like this? Seeing the old man's panic, the skeleton continued. Don't say impossible. Nothing is impossible. After all, considering my role as my master's servant, I too am a god. Hearing this, Limosh was so scared his legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, wailing. You're kidding me. Do you think gods are like water spinach? They're everywhere. The old man tried to calm himself down. This guy has clearly been scared silly. This dry skeleton is probably just trying to act mysterious, thanks to some kind of magical eye. The skeleton frowned, and its eyes flashed brightly. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Limosh directly. The old man was struck until his entire body was like grilled squid. He opened his mouth, and black smoke billowed out. Suddenly, the surroundings grew cold. His entire body gradually froze over. The snowstorm grew stronger and stronger. His whole body was covered in ice and snow, unable to move. A crack appeared in the ground below. Flames erupted from it. A massive blaze, like a volcanic eruption, surged towards Limosh. In the sky, a tornado appeared. The bald old man was sucked into it. He spun around like a pinwheel, like Nobita, feeling dizzy. His face was about to be distorted. Finally, the torture stopped. He was thrown to the ground, battered and bruised. The bald old man trembled as he pushed himself up, asking himself, Natural laws? Is this the legendary natural law? The skeleton smirked. It flew over and asked, If you still don't believe me, there's more. The skeleton raised its finger and tapped the air. It shouted, Reverse. Everyone immediately changed. I'm so sorry, senior brother. I like senior sister. My dream is to become a billionaire without working. This child has abundant spiritual energy. He will surely be very powerful in the future. And it tapped the air again. Accelerate. The old man's hand, which had been calm, suddenly became wrinkled and lifeless. Aging, the old man was already old, and now he looked even older and more miserable. His whole body trembled, devoid of strength. This is the law of time. Are you really a god? The skeleton's eyes flashed as it said one word, ignorant. Then the skeleton opened its hand and closed it again. At the same time, it said, "Forget it." One side of the old man's body gradually vanished. His arm disappeared in the wind. The old man knelt down, exhausted. I was so blind to try and steal a god's belongings, to try and steal a god's luck. Tears streamed down the old man's face. I truly regret it. Lu Daxian was peeking from the side, witnessing everything that had just happened. He was also extremely terrified, his nose running. What did I just see? A martial Sect master just got a race like that. The opponent is too terrifying. But the skeleton had already noticed him and quickly flew over, whispering in Lu Daxian's ear. This made the old man jump out of his skin. How was the 4K quality live stream? Beautiful, wasn't it? The old man, terrified, moved away and chuckled nervously, pretending. "Senior, I was just passing by. That's right, I'm a #1 alchemist in Nansha. I can concoct emperor-grade pills. If you need it, Senior, I am willing to do my utmost for you. I only hope you will spare my life." The skeleton frowned with disgust. "Do you think I would need your emperor-grade pills?" Lu Daxian, feeling embarrassed, quickly said, "I apologize." The skeleton let him go and flew away. "Slap yourself 100 times. Then roll as far away as possible. If you don't, I guarantee you will die an even more miserable death than that guy." Lu Daxian was so scared he was about to. He quickly agreed. I'll do it. The old man stood there, slapping himself with both hands like a madman. He thought irritably to himself, what kind of bad karma did I get myself into? I just came to watch the fun, and I ended up in this mess. Lu Qingshan rushed over at that moment. Seeing Lu Daxian slapping himself until both his cheeks were swollen, he asked with wide eyes, "Great Master Lu, did you run into some bad karma here? Why are you hitting yourself?" The old man was both embarrassed and angry, and he cursed. Lu Qingshan looked at him and smiled. "Are you having some trouble at home?" "Forget it. I don't dare to say anything anyway. I don't dare ask, either." Yifeng, sitting on his chair, let out a long yawn. "Man, that was a great nap." Stepping down, Yifeng rubbed his eyes and looked around groggily, asking Zhongqing, "Zhongqing, where's that little troublemaker?" Zhongqing looked around in every direction before answering. "He was just here a second ago, but now he's vanished." Yifeng's face was black as thunder as the complaints started rolling in. The skeleton trampled Old Man Wang's vegetable garden. Yifeng had to pay for the damages. The skeleton scared Auntie Lee's pig to death. Yifeng had to pay for that, too. Yifeng held a cup of tea, but couldn't bring himself to drink it. He ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. That damn thing is nothing but trouble. It's gone out and stirred up chaos again. On a busy street, a group of beautiful women suddenly had their skirts flipped up. They shrieked, "Hey, what was that?" A strange gust of wind had appeared out of nowhere. The figure of a short skeleton was hiding under the pretty girl's skirts. It reached out to grab a girl's, but before it could, a powerful foot belonging to Yifeng slammed into its body. "You little bastard!" Yifeng roared as he kicked. He then proceeded to give a series of loving kicks while continuing to curse. "Can't you stay out of trouble for 1 second? Of course you'd be out here causing a scene." The people around saw Yifeng beating the daylights out of some black lump. Thinking he was just beating a dog, they all fearfully stepped aside. Once he was done, Yifeng grabbed the skeleton and dragged it home. The group of pretty girls chatted amongst themselves. "You know, for a second there, my whole body felt kind of warm, but now it's gone." Back at the martial hall, Yifeng gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury. "This thing is as persistent as a leech. I can't throw it away. I can't bury it, and I can't even lock it up. There's only one last resort. Today, either you die, or I go insane." The skeleton poked its head out from under its black cloak, trying to look cute. The sight sent Yifeng into a rage, and he slugged it. "You think you can act cute now? This time, I'm going to destroy you for good. Let's see what tricks you can pull then." The skeleton, with its last ounce of strength, tried to think of a way to calm its master down. It had to greet its master with enthusiasm. The skeleton slowly raised a single middle finger and aimed it directly at Yifeng. It never expected this would be its final act. Zhongqing walked in and announced, "Master, there are some people outside who claim to be from the Jumping Merchant Guild. They even brought a sedan chair. They said they hope you'll make a trip to the guild to receive your share of the profits from your work." Yifeng, who was in the middle of ending the skeleton's existence, paused. That old cheapskate. I'm afraid he's up to something. Whatever. I don't care about him. I can consider that money lost. I don't have time to play his games. Zhong Qing, pained by the thought of losing the money, protested vehemently. How can you say that, master? I absolutely refuse to let us be taken advantage of. We've had such a hard time keeping this martial hall running. And now we have another mouth to feed with that skeleton. If we don't take the money, we might as well give it to charity than let those people who look down on us get away with it. Eoam smiled gently. You silly kid. You're so honest. While being kind is a good thing, I'm just worried that when you go out on your own one day, your earnest nature will get you into trouble. Zhong Qing declared proudly. I want to protect you and this martial hall for the rest of my life. Finally, Eoam ruffled Zhong Qing's hair and agreed. He turned and gave Zhong Qing a wink. All right then. You go in my place. Get the money and come right back. Don't get involved in anything else. And remember, people with different principles can't work together. Eoam picked up the skeleton and said, if I just let you do whatever you want, you'll just go out and wreck people's homes. I guess I have to resort to this. Eoam dismembered the skeleton, separating it into 4 different parts. Standing on the roof, Eoam held up the skull and crossbones and announced, today, in the name of justice, I will create a seal. I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. Eoam took a running start and kicked the skull high into the air, sending it tumbling down into a well. He quickly slammed the well cover shut and muttered, the seal is complete. Just as he was finishing his clandestine work, someone called out, Master E, it's terrible. Something's happened. It's your young apprentice, Zhong Qing. Something's happened to him. I'm afraid it's not good. You have to go see. Eoam was horrified, stammering, W. He immediately broke into a sprint. The crowd ahead saw him coming and yelled, make way. Master E is here. Inside an alley, everything was in ruins. Red liquid was splattered everywhere, forming dark puddles on the ground. Zhong Qing lay on the ground like a zombie whose batteries had run out. His body was covered in deep cuts. The red syrup had soaked through all of his clothes. Eoam pushed his way through the crowd, his face dark with worry. A man in the crowd spoke up. At this point, we can only prepare for his funeral. Eoam paid no attention to anything around him. All the chatter was meaningless to him now. He cradled Zhong Qing in his arms and heard him say in a broken voice, Master, I think I've run into a bit of an accident. Eoam quickly checked Zhong Qing's pulse, and then the two of them shot through the crowd like a rocket. Eoam said with steel in his voice, don't talk. I'm not going to let you die. Zhong Qing lay on the bed, his entire body now wrapped in white bandages like a mummy. Eoam was ransacking the medicine cabinet, muttering constantly, Master brought you home. Don't be scared, don't be scared. I'm here now. No one will ever bully you again. Zhong Qing coughed up a mouthful of red syrup, which made Wang Kai, who was sitting beside the bed, tear up. For a mortal, an injury like this is completely hopeless, it thought. Only a celestial herb could save him now. Zhong Qing's entire body was battered and broken as he lay on the bed. Eoam gave him a pill and reassured him. This rejuvenation pill was given to me by the system to save my life. Here, take this first. Wang Sai's eyes welled up with tears. A voice echoed in its mind. Senior, you know that kind of pill can at best only preserve a single spark of life in his dantian. Obtaining a celestial herb requires a great deal of luck. I'm afraid that this time, even the senior is out of options. Eoam looked at Zhong Qing with a pained expression and comforted him. Go to sleep, Zhong Qing. When you wake up, I promise you'll feel better. After drawing the curtain around the bed, Eoam clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a fiery rage as he growled. I don't care who it was. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I'll make you pay for this blood debt with your own. In a room at the Jiangping Merchant Guild, the sound of something shattering was followed by a roar. Useless trash. What do I even keep you incompetent fools around for? A subordinate knelt on the floor. A piece of broken porcelain dug into his knee, and his whole body trembled as he stammered an explanation. It wasn't my intention to alert the enemy. That little bastard figured out I was going to deal with Eoam, so he struck first. I never expected his skills to be so formidable. Barehanded, he killed several of our brothers. Mao Lin, sitting in his chair, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. You still dare to make excuses? All of you, Go jump in the river and die. At that moment, Mao Yi calmly advised, Father, calm down. Let them go. Mao Lin lowered his head, dejected. Right now, in the eyes of the higher-ups in the guild, they all want to remove me from the president's seat. I originally intended to kill him to tie up loose ends and not affect the bigger picture. I've been so careful with every step, even sacrificing your sister. Wasn't it all so that you could smoothly succeed me as president? Mao, he clapped his hands a few times and said confidently, Father, rest assured, he's just a common mortal, a bookworm who makes a living with a pen. Isn't killing him as easy as flipping our hands? Mao, he smiled slyly and gestured to 3 men standing nearby. These 3 martial spirit masters from the Zhatian Bang will help us deal with Yifeng directly. Mao Lin looked at the 3 men in surprise, then grinned at his son, baring his teeth. In that case, even Yin Xiong's precious daughter at the Qingshan Sect is no longer a concern. However, Yin'er has dealt with him a few times, and she feels that this Yifeng is not as simple as he seems. Mao Yi smiled in response to his father. So what if a mortal isn't simple? What do you think happens when they run into a cultivator? It's always been the law of the jungle. A mortal can't withstand a single blow from a cultivator. Who could possibly break that rule? If he could break a rule like that, he wouldn't be sitting in that dump trying to make a living. Mao Lin moved closer to his son and whispered, I'm afraid hiring these 3 cost quite a bit. Mao Yi smiled faintly. Don't worry, father. Those trinkets that we mortals consider treasures, they don't even give them a second glance. All they asked for was 100 young women. Mao Lin pictured the beautiful girls. He broke into a sweat, thinking these guys had a hell of a deal. He then said aloud, Distinguished sirs, as long as you help us resolve this matter. Never mind 100 young women, I'd give you 200. The 3 men, their smiles cold and their eyes sharp, simply replied, Very good. For now, let us rest for a day. The matter of that little bastard will be taken care of. Inside a large building at the Baofeng Merchant Guild, a voice spoke. Please forgive my rudeness. I was not aware of Sir Yi's arrival. Your visit to our Baofeng Merchant Guild today is truly our good fortune. Someone bring out the Snow Mountain Peak tea. Yin Xiong placed a cup of hot tea on the table. Sir Yi, please have some tea. After a moment of silence, Yifeng still hadn't responded. His face was radiating a murderous aura. Yin Xiong's face went pale as he thought to himself, Did I do something wrong? Or has the guild somehow offended Sir Yi? After a while, Yifeng finally picked up the teacup. President Yin. He quickly replied, Yes, I'm here. Yifeng paused for a moment before continuing. Is your guild capable of killing people? Before Yin Xiong could understand, Yifeng elaborated. What I mean is I want to kill a few people. Because someone nearly killed my apprentice. Yin Xiong exclaimed, What? His mind raced. With Sir Yi's status, someone actually dared to make a move on his apprentice? If this matter isn't handled properly, and the Sir gets angry, I'm afraid the entire city of Jiangping will be wiped off the map. As images of his city engulfed in flames flashed through Yin Xiong's mind, Yifeng asked again, So is there a way? Yin Xiong was drenched in sweat, as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. Yifeng added one more sentence. Naturally, there will be compensation. You just have to name your price. Yin Xiong quickly replied, Yes, of course there's a way. May I ask who attacked your apprentice? Yifeng's eyes burned with a fiery hatred, his face a mask of vengeance. It was likely someone from the Jiangping Merchant Guild, but for now I have no proof. I need you to investigate. There is only one condition for this deal. You must bring me the head of the person who masterminded this attack. Yin Xiong, though terrified, managed to say, Rest assured, sir, and saw Yifeng off. Yin Xiong then told the bald man to prepare horses for a trip to the Qingshan Sect. Yin Xiong raced to the Qingshan Sect to report the horrifying story. Lu Qingshan said angrily, Impossible. That's absurd. My beloved disciple was almost killed. How could Sir Yi not be furious? Lu Qingshan paced as he spoke. Hurry back to the city. At any cost, you must investigate the truth of this matter for Sir Yi. My Qingshan Sect will back you. Yin Xiong clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, Lord Qingshan. Inside the great hall of the Qingshan Sect, Luo Lanxue stood before dozens of people and declared, Sir Yi is a kind person, gentle and benevolent. He doesn't want to involve the innocent people of Jiangping City. But we absolutely cannot let Sir Yi suffer this in silence. and let those scoundrels think they can do whatever they please. Luo Li angrily added. Father said this incident made Sir Yi extremely furious. Jian also spoke up. Sir, he has shown great kindness to our Qingshan sect. Furthermore, his disciple was almost murdered on our sect's own territory. We must give Sir Yi a satisfactory answer for this matter. Then, she continued sternly. Sir Yi indirectly relayed a message to the Qingshan sect through the Baofeng Merchant Guild. This is the clearest possible warning. Don't make Sir Yi handle this himself. When that time comes, not even we will be able to withstand his rage. As soon as Zhu Yun finished speaking, dozens of people roared in agreement. If we don't deal with this evil, we're unworthy of being cultivators. How can we let Sir Yi's benevolent heart be betrayed by villains? We can't be as patient as Sir Yi. This is our chance to repay his kindness. It's infuriating. If we can't appease his anger, I fear there will be no need for the Qingshan sect to exist anymore. Lu Qingshan could no longer remain calm. He shot to his feet and declared, I don't care who ambushed young Master Zhongqing. Not a single one of them will escape. Relay my orders. Open the back mountain grand formation. Notify the 12 elders and the 18 protectors. Dispatch the 36 heavenly spirits and the 72 earthly fiends. All 108 disciples. Not a single one is to remain behind. They will all descend the mountain, led by Zhu Yun. A spark of hatred flashed in Lu Qingshan's eyes. I want to make the villains who dared to touch Sir Yi regret the day they were born into this world. All the disciples of the Qingshan sect roared in unison. Yes, sir. Their morale was sky high. Such a formation, even during the great wars between sects, had never been deployed on this scale. Inside Pingjiang City, all business operations of the Baofeng Merchant Guild suddenly halted. All shops were closed tight, and countless intelligence agents were dispatched. Outside the city, Lu Qingshan and his disciples stood reading a report on the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. After reading it, his face turned crimson with rage. Inside a large room where everyone was feasting, a subordinate rushed in and shouted, Guild Master, something terrible has happened. Mao Lin slammed the table in anger. Can't you see I'm drinking with the three lords? How dare you barge in here? The subordinate reported urgently. Our spies report that the Baofeng Merchant Guild has shut down all business for Yifeng and is preparing to make a move on the Pingjiang Merchant Guild. Mao Lin, forgetting the beautiful women and the heroes, quickly ran off, muttering, What? If we're not careful, there's going to be bloodshed between the two guilds. A red-haired man with a green earring called out, Guild Master, hey, we haven't even finished our wine. Are you planning on leaving us here to admire the scenery alone? That's very impolite, you know. Mao Lin smiled amicably. My lords, my son can accompany the three of you for a drink. The issue is the relationship between the Baofeng Merchant Guild and the Qingshan sect is also very... Before Mao Lin could finish, the green-haired man cut him off. The Qingshan ancestor certainly has some power, but it's impossible for him to lower himself to come to a place like this. Besides, would the Qingshan sect really risk offending 3 martial spirits for a tiny merchant guild? Mao Lin scratched his head in confusion and replied, You're right. I'll have to rely on the 3 of you, my lords. The red-haired man with the green earring calmly picked up some food with his chopsticks and said, Of course. Let's just keep drinking and eating. When your rival gets here, all he'll be able to do is scream a little before he dies. Mao Yi, sitting nearby, flattered them. That's right. Just wait for that Yifeng and his Baofeng Merchant Guild cronies to come here and die. From now on, the Pingjiang Merchant Guild is officially the ruler of the entire Pingjiang city. The music and dancing continued inside the room. The 3 self-proclaimed martial spirits continued to drink themselves silly while cuddling with the women. Outside, Lu Qingshan's group had arrived, ready to slaughter everyone inside the estate. 1,000 black bats flitted across the sky under the bright moon. Lu Qingshan's eyes had turned blood red, his sharp blade held tightly in his hand, ready for battle. A subordinate frantically ran in, tripped, and fell face first, terrified. Guild Master, it's bad. Yifeng's people have broken through the gates. The red-haired man with the green earring said contemptuously, Guild Master Mao, your subordinates are quite the cowards, aren't they? Embarrassed, Mao Lin cursed his subordinate. Are you stupid? I'm busy entertaining the 3 lords. Don't you dare barge in and disturb us like this. Besides, so what if they've broken through the gates? With the three lords here, what is there to be afraid of? The subordinate tried to explain, terrified. But guild master, they've come with a massive mob. The man in the iron mask shouted, noisy. Then he slapped the subordinate, sending him sprawling to the ground. He said nonchalantly, Guildmaster Mao, it seems your men don't have much faith in us. Mao Lin frantically waved his hands in protest. How could that be? What does a lowly steward know? How could he possibly comprehend the power of the three of you? It's just that he saw the previous people couldn't even threaten that Eoam fellow. But he doesn't know that in the eyes of the three lords, the more people that come, the more will die. One of the three arrogant men slammed his hand on the table and said, forget it. I've lost my appetite for drinking for now. Let's go deal with those flies. We can enjoy ourselves later. When we get back, remember to call in more beauties to reward the three of us. Got it? Mao Lin replied enthusiastically. Of course. They'll be here shortly. Then the three self-proclaimed heroes, with smug, arrogant smiles, swaggered outside. Mao Lin looked at Mao Yi with a triumphant grin. He thought to himself, this battle is won before it's even fought. Not only will this solve the issue with the other merchant guild, but it will also take care of the root of the problem. After this, we can directly deal with the Baophone merchant guild. The three self-proclaimed hero brothers walked out, boasting amongst themselves. Let's see which blind, worthless piece of trash dared to cross us. They opened their mouths in a wide, laughing grin, but as they stepped out the door, their faces instantly turned black. Their paper hero brains started calculating. What is this situation? This battle is a little too much, and not a single one of them has a weaker cultivation level than us. The three paper heroes stood there, still unable to process the situation. Then a dragon, with a rider in golden armor on its back, appeared before them and let out a roar that nearly deafened them. The killing intent emanating from Lu Qingshan's blade was palpable. It made Mao Lin exclaim in shock. Damn, how are there so many of them? Even though the three paper heroes were frozen stiff, Mao Lin was still cheerful. But why worry? Even if they have numbers, we have three martial spirit masters right here. These guys are nothing but a bunch of pretty boys with no substance. Am I right, my three lords? The three paper heroes looked at the terrifying formation. Their entire bodies had turned purple, their faces contorted in fear as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. They thought frantically, are you Asterisk King blind? Look at that formation. You still can't see it? Forget three martial spirits like us. Even three martial kings would probably die here. Today's trouble is not something we can afford to be a part of. The clueless Mao Lin asked. My three lords, why aren't you saying anything? The red-haired man with the green earring slapped Mao Lin, sending him flying into the air before crashing to the ground. The three paper heroes turned to leave. They announced, young Master Zhao is paying for everything tonight. We've already received our deposit, so we're leaving first. The three of them turned 180 degrees and waved goodbye. Remember, if anything happens, go find young Master Zhao. Mao Lin, stunned, sat up and asked, wait, who the hell is young Master Zhao? My lords, didn't you just promise to help us take care of all these people? The three paper heroes didn't dare say another word and quickly turned tail and fled for their lives. But a golden light appeared, blasting the three of them backward. A crack formed in the ground right in front of them. Lu Qingshan pointed a sharp blade straight at his enemies' faces. It seems you three have a hand in this as well. The three paper heroes were terrified for a moment, but then regained their composure and replied, that's right, we were involved. So what? We are elders of the Heaven Exploding faction from Nansha. You should understand that during the Heaven Exploding faction's golden age, it was not something your tiny Qingshan sect could ever compare to. Lu Qingshan looked at the enemy with murderous eyes. Even if we've fallen on hard times, a starved camel is still bigger than a fat horse. If you mess with us, you'd better think it through. Lu Qingshan put a hand to his chin and thought, that's true. It's hard to say, but this could very well start a war between our sects. Hearing Lu Qingshan say this, the three paper heroes smirked triumphantly. The red-haired man with the green earring was laughing as he spoke, but then he realized Lu Qingshan did not disappoint. He roared, listen to my command. The 18 protectors will remain here and hold this position. The rest of you, with Commander Zhu Yun, move out immediately. Within one day, I want the entire heaven-exploding faction in Nansha annihilated. The three paper heroes screamed in terror. What? Not only are you meddling in the trivial affairs of mortals, but you also want to destroy our heaven-exploding faction? You dare? Lu Qingshan's eyes blazed red as he replied. Why wouldn't I dare? For daring to offend Sir E. Even if the heaven-exploding faction were in its golden age, I would still wipe you scum off the face of the earth. As soon as Lu Qingshan finished speaking, three figures in golden armor moved forward and seized the three paper heroes. The three of them could only stand there and be captured. Mao Lin, ignoring the blood covering his face, said in fear, "Holy crap, those three martial spirits didn't even have a chance to resist. They were captured just like that?" Lu Qingshan's ice-cold gaze made Mao Lin and Mao Yi drop to their knees in a hurry. They bowed their heads, not daring to look up for even a second. Lu Qingshan looked down at the two cowards, Mao Lin and Mao Yi, and said, "You two are the masterminds behind the attack on Sir Yi's disciple, aren't you?" Hearing this, Mao Yi's stomach churned, and he hastily pointed to his father. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I had absolutely nothing to do with this. It was him. It was him. This old man did everything. It has nothing to do with me." Mao Lin was so stunned, he felt his blood pressure plummet. He could only stammer out a few words. I'm your father." Looking at Mao Yi, sobbing like a child who'd had his toys snatched away, Mao Lin adopted a tone of surrender and said, "You must be the Qingshan ancestor of the Qingshan sect, correct? Let the culprit face the consequences. I know what my fate will be today. I only have one question. How did Eoam convince you to personally leave the mountain, to the point where you didn't hesitate to mobilize the entire force of the Qingshan sect? To be able to corner me so completely?" Mao Lin, still unreconciled, pressed on. "Who in the world is he?" Lu Qingshan answered through gritted teeth. "If it weren't for him, the Qingshan sect would no longer exist. Sir, he has hidden his cultivation and taken on the guise of a mortal to travel this small city and to experience the lives of the common people. And a piece of trash like you nearly killed his beloved disciple. Tell me, do you deserve to die or not? Does your Pingjiang Merchant Guild deserve to be wiped out or not?" Lu Qingshan moved closer to Mao Lin, his words like hammer blows to his ears. "Sir, he clearly gave you many chances. If you had taken advantage of them, you might now be standing above tens of thousands. But looking at you now, you're nothing but a blind fool." Hearing this, Mao Lin was so enraged he choked and spat out a mouthful of blood. A thought flashed through Mao Lin's mind. So it was to hide his cultivation, to live as a mortal and travel the world. All this time, I was given so many opportunities from the very beginning. I could have smoothly cooperated with him, could have built a good relationship. But I threw it all away. The regret is overwhelming. Lu Qingshan pointed his blade at the three paper heroes. "Now it's your turn." A golden light shot from the blade towards the three paper heroes. But unexpectedly, even though their heads were severed from their necks, the three of them still managed a contemptuous sneer. "Qingshan ancestor, do you really think my heaven-exploding faction is so simple? You can't kill us. If you have the guts, come find us at the heaven-exploding faction. We'll be waiting." Luo Lanchua said with a tense expression. "Master, these three cultivate some kind of evil technique. It doesn't seem to be the style of the heaven-exploding faction." Lu Qingshan looked up at the sky, a worried look on his face, and replied, "I know, my disciple. These three, along with Mao Lin, are the masterminds. It probably has nothing to do with the heaven-exploding faction. But they dare to taunt me to come to the heaven-exploding faction. Could it be that there's something there that even I can't handle? Zhu Yun has already gone ahead to the heaven-exploding faction. You two are responsible for personally bringing this father and son to Sir E for his judgment. Also, instruct Yun Xiong to lock down the Ping Jiang Merchant Guild. No one is allowed to leave." The sisters Luo Lanchua and Luo Li bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, sir." Lu Qingshan mounted his giant bat, raised his blade, and gave the command for the 18 protectors to follow him to the heaven-exploding faction. Luo Lanchua and Luo Li led Mao Lin and Mao Yi to Yi Feng's martial arts hall. Luo Lanchua looked around, a thought flashing through her mind. "It's so quiet. This isn't the martial arts hall I remember." Inside the hall, Yifeng placed a hand on Zhongqing's forehead and thought, "His life is clearly no longer in danger, but he still won't wake up. This situation is not looking good. Outside, Luo launched you about her head and reported, Sir. The Qingshan and Baofeng merchant guilds have completed their mission. We've identified the ones who attacked your disciple. It was the father and son, Mao. We await your judgment. The door swung open, and Yifeng stepped out, causing Mao Lin to tremble and fall to his knees. He said, Sir, it was all my doing. You are a man with a generous heart. My son is innocent. It's not worth taking your anger out on him. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Mao Lin bowed his head, gritting his teeth, his entire body drenched in sweat. Luo Lanxue and Luo Li looked at Yifeng, a hint of confusion in their thoughts. Is Sir Yi going to personally take action for his young disciple, risking the exposure of his identity? Is he really going to give up his life of seclusion? Mao Lin, terrified, cried and begged. Killing me is enough. I beg you, please. Mao Yi's face contorted in anger as he added, That's right. It was all him. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. He's the one who hired the assassins. He was jealous of you, afraid that the benefits and influence from the Baofeng Merchant Guild would threaten his position as guild master. Yifeng raised a hand, his face devoid of emotion, signaling for silence. Then his eyes turned a murderous shade of purple as he spoke. Mao Lin, your blood is as filthy as mud. Your life isn't worth a single coin. My disciple is just an innocent child. For harming him, your life is not enough to atone for this crime. Tears streamed down Mao Lin and Mao Yi's faces as they could only bow their heads and accept their fate. A dagger flew from Yifeng's sleeve. Yifeng said, I have no choice but to use your own methods against you. As he spoke, Yifeng's face darkened. Then he advanced on Mao Yi with the dagger. Mao Lin, terrified, cried out and begged. This has nothing to do with him. Yifeng replied with resentment. My grudge with you should have had nothing to do with my disciple either. The blade was now close to Mao Yi's mouth. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he screamed. Father, didn't you say there's nothing in this world you can't handle for me? Are you just going to stand there and watch your son die? Didn't you always beat your chest and tell me you wanted me to live a life of comfort and freedom? Now you go and start trouble, and you want me to die for you? At this, Mao Yi slammed his head to the ground and begged Yifeng. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Even if I'm at fault, it's because my father taught me. Don't kill me. Seeing Yifeng about to kill Mao Yi, Mao Lin stood up and ran towards a tree, shouting, Sir Yi, let me atone for my sins with my death. Mao Yin'er ran in from a distance, her eyes now filled with tears as she cried out. Father, no. Mao Lin and Luo Li turned in surprise. Mao Yin'er quickly knelt and begged Yifeng. Sir Yi, I beg you, spare my father and brother's lives. I am willing to pay any price. Mao Lin stood by the tree, quietly bowing his head in remorse. Sir Yi, I hope that for my young daughter's sake, you will show mercy. Yin'er, father has wronged you, but you must protect your brother. For everything I've done, I will pay with my life. With that, Mao Lin slammed his head into the tree trunk. Red syrup splattered everywhere. Yifeng stood and watched it all unfold, completely emotionless. Only Mao Yin'er sobbed, while Mao Yi cried and said, Congratulations, Sir Yi. The mastermind is dead. Can you let me go now? Yifeng walked over to Mao Lin's corpse and said, I told you, what I want is the head of the mastermind behind this. For you, this debt is still a little too light. Yifeng swung his arm, bringing the blade down hard on Mao Lin's head. Red syrup splattered everywhere. In Yifeng's mind, he thought, if on that day, instead of Zhongqing, it had been me who fell into your hands, would you have let me go? A speck of blood landed on Yifeng's face. He slowly closed his eyes. Then, Yifeng turned his head to the trembling Mao Yin'er and said, You're always welcome to seek revenge. Tears streamed down Mao Yin'er's face as she replied, Thank you, sir, for being just and fair. The attack on your disciple truly had nothing to do with my brother. With my father dead, the Pingjiang Merchant Guild now has nothing to do with the Mao family. It's all over. Yin'er will not bother you again, sir. Mao Yi, now seemingly insane, clapped his hands and said, Sister, aren't we taking father home with us? Who's going to give me money for candy then? You have to buy it. You have to buy it for me. From that moment on, the Pingjiang Merchant Guild was officially wiped out. In Yifeng's mind, a single thought persisted. Zhongqing, I will definitely find a way to wake you up. Lu Qingshan and his group were on their way to the heaven-exploding faction when an incident occurred. A beam of red light appeared, blocking everyone from advancing. This made Lu Qingshan roar in anger. Zhuyan, what's going on? Zhuyan quickly replied. Brother, the heaven-exploding faction is not as simple as it seems on the outside. A stranger appeared and said, A tiny Qingshan sect dares to attack my heaven-exploding faction? Lu Qingshan took a sharp breath. The soldiers beside the old man stammered. Master, this person is a martial emperor expert. I never thought the waters of the heaven-exploding faction ran so deep. The group was a little intimidated, looking up at the figure hovering in the air as he said, How bold? Lu Qingshan looked up at his opponent and asked, May I ask who you are? The red-haired stranger softly uttered 2 words, Yi Bei. In Lu Qingshan's mind, he thought, So, hiding in the heaven-exploding faction for just a short 10 years, he was able to ascend from a martial king to a martial emperor expert. With this level of talent, in another 10 or 20 years, who in all of Nansha could be his match? Yi Bei's eyes were ice cold, his entire body radiating demonic energy. It seems you know me. Then you can die at my hands with no regrets. With that, Yi Bei attacked Lu Qingshan. They were all blown into the air by the attack. Lu Qingshan quickly said, The Qingshan sect has unintentionally offended you, sir. It was all because 3 elders of the heaven-exploding faction offended a senior. I ask that you distinguish right from wrong, sir. Do not use your power as an expert to suppress those who seek justice and shield the guilty. Yi Bei's eyes did not soften in the slightest, but instead burned with fighting spirit as he said, You were the one who destroyed the physical bodies of 3 of my sect's elders first, and you didn't hesitate to shake the very foundation of my sect by provoking us at our own gates. And now you demand justice from me? By my logic, those who don't know their own limits deserve to die under my Yi Bei's formation. Yi Bei unleashed an attack that surrounded Lu Qingshan, causing him to gasp in surprise. He immediately drew his blade to counterattack, saying, You would shield the wicked for your own selfish reasons. I will fight with all my heart for my senior. I hope you have foreseen the consequences. Lu Qingshan swung his blade, attacking Yi Bei with a blast of golden light. Of course, Yi Bei was unharmed and replied, That kind of attack is useless against me. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody gash appeared on his face. He touched the wound, surprised. A mere martial king was able to injure me with a magical technique. I see now. It's the vegetable cleaver in your hand, isn't it? A peerless divine blade like that is not for a piece of trash like you to wield. Only I, Yi Bei, am worthy of using it. As he spoke, he manifested another soul creature from his eye. Yi Bei advanced and attacked Lu Qingshan. As he parried, he thought, Even though I have a divine weapon, my body is still only that of a martial king. A martial emperor is an entire realm above me. Just as he thought this, Lu Qingshan was struck by Yi Bei's palm, causing him to spit up a mouthful of blood. As he fell backward, he also dropped his blade. Yi Bei's hand shot out, grabbing the saber. This saber is mine now. Lu Qingshan struggled to his feet, enraged. Senior, Yi bestowed that upon me. How dare you steal it? If you anger the senior, the Jia Tian Bang will cease to exist. Yi Bei unleashed a soul-searching technique, and images from his opponent's memories flashed before his eyes. He was done. All you do is talk about this senior of yours. I'm very curious to see if he's as great as you claim. The soul-searching technique allowed Yi Bei to see all of Lu Qingshan's memories. So this guy really exists, but he doesn't seem like much at all. I wonder what will happen if I test this saber on him. Yi Bei's voice grew dark. I'm sure he has other nice things, too. Perhaps I'll pay him a little visit and borrow his divine weapons to help my Jia Tian Bang. Rise once more. With that, Yi Bei leaped high into the air, leaving a single sentence behind. You worthless trash. You can all stay here and rot. In a flash, Yi Bei arrived at Yi Feng's martial hall. He surveyed his surroundings as he walked. According to that old fool, Lu Qingshan's memories, this is the place. A strange sound, like frogs mating, echoed from within the hall. The sound was coming from a well. Suddenly, the well cover began to move. A powerful aura exploded outwards, filling the entire hall. The force of it shook the very heavens. Yi Bei walked towards a wall. It was adorned with 2 strange drawings. He looked at the images, confused, and muttered to himself, It's one thing for the sign out front to be a fake, but even this painting isn't what I saw in the memories. There's not a trace of spiritual energy, nor is there any fluctuation of martial intent. Other than being hung on the wall, they're just worthless pieces of paper. Aside from that heaven-suppressing stone over there, which is mildly interesting, I can't see anything special about this place. That old fool Lu Qingshan was just deluding himself. He made this guy out to be some kind of master. As far as I can see, he's just a paper tiger. Hey buddy, you just walked right past. A priceless treasure. Ibe suddenly stopped in his tracks. He could feel the perfect, powerful aura of a true martial arts master surrounding him. Ibe glanced to the side and saw a glittering, golden object. But the owner isn't here. To take without asking is to steal. What should I do? Easier said than done. Ibe walked over and kicked the metal object as hard as he could, sneering. If you want to play make-believe in this run-down martial hall, then I'll play along and destroy it for you. Wankai, who was napping inside, heard the commotion and instantly knew it was hostile. This aura, it's a martial emperor. But then, Wankai just shrugged it off and went back to sleep. Hearing the loud noise, Yifeng came out to see who was there. What's all the ruckus about? Yibei's and Yifeng's eyes met. Yibei was the first to speak. You're the master of this martial hall. I'm here today to challenge your hall. Yifeng asked, slightly annoyed. Do you even know what hall challenge means? Yibei sneered in reply. A hall challenge, of course, is a duel to the death. The loser's martial hall will belong to the winner. Yifeng looked at Yibei with irritation. Yibei, however, just laughed contemptuously. The weak are so easily angered. Yifeng let out a cold breath. Leave. I don't want to fight you. The statement stunned Yibei. His eyes blazed, and he began to channel his inner energy. He ground his teeth and snarled. You've got a lot of nerve. I told you. I'm here to challenge this hall. You will be defeated. Yibei's face contorted into a demonic visage with razor-sharp teeth. His battle lust was now 1,000 times stronger. Seeing his opponent's transformation, Yifeng sighed. A hall challenge. It's basically a martial arts tournament. To put it bluntly, it's just a fight between mortals. And only a bored mortal would come looking for a fight like this. Asterisk fine. If you want to fight, let's get started. Asterisk. A thick, murderous aura began to emanate from Yifeng. His eyes turned a mysterious shade of violet. He whispered to himself, when it comes to fighting other mortals, I am invincible. Yibei began to boast about his accomplishments. I was born a genius. By the age of 30, I had already reached the rank of martial emperor. I am one of the greatest prodigies of my generation. There are few in this entire continent who can match me. And yet, a man like him was being insulted. And by this worthless piece of mortal trash, no less. Yifeng gestured for him to begin. Let's get this over with. Yibei's face was a mask of murderous contempt. He won't even put down his vegetable basket. He's really putting on a show. He leaped towards Yifeng. He lunged at him, unleashing a move and taunting, are not worthy. I'll even give you a 2-move handicap. He thought, I won't hold anything back. No need to test his strength. Yibei roared, die, and charged straight at Yifeng, who was standing there completely unguarded with a bewildered look on his face. Yifeng seemed to see the attack in slow motion. He calmly sidestepped the blow, much to Yibei's astonishment, and said, all style, no substance. The art of combat can be summed up in 3 words, fast, precise, powerful. As he spoke, he delivered a seemingly light but lightning-fast slap across Yibei's face. The blow sent Yibei tumbling backward, and Yifeng even added a sarcastic, good boy. Yifeng shot him a disdainful look. Who are you trying to impress with these flashy moves? They're full of openings. Meanwhile, Yibei was sprawled on the floor, coughing up blood and screaming in disbelief. How? How is this possible? He struggled to get up, unable to believe what had just happened. He asked himself, I have never been so humiliated. Yibei roared in fury and unleashed his ultimate technique. Dual Soul Convergence Peak. His body was enveloped in a violent purple energy as he glared at Yifeng with pure hatred and screamed, you deserve to die. But before he could do anything, a fruit basket flew through the air and smashed into his face, completely stopping his ultimate move. Once again, blood poured from his mouth. He was utterly dumbfounded. No way. All the energy I struggled to gather. Yifeng turned to Yibei. Who do you think you're glaring at? He looked down at Yibei with a menacing gaze. Yibei's face was purple with rage. He tried to say something, but all he could do was cough up more blood. Eoam looked at his pathetic state with contempt. With your paltry strength, you couldn't even beat old man Wong who sells pork buns next door. Who gave you the guts to come here and challenge my hall? Yi stammered. You? Eoam looked at him with pity. Cat got your tongue? Choking on his rage, he ground his teeth. He unleashed another technique. Heavenly Soul Pearl. Kill him for me. As he spoke, he summoned an orb of energy and launched it at Eoam. He was confident it would be a one-hit kill. Yi boasted arrogantly. You forced me to use my ultimate move. Now you will die. In response to this so-called ultimate move, Eoam simply lifted his foot and scoffed. Aiming for the face? Foolish. He casually raised his leg and shattered Yi Bei's energy orb. Yi Bei hadn't even recovered from the shock when his face went pale with fear. Eoam asked him condescendingly, You thought you could kill someone with a worthless little marble like that? Are you out of your mind? Yi Bei trembled as he watched his precious orb shatter. You called it a worthless marble. His heart was now filled with terror. He stared at the shattered remains of the orb and thought, the heavenly soul pearl. A sage-grade treasure, a rarity in this world. Once it appears, it reaps souls. Eoam just looked at Yi Bei with an expression of pure contempt and replied, You never stood a chance. Cowering in fear, Yi Bei thought to himself, This man is just like he was in Lu Qingshan's memories. A true, peerless master. Asterisk, this is like hitting an iron wall. No, asterisk, it's like hitting a mountain of solid steel. Of the 36 stratagems, Yi Bei decided to flee. He quickly scrambled to his feet, and he didn't get far. Eoam landed a kick squarely in his back, sending a jolt of pain up his spine and knocking him to the ground once more. Eoam turned and said, I live by one principle. In this life, one should treat others with kindness. But others does not include my enemies. Because mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. As he watched Yi Bei crawling on the ground, trying to escape, he thought, This bastard may be weak. But I can't let him go just because he's weak. Anyone who dares to challenge my hall is a mortal enemy. I may not have the heart to kill a chicken, but killing a person. He quickly stepped on Yi Bei. Asterisk, this is another world, after all. If I have to kill, I'll kill. Asterisk. With a calm expression, he grabbed Yi Bei's arm and began to break it, ignoring the man's agonizing screams that accompanied each snap of bone. In his agony, Yi Bei thought, This man's attacks. Even if I used all of my cultivation to defend, I couldn't. Oh God, it hurts so much. Unable to fight back, he resorted to begging. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me. Eoam just glared at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Spare you. He stomped on Yi Bei's face. Yi Bei let out a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Eoam turned, curious. Zhongqing. His foot had momentarily eased up, and Yi Bei took advantage of the distraction, slithering away on his one good arm like a snake. He spat out a badge that read Jia Tianbang. It caught Yi Feng's attention. Jia Tianbang. Yi Bei quickly scrambled to his feet and ran out the door. Eoam watched him go. I'll remember that name. I'll let you go for now. In a few days, I will personally come to challenge your hall. Back at the Jia Tianbang headquarters, Yi Bei returned, cradling his broken arm, much to the astonishment of the disciples. If I wait for that man to arrive, the heaven-exploding faction will undoubtedly be razed to the ground. My dozen years of seclusion cannot be destroyed in an instant. Right now, I no longer doubt Lu Qingshan's judgment of him, to be able to escape the mortal world, only to return to it. No wonder I was so blind. As Yi Bei thought, he drank a potion to recover his strength. At this moment, he turned his gaze back to Lu Qingshan and the Qingshan sect outside the barrier. But perhaps for me, Yi Bei, there is still a chance for survival. Lu Qingshan saw Yi Bei's murderous expression as he approached and began to fear the worst. It seems my Qingshan sect will meet its end here today. He stood in a final, defiant pose, bathed in a righteous light, thinking his last words. Sir, I, Lu Qingshan, and my Qingshan sect, have no regrets. Suddenly, Yi Bei burst out laughing and said, Brother Qingshan, it's a misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding. Then he ordered his men, someone, take down the formation. Everyone from the Qingshan sect had the same dumbfounded expression, their jaws on the floor, utterly baffled by this sudden change of heart. What happened next was even more shocking. While everyone was still reeling, Yi Bei threw open the gates of the heaven-exploding faction, and with a wide grin, invited the entire Qingshan sect inside. Even though Yi Bei was incredibly powerful, this move made everyone suspect he was putting the heaven-exploding faction on a knife's edge. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were filled with questions. But because the lives of over 100,000 Qingshan sect members were in his hands, they had no choice but to comply. They only heard Yi Bei give a single command. Bring out the tables. Prepare a feast for our guests. Lu Qingshan, full of suspicion, asked Yi Bei, what are you really planning? If you want to kill us, then just do it. This is just pathetic. You can call me Lu Qingshan, a coward for all I care. Yi Bei paid him no mind, just laughed cheerfully and threw an arm over Lu Qingshan's shoulder, saying something that visibly surprised him. Old brother, I truly and sincerely wish to apologize to you. I admit my fault in this matter with the Qingshan sect. To show my sincerity, I'll drink first. With that, Yi Bei raised his cup and downed it in one go. Lu Qingshan couldn't help but think in astonishment. His eyes show no sign of deception, but that twisted smile of his is full of schemes. He began to doubt everything. Although I can't see the truth of the matter, if death is the final outcome, then what should I do now? I should probably just charge in, rather than be played like a fiddle in his hands. It's better to go out in a blaze of glory. True courage isn't about dying a heroic death for some cause. It's about stooping low to survive for that cause. He thought, a sense of self-loathing welling up inside him. His heart felt like it was standing on the edge of a cliff. Yi Bei continued, to ease your suspicions, old brother, I have this as well. Bring those 3 wretched bastards here. At his command, his subordinates dragged the 3 tied-up martial spirits forward, who cried out pathetically, Sect Master. Without letting them say another word, Yi Bei sent them to meet their ancestors, then said, nonchalantly, I should have delivered the heads of these 3 to you sooner, old brother. I hope you won't hold it against me. Lu Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. These men could use ethereal projection even under my divine blade, yet he slaughtered them so casually. Is he deliberately trying to make peace? Trying to get on my good side? I need to see what his next move is. After a moment of thought, Lu Qingshan suddenly broke into a cheerful smile and conceded. Sect Master Yi truly understands the greater good. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to prolong it. Let the grudges between our 2 sects vanish like smoke. Yi Bei replied happily, old brother. Well said. In that case, we should eat. We should drink. Don't be a stranger. All right. I also have a great treasure to offer you. Lu Qingshan wondered what it could be, then saw Yi Bei snap his fingers, summoning someone. A serving girl brought out a tray full of what looked like cigars. Yi Bei introduced them. These were created by the heaven-exploding faction's alchemists, using hua jian, purple spirit leaf, and many other precious materials. They're called Zetan flower, or Zetan for short. Seeing the greedy look on Lu Qingshan's face, Yi Bei tempted him further. Old brother, I'm not exaggerating. We only produce 20 of these a year. 1 puff will send you straight to the heavens. It's better than 10 straight days of bitter cultivation. So you want one? A Zetan was lit. Lu Qingshan took a long drag, his face drifting into bliss as he thought. This Yi Bei is a martial emperor himself, and he can casually bring out a treasure like this. It shows just how ridiculously wealthy the heaven-exploding faction must be. He remembered his first impression of Yi Bei, just like when I first met him. That arrogant and prideful demeanor. What could my Qingshan sect possibly have that's worth him abandoning all that pride and posture? Lu Qingshan's attitude began to shift. He sat with an arrogant, self-satisfied air, his leg crossed, still puffing smoke rings, and asked, Sect Master Yi, you're not being very clear, are you? A gift this good? How could I possibly accept it? Yi Bei replied, for you to say that, old brother, it must be my Yi Bei's fault. I must have failed to meet your standards. The 2 began to eye each other, probing for weaknesses. Finally, they both broke into a round of laughter, exchanging polite pleasantries. But in their hearts, the schemes continued. Lu Qingshan thought, this guy's as tight-lipped as they come. He refuses to let the Qingshan sect go. For now, I can only play along with him. Sooner or later, he'll show his true colors. And Yi Bei thought, if my thoughts were that easy for you to read, I wouldn't be the sect master of the heaven-exploding faction today. What followed was a boisterous atmosphere of feasting and drinking within the heaven-exploding faction. After a while of drinking, Lu Qingshan seemed to be getting a bit drunk. He started slinging his arm around Yi Bei's shoulder, slurring, "Brother, Yi, let's have a heart-to-heart. Who in this world isn't insanely envious of your natural-born talent? In just 30 short years, you've already become such a monster." Seeing Lu Qingshan drunk, Yi Bei asked, "Old brother, are you drunk? Someone, take the old brother to rest." Yi Bei smiled triumphantly as he watched the completely wasted Lu Qingshan, thinking to himself, Yi Bei was able to continuously break through to the martial emperor realm in 30 years, with the resources of an entire sect at my disposal. Do you really think it was all due to talent? Life is complicated. People's hearts are treacherous. In the end, only those who can adapt are the true geniuses. With that thought, he summoned his intelligence agent, Kulme. The agent appeared with a scroll and said, "Sect Master, this is the intelligence report on the personalities, preferences, and weaknesses of Lu Qingshan, Zhu Yun, and the numerous elders of the Qingshan sect. All of them are easy to handle. But Zhu Yun," the agent whispered into Yi Bei's ear. This made him glance over at Zhu Yun and ask, "What's the problem with her?" The agent replied, "She doesn't like handsome men. She likes shodas. Given the talent pool of our heaven-exploding faction, we simply can't find an innocent-looking target for someone with her tastes." Meanwhile, the currently drunk Zhu Yun was fantasizing about cute little boys. Yi Bei just smiled calmly and replied, "What's the rush? On my little brother's face, aren't the words pure and innocent written all over it?" Yi Bei's face took on a cunning, foxy expression. There's a saying, how does it go? As long as the villain is handsome enough, your morals tend to follow your aesthetics. Hearing this, the agent couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master, it's just a tiny Qingshan sect. Is it really necessary for us to treat them with such importance?" Yi Bei replied with a serious face, "Absolutely, because they're the ones who will save our heaven-exploding faction." After the banquet ended, in a room within the heaven-exploding faction, Lu Qingshan began to wonder. He even returned my blade. The path of martial cultivation has always been the strong devour the weak. Divine weapons are hard to come by. He should have just taken it when he had the chance. The blade? Of course, maybe there's someone stronger, or he was threatened by a powerful expert and didn't dare to keep it. He stared at the divine blade on the table, his mind restless. First my blade was stolen, and now it's returned. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan remembered the previous night and Yi Bei's words. He started to think in a panic. Could it be? You want to see the senior? No wonder I felt his aura was off from the very beginning. He's clearly injured. Even when he tried his best to hide it, it was still obvious he was severely wounded. Lu Qingshan thought with glee. Yi Bei must have found the senior's residence. And then he got beaten half to death and had to run back. Now he's trying to save his own skin, which is why he's trying so hard to get on my good side. And not just me, but the entire Qingshan sect. It all makes sense now. Compared to his own life, what else would he struggle so desperately for? Lu Qingshan chuckled to himself, feeling smug. But his joy was short-lived. The smile vanished from his face and was replaced by a look of absolute terror, with 4 words written all over it. We are so screwed. He started to think. Before the senior, what was I, Lu Qingshan? Absolutely nothing. Once the Qingshan sect steps into the trap Yi Bei has laid, won't we all be dragged into this mess together? Damn it, this is a death trap. The lives of everyone in the Qingshan sect will have to be sacrificed as well. Lu Qingshan decided to open the door and find Yi Bei with the intention of... But the moment he opened the door, something unexpected appeared before him. It made his face flush. Patriarch, we are the servants sent to take care of you, by order of the gang leader. 2 beautiful girls cosplaying as cats were standing at the door of Lu Qingshan's room. He had a lecherous expression, his face flushed, steam coming out of his nose as he clasped his hands in prayer. "O Lord, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Lord of Purity, all the gods above, please enlighten me. I don't want it, don't want it, don't want it." But in his mind, he thought, I clearly hid this interest of mine so deep that no one knew about it. Damn it, Yi Bei. How do you know I like this kind of thing? The 2 girls clung to Lu Qingshan, acting coquettishly. Patriarch, you are a cultivator. Why are you chanting Buddhist scriptures? Is it because you can't stay calm anymore, right? Then why bother enduring it? Don't surrender. We will definitely serve you well. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth, enduring. He felt he couldn't take it anymore. His face flushed, his nose bleeding. He jumped through the roof, cursing loudly as he went. Damn you, eBay. Oh, your mother. You're playing too dirty. He landed in a nearby pond to cool his head and exclaimed, Oh, physics. Damn, why is the water so cold? Elsewhere nearby, eBay was standing with his informant, observing Lu Qingshan. He seemed displeased and said, Lu Qingshan seems to have seen through my purpose. The informant asked, Then what should we do now? eBay replied calmly, It's not worth worrying about. The Qingshan patriarch only cares about himself. What's so great about that? Being able to manage his subordinates is what he needs to do. But, can he do it? eBay said with a sneer. The informant changed the subject and asked eBay, gang leader, You said that person. Is he really that terrifying? eBay's face fell as he replied, That person. He laughed as he described Eoam, to the point that the informant's face filled with fear. He's not human. Is he a martial emperor? Or an immortal? Or even a demigod? It's fundamentally impossible to know. That great power is immeasurable. A day later, a loud shout was heard. I can't take it anymore. You two are as clingy as leeches. It's not that I, Lu Qingshan, can't handle you two, but that I, Lu Qingshan, must prioritize the greater good. As he shouted, he scared the two girls. The cat players were terrified. A man must never fall. Lu Qingshan shouted and jumped through the ceiling, escaping again. The person on the roof, patching the hole he made the night before, cursed loudly in frustration. Damn it, you could have just used the main door. Lu Qingshan flew to Yi Bei and scolded him. Yi Bei, you are too shameless. You were the one who offended the senior. And you want to lure me onto the same boat? To face the senior's wrath together? A fine plan. My Qingshan sect will absolutely never die in battle with your blasting heaven faction. Yi Bei just replied calmly, Old brother, did you enjoy these 2 days? I'm afraid you still don't know what's going on. Things are different now. You and I are now family. With that, he pointed down the hill. After all, if you don't submit, there will always be someone in your Qingshan sect who wants to. Before Lu Qingshan was the site of the Qingshan sect soldiers, each happily with a woman, and the inside of the blasting heaven faction was like a dating spot on Valentine's Day. Lu Qingshan's jaw dropped as he thought. So, Laozi and the entire Qingshan sect were all calculated by you, Yi Bei, to be cannon fodder. And I'm the only one who's still pure. Fine. Yi Bei pointed to a bush in the distance. Oh, right. There's also my sister-in-law. His face was filled with joyful satisfaction as he teased. Well, sometimes when fate comes, you can't stop it. Elder Zhu these past few days had a fateful encounter with my 18-year-old younger brother. And very quickly, their love blossomed. And Zhu Yun was still embracing and caressing Yi Bei's younger brother. Yi Bei's younger brother looked at Lu Qingshan, who was glaring at him and Zhu Yun, and asked fearfully, Sister, does senior brother Lu hate me? His eyes are so scary. Zhu Yun laughed triumphantly and coughed pointedly. Senior brother, I found my true love, and you're not going to congratulate me? Not just me. Many disciples and elders of our Qingshan sect have found their true loves in the blasting heaven faction. The two sects joining in marriage from now on is a good thing. We're in the same boat now. We'll face whatever comes together. Yi Bei smugly placed his hand on Lu Qingshan's shoulder and uttered 3 words. We're family, right? Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan was trembling with fear as he thought to himself. In just 12 short days, the entire Qingshan sect has been won over by the blasting heaven faction. If I insist on breaking this multi-layered relationship, not only will I lose everyone's favor, but I'll also be resented by everyone. What a disgusting tactic. Yi Bei continued to apply pressure. Old brother, since things are already like this, don't be so difficult. With that, he clapped his hands once. Since we can't stop it, we might as well just accept it. Don't you agree? Suddenly, the 2 girls from before rushed out and clung to Lu Qingshan's arms. Finally, he gave in, a look of resigned enjoyment on his face as he said, We'll talk about it after everything is over. The patriarch needs to go into seclusion for a day. You too, help me guard. With that, he picked up the 2 girls and leaped away. Let's go. leaving Yi Bei with a look of satisfaction on his face, his plan a success. Somewhere in Pingjiang City, behind Mount Mo, Yifeng was walking on a path along the mountainside. He looked around and wondered, to completely cure Zhongqing, I need the heavenly heart gall. I'm afraid it can only be found in large mountain caves, or places with dense spiritual energy. Meanwhile, somewhere on Mount Mo, a beautiful girl was sleeping under a tree with a book covering her face. Suddenly, Moo shouted, "Miss, did you fall asleep again while reading that person's book?" Moo looked at the girl angrily and scolded her. "I think you are really quite ill." But the girl just mumbled the last line of the poem. "If I were given another chance, I would say to you, I love you. If I had to add a time limit, I hope it would be 10,000 years. What kind of person could write a poem like this?" The girl hugging the book and reciting the poem was named by Pia Piao. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Pia Piao was startled and turned around. Moo also turned around, puzzled. No one has ever come to our place before. Who could it be? Pia Piao ordered Moo, "Go and see." Moo replied, "Yes, miss." Yifeng stood behind the door and greeted, "Good afternoon. I am here to gather herbs in the mountains. May I stay for one night?" Moo reported back to Pia Piao, "It's a young mortal who came to gather herbs. He wants to stay the night." Pia Piao was worried. It's very dangerous for a normal person to come to a place like this to gather herbs. "Let him in." Yifeng walked in and thanked them, but the scene before him left him stunned. A beautiful woman was sitting and reciting poetry with an elegant posture. He thought to himself, "This beautiful woman has a truly wonderful aura." Yifeng was suddenly inspired and recited a few lines of poetry, catching Pia Piao's attention. "The empty mountain, after the new rain, is full of verdant trees. In the late evening, the returning birds sing of autumn. The quiet courtyard, the silver screen, 3,000 feet high. A beautiful woman sits by a rock, her zither on her lap." Moo just turned and said, "Hey, you follow me?" Yifeng replied a bit sheepishly. "The scenery was so beautiful, I couldn't help myself." Pia Piao glanced at him, thinking to herself, a mortal in the mountains, and yet he can compose such a beautiful poem. In her eyes, Yifeng appeared with a romantic, poetic beauty. He was incredibly handsome and suave. She thought to herself, and then said, "A vulgar mortal." "Not necessarily." After thinking, she spoke up and thanked him. "Your poem is beautiful, sir. This humble girl thanks you." Yifeng returned the courtesy. "You are too kind, miss." It started to rain. Moo opened the door and said, "Mississippi, everything is arranged. Isn't this the poem of that young man? Miss, don't tell me you've taken a liking to that mortal." On the table was a piece of paper with Yifeng's poem, rewritten by Pia Piao. Pia Piao replied gently, "Don't speak nonsense. I just felt that his poem was very fitting for our place, so I'm waiting for the ink to dry. You should frame it nicely and then hang it up." Moo, behind her, smiled and teased. "You even want to hang it up? Is this falling in love?" Pia Piao closed her eyes and denied it. "A mortal, no matter how good, is still just a mortal. We are not of the same world. Besides, do you think I would fall for him just because of one poem?" After saying that, she hugged the book of poetry to her chest, her face shy as she thought, "My heart has long since." The scene shifts. Radish slices are expertly chopped. Yifeng marinates the radishes with a strange, intense expression. About an hour later, the rabbit, roasting over an open fire, smells incredible. Yifeng exclaims, "Delicious." He then pulls a bottle of wine from his bag, and a little something to wash it down. Perfect. He takes a satisfying gulp, feeling refreshed. He gazes at the moon and begins to recite a poem. "Lifting my head, I gaze at the bright moon. Lowering my head, I think of my old home. This scene can't help but remind me of the time I spent with all my brothers." Suddenly, a voice praises him. "Good poem. Good poem." Pia Piao gracefully approaches with Malmo, showering him with compliments. Such a powerful and moving poem in this mundane world. Who could have written it, if not Li Bai? Pia Piao bows respectfully. "So you are the esteemed Sir Li Bai." Realizing he's been mistaken for someone else, Yifeng quickly denies it. "No, I'm not." Before he can explain, Pia Piao introduces herself. "My name is Bai Pia Piao, and this is my younger sister, Malmo." Yifeng feels awkward. Forget it. Explaining would be too much of a hassle. I'll just have to play along. He scratches his head and forces a smile. Well then, a pleasure to meet you, Miss Bai. Miss Malmu. He then places a piece of rabbit meat on a plate and offers it to them. Please try some. Malmu scoffs at him. You expect me to eat something so greasy? And besides, it looks so dirty. My lady would never eat such a thing. Pia Piao immediately scolds her. Malmu, don't be rude. She then picks up a piece of the rabbit meat and tries it. If it was prepared by your own hands, sir, then Pia Piao thanks you. Malmu pouts behind her. With the lady's level of cultivation, she hasn't needed to eat for a long time. And yet she has to play along with this mortal. Pia Piao is taken aback. She exclaims in admiration, Sir, this is truly a delicacy. Ifong replies, You flatter me. Meanwhile, Malmu turns to look, her face a picture of astonishment. Pia Piao looks at Ifong, surprised. She wonders, he's not reacting at all to my praise? I rarely, compliment others. In the sect, countless talented disciples can't even stand steady after a single glance from me. But this mortal, he's not to be underestimated. Is he just pretending? After a moment, a curious Malmu also comes over to try a piece. Pia Piao thinks to herself, this mortal is quite interesting. Ignoring Malmu, who looks like she's about to ascend to the heavens after one bite, she suddenly asks Ifong, Sir, what do you think of me? Ifong, in the middle of taking a bite, replies, Beautiful, heavenly, a kingdom-toppling beauty. Pia Piao presses on. Then, do you like me? Ifeng's answer makes her blush crimson. He's so direct. She thinks, curious. Why? Ifong takes a large swig of wine, his face flushed. A fair maiden is a gentleman's desire. Pia Piao continues to question him. Well said, a fair maiden is a gentleman's desire, but I don't understand. She turns to look at him. If you like me, sir, then why don't you look at me more? You must have been lying just now. Ifong caps the wine bottle and smiles. I only said that I like you, but you are not mine. And besides, there's another saying. Do not look at what is improper. Ifeng's expression at that moment is incredibly charming. It makes Pia Piao blush and ponder for a moment. I must admit, I have learned a great deal from you today, sir. From the poem you recited earlier. You must not be from around here, correct? Ifong lets out a sigh. I suppose you could say that. Pia Piao continues, I knew it. Is there something on your mind, sir? Perhaps you could share it with me? Ifong bluntly refuses. I cannot. His words seem to shut down any hope of further conversation. Ifong looks at her and thinks, my past. It's a long, long story. It's about another world. A very civilized place. And it's one of my biggest secrets, along with that useless system of mine. Pia Piao stands up to leave. Then I have been too forward. Please stay seated, sir. I will not disturb you any longer. Suddenly, she pauses. She turns back to him. Oh, that's right. Sir, do you read? Ifong, gnawing on a rabbit leg, replies, I do not. A look of disappointment crosses Pia Piao's face. She turns and walks away, thinking, what a pity. If he did, we could have been kindred spirits the next day. Suddenly, Malmu shouts, my lady, it's terrible. Pia Piao, who is in her study, looks up. What's wrong? Malmu rushes in, holding a book. I found a book after Surly Bai left. Pia Piao freezes for a moment. The brush in her hand stills. She angrily snaps the brush in two and thinks. He just left like that. Malmu continues. More importantly, I discovered that he stole your book. Pia Piao shouts, what? After placing the two books on the table, Pia Piao says, no, that's not right. Malmu asks her, my lady, these two books are identical. This is. Pia Piao calms down and smiles faintly. It seems this book was probably left behind by Surly. We've misunderstood him. Malmu is confused. But didn't he say last night that he doesn't read? Pia Piao just smiles and replies. Surly must have his reasons. She thinks to herself, I can't believe he's just a mortal. And yet, we have so much in common. Pia Piao continues, Malmu, keep this book safe. The next time he comes, return it to him. At the same time, Ifong, walking down a road, suddenly realizes, oh crap, the book I was using is a pillow. Somewhere on a cliffside, the rain is pouring down. Chu Siquang and Sun Jiej are trying to heal Wu Yonghong. Old Wu, how are you feeling? Wu Yonghong's voice trembles as he replies, you too. What are you doing? This grand formation not only seals one's cultivation, It also prevents you from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You don't have much strength left as it is. You don't need to go to such lengths for a cripple like me. Chu Sikwang and Sun Jiej, their strength fading, just smile. We're brothers. No need to talk like that. We're all going to die sooner or later anyway. Even if we only have a few days left. We're not going to abandon you, old Wu. Wu Yonghong is touched. You guys. Sun Jiej sighs. Our deaths are nothing to be sad about. I'm just worried about the sir. Suddenly, Chu Sikwang sees a figure approaching with an umbrella. He grins widely and presses a hand to Wu Yonghong's stomach, oblivious to the fact that he's making the old man cough up blood. Look, it's the sir. The sir. I can't believe it's really him. From a distance, Yifeng recognizes them. Isn't that old brother Wu and his friends? He thinks. What are they doing sitting out here in the rain? I should go say hello. But being a mortal, he cannot see the formation surrounding the three men. What a coincidence. He is about to step into the formation. The three of them scream, Sir, be careful. There's a formation. Sir, whatever you do, don't come over here. Yifeng is too far away to hear them clearly. He just sees them jumping around frantically. He wonders, are they greeting me? They're certainly enthusiastic. Yifeng finally steps into the formation. The three men are horrified. It's over. It's not just Limaji's formation here. Because of the terrain and the ancient battlefield, there's also a natural grand formation, along with countless other ancient formations. Even though the Sir is incredibly powerful, he shouldn't have just walked right in. He's bound to run into some trouble. But Yifeng just strolls deeper into the formation, completely unconcerned. He gets closer and closer to the three men, much to their astonishment. He leans down and asks, What are you guys doing sitting here? The three of them can only stare, dumbfounded, as they think. It seems we have always underestimated the Sir. He is far more powerful and transcendent than we ever knew. He might even be so strong that he doesn't even need to pay attention to an ancient formation of this level. Wu Yonghong looks up and thanks him. Sir, we have been trapped here for a very long time. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Damn it, this is a death trap. The lives of everyone in the Qingshan sect will have to be sacrificed as well. Lu Qingshan decided to open the door and find Yi Bei with the intention of, but the moment he opened the door, something unexpected appeared before him. It made his face flush. Patriarch, we are the servants sent to take care of you, by order of the gang leader. Two beautiful girls cosplaying as cats were standing at the door of Lu Qingshan's room. He had a lecherous expression, his face flushed, steam coming out of his nose as he clasped his hands in prayer. O Lord, Guan Yin Bodhisattva, the Lord of Purity, all the gods above, please enlighten me. I don't want it, don't want it, don't want it. But in his mind, he thought, I clearly hid this interest of mine so deep that no one knew about it. Damn it, Yi Bei. How did he know I like this kind of thing? The two girls clung to Lu Qingshan, acting coquettishly. Patriarch, you are a cultivator. Why are you chanting Buddhist scriptures? Is it because you can't stay calm anymore, right? Then why bother enduring it? Don't surrender. We will definitely serve you well. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth, enduring. He felt he couldn't take it anymore. His face flushed, his nose bleeding. He jumped through the roof, cursing loudly as he went. Damn you, Yi Bei. Oh, your mother. You're playing too dirty. He landed in a nearby pond to cool his head and exclaimed, Oh, physics. Damn, why is the water so cold? Elsewhere nearby, Yi Bei was standing with his informant, observing Lu Qingshan. He seemed displeased and said, Lu Qingshan seems to have seen through my purpose. The informant asked, Then what should we do now? Yi Bei replied calmly, It's not worth worrying about. The Qingshan patriarch only cares about himself. What's so great about that? Being able to manage his subordinates is what he needs to do. But, can he do it? Yi Bei said with a sneer. The informant changed the subject and asked Yi Bei, gang leader, You said that person. Is he really that terrifying? Yi Bei's face fell as he replied, That person. He laughed as he described Yifeng, to the point that the informant's face filled with fear. He's not human. Is he a martial emperor? Or an immortal? Or even a demigod? It's fundamentally impossible to know. That great power is immeasurable. A day later, a loud shout was heard. I can't take it anymore. You two are as clingy as leeches. It's not that I, Lu Qingshan, can't handle you two, but that I, Lu Qingshan, must prioritize the greater good. As he shouted, he scared the two girls. The cat players were terrified. A man must never fall. Lu Qingshan shouted and jumped through the ceiling, escaping again. The person on the roof, patching the hole he made the night before, cursed loudly in frustration. Damn it, you could have just used the main door. Lu Qingshan flew to Yi Bei and scolded him. Yi Bei, you are too shameless. You were the one who offended the senior. And you want to lure me onto the same boat? To face the senior's wrath together? A fine plan. My Qingshan sect will absolutely never die in battle with your blasting heaven faction. Yi Bei just replied calmly, Old brother, did you enjoy these 2 days? I'm afraid you still don't know what's going on. Things are different now. You and I are now family. With that, he pointed down the hill. After all, if you don't submit, there will always be someone in your Qingshan sect who wants to. Before Lu Qingshan was the site of the Qingshan sect soldiers, each happily with a woman, and the inside of the blasting heaven faction was like a dating spot on Valentine's Day. Lu Qingshan's jaw dropped as he thought. So, Laozi and the entire Qingshan sect were all calculated by you, Yi Bei, to be cannon fodder. And I'm the only one who's still pure. Fine. Yi Bei pointed to a bush in the distance. Oh, right. There's also my sister-in-law. His face was filled with joyful satisfaction as he teased. Well, sometimes when fate comes, you can't stop it. Elder Zhu these past few days had a fateful encounter with my 18-year-old younger brother. And very quickly, their love blossomed. And Zhu Yun was still embracing and caressing Yi Bei's younger brother. Yi Bei's younger brother looked at Lu Qingshan, who was glaring at him and Zhu Yun, and asked fearfully, Sister, does senior brother Lu hate me? His eyes are so scary. Zhu Yun laughed triumphantly and coughed pointedly. Senior brother, I found my true love, and you're not going to congratulate me? Not just me. Many disciples and elders of our Qingshan sect have found their true loves in the blasting heaven faction. The two sects joining in marriage from now on is a good thing. We're in the same boat now. We'll face whatever comes together. Yi Bei smugly placed his hand on Lu Qingshan's shoulder and uttered 3 words. We're family, right? Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan was trembling with fear as he thought to himself. In just 12 short days, the entire Qingshan sect has been won over by the blasting heaven faction. If I insist on breaking this multi-layer relationship, not only will I lose everyone's favor, but I'll also be resented by everyone. What a disgusting tactic. Yi Bei continued to apply pressure. Old brother, since things are already like this, don't be so difficult. With that, he clapped his hands once. Since we can't stop it, we might as well just accept it. Don't you agree? Suddenly, the 2 girls from before rushed out and clung to Lu Qingshan's arms. Finally, he gave in, a look of resigned enjoyment on his face as he said, We'll talk about it after everything is over. The patriarch needs to go into seclusion for a day. You too, help me guard. With that, he picked up the 2 girls and leaped away. Let's go. Leaving Yi Bei with a look of satisfaction on his face, his plan a success. Somewhere in Pingjiang City, behind Mount Emo, Eoam was walking on a path along the mountainside. He looked around and wondered. To completely cure Zhongqing, I need the heavenly heart gall. I'm afraid it can only be found in large mountain caves, or places with dense spiritual energy. Meanwhile, somewhere on Mount Emo, a beautiful girl was sleeping under a tree with a book covering her face. Suddenly, Mumu shouted, Miss, did you fall asleep again while reading that person's book? Mumu looked at the girl angrily and scolded her. I think you are really quite ill. But the girl just mumbled the last line of the poem. If I were given another chance, I would say to you, I love you. If I had to add a time limit, I hope it will be 10,000 years. What kind of person could write a poem like this? The girl hugging the book and reciting the poem was named by Pia Piao. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Pia Piao was startled and turned around. Mu also turned around, puzzled. No one has ever come to our place before. Who could it be? Pia Piao ordered Mu. Go and see. Mumu replied, Yes, miss. Eoam stood behind the door and greeted. Good afternoon. I'm here to gather herbs in the mountains. May I stay for one night? Mumu reported back to Pia Piao. It's a young mortal who came to gather herbs. He wants to stay the night. Pia Piao was worried. It's very dangerous for a normal person to come to a place like this to gather herbs. Let him in. Eoam walked in and thanked them. but the scene before him left him stunned. A beautiful woman was sitting and reciting poetry with an elegant posture. He thought to himself, this beautiful woman has a truly wonderful aura. Eoam was suddenly inspired and recited a few lines of poetry, catching Piapiao's attention. The empty mountain, after the new rain, is full of verdant trees. In the late evening, the returning birds sing of autumn. The quiet courtyard, the silver screen, 3,000 feet high. A beautiful woman sits by a rock, her zither on her lap. Mumu just turned and said, "Hey, you follow me?" Eoam replied a bit sheepishly. The scenery was so beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Piapiao glanced at him, thinking to herself, a mortal in the mountains, and yet he can compose such a beautiful poem. In her eyes, Eoam appeared with a romantic, poetic beauty. He was incredibly handsome and suave. She thought to herself, and then said, "A vulgar mortal." Not necessarily. After thinking, she spoke up and thanked him. "Your poem is beautiful, sir. This humble girl thanks you." Eoam returned the courtesy. "You are too kind, miss." It started to rain. Mumu opened the door and said, "Mississippi, everything is arranged. Isn't this the poem of that young man? Miss, don't tell me you've taken a liking to that mortal." On the table was a piece of paper with Yifeng's poem, rewritten by Piapiao. Piapiao replied gently, "Don't speak nonsense. I just felt that his poem was very fitting for our place, so I'm waiting for the ink to dry. You should frame it nicely and then hang it up." Mumu, behind her, smiled and teased. "You even want to hang it up? Is this falling in love?" Piapiao closed her eyes and denied it. A mortal, no matter how good, is still just a mortal. We are not of the same world. Besides, do you think I would fall for him just because of one poem? After saying that, she hugged the book of poetry to her chest, her face shy as she thought. "May I ask what important matter you've summoned us for?" The demon emperor grumbled. "There's a human in these mountains. Not only did he pick my heaven's heart gall, he also killed Heyu." The old turtle leaned in, his voice low and menacing. "I want you all, within the next hour, to find this human's whereabouts. Bring him to me. I will deal with him myself." His subordinates immediately chanted in unison, "Yes, Lord Demon Emperor," and with that, they scattered in every direction. The old turtle looked down at the small centipede at his feet. "As for you," the terrified centipede held up its hands in protest. "Lord Demon Emperor is about to break through. I can stand guard for you." That sounded appealing. The old turtle shrank down to a smaller size and said calmly, "Very well. This emperor is indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Nothing can be allowed to happen to the water spirit grass." He calculated. "For now, follow me back to my cave. After I have absorbed the water spirit grass, I will personally deal with that wretched human." The centipede quickly replied, "Yes," and scurried after the old turtle. Back at the cave, the water spirit grass has matured. I can't let anything interfere. You and I must conceal our demonic auras. Follow my transformed state into the cave." The centipede obeyed. "Yes, Lord Bigu." The old turtle entered the cave. He submerged himself in the water. Suddenly, a sound startled him. What luck! Further inside, the old turtle discovered that Eoam had been there the whole time. He was holding the water spirit grass, looking quite pleased with himself. Getting this water spirit grass was a real pain. The old turtle was so shocked he screamed, "Who the hell are you?" The demon emperor's subordinate trembled, its 60-centimeter long body shaking uncontrollably. "DD Demon Emperor. He's the human who stole the heaven's heart gall." The demon emperor, equally shocked, looked over. "What?" Meanwhile, Eoam was happily humming to himself. "Tra-la-la, picked a flower to bring home. I was just looking for that damn human everywhere. And to think the scoundrel dared to come to my lair." The enraged demon emperor focused his power, his body radiating flames as he roared. And he was even about to steal my mature water spirit grass. A fiery, demonic face materialized behind the demon emperor as he growled. Unforgivable. Truly unforgivable. He was about to unleash his power. But before he could even get started, Yifeng's foot came down on his shell, leaving the demon emperor utterly bewildered. Yifeng, on the other hand, was surprised to have stepped on something so large. He looked down and saw a turtle under his foot. "Whoa, that's a big turtle." The turtle, however, was frozen in shock. What? What kind of power is this? But he quickly regained his composure, his eyes flashing as he seized the opportunity. I, the mighty demon emperor, am being stepped on by a mere human. Asterisk, how can I tolerate this? Asterisk, unable to bear it any longer, the demon emperor unleashed his power, taking the unsuspecting Eoam by surprise. You will die. Once again, the demon emperor was caught completely off guard. This time, Eoam grabbed him by the tail and lifted him into the air, leaving our poor turtle frozen stiff with shock. You're an old turtle, but you've still got a lot of fight in you. He then swung the turtle around 180 degrees, flipping it onto its back. The demon emperor was in shock. Red liquid sprayed from his mouth. His eyes rolled back in his head. After a few seconds, he came to. The demon emperor was stunned by Yifeng's strength. His entire body was engulfed in flames. His eyes glowed like lasers. My immense power as a demon emperor, asterisk, is completely useless against this human. Could it be, asterisk, that this man has reached the level of a martial saint, or even a martial emperor? What do I do now? Ever since I became a demon emperor, this is the most danger I've ever been in. Suddenly, a terrified scream from Eoam cut through the demon emperor's thoughts as he spotted the centipede. Whoa, there's a centipede as big as my head. Before anyone could do anything, the centipede decided that playing dead was the best course of action. Both Eoam and the demon emperor were shocked, their mouths agape as they stared at the centipede. Playing dead? The little centipede's performance completely captivated Eoam, who turned his attention from the turtle to the insect. The clueless Eoam asked himself, a centipede? That big? How could it just die so suddenly? The demon emperor, however, was rendered speechless by the centipede's creative survival tactic. Am I, a mighty demon emperor, really going to have to play dead to save my own life? Without a second thought, he copied the centipede and played dead as well. Asterisk whatever. No one's watching anyway. Asterisk. No English translation needed. Looking over at the turtle, Eoam saw that it had also died, along with the centipede. This gave him an idea for a 7-course turtle feast. This old turtle is dead, too. Old turtles may look tough, but they're incredibly nutritious. I have to take it back and make soup. It'll be perfect for helping my apprentice recover. The demon emperor had thought he was safe, but hearing this was a huge shock. He fainted on the spot. Looks like my cover wasn't blown. I should be able to escape from this guy. After stuffing the demon emperor into his bag, Eoam consulted his list to see what was next. Next up is the cloud dew flower. This one won't be easy to find. I'll just have to wander around and try my luck. After Eoam left, the centipede trembled in fear. That night, throughout the entire forest, a voice spread some juicy gossip. It sent the whole forest into an uproar. Come out, everyone. Something big has happened. Everyone come out. Lord Bigu, the demon emperor, is about to be turned into soup. Hearing this hot gossip, the other animals began to chatter excitedly, eager for the drama brought to them by journalist Eoam. What in the world happened? 1,001 massive, anonymous beasts surrounded the centipede, their red eyes glowing in the dark as they listened to its half-true, half-exaggerated tale. My 18 beloveds, you must think of a plan quickly. That human barged right into the demon emperor's cave. Not only did he uproot the demon emperor's water spirit grass, he also took the demon emperor with him. He said he was going to make him into soup, and I had to fight him for 300 rounds, just to escape with my life. Knowing I couldn't save the demon emperor, I had no choice but to flee and report to you all. The first to speak, the leopard king, snorted. Cut the crap. Even the demon emperor was captured by that human. Where would a tiny little centipede like you get the strength to fight him for 300 rounds? His words hit a little too close to home. Realizing he'd been caught in his exaggeration, the centipede froze, speechless. After a moment, it tried to continue its story. It spun a wild tale to defend itself. The Eagle King, standing nearby, didn't even bother to listen. Neither of them even glanced at the centipede. Actually, I was able to fight him for 300 rounds. Because after the demon emperor fought him, he had used up a great deal of his strength, so I was able to hold my own. Hearing this, both the leopard king and the eagle king looked down at the centipede, their eyes cold and sharp, as if they were about to pounce on it. Just when the centipede thought it was about to be attacked, the leopard king and the eagle king did a complete 180, their expressions changing so fast that the centipede was caught completely off guard. So that's how it is. I was too harsh with my words just now. Don't take it to heart. We all know you did your best. That's right. You fought so hard to try and save the Demon Emperor. We all respect that. The other beasts had the same reaction as the Leopard King and the Eagle King. They looked like fierce lions and tigers, but they were actually as gentle as Hello Kitty. They applauded the centipede. You should go and rest. Leave the task of rescuing the Demon Emperor to us. Hearing this, the centipede scrambled away as fast as its many legs could carry it. Very well. I'll take my leave now. After the centipede had fled, the others remained. They began to discuss the matter. All right, everyone. The Demon Emperor's capture is a very serious matter. We must be resolute. The Eagle King was the first to volunteer. From what that centipede, Yifeng, told us, it's clear that this human is stronger than the Demon Emperor, but probably not by much. Otherwise, that centipede, Yifeng, wouldn't have been able to fight him for 300 rounds. The Monkey King, after listening, agreed with the Eagle King, though he still had some doubts. That's right. The Eagle King is correct. But even so, his strength is not something we can handle on our own. What I'm more curious about is why he went to the trouble of capturing the Demon Emperor. And he even wants to make him into soup. The other anonymous beasts agreed, their pride wounded. Their self-esteem had been attacked. This action is clearly meant to humiliate and provoke us. He might even be trying to start a war with all the demon beasts in the Manhwa Mountains. Humans have always been vengeful creatures. So, let's use their own logic against them. And since he wants to make the Demon Emperor into soup, we don't need to show him any mercy. The Leopard King concluded, speaking for all the Beast Kings. Whatever his reasons, this person's goal is simply to eliminate all of us one by one. We can report this to the Demon Emperors of other territories and ask for their help. The army of Beast Kings roared in agreement. We agree. The others echoed their sentiment. We agree. The scene changes. In a single day, the 18 Demon Kings had contacted the Demon Emperors of the other territories in the mountains. They went in person to report to the big boss at Jade Mountain. After all the Beast Kings had gathered, every single one of them was radiating a terrifyingly murderous aura. Of course, when faced with this human, the other Demon Emperors temporarily put aside their old grudges. They would help each other out. At that place, the Demon Emperor made his decision. All the demonic beasts of the Manhwa Mountain range have united to issue a decree. At the sanctuary, as the sun began to rise, the final judgment was passed. The extermination order is now in effect. A sigh echoed through the mountains. This cloud dew flower is impossible to find. Yifeng angrily threw the map in his hand onto the ground. Looks like I'm completely lost. That son of a bitch merchant gave me a fake map. I curse you to have a son with no dick. His eyes caught a scene in the distance. Countless figures, causing Yifeng to pause and wonder. Looks like there are a lot of people over there. I wonder what they're all doing. But surely they know the way out, right? Suddenly, a loud voice caught Yifeng's attention. Halt! Who goes there? Two men in green robes, with dangerous expressions, flew in stylishly on their swords. Yifeng looked at the two of them. He was a bit puzzled. Cultivators? He scratched his head. Then, with a goofy grin, he asked, Hello. I'd like to ask for directions. Do you happen to know the way out of this mountain range? One of the men shot him a contemptuous look and barked, We don't. His cold, domineering attitude instantly soured Yifeng's mood. He grimaced. Do you have to be so intense? I'm just trying to ask for directions. The other man had a fiery temper. He immediately raised his hand, summoning a ball of flame, and shouted, A mere mortal dares to talk back? Suddenly, a beautiful, white-haired young woman stepped forward to intervene. It was Li Renhao. Stop. Seeing the beautiful girl, the two men immediately straightened up and greeted her politely, Lady Li. She asked what happened. The two men bowed respectfully, reporting to Lady Li. We don't know where this blind mortal crawled out from. We apologize for the disturbance, my lady. We'll get rid of him right away. Li Renhao was a bit curious. A mortal? She looked Yifeng over. He gave off a completely ordinary, clueless vibe. He was even holding a turtle. Yep, definitely immortal. Then, Li Renhao gave him directions. Are you fearless because you're ignorant? These mountains are dangerous, yet you just walked right in. Go in that direction. Avoid going into the forest. If you do that, You should be able to find your way out. Hearing her words, he immediately broke into a happy smile. Thank you, miss. Eoam walked away. He wondered why that girl said this place was dangerous. Other than a few wild animals showing up now, and then this place is fine, he said. He gave a slight shrug and made a speechless face. Maybe it's because cultivators are just naturally high-strung, I guess. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the mountains. All humans in this mountain range. Not a single one is to be left alive. Behind Li Renhao, a scene of utter chaos erupted. The cultivators were running in terror from an attack by a horde of wild beasts. Blood-curdling screams filled the air. So many demonic beasts. She couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on? A giant eagle dove towards her. It brandished its sharp talons. Human, you will die. She immediately drew her sword and slashed at the ferocious bird. A demon king? The powerful force knocked her backward. Her feet scraped hard against the ground. She watched as her disciples charged the beast. Her mind was in turmoil. What in the world is happening? It's true that there are usually many demonic beasts in these mountains, but they've never gathered in such large numbers before. Then, Li Renhao looked back and saw some of her disciples being sent flying into the air. A wild boar and a monkey with a domineering look on its face were plowing through everyone. This stunned her. 2 more demon kings. The scene had completely descended into chaos. The group of cultivators was being brutally slaughtered by the beasts. Desperate screams of "Help me!" echoed everywhere. Li Renhao angrily dodged a lunging snake and shouted, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" She grabbed the snake by its neck, causing it to freeze stiff. Li Renhao angrily used her soul seer technique. From her eyes, a burst of flame erupted, instantly roasting the snake. Her face was extremely tense. How? How can there be so many terrifying enemies? In the moment she hesitated, the 3 beasts, the eagle, the boar, and the monkey, all charged her at once with their weapons raised. They roared, "How dare you get distracted while fighting us? Ganging up like this, they really have no shame." Meanwhile, a voice echoed from the mountainside. Finally out of that damn place. Eoam looked at the scene before him. There was a lake. His eyes immediately lit up. His face showed his delight. Eoam immediately stripped off his clothes. A yellow rubber ducky bobbed in his basket of belongings. He submerged himself in the cool water of the lake. He looked like he was in pure bliss. A nearby sound made him look up, confused. There was a loud splash. Something had fallen from the sky straight into the lake. Eoam frantically shouted, "What the hell was that?" He looked at the disturbed surface of the lake and wondered, don't tell me a rock just fell in. Suddenly, the figure of a woman with a pair of buoyant atomic bombs surfaced. Eoam was stunned. I think that's a girl. Yifeng's face showed extreme excitement. He was sweating profusely, his cheeks flushed red. He looked a bit like a pervert. He stared at Li Renhao floating on the surface. He was speechless. A girl fell from the sky. Then, Eoam reached a trembling hand toward her. He started a crackling fire. He had pulled Li Renhao from the water. She lay unconscious on the ground. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Eoam casually sitting and grilling meat. She sat up and said, "Hey, it's you." He looked over at Li Renhao. "Oh, you're awake." Eoam held a skewer of grilled fish. He offered it to her with a sparkling, angelic look and said gently, "Here, eat some fish to get your strength back." Li Renhao just replied blankly, "You know I'm a martial cultivator." He asked patiently, "So what? You don't want to eat a little?" She hugged her soaked body and replied, "This kind of food is useless to me." Eoam pondered this. If fish doesn't work for you either. Then he put on a panicked expression and hugged the turtle that was hanging from a tree. He shouted, "Then don't tell me you're after my little turtle." Hearing this, Li Renhao immediately froze. She shot him a deadpan look and thought, I'm a dignified martial king. Why would I care about a turtle? That's ridiculous. Out loud, she changed the subject. You're immortal. Aren't you scared at all, just walking into these mountains? Eoam replied while munching on the grilled fish. What is there to be scared of? Li Renhao advised him again. When you're done eating, you should figure out how to get down the mountain quickly. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be curious. Li Renhao continued with a serious expression. Because if you don't leave the mountain, you will die. Right now, something is happening in these mountains that mortals like you could never imagine. Eoam continued to eat calmly. Leaving the mountain is not possible for me right now. I still need to go pick some herbs. But what exactly is going on? Actually, I'm pretty curious. Li Renhao was a bit confused. Pick herbs. Then she said calmly, fine. So you can understand just how vast this world is. And avoid losing your life because of your misguided foolishness. Li Renhao began to explain. In the mountain range of Mafu, there are many demonic beasts. The strongest among them have reached the Demon Emperor realm. The Demon Emperor realm is equivalent to a regional lord in the demon world, and this incident originates from the master of the several thousand-mile territory we're standing on, the ancient turtle demon emperor. As she spoke, horrifying images of the beast flashed in her mind. She continued, this ancient turtle demon emperor, although he was just a turtle that cultivated, because of his ancient age, his cultivation level is terrifying. Eoam listened intently. He looked impressed. He thought to himself, sounds pretty badass. Li Renhao continued her story. But this very expert, the leader of 10,000 demons, was captured. A very, very strong human. This person's strength is... He single-handedly broke into the cave of the ancient turtle demon emperor, not only stealing the treasure of this demon emperor, but also capturing this demon emperor alive. He said he wanted to... He was still listening intently, his mouth still chewing the meat with gusto. Hearing this, Yifeng's face showed a bit of fear. He wanted to what? Li Renhao's face turned pale as he said loudly. He said he wanted to take this demon emperor home to make soup. Yifeng also asked loudly, make soup? Then he suddenly froze. He turned to look at the unconscious turtle hanging there. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this master would go and catch this turtle demon emperor just to make soup. This hobby is so similar to mine. Li Renhao's tone grew more and more serious. It's because of this that all the demon beasts in the demon manor are very angry. The other demon emperors have also united. The entire demon manor has issued a kill on-sight order for that human. And because they can't find that human, my disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect have been caught in the crossfire. She slowly sat up. So, if you're discovered by a demon beast, you basically have no chance of survival, especially since you're just a mortal. Hearing this, he looked scared. Li Renhao turned and left coldly. Before she left, she didn't forget to warn him. So, you should get off the mountain quickly. There are a few demon kings still looking for me. If you follow me, I'm afraid you won't survive. Feng nodded in agreement. All right. Suddenly, he excitedly reached into his basket. He told her she still had an injury on her. How about you apply some herbs? I have this herb right here. She just smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, but... Li Renhao flew away like a star in the sky. Her voice echoed back, immortals' things are useless to me. Eoam watched her figure disappear into the distance. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Thinking about it carefully, this mountain isn't as scary as she made it out to be. These past few days, I haven't seen a single bit of danger. The only thing I've run into was a small demon beast, a crow that I killed. 3 days later, the forest floor was littered with the corpses of defeated monsters. Li Renhao was running quickly. She clutched her wounded body. She uttered 2 words, damn it. She looked around. She thought to herself, the entire mountain range has been sealed off by demon beasts. There's basically no way out. Li Renhao hid behind a tree. On the other side were ferocious monsters patrolling. Right now, in the entire mountain range, aside from that mysterious, untraceable master, I'm probably the only one left alive. Seeing the monsters had left, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even with my martial king strength, I can't escape. That young man is probably, after all, with a mortal body. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to avoid a small demon beast. While she was thinking sadly, Feng was strolling by with the turtle in his hand. He was singing, I dream of becoming Hokage. Seeing this, Li Renhao's eyes widened. Her mouth hung open as if she had just seen a ghost. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind. For 3 whole days, I had to rely on my strength and luck to survive. But he's perfectly fine. Not even a speck of dirt on his clothes. Did the demon beasts in this mountain not attack him? Or are they blind? He suddenly stopped. He turned and saw her hiding behind the tree. Eoam cheerfully raised his hand. Hello, it's you. His entire body exuded a clean, bright aura. Seeing this, she couldn't believe her eyes. What is going on? I'm about to lose my mind. Li Renhao, exhausted, sat behind the tree, looking at Feng in disbelief. Even though you're just a mortal, you can still survive. Hearing this, he felt extremely annoyed. What are you talking about? Li Renhao replied, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just a little surprised. Feng angrily propped himself up, but still let it go. All right then. Li Renhao turned away. She said softly, I hope you can be this lucky in the future. Feng reached into his basket for something. He turned to look at Li Renhao, who was warily looking around, and thought to himself, this woman is a little nuts. This path isn't as dangerous as she says. But she was still kind enough to warn me, so I guess she's a good person. He took out a small red bag. I happen to have a repellent pouch. I made it myself, but works very well. If you can, you should take it with you. Hearing this, Li Renhao was a little surprised and asked, a repellent pouch? She looked at the red bag in his hand and thought to herself, these mortal items are useless to a martial cultivator like me. This mortal, although his luck is good, is most likely a dead man walking. I'll just accept it to give him some face. Consider it a small comfort for him. Then she happily took the bag from his hand and replied, all right, thanks. The sun was setting on the mountain peaks. A large figure, seemingly the leader of the monsters, stood watching the sunset. He said to the subordinates behind him, under the kill-on-sight order, aside from one martial king human who is barely clinging to life, all other humans have been eliminated. But just now, according to the small demon's report, at this point, he roared in anger, we've discovered another young human male. The ones below had expressions of extreme anger. The other's shout rang out again. Everyone, we must find this person quickly, regardless of whether he is the one we are looking for or not. The eagle leader's eyes were filled with hatred. He roared, kill without mercy. From the mountain peak, countless creatures flew out. A flock of eagles were flying in the sky, scouting. Suddenly, one of them spotted something. It followed the small figure on the ground below. There! Attack! The eagle immediately swooped down in front of the centipede. It asked, aren't you supposed to be recuperating in your cave? What are you doing here? The creature, startled by the sudden movement, cried out in alarm. Eagle! Eagle! Eagle King! Why are you here? It looked at the ferocious figure before it and hid its luggage behind its back. It stammered, the demon emperor has been captured. How could I have the heart to stay in my cave and recuperate? I wanted to go out and see if I could find any clues about that human. The eagle's expression was grim. Then did you find anything? The centipede panicked. A discovery? Then it immediately raised its hand and said with a confident air, I did indeed make a discovery. I feel that the human is very likely nearby. In its mind, it was constantly encouraging itself. As long as I don't panic, the Demon King will definitely not find out that I'm trying to escape. The space suddenly froze. Only a cold wind blew past. The eagle was so happy it shed tears. It immediately threw its arm around the centipede's shoulder. Truly remarkable. As expected of someone who has served 6 generations of demon emperors. It continued, that's right. According to reliable information, there is indeed a human right here. As for whether it's him, we still need to confirm. Come with me and let's see, shall we? The centipede, seeing this, was so panicked that sweat poured down its face. All right. From the jungle, a subordinate rushed out. He knelt before them, reporting to the Demon King. The target is just ahead, but there is poison around this human. We have no way of getting close. The eagle, upon hearing this, had a slightly skeptical tone. Then he said to the person beside him, Serpent King, it seems we'll have to do it ourselves. The two of them exchanged a businesslike smile and looked at the centipede. CF Foam, demon spirit, you followed several generations of demon emperors. Your strength must not be as ordinary as a common demon spirit. Let's attack together. The other propped himself up on his hands and replied confidently, all right. The demon beasts hiding in the bushes had already seen the figure of the sleeping Eoam. They discussed amongst themselves. No aura fluctuations. Just a mortal. A shout rang out. The horde of ferocious monsters charged out. They roared, die human. Siafong looked at his poisoned comrades in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder. This poison is not bad. A few low-level demon beasts are indeed unable to get close. Where did a mortal get such a strong poison? A familiar figure caught his eye. That back. When he saw Yi Feng's face clearly, Siafong was immediately triggered. He clutched his head and screamed. He collapsed to the ground. The eagle and the serpent looked at him, a little confused. They bent down and asked, "Siefeng, what are you doing?" But then they regained their focus. Whatever. The two ferocious beasts charged at the soundly sleeping Eoam. They used their giant transformation technique. Suddenly, the poison gas wafted past their noses. The two of them immediately fell ill. Their bodies trembled in panic. This. What in the world happened? Eoam finally woke up. He stretched and yawned widely. All around him were dead animals. Suddenly, he saw something. It wasn't water surrounding him, but a pile of animals foaming at the mouth. He couldn't help but be bewildered. What the F? This medicine of mine is really overkill. Eoam capped his homemade realgar wine. He looked smugly at the pile of animals before him. I originally thought it would only work on snakes and centipedes, but I never expected a mass casualty event of this scale. What a mistake. He picked up a snake. Perfect timing. I was just thinking about what to eat, he said happily. I've been eating nothing but barbecue lately, and I'm getting sick of it. A little snake soup to cool down will be perfect. The eagle lying on the ground trembled with rage. Thoughts of a snake king flashed through its mind. I can't just sit here and wait to die. The poison is wearing off. Suddenly, a figure flitted past. The eagle saw a turtle hanging from a tree. Its eyes widened. Wait a minute. Is that? Tears streamed down its face. It kept calling out the name of the Bigu demon emperor. It thought this can't be happening. This isn't real. But before the touching reunion could take place, Eoam grabbed the bird. Oh, there's an eagle here too. Looks like tonight's dinner just got better. Eoam, now terrified, made a run for it. This is terrifying. It quickly scurried away, following the call of its heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared before it. A voice spoke. Eoam, you demon spirit. You. Looking at the ferocious beast before it, it grew anxious. If they find out that both the Snake King and the Eagle King are dead, and that I escaped, wouldn't that mean? Eoam injured itself. It pretended to be on the verge of death. It said weakly, no need to say more, and no need to ask. It's over. I almost returned to the earth. Run. It transformed into a damsel in distress and fell into the arms of the CEO. The large leopard demanded, "What in the world happened?" Eoam forced out the words with difficulty. Just ahead, the Eagle King, and the Snake King found that guy. The three of us joined forces and fought him. In that battle, both the Eagle King and the Snake King were killed on the spot. Knowing I was no match for him, to prevent him from escaping, I had to use the last ounce of my strength to run here and report to you. Hearing this, the others were a bit bewildered. That must have been a brutal fight. The leopard was moved to tears. To have someone as dedicated as you in this territory is truly our good fortune. You get some rest. Leave the rest to us. They unleashed their full power. They revealed their most ferocious forms. We will rescue the Demon Emperor and avenge both the Snake King and the Eagle King. All demon beasts, hear my command. That man is already on his last legs. Full-scale assault. Eoam suddenly saw something in the bushes. He curiously approached with a shovel. Just then, the beasts charged forward. All they saw was Eoam's basket. They were burning with rage. Where is he? They roared. Over there, Lord Demon Emperor. They saw the turtle hanging from a tree. They trembled with fury. The leopard in the lead shouted, on my command. Rescue the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the air. The beasts immediately collapsed. The moonlit night. Eoam returned, looking dejected. It's already dark. Still no sign of the cloud dew flower. He looked at the scene before him. He was stunned. A pile of forest animals lay neatly arranged. All of them were unconscious. Holy crap. No way, he shouted. He looked at his bottle of medicine. Eoam was a little scared. Did I accidentally create a super poison? I really just wanted to make some realgar wine. He looked at the animals. You poor things, he murmured. But immediately, a wicked grin spread across Eoam's face as he drooled. But this wild game is good stuff, too. He pondered. But how am I going to carry so much of it down the mountain? What a waste. A system notification popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. This surprised Eoam. A beam of light shot down from the sky. A cute pig's head with a snake's tail appeared. The pig's head could talk. It spoke cheerfully. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Eoam was intrigued. What kind of mission? He thought to himself. This system hasn't shown up in so long. Did it finally grow a conscience? Is it going to give me something to help me become a cultivator? Well, even if not, making me a rich man in this new world would be nice too. But a free lunch is never truly free, especially a gift from the system. The pig-headed snake excitedly announced, "Train your wild game cooking skills." Eoam shot the pig-headed system a look that was anything but fresh and vibrant. It made the system feel a bit insecure. "Is there a problem?" Eoam didn't hesitate to reply. The system cheerfully agreed. "All right, let's change it then." Eoam's excitement immediately returned. "You can change it." "Great, great." No English translation provided. The pig's head radiated a dangerous aura. "Okay." Then it's decided. It struck a bizarre pose. Its entire body glowed with the light of the 10,000 Buddhas as it said benevolently, "Mission content. Practice your musical instrument skills until you reach a godlike level." Eoam was speechless. The pig's head seemed to think it had some kind of charm. It leaned in and whispered in Eoam's ear, "The reward is a cute little pet mount." Eoam had had enough of this nonsense. His curses echoed through the forest. "FKU and FK these crappy missions. It's bad enough you give me these useless quests. But even the blacksmithing and tailoring skills are barely enough for me to make a living. What the hell am I supposed to do with music? Am I supposed to use it to pick up girls? I'll take a crap on it." The pig-headed snake system quickly fled. Like a ghost, it vanished into thin air. All that was left was a puff of smoke and a single word, punishment. Failure to complete the mission will result in the confiscation of the martial hall. It will no longer belong to the host. Bye-bye. Eoam was horrified. He angrily grabbed the tattered instrument the pig-headed snake had left behind. A mournful song echoed through the mountains. Pale yellow long dress, fluffy hair. Somewhere in the sky, a scream rang out. "If anything happens to Renhao, your Imperial Sword Sect will have to answer to me." The two people flying through the air were Li Renhao's aunt, Li Jiesin, and the sect master of the Imperial Sword Sect, Sumaju. Sumaju thought irritably. It was supposed to be a simple mission in the mountains. But I never thought my disciple, Li Renhao, would run into something like this. Sumaju broke into a cold sweat and fell in a deep thought. The Li family is one of the 3 great families of the Southern Sands. We can't afford to offend them. Li Jiesin said grimly. According to Renhao's report, demon beasts are running rampant in these mountains. But on our way here, aside from a few minor demons, the strongest one we've encountered is this centipede. The centipede she mentioned was 5 times the size of a grown man's. Well, you get the idea. The centipede was currently dangling from Li Jiesin's hand. But this centipede is actually quite funny. It played dead the moment it saw us. Oh well, let's take it back with us. It's a priceless medicinal ingredient. The centipede was sweating bullets. Asterisk, if I don't die here, I'll just end up in a stew with some herbs. What a tragedy. Asterisk. Suddenly, Sumaju noticed something. Over there, he shouted, pointing below. Are those over 100 demon spirits? And more than 10 demon king corpses? Li Jiesin looked down, her face grave. If a force like that were to unite, even a martial emperor like myself would probably not have the upper hand. She spoke up. She said to Sumaju, "No wonder we haven't seen any demon kings or demon spirits in these mountains. They all died here, but a slaughter of this scale. Who on earth caused all this?" At the same time, they both saw the figure of a fool playing a lute under a tree, next to a pile of dead wild boars and mongooses. It must be him. Sumaju affirmed him, but he has no aura. He looks like a mortal. Looking at Yifeng's current appearance, he truly didn't look trustworthy in the slightest. Sumaju spoke up. Listen carefully. He's like the main character of a story. How could he be ordinary? The sound of the lute struck a chord deep within their souls. Yifeng's playing was completely misunderstood by Sumaju and Li Jiesin, who were stunned. Deep within the sound of this lute lies a powerful musical intent. The two of them looked down, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just based on the musical intent within this, he must be at least a martial saint. Sumaju urged, Let's go pay our respects. Eoam, meanwhile, was feeling dejected. I still need to practice a lot. Suddenly, the movement of the 2 figures above caught his attention. More cultivators. Eoam was filled with resentment as he thought of the system. If this crappy system was even a little bit reliable, I'd probably be able to roam the four seas just like them right now. Su Maju and Li Jiasin suddenly landed right in front of Yifeng, who was completely bewildered. They knelt on one knee and clasped their hands like they were addressing a great sage. Li Jiasin, Su Maju, we pay our respects to you, senior. While Yifeng's face was contorted into an indescribably foolish expression, Su Maju and Li Jiasin were still seriously assessing him. Even at such close range, they couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of energy from him. Could he really be immortal? The two of them exchanged an awkward glance. Impossible. Just based on the sound of his lute, he was able to draw us deep into its musical intent. A mortal could never do that. Yifeng scratched his head. Have you two mistaken me for someone else? What's senior? I'm just a mortal who came up the mountain to pick herbs. Perhaps it was Yifeng's foolish and ordinary expression that made Su Maju start to doubt. Could I have been wrong? Is the young man before me really just a mortal? Just a mortal who happens to be a master of the lute? Before they could think any further, they suddenly saw a dead turtle hanging from a tree. Li Jiasin shrieked in alarm. That old turtle hanging up there, I think it's a demon emperor. Su Maju chimed in. That's a demon emperor whose strength is on par with mine, Su Maju's. Just hanging from a tree branch like that? Yifeng gritted his teeth. He ran out to shield it. You're not after my little turtle, are you? I brought it back to make a restorative soup for my disciple. It was truly the aura of a main character. What seemed like a mundane act to an ordinary person was immediately elevated to godlike status in the eyes of others. Su Maju and Li Jiasin were utterly terrified. A demon emperor expert, brought back to be stewed in a soup to nourish his disciple? How horrifying! The two of them immediately bowed their heads, not daring to look up. Forgive us, senior. We wouldn't dare to have any designs on this. Demon emperor. Turtle. Yifeng was speechless. Are these two martial cultivators crazy? Calling a mortal like me senior out of the blue. This is just too weird. He explained. You too. I'm not any senior. I'm just a mortal. Su Maju and Li Jiasin pulled each other a little further away and whispered. They were still convinced. There are quite a few old masters who hide their cultivation and blend in with the mortal world to experience a normal life. This person must be one of them. After whispering to each other, they turned back and continued to bow. Please calm your anger, sir. The two of us meant no harm. We were just passing by and were drawn in by the sound of your lute. Your playing is simply divine. We couldn't resist, so we came over and disturbed you. Yifeng, however, misunderstood and thought the two of them also liked the lute. He asked, do you two like to play the lute? He came to his own conclusion and sighed. So that's how it is. He thought to himself, no wonder I'm being treated so respectfully by two powerful martial cultivators. It turns out they were captivated by my playing. A halo of light shone down from somewhere. It turned out to be Yifeng, having an ego trip. He held the lute like a true artist. His eyes sparkled with passion as he said seductively, you two are too kind. Since you're so inclined, I'll play another piece for you. Su Maju and Li Jiasin, as if bewitched, nodded like machines. Their eyes shone with admiration. The sound of the lute was like a funeral dirge, but Su Maju and Li Jiasin heard it as a sacred hymn. They were so entranced they tore their clothes like wild wolves in heat. Everything was through fire and water with no turning back. They were just listening to the lute. But it was as if they had just had a passionate, romantic encounter. They were all panting for breath. Their faces were flushed red, as if they had just attained enlightenment. Thank you, sir. This piece, a gift of your grace. We will never forget it for the rest of our lives. Su Maju and Li Jiasin had tears in their eyes, moved by Yifeng's talent. Just one piece helped us break through our bottlenecks. It saved us so much time in our cultivation. Now we have a chance to break through to the martial ancestor realm in this lifetime. There's hope. They shouted, clasping their hands together respectfully. Sir, if there's anything you need, you can completely rely on us. As long as it's something we can do, whether it's climbing mountains or diving into the sea, we will do it. Yifeng wiped away his sweat and chuckled. You guys are really too kind. First, you should probably put your clothes back on. Out of nowhere, clothes actually appeared for them to wear. Yifeng asked casually, oh, by the way, there's so much wild game here. I don't have a way to carry it down the mountain. Do you two have any ideas? Sumaju was suspicious again. With his strength, carrying the corpses of these demonic beasts down, shouldn't it just be a matter of waving his hand? Why would he say something like that? Li Jiasin pondered. He must. I've already seen through my identity. He knows I have a spatial ring. But the Li family spatial rings are not ordinary treasures. Ordinary spatial treasures can only store inanimate objects. But these spatial rings can hold anything. Even living people. You don't have a way? Then forget it. Yifeng's dejected tone caught Li Jiasin's attention. She misinterpreted it as Yifeng being angry. This terrified her. A great power has gifted me such an opportunity, and I'm hesitating over a mere worldly possession? Li Jiasin stepped forward hesitantly. Sir, then she presented her treasures and offered them respectfully. These are spatial rings. Perhaps you'll have need of them. Yifeng was overjoyed. Excellent. His eyes sparkling, he quickly solved his problem. Meanwhile, Li Jiasin was silently being reprimanded by Sumaju. These spatial rings are clearly treasures of the Li family, and you just gave them away like that? This person, although powerful, and he did give us this opportunity, but for you to give away these precious spatial rings is still a bit of a waste. Li Jiasin sighed. I'm taking a gamble, and what I'm betting on is this opportunity. Suddenly, Sumaju noticed something. He pointed at a shovel. Look at that iron shovel. It's a saint-grade treasure. The two of them looked as if they had seen a ferocious beast. A saint-grade treasure, just left out in the open like that? Have you ever seen an expert below the martial saint realm who could casually produce a saint-grade divine weapon? No, never. Yifeng's dangerous aura made them suspicious. A martial saint expert. The two of them fell to their knees again. This young man is much stronger than we imagined. Li Jiasin clasped her hands together. Her eyes were filled with admiration and reverent tears. Gifting him the spatial rings was completely worth it. I've stumbled upon an amazing backer. Behind them, Sumaju was silently crying. Damn it, I wanted to suck up to him too. Li Renhao was meditating with a serious and intense aura. Suddenly, from the sky, two dark figures flew down. It was Sumaju and Li Jiasin. Li Jiasin shouted, Renhao. She snapped out of her trance and replied, Master, Aunt, what are you two doing here? The two of them landed. Sumaju stood with his hands behind his back and said, Renhao, what exactly happened in the mountains? You're a martial king expert. In a one-on-one fight, as long as you don't run into a demon emperor, you should be able to protect yourself. So why did you have to resort to calling for help? Li Renhao explained, It's like this. I soul-searched a lesser demon. The subordinates of the ancient turtle demon emperor were enraged by this. They issued a kill-on-sight order to find this human. That's what led to the demon beasts in the mountains going rampant. Sumaju and Li Jiasin glanced at each other, a bit nervous. They tried to suppress their smiles to calm their excitement. Sumaju tried to hold back his laughter and cleared his throat. Is the ancient turtle demon emperor, you mentioned a turtle? Li Renhao was surprised. How did you two know? Li Jiasin and Sumaju, as if they had grasped Yifeng's pretentious style, immediately puffed out their chests with pride and excitement, striking a pose. Because not only have we seen that turtle, we've also seen the person you were talking about. He's incredibly terrifying. Li Renhao was a little panicked. What? You two have actually seen him? Li Jiasin couldn't contain her excited smile. Since Renhao isn't injured, let's hurry down the mountain. Maybe we can still run into that senior. Li Jiasin frantically hinted. Sumaju, pretending to understand, chimed in. You're so thoughtful. A master of that level. Meeting him is definitely not a bad thing. The two of them were scheming. If the senior is in a good mood and gives our Renhao a chance, that would be great. Li Renhao sighed and said, Auntie, Master, I know you two mean well, but I don't know him. Forcing a connection is worse than not disturbing him. Right now, we have more important things to do. Hearing this, Sumaju and Li Jiasin were not happy. They stared at her with displeasure. Li Renhao's eyes sparkled. This silly girl. What's more important right now than meeting? That senior. Even if the sky were to fall right now, if we could get a little bit of shelter in front of him, we might have a chance of survival. Sumaju also chimed in. If you can get that senior to like you, a little guidance from him could help you avoid a few detours on your cultivation path. And if he could bestow a few things upon you, you'd have more than enough good fortune for this lifetime. Li Renhao was talked into a dizzy spell. Li Jiesin quickly grabbed Li Renhao's hand and pulled her along. She shot forward at incredible speed. This is not up to you. Su Maju, following behind, laughed excitedly. If it weren't for this Li Jiesin's strength, the punches would have to be just right. Suddenly, Li Renhao cried out, "Auntie, let me confirm if that person is alive or dead first." Li Renhao's face darkened as she asked. Li Renhao recalled. It was Yi Feng's face. These past few days, I've met him a few times. Immortal, even though the mountains are incredibly dangerous. He acts as if nothing is wrong. The last time I saw him, countless demon kings and demon spirits were gathering in his direction. I'm worried. Li Renhao refused to let go, gritting her teeth. What's there to worry about? A person who is against demon kings and demon spirits is a dead man. There's no hope. No hope at all. Li Renhao still held a glimmer of hope. But his luck is also good. Before she could finish, Li Renhao turned and cut her off. In the face of life and death, luck is just an illusion of the weak. You must remember, the only thing that can truly turn the tide is the strength in your own hands. They quickly landed. Su Maju's sparkling eyes were fixed on Yi Feng's figure ahead. He shouted excitedly, "He's still there. It seems our Renhao is also fated to meet the senior." Li Renhao instructed, "Renhao, you must remember, this senior's strength is heaven-defying. But his state of mind has long since reached the realm of returning to the true self. He even calls himself immortal. Don't touch him." Li Renhao seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. The person from before was heading in this direction. The commotion of the three of them made Yi Feng realize and turn to look. I don't know how they see it, but this innocent face somehow became a saint. Su Maju and Li Jiesin quickly knelt down. "So you two know each other. Greetings, senior." Li Renhao was stunned for 5 seconds. In the town, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. Wang Kai let out a big yawn. Suddenly, a voice rang out, waking it from its sleepiness. "Puppy, come here." Wang Kai was terrified. "Oh no, it's him, the old skeleton. Do you have any instructions for me?" Those words came from a nearby well. The well said angrily, Old skeleton? Am I that old?" Wang Kai, startled, quickly corrected itself. "Big brother skeleton, you are handsome and outstanding, dashing and generous, majestic in all directions, and your aura is overwhelming." It seemed those compliments had calmed the well. It asked again, "Overwhelming?" Wang Kai narrowed its eyes. "There's hope." It jumped around like a clown in a circus. It continued to act cute to win his favor. "You don't know, but before you even came out of seclusion, I was already captivated by your aura. I couldn't help but wonder, what kind of peerless demon could have such a soul-shaking presence without even revealing their true form?" The well said nothing. It was probably won over by the sweet, flattering words of this talking dog. Wang Kai continued, "Until the moment the thunder roared, and the lightning flashed when you appeared before me. I finally had a true enlightenment. It stood between heaven and earth and shouted heroically, especially that aura of yours. The kind that says, I know. It is truly the model for the strongest demon beast. The high-quality standard in the demon beast world." Wang Kai's face was like, "From you, the sun shines in me. The sun of truth shines through my heart." From that day on, I silently swore in my heart that in this life, I must become a demon like you. The well was clearly praised to the ninth heaven. It praised, good. You have good taste. A friend like you is worth making. If you have any trouble in the future, just say the word. I'll protect you." Wang Kai's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Big brother, I'm so moved." The well ordered Wang Kai, "Get on with it quickly. Help me open this well cover. Someone is coming. The master isn't home. I'll take you out to do some work." Wang Kai enthusiastically rushed over and bit down hard on the well cover, opening it. "The master isn't here. Whatever you say goes. Right away." The well cover and Wang Kai were both thrown back by a flash of electric light from the well's mouth. The lightning brought bones from all over. They all gathered at one point in the air. Wang Kai, witnessing the whole scene, screamed in terror. Wink's antiqua magic. The forearms, the lower legs of the skeleton began to reassemble. Then the head, a flaming skull, appeared with great momentum. Wang Kai looked up in admiration. "This is too handsome, big brother." The reassembled skeleton turned to look at the excited Wang Kai. Suddenly, the head fell off. The skull just swore. It asked loudly, "Where's my spine?" The very obedient Wang Kai immediately went to fetch a bone. Here. The master was using it as a clothes-drying pole before. "I'll bring it to you." With the last bone, the skeleton could finally stand up completely. It was the skeleton of a dog. I don't know where it found a cloak, but it looked as stylish as the Grim Reaper. Wang Kai once again flattered him. You're overwhelming again. It's a shame I'm a male dog. Otherwise, I would definitely kneel before your black robe." Suddenly, the skeleton raised its leg and aimed it straight at Wang Kai. It squeezed its eyes shut in fear. It thought the skeleton was going to kick it. A few seconds passed, and nothing happened. It opened its eyes. It turned out the skeleton wasn't going to do anything to Wang Kai. It just used its leg to lift Wang Kai and fly up higher to get a panoramic view of the city, which the lazy author had turned into thousands of identical rooftops. Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "This is the quiet night." The enchanting moonlight hung high in the sky. Li Renhao suddenly realized, this familiar figure. Li Renhao, questioning her own reality, turned to ask Li Jiasin, "Auntie, is this the senior you were talking about?" Li Jiasin, startled and scared, quickly said, "Renhao, what are you saying? Don't be disrespectful. Hurry up and greet the master." Yifeng's face darkened. He seemed to be deep in thought and serious. Li Renhao and Sima Zhu froze, terrified. Oh no. Li Renhao was bewildered. Could it be that auntie and master were both fooled by this kid? Yifeng flashed a dangerous smile. Of course, all the danger just now was a lie. The truth is, Yifeng is just a clueless guy. He laughed and scratched his head. "I accepted your kindness just now, but I forgot the principle of returning favors." He silently tried to figure things out, though his reasoning was completely off. No one of these two came back, and they even brought a young person with them. They're hinting that I, as the senior, should give a gift to the junior. Even cultivators can't escape the mundane realities of life. Sima Zhu, flustered, quickly tried to curry favor. "Senior, there's no need to be so polite with juniors like us. It's our honor that you even noticed that small item." Li Jiasin chimed in. "Senior, your words are a blow to us. A single piece of your music is worth more than all of these things combined." Yifeng smiled on the outside, but inside he was on guard. "As if I believe you." He waved a friendly hello to Li Renhao. "Miss, we meet again." Li Renhao was stunned. "Sir, a super-duper master? Isn't he just the lucky mortal I met? He clearly doesn't have a single trace of cultivation on him. How did he suddenly become a super-duper master?" Yifeng laughed cluelessly. "Ignoring me, huh? Fine." With that thought, he quickly turned to leave. Li Renhao turned to question Sima Zhu and Li Jiasin. "Anti-master, the super-duper master you two saw and the lucky mortal, are they the same person? Are you sure you haven't misunderstood something about him?" Sima Zhu was starting to have his doubts. "What did you say? You met." However, the main character's plot armor was too strong. They trusted the mysterious stranger they had just met more than their longtime disciple. Li Jiasin sighed. "You silly girl. It's because your own strength is too low. You simply can't see the depth of this man. Look carefully at that turtle hanging from the tree." As she was told, Li Renhao's eyes began to glow, allowing her to see through all things. She gasped in shock. "That turtle! I've seen it before. It's clearly..." Behind them, Sima Zhu was chewing on a handkerchief and sobbing. "Why can't I have such a fortunate encounter? People from the Li family are really different. We're all human, so why is our luck so different?" Li Renhao was so shocked. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. Li Jiasin confirmed her suspicions. "That's right. That turtle is the one you were talking about. It's the big demon emperor, a powerful demon. And now it's hanging dead in Yifeng's hands." Li Renhao was utterly bewildered. She fell to her knees, dazed. "I finally understand. He was able to survive in these mountains not because he was lucky. It was because the rampaging demon beasts were no threat to him at all. He probably saw me as a joke. Thank goodness it was just a joke. Otherwise, I'd probably be no better off than that turtle right now." Li Renhao quickly ran over. She bowed respectfully, just like her aunt and master. "Forgive my rudeness." "Renhao greets you, sir." Yifeng, however, just casually packed his things and replied, "See? Didn't I tell you there's no danger in these mountains? Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine." Li Renhao couldn't take it anymore. She turned away, covering her face. Eoam was only concerned with his basket of goodies. And I even got such a great haul. Sumaju and Lee Jesin whispered to each other. The senior seems to have a good impression of Renhao. This is a great opportunity. Lee Jesin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Lee Renhao. Senior, you are truly a kind and benevolent person. Your heart is as vast as the ocean. This little girl is my niece. She's been gifted since she was a child. Her cultivation progress is far beyond that of her peers. She's a true prodigy. Sumaju also chimed in, praising Lee Renhao so much that she had to cover her face in embarrassment. That's right, senior. Renhao is my only disciple. I taught her myself. It was no effort at all. She's a true genius. But Eoam wasn't paying attention. Or rather, he didn't understand. You're too kind. I have something to do. I have to go now. He dusted off his clothes and left, leaving the others staring after him in astonishment. The moment Eoam was out of their sight, his expression soured as if he had just stepped in a pile of, he thought, holy crap. What does your disciple's talent have to do with me? Are you trying to rub it in my face because I can't cultivate? Of course, that wasn't the case. Behind him, Lee Renhao was frozen in place, mortified. Lee Jesin sighed. A powerful being like him is someone you can't normally even hope to meet. We finally saw a glimmer of hope, and even tried to build a relationship. But we couldn't even get a single fortunate encounter out of it. What a pity. Lee Renhao was dejected. He's not immortal after all. What right do I have to regret anything? I just will never be able to see that scheming, yet always smiling, face again. Lee Jesin lamented. It's no use regretting it now. Suddenly, Lee Renhao realized something. No, wait. That senior has already given me a fortunate encounter. He gave me a sachet. He said it was to repel insects. Lee Renhao frantically described the insect repellent packet that Eoam had given her. Lee Jesin was also anxious. Where is that sachet? Lee Renhao replied. At the time, I thought he was just a mortal. So, I didn't keep the sachet with me. I don't know where I lost it. Lee Jesin was horrified. You lost it. Sumaju held his head in his hands. The things that senior casually uses are all sacred items. The fact that he gave you that sachet means it's very likely a sacred item. If it weren't for the fact that you're my only disciple. But before the other two could even start grieving, Lee Renhao burst into tears. If a sage-grade treasure can cause a bloodbath, then a sacred item can shatter the heavens. Lee Jesin was so angry, she coughed up blood. Lee Renhao, you have to understand. You didn't just lose your own fortunate encounter, but the Lee families as well. And the Imperial Sword Sects. Lee Renhao was desperate. I have to find it. I have to find it and bring it back. Lee Jesin clutched her aching heart. A sacred item is a treasure that has returned to its original, simple form. It doesn't emit any aura or fluctuations at all. Only by looking closely can one feel the true intent within it. And in these Mafu mountains, there are so many ranges. How are you going to find it on your own? Out of nowhere. Sumaju and Lee Jesin were filled with a fiery determination. They were brimming with confidence. They said with grave expressions, I will immediately give the order. I'll mobilize all the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect to search these mountains for that sachet. I'll notify the Lee family to patrol the entire mountain range. We won't leave a single stone unturned. The commotion in the middle of the night sent a flock of crows scattering. We absolutely cannot let that sachet fall into the hands of others. In the night, several groups of people quickly swarmed up the mountain range. All the major cultivation sects had heard the news and immediately took action. And the one who started it all was completely oblivious. He was busy chasing flowers and catching butterflies. Eoam held up a bright green, glowing flower, like a trophy. I found a cloud dew flower, he declared. This trip to the mountains was a complete success. My dear apprentice, I miss you all so much. Rewind to that night. Wang Kai and Liu Benwei had already traveled a great distance. Wang Kai exclaimed in amazement. This is the border of the Qingshan sect. So cool. We've already crossed thousands of miles. Is this the legendary 80,000 miles in an instant? What kind of terrifying speed is this? They then landed in an unknown location. Liu Benwei lay down on a rocking chair. He stretched out comfortably. I'll wait here. Wang Kai ran around, trying to curry favor. Your skills are truly as astonishing as nature itself. In fact, I can even see the master's shadow in you. I think this must be the legendary influenced aura. Lu Benwei was clearly over the moon, but he still had to shush Wang Kai to watch the show. On a moving cloud, 3 hazy figures could be seen. The one in the lead was the oldest. He was also the loudest. Lu Qingshan. He shouted at Yi Bei, who was hugging him from behind. Get off me. Aren't you done with your despicable tricks yet? You've been making me eat vegetarian for days. Yi Bei tried to act friendly. Old brother Qingshan, you've misunderstood. My little sister and I were just in seclusion. Behind them, Zhu Yin wore an expression that spoke volumes. Lu Qingshan made no attempt to hold back. I believe you. That's why I went. Don't you dare try to drag me into this. If Suri wants you dead, all your scheming is useless. Just talking about it is making me angry. You should change your name to Ghost Heart Eyes instead. Yi Bei chuckled to himself. When you get down to it, isn't it all just because of his lust for beautiful women? Yi Bei put on a dangerous expression. Old brother, why would you say such a thing? When the time comes, put in a good word for me. Yi Bei vanished. In reality, he had dropped to the ground at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Yi Bei trembled, pushing himself up. In an instant, he was able to render me completely defenseless. It contained a will that was absolutely impossible to resist. It was just a single stream of aura, a single strand, of formless killing intent pressed down on Yi Bei with immense pressure. It formed the faint, terrifying shape of a dragon's head in the air. Was it that man in black? Yi Bei struggled to stand up, his expression serious. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Is it directed at me? The aura vanished in an instant, allowing me to regain control of my body, able to retract and release at will without a trace. An enemy. With that thought, he spoke. Who are you, sir? Why are you here, blocking my path? Lu Banwei sat on the chair and said nothing. Yi Bei was furious, attacking me for no reason. And now this contemptuous attitude. He pointed arrogantly at Lu Banwei and roared. Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you think I, Yi Bei of the Heaven Exploding faction, am a pushover? A skeletal hand rose and pointed at Yi Bei. You don't know what's good for you. Suddenly, every bone in Yi Bei's body felt like it was cracking, the skin splitting open. He let out a pain scream. The killing intent of the person before him was terrifyingly oppressive, to the point of suffocation. Lu Banwei spoke. Have you learned your lesson? Yi Bei's bones were too broken to stand. He collapsed to his knees and stammered. I've learned my lesson. He trembled before the killing intent of the person in front of him. With his martial emperor cultivation, he couldn't even see his opponent's shadow. Yi Bei opened his mouth to ask. May I ask, Senior, did I unintentionally offend you at some point? To have you block my path here? His eyes were filled with fear. Lu Banwei answered. You have not offended me. But something even more terrifying than offending me is, you have offended my master. The pressure now was even more terrifying than before. Lu Banwei sat arrogantly on the rocking chair, as if it were a throne. Every word that came out was a stern verdict. You have offended my master. As his servant, punishing you is my duty. Yi Bei was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Someone who can command this terrifying skeleton. Lu Banwei, having waited long enough, turned to Wang Kai and said, he doesn't agree. Hearing this, Yi Bei scrambled over in a panic. I agree. I think. I did once. The other two immediately landed beside Yi Bei. They were so scared they nearly wet their pants. Yifeng is the master of this skeleton in the black cloak. He's even stronger than I imagined. If he didn't have heaven-defying power, how could he possibly control this god of death before me? They didn't see a god of death. All they saw was a clueless Lu Banwei and a goofy-looking dog. It seems you've realized. Unfortunately, it's too late. They were as clueless as their master. As a servant, as a watchdog, I must make you taste the most terrible punishment. That's right. They took turns speaking like a clueless version of a superhero team. Lu Qingshan stared, his eyes wide with anxiety. He whispered to Zhu Yun beside him. Did you hear that? That's Sir Yi's servant. Don't make a scene. Zhu Yin was also a little worried, but her demeanor was calmer. She asked, should we retreat? Lu Banwei twitched a finger, making Yi Bei tremble with fear. He wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face, and begged, it's not too late. It's not too late. Please, great lord, give me one more chance. I went to a fortune teller, and he said I'm destined to live for 10,000 years as a bastard. You can't go against heaven's will. I know how to cook, clean, do chores, and warm beds too. Behind them, Lu Qingshan suddenly pulled Zhu Yun down her knees. She asked, confused, brother, why do we have to kneel? Lu Qingshan explained anxiously. In this kind of situation, kneeling is a survival instinct. Zhu Yun was extremely reluctant. Can I not kneel? Lu Qingshan snapped, shut up. The dog was usually a dumb mutt, but when needed, he could be quite imposing. He shoved his bloodthirsty-looking face into Yi Bei's and glared, threatening. You're being too noisy. This left Yi Bei with no choice but to shut his mouth. Yi Bei desperately turned to the two behind him for help. Lu Qingshan just turned away sharply and said, Kid, tricking me is one thing. But you angered the senior, and you still want me to speak up for you? Nice try. Zhu Yun tried to mediate. Brother, let's show a little compassion. After all, he's my brother-in-law now. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's shame turned to anger. He slammed Zhu Yun's head to the ground to shut her up. You need to play around less. Look at the situation we're in now. I only have one choice. To be a turtle hiding in its shell. Perhaps Yi Bei himself was an arrogant person. But when faced with an opponent of such a transcendent level, not even a shred of Yi Bei's arrogance remained. Senior, just think of me as a piece of shit. Someone like me is not worthy of you dirtying your hands. My blood is filthy. Why don't you let me do the things that no one else dares to do or can't do? Just think of me as a tool. At least I'm still a little bit useful, right? Lu Banwei, feeling he had been sufficiently imposing, said his condition. You want me to forgive you? Shouldn't you offer up some sincerity? The dog beside him interpreted. Deep down, what he means is, I can't forgive you, but that doesn't mean my master will forgive you. Yi Bei, as if seeing a lifeline frantically, pulled something out. It was a storage ring. From poured out gold, silver, jewels, and countless other material possessions. Lu Banwei asked calmly, Is this all? Yi Bei was horrified. Senior, what else do you want? Lu Banwei put on an imposing and intimidating air again. Those, are they all imperial grade? And don't bother bringing out that ancestral grade trash. It has to be something on the level of those rare treasures. I think, what they called spirit treasures. Anyway, you need to bring me about 1,000 of them. Yi Bei was in despair. This is an absolutely impossible task. Spirit treasures are not man-made, but created by nature. They can't be categorized by grade. Some of them might not be for combat, but for direct augmentation. But to achieve an effect favored by the heavens. They are absolutely not something that man-made treasures can compare to. This kind of treasure is harder to find than a three-legged toad. But I can only do my best to find them. I'll get as many as I can. Lu Banwei nodded. That's true. A piece of trash like you wouldn't be able to find that many anyway. In that case, the dog beside him suddenly had an idea. Brother, girls. This was a golden opportunity. He thought to himself, to borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha at this time. I'm a genius. Lu Banwei seemed to be considering it. He immediately approved the idea. Good idea. You're quite the talent. Who said a dog or a dry skeleton couldn't appreciate beautiful women? The dog was thrilled to be praised. Lu Banwei stood tall before the miserably kneeling Yi Bei. He shoved his terrifying, skeletal face towards Yi Bei, who was paralyzed with fear, and said, Girls. I want girls. It's fine if you don't have that many spirit treasures. For every spirit treasure you're short, you can make it up to me with that many girls. Lu Banwei put on a threatening look again. I'll give you 7 days to bring them to the martial arts hall. Even Wang Kai's goofy dog face had turned into that of a lustful wolf. Yi Bei laughed like a man who had clutched a lifeline on the verge of death. Excellent. If it were 1,000 spirit treasures, I'd have no way of getting them, even if I searched until I died. But 1,000 girls is no problem. He said, Yes, senior. I will definitely find enough girls for you. Lu Banwei finally let Yi Bei go. Without another word, he quickly fled the scene. Lu Banwei also ordered the others behind him to leave with a parting threat. Next time you come to the martial arts hall, don't come empty-handed. The power of Lu Banwei was not to be trifled with. The two of them also quickly left. Yi Bei fled so fast that he collided with someone in the sky. It was Lu Daxian. He looked angrily in Yi Bei's direction and cursed. What kind of flying is that? Can't you see there are people here? Next time, I really have to suggest to those noble families that they establish regulations to control air traffic. Divide the airspace according to the cultivator's level, and they also need to regulate the times of travel. Suddenly, Lute Daxian noticed something. Why is there such a strong aura fluctuation over there? Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the world? Kulu Benway slowly turned his head. Lu Daxian was shocked and swore, "It's him." He quickly ran away like a passing shower. He only saw Kulu Benway flick his wrist. Lu Daxian was immediately pulled back. The pulling force sent him crashing headfirst into the ground. Lu Daxian lamented inwardly, "Bad karma. I'm done for. I should have checked the almanac before going out. No, I should have brought the almanac with me." He put on what he thought was his most pitiful expression, with his two eyes looking like they were about to pop out of his face. "What a coincidence, senior. We meet again." Kulu Benway once again exuded a fierce aura that could devour people. "And you really have some nerve. It seems that teaching you a lesson last time wasn't enough." Lu Daxian, startled, knelt down. "Senior, you've misunderstood. This time, I really was just passing by." Kulu Benway turned to ask Wang Kai, "Do you believe him?" Wang Kai, knowing what was expected, shook its head. He asked again, "Then what should we do with him?" Then both Kulu Benway and Wang Kai turned to look at Lu Daxian slyly. Sincerity, right? Right. Their sincerity was to strip him naked on the spot. From expensive to priceless items. Even a tattered piece of cloth was taken. Night fell, when the moon was high in the sky. Two dark figures rode on broomsticks, soaring through the night. "Junior sister, is something bothering you tonight?" The two of them seemed to be sisters. Their common feature was two red dots on their foreheads. The younger one, with purple hair, replied, her face sorrowful, "Don't mention it. The author I like is delaying again, even though I have to wait a month. I've lost my appetite for food." Hearing her complaint, the other comforted her. "I understand. This is called procrastination. Procrastination is truly a sin." The senior sister continued, all right, don't be angry. "Tonight, do you want to go eat drunken fragrance chicken at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion?" The junior sister, hearing this, also accepted. "That's fine. I want to eat to relieve my frustration." From behind them, a figure shot towards them at incredible speed. A blood-curdling scream was heard, accompanied by a bald young man, stark naked. He covered his private parts with his hands and cried hysterically. His hot stuff was seen by the two sisters. They were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The other person flew away in an instant, letting out a continuous, blood-curdling cry. The remaining two were sweating profusely, so disgusted by the previous scene that they felt like throwing up. On this side, Wang Kai's eyes lit up. "You are too handsome, big brother." It looked excitedly at Kulu Benway, who was wearing a set of clothes that probably belonged to the unlucky young man from before. "I told you, this cloak would look absolutely perfect on you, big brother." Hearing this satisfying compliment, Kulu Benway turned and walked away, his expression filled with smug satisfaction. "Let's go back to the martial arts hall. Go and prepare a grand dance performance." Wang Kai obeyed with a yes. The next morning at the martial arts hall, the ceremony went smoothly. Female dancers performed in droves on the stage. Kulu Benway and Wang Kai sat comfortably on their chairs, admiring the beautiful faces. Kulu Benway couldn't hide his satisfaction, swaying to the music. "Excellent." Wang Kai below continuously massaged Kulu Benway's legs. He was overjoyed, quickly grabbing a pile of gold beside him. It really couldn't be better. Then he threw the gold into the air, much to the delight of the dancers. "Sing, dance." The girls quickly approached Kulu Benway, making him blush. They whispered in Kulu Benway's ear, "Excellent. Playing like this. No wonder they say the more you play, the worse you get." The other girl flicked her wrist, sending Wang Kai flying to the side. "According to the pile of money in this large basin." "I'll play with you, sir." While Kulu Benway was enjoying himself, Wang Kai, standing to the side, used dog language to remind him, "It's getting late. We should end the party, in case the master returns." Hearing that, Kulu Benway's face darkened. "Master?" A moment later, his expression changed 180 degrees. Lust was high. Reason was low. At this point, who cares about the master? As soon as he finished speaking, Kulu Benway seemed to sense something. He quickly abandoned the two beauties beside him and ran. The girl, seeing this, wondered, why so panicked? The moment Kulu Benway shot off, dust filled the air. Wang Kai also seemed to have seen something. Its eyes widened. A young man's hand gently, in quotation marks, landed on Kulu Benway's sweaty head, causing him to tremble and call out, "ABA, ABA." Right after that, the young man, filled with murderous intent, raised his leg. Kulu Benway, in a panic, didn't know what to do. "ABA, your grandpa." Eoam kicked Kulu Benway squarely in the face. His face was furious. "I knew it. You're causing trouble again." Wang Kai, inside, was terrified. It didn't dare to make a sound. Outside, Eoam had caught the fleeing Kulu Benway. The next second, a purple light emanated from Feng's hand. "You ABA. You still ABA?" He unleashed a flurry of punches on the troublesome Kulu Benway, taking my money to spend it right at the door of the martial arts hall. "Even I haven't been that bold. You've really gone too far." In the distance, the female dancers watched in terror. Will he kill him? Who cares? When Kulu Benway's soul left his body, Wang Kai, terrified, poked its head out. "Big brother, it's not that I don't care about our friendship. The master's anger. I'm afraid only you in this entire world can withstand it." After venting his anger, Eoam noticed the basin of gold and the dancers had vanished. Eoam froze. He was in complete shock. Damn it, my money. Once again, his fury rose. Eoam was determined not to let Kulu Benway go. "You tell me. Now that it's gone, what are you going to pay me back with?" Eoam gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. He threw another punch. The impact exploded. After the physical altercation, Eoam let out a sigh and left, leaving Kulu Benway in a miserable state, his head stuck in the ground. Tears streamed down his face again. He lamented his fate. "I have to endure. I remember that year when the books weren't selling, when the martial arts hall's business was on its last legs. All winter, I could only rely on mixed beans and rice to eat, although this was just a way to survive the season." Elsewhere, two men were walking together. One of them spoke up. "Great master, did you really not listen to the advice?" Lute Daxian, leaning on a staff, said as he walked, "If I listened to you, what would I have done? You really can stand there and talk all day without your back hurting. No matter what you think. Today, I must obtain the flame pearl." Lu Qingshan, behind him, recalled the sight of the naked Daxian returning. He thought, what the hell was that? That old pervert dared to run back to the Qingshan sect naked last night, and he scared all my female disciples. Lu Daxian continued, "Besides, you keep bragging about how powerful this person is. If I don't go and meet him, wouldn't that be disrespectful to him? Just take one more step forward, and you won't have a chance to regret it." Lu Daxian looked disdainful. "So much nonsense. Are you telling me to directly raise this martial arts hall to the ground, get the flame pearl, and then return to the Qingshan sect and go on a killing spree?" His eyes flickered to the trembling Lu Qingshan behind him. Seeing Eoam, Lu Daxian lifted his chin. "You're the so-called Eoam?" Eoam looked at the two of them. While Lu Daxian had a superior air, Lu Qingshan beside him was trembling, bowing low. He asked, "Who are you?" Eoam thought to himself, what a strange duo. Upon being asked, Lu Daxian had a smug expression. He pulled aside one side of his shirt to reveal a tattoo on his chest. "Who am I? Look at this and you'll understand. I don't mind telling you my name. Lu Daxian." He was confident, forcing the #1 alchemist in Nansha to reveal his name. First, use a bit of intimidating presence. Now, getting the flame pearl will be a piece of cake. But Yifeng's final reaction was, "Never heard of it." In his mind, having a white peony tattoo on your chest is something to be proud of? Eoam waved his hand dismissively. He shooed him away. "Old brother Qingshan, come sit here. As for you, I don't know you. Go away." Lu Dajian roared in anger. "You brat. I don't have time to waste with you here. Let me ask you, is the flame pearl in your possession?" Eoam contemptuously cleaned his ear. "What flame pearl? Never heard of it." Hearing this, the man was thoroughly enraged. He summoned a ball of energy. "Still playing dumb with me? If that's how you want it, then don't blame me for not holding back." He just casually asked, "What are you going to do?" Lu Dajian leaped into the air. He roared in fury. "What am I going to do? If you don't hand over the flame pearl, then I'll break both of your legs, and I'll destroy this martial hall of yours as well." Suddenly, his gaze fell on the man who was face down in the floor tiles next to Eoam. Wait a minute. Looking closer, he immediately recognized the dangerous Liu Benwei from before. He was utterly bewildered. That black robe is... Holy crap, he screamed. Liu Dajan fell to his knees before Eoam. Eoam was a little confused. What's wrong with you, he asked. The man's face was pressed to the ground. His body trembled. He stammered. Then he shouted, trying to add a bit of humor. I was just performing a very dramatic kneeling technique for you, senior. He then held out his jade ring. He was filled with anxiety. This is my most prized possession, and it's also the thing I poured my heart and soul into. Including this storage ring, it's my last treasure. I give up, he said aloud. Please, senior, forgive me. I wish to offer you a gift. Eoam still didn't understand. Liu Dajan continued. I'm truly sorry. After one last, please accept this, senior, bolted as if a dog were chasing him. This is definitely a great master from somewhere. He's a true giant. What level of power is this? To be able to trample that terrifying man in black under his feet. I'm never coming back to Jiangping City. Only then did Liu Dajan feel a sense of relief. Oh, sweet freedom. So full of life and hope, but it was gone in a flash. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. Get back here. He was so scared, his face turned purple. Eoam appeared behind him, looking annoyed. You come here, acting all high and mighty. Then you kneel on the ground and throw a storage ring at me. I think there's something seriously wrong with you. What are you trying to do? Liu Dajan was so scared. He was sweating from places he didn't know he could sweat from. He trembled. I really just came to give you a gift. Eoam said coldly. Oh. He shot him a look of disgust. He angrily grabbed the man by the collar and roared, A gift? A gift my ass. Your behavior from the very beginning has been anything but normal. But after watching you for a while, I could tell you're not a good person. Liu Dajan was so scared. He looked like a blushing maiden. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Sir. The three of them, Wu Yonghong, Chu Siquang, and Sun Jiej, came to greet him warmly. Eoam turned to welcome them. It's the three of you. What brings you here today? Liu Dajan was scared witless. 3 martial ancestors. Even a martial emperor is a high-level existence in the southern sands. As for martial ancestors, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. You couldn't find one even if you searched with a lantern. But why? Right at the gate of this martial hall. Are there 3 of them? Wu Yonghong's voice rang out again. Sir, it is indeed us. Didn't you say in the mountains before? That behind your martial hall, there's a piece of wasteland that needs to be cultivated? You asked us to come and help. Hearing this, Liu Dajan was completely dumbfounded. Wasteland? Cultivated? He could only see Eoam happily replying, Yes. Liu Qingshan turned his head away. This situation seems very impressive. But at the same time, it doesn't seem surprising at all. As expected, I've matured. The 3 of them were still talking to Eoam. Sir, it's like this. These 2 old friends of mine also wanted to come along. What do you think? He scratched his head, conflicted. He thought these 3 can barely even step over a puddle. Liu Dajan, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, What the hell is this? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stammered a few words. Martial ancestors, cultivating wasteland. An image of Chu Siquang and Sun Jiej appeared in his mind, like a poster with the caption, Worker, the spirit of a worker. Only by working can you be above others. Eoam looked at their sparkling eyes. They probably just want to earn some money for food. They're farmers, after all. I can understand. Life isn't easy. His thoughts drifted. For ordinary people in this world of cultivation, who wouldn't be in a hurry to find a job? He thought of the large plot of land. That piece of land isn't small. If old man Wu is the only one working, it's really not enough. Oh well, these 3 poor souls. I'll just go with the flow. Eoam nodded slightly. Then let's all go together. Hearing this, the 3 of them were overjoyed. Great. Thank you, sir. Eoam looked at them with pity, tears welling up in his eyes. They looked so happy, but it's hard to ignore the bitterness of their hardship behind those smiles. Having someone to rely on. It seems that the structure of every society is a difficult topic. He continued. As for the payment, I'll pay each of you 100 gold coins. Even if you finish in one day, it's still 100. They quickly replied, No problem. No problem. The three of them understood. Gold coins are useless to cultivators of our level, but we all know that. This man is a peerless master who has entered the mortal realm to experience life. So the 100 gold coins are just to make it seem like he's immortal. Suddenly, Eoam said something that made the three of them jump. Okay, if there's no problem, then did you bring your tools? Seeing the panic on their faces, he coldly turned away. He jumped on a Lu Benway. All right, it's not a big deal. I have some here. He told the three of them to wait here while he got them. They scratched their heads awkwardly. We're troubling you, sir. A moment later, there was a commotion in the house. In the hands of the three men, each of them was now holding a farming tool. They looked at the hoes and shovels with surprised expressions. I can't believe all three of them are radiating the light of sacred-grade artifacts. What a magnificent sight to behold, Eoam said generously, one for each of you. Hearing this, they couldn't believe their ears. For us, is this a dream? He replied calmly. If I don't give them to you, how are you supposed to work? You can use them for now. If they break, I still have more. Hearing this, they were horrified. More. They thought to themselves, does the sir really have that many sacred-grade items? Maybe it's true. After all, it's just cultivating a piece of wasteland, but to use 3 sacred-grade items for it. Wu Yonghong looked at Lu Dajian's terrified expression. Why am I even asking myself this question? And who are you, anyway? Lu Qingshan also looked at him like he was a strange creature. What are you so surprised about? Using sacred-grade items to cultivate wasteland is nothing. The meat cleavers in the kitchen are all sacred-grade. Eoam said to the three of them, all right, I still have something to take care of here. You guys go to the back and take a look first. It's up to you when you want to start working. They replied in unison, yes, sir. The three of them scurried off. Eoam then turned to look at Lu Dajian. The honest one is gone. Now for this dishonest one. This time, I'll make him suffer so much that he won't even dare to think about offending me again. He turned and roared in anger. What did you come here for? Lu Dajian immediately fell to his knees. His face was pale with fear. Such a powerful aura. Why is it even more terrifying than that man in black under his feet? It might not be direct, but it's more like a natural, innate power of the heavenly Tao. This is, without a doubt, a form of suppression, one that transcends dimensions. Yifeng's silhouette reached a hand out toward him. The world itself seemed to collapse. An attack that surpassed dimensions. A terrified Lu Daxian stammered, I. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. My chance has come. He immediately scrambled to explain, sir. Actually, I was just thinking about how to find some work. I heard from others that you were looking to clear some land. You have to believe me. I'm just a guy who likes to joke around a bit. That would just be messing with you a little. Eoam replied doubtfully. I do seem to recall mentioning clearing the backyard to some of the neighbors. This guy seems a little unhinged, he thought. But if he's just trying to make a living, then it's at least somewhat plausible that he'd show up here. Besides, where else is he going to find a boss as good as me? Doesn't that make it perfectly reasonable? But when I think about it, I don't remember having any connection to him. But to say he came here just to cause trouble for me, that doesn't seem to fit either. And just like that, the tables were turned. After a moment's thought, Eoam spoke up. Well, if you're here looking for a job, you can stop kneeling on the ground. And that kind of lame joke, don't pull it again. Lu Daxian, overjoyed, nodded vigorously. Yes. Only then did he drop a subtle hint. Sir, I was in a bit of a hurry when I came, just like those other 3. I didn't bring any tools with me. You see, the young man replied coolly. I do have tools here, but as you can see, I have enough people for the land clearing. Honestly, if we're talking about available work, there's only one rather special job left. Are you sure you want it? Lu Daxian's eyes lit up. Nice, he said excitedly. I'll do anything. He couldn't contain his excitement. He was opening Pandora's box out of sheer curiosity, whether it contained a plague, or if he had to bear all sorts of powers. Obtaining it through virtue is what earns one the title of a true strategist. To put it simply, he meant it's a holy grade treasure. Only a fool wouldn't take it. He put on a lecherous, old man expression. His voice became syrupy. Sir, while you have a moment, why don't you tell me a little about the work I'll be doing? I can hardly wait any longer. Suddenly, a few lines of philosophy appeared. Without spending a single coin, one can enjoy a quick fortune without working. Everyone has grown accustomed to enjoying what's already there. relying on others, chewing over and over the capital of a sage. Eoam coldly uttered 4 words, shoveling manure. You in? Those words made Lu Daxian break out in a cold sweat. Shoveling manure? That's right. Eoam's confirmation left Lu Daxian petrified. Meanwhile, the young man thought like a true capitalist. It's a bit unpleasant to say, but old man Wu and the others are getting on in years. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to handle a job like this. Worse, if one of them fell into the manure pit and drowned, that would be far too dangerous. This Lu Daxian guy, though he's not exactly young, still looks pretty damn strong. It'd be a waste not to use him. Meanwhile, Lu Daxian remained silent, but the atmosphere around him had changed. His eyes blazed with an intense, fiery fighting spirit. Shoveling manure is shoveling manure. What's the big deal? Those 3 martial sect masters from before, didn't they come here to be farmers? Thinking of those peerless divine weapons, like that hoe, made him even more excited. Besides, if I can get a holy grade treasure, what's a little manure shoveling? If word of a deal like this got out, countless masters would probably be cracking each other's skulls open just for the chance to shovel manure here. So this is definitely a rare opportunity. Having convinced himself, Lu Daxian pounded his chest forcefully and said, "Don't you worry, sir. I'll go shovel that manure." Seeing this, Eoam immediately brought up the pay. "Great. In that case, you 30 gold coins to clear out all the necessary manure around here. Any objections?" Hearing the offer, he smiled and nodded. No objections. But in his head, he smugly thought, say no more. I get it. It's just a little formality for us mortals. Seeing his inexplicably smug look, Eoam felt the need to remind him. But let me warn you first. Since you've agreed to this, then until that pile of manure is gone, you're not going anywhere. If you work for a day or 2 and then try to run off, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Daxian was still brimming with confidence. He cheerfully affirmed, Yes, yes. I'll definitely finish it. I'll definitely finish it, senior. Now, hurry and bring out the tools. I'll start right away. Seeing him so fired up made Eoam look at him in a new light. This guy may look obnoxious, but damn, is he passionate about shoveling manure. He smiled and said, all right, follow me. This was the moment Lu Daxian had been waiting for. Tears welled in his eyes as he imagined a glorious future, hailed by thousands. Perhaps today is the day I, Lu Daxian, will obtain a holy grade treasure. I'll rise to the pinnacle of life. But seeing Eoam turn and walk in the opposite direction of the house brought him back to reality. He asked, bewildered, sir, aren't we getting them from inside? Eoam turned back with a smile that left him unsure whether to be hopeful or disappointed. Nope, not in there. They're this way. Just follow me and you'll see. And so, they arrived at a spot on the estate. The shout of an old man rang out. Young people these days bringing folks willing to shovel manure. Young man, you've got a real passion for field work. Lu Daxian carried 2 buckets on a pole. His eyes were wide with innocence as he listened to his neighbor, Boss Wong, speak cheerfully. Next time I need some manure shoveled, I'll look for you. The pay isn't much, but I can at least treat you to a meal. He forced a smile and asked Eoam, holding the pole, Is this a bit? Is this it? It's not this, is it? I don't have any manure buckets at my place. The harsh and stinking reality included a pile of manure so foul that even Eoam had to pinch his nose as he spoke. Look over there. That's your job for today. The sight made Lu Daxian scream in his heart. Why? Why isn't reality anything like I imagined? The sight of that gooey, nauseatingly fragrant pile made his skin crawl. What the hell? How long has it been since this was cleaned? Holy hell, it's practically a mountain. Eoam, now wearing a gas mask, commented. This pile of manure looks a bit plump. Boss Wong beamed. It sure does. Don't let any of it go to waste. Finally, lugging buckets filled with essence, Lu Daxian, like a young maiden deceived by a scumbag, ran off sobbing, Yinhan filling his heart. I won't accept this. But now, he didn't even have a chance to refuse the job. The meaning of life is to stay alive. Grandmaster of Pseudoscience, Lu. The stinking scene changes to another place. Ching Shan scratched his head and called out, Mr. Eoam. Seeing his flustered look, the young man crossed his arms and cut him off. No need to explain. An honest man like you is obviously no match for a scoundrel like him. Oh, right, brother. My disciple, Zhongqing, is still injured at the Baofeng Merchant Guild. Could you help me bring him back from there? I still need to brew his medicine first. I can't really get away right now. Qing Shan accepted the task seriously. Rest assured, Mr. Eoam. I'll go at once. He immediately shot off like the wind. Arriving at the Baofeng Merchant Guild, Luo Lanxue came out to greet him. Inside, Zhongqing was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, meticulously cared for by several young women. Unfortunately, he was still unconscious. During this time, I have made sure your disciple was looked after with the utmost care. Hearing Lanxue's report, Qing Shan gave her a thumbs up in praise. Good. You truly are my most beloved disciple. You take after me. Lanxue looked worriedly at the unconscious Zhongqing and said, But master, young master, Zhongqing's injuries don't seem to be getting any better. Over the past few days, Uncle Ian went and brought every famous physician in the city. But nothing worked, and he's Mr. Yi Feng's only disciple. Qing Shan listened, a headache forming. Even I wouldn't know how to treat a problem like this. I used to think Zhongqing might be some heaven-defying genius. But only after he was injured did I realize he's just a waste. So useless, he doesn't even have a shred of cultivation. All his meridians are blocked. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. A being with heavenly power like Mr. Eoam. Why would he take on a disciple like this? It's a complete contradiction. Despite his thoughts, Qing Shan made a decision. Forget it. These are not matters for you and I to speculate on. Let's get him back to the martial hall first. Arriving at the martial hall, the two of them, Lanxue, Qing Shan looked at Eoam take the bowl of medicine. He looked down at his disciple and called, Zhongqing, time to wake up. Like a sparrow calling an eagle, it came. Zhongqing immediately coughed a few times. This scene made Lanxue and Qing Shan's eyes widen. They exclaimed in their minds, This medicine is truly divine. The moment he reached out to check her pulse, he was even more surprised. The person he had just described as a cripple now felt like a super scion. How can it be? Unimaginable. So magnificent. A whole new set of meridians has opened up inside his body. Completely new. No, this is clearly a world-shattering event. Suddenly, a divine light flashed, leaving Qing Shan speechless. These aren't human meridians. This is a descendant of the ancient god race. Now he looked at Zhongqing as if he had seen a rare animal. 2 million years. 2 million years. Legend has it that in the early days of the immortal river continent, 10,000 races lived together. To compete for sovereignty over the continent, the various races waged a great war that lasted for 1 million years. And the human race, compared to the 10,000 races, aside from their prolific reproduction, had no other advantages. At the moment of their near extinction, a new force emerged within humanity. It was those people who took up arms and declared, I appear for the sake of all living beings. I fight for all living beings. The heavenly Tao has entrusted it to the human race. They are the true chosen ones. They possessed extremely powerful strength. The structure of the meridians in their bodies was completely different, and in less than 10,000 years, they were able to lead the entire human race to dominate the entire continent. They also became the lords of the 10,000 races. After that, the world praised them as gods. Perhaps the heavenly Tao did not allow such a challenge. The gods quickly declined. Like a gust of wind, they were soon wiped out in the river of history. The continent also, because of this, opened up the great Tao of yin and yang harmony. In general, the continent has existed for 5 million years in natural history. But only a few descendants of the god race have appeared in the world. There is no place in heaven and earth that does not need to be wary of this appearance. But the last time was nearly 2 million years ago. Now, the world only considers the meridians of the god race to be extinct. The reason is also because after 5 million years of various inheritances and bloodlines, even if one obtained the god race meridians, it would be so mysterious that it would be completely undetectable to people. It also couldn't be activated. And to activate this kind of bloodline, it can only happen when a person is on the verge of death. And with the addition of a peerless quality medicine, there's only a 10%, 20% chance at most. Old Qing Shan let out a proud breath. His eyes shone brightly. My many years of diligent research and tireless study of the continent's history were not in vain. I am fortunate to witness the divine meridians awaken after 200,000 years. Another self-righteous old man looked at Eoam with admiration. No wonder, no wonder. The one who could be accepted as the master's disciple must be because the master saw through that he was a descendant of the god race, and that his life was hanging by a thread. Was just the master tacitly agreeing to act out a play. He pictured himself dancing on that chessboard, extremely happy. This grand chessboard of the masters. The future direction is unpredictable, but am I fortunate enough to witness it? Or am I also just a pawn in this prearranged play? The master is amazing. Qingshan finally couldn't help but exclaim. Eoam smiled and replied, "It's a small matter. It was all within my expectations." In his mind, he was also smug. This trip up the mountain took so much time. How could I not be sure I could wake Zhongqing up? The way this old man is looking at me, it's really nauseating. In Qingshan's mind now, there was no one but Eoam, like a mesmerized young girl. Such a confident and gentle smile. How many heavenly secrets does it hold? A person who can scheme with the heavenly secrets. Isn't he a god? Above the god race. Is there an even higher level? If the heavenly Tao does not love all living beings, who loves all living beings? The master. Today, I have seen a corner of the iceberg. In the future, how many more terrifying things will I witness by this person's side? Even if it surpasses human comprehension. Eoam spoke up. All right, let my precious disciple rest. He even conveniently handed the leftover medicine to Qingshan and said, just 3 parts of the medicine was enough to wake my disciple. This medicine shouldn't be drunk anymore. There's still a little left. How about you drink it? The efficacy of this medicine is extremely good. It's not bad for nourishing an old man like you. Qingshan's hands trembled as he accepted the bowl of medicine, tears in his eyes. Master, are you really giving this to me, master? Eoam replied nonchalantly. Or do you think I'm lying? Consider it a little help from you. This can be considered your reward. Then, a sound from the bedside startled him. A hand, wrapped like a mummy, shot out and grabbed Eoam's shirt. He said happily, Zhongqing. The person on the bed had just woken up. So even after death, I can still see the boss. Zhongqing sobbed. Zhongqing sat up and said, so even after I die, I can still see the boss. Then, as if remembering something, he said in a panic, no, wait, boss, could it be that you also? Eoam gently explained, you fool, you're not. Before he could finish, Zhongqing, with tears in his eyes, cupped his cheeks and blamed himself. It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't even protect the house. Seeing his disciple still half asleep, Eoam raised his hand and pointed to his forehead. A powerful flick caused him to cry out in pain. Eoam said to Zhongqing, who was holding his bruised head, what nonsense are you talking about? You're clearly still dreaming. I'm alive, and you're alive too. Without my command, no one can take your life. I'm the master of your fate. Seeing this scene of master-disciple affection, Lu Qingshan once again praised him in his mind. As expected, even a descendant of the god race has to place all their trust in him. The master's strength and scheming are not only astonishing, but even his humanity is so gentle that he can control even that thing. On one side, Zhongqing was rubbing his head foolishly. So that's how the boss sees me? Next time I will definitely do better. Hearing that, Eoam couldn't help but clench his fists. The foolish smile froze on his lips. Zhongqing thought he had misheard, but Eoam had already seriously repeated. When you're in the Jianghu, it's all about bravado. You have to fight for victory. Only a few pretty boys would handle things like that. In any situation, you can admit defeat to save your life. That is the true meaning of the martial way. So next time, remember this. Zhongqing had never heard such a principle before. Really? Eoam affirmed, of course. Qingshan, standing to the side, felt as if the sun of truth had just shone on him. The master's great way is like a blessing to us juniors. This feeling is just like when my father used to sit and lecture me. Before he could finish, his face was met with a kick from Wang Kai. It smugly jumped towards Eoam. This old man's expression is truly too nauseating. He caught it and said, Brother Qingshan, I'm not feeling well today. This dog is crazy. Suddenly, Wang Kai frantically licked him, leaving his cheek covered in drool with the thought, I absolutely cannot lose to that disgusting old man. It's too disgusting. Qing Shan, after putting the medicine in the pot, bowed and said, Thank you, senior. Lan Shui, standing to the side, covered her mouth and giggled. The master's appearance like this is truly endearing. Cut to the Sect. Lan Shui, walking behind, asked, Master, what on earth happened to the master's disciple just now? Qing Shan, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Then he turned and pointed at her as if she were the chosen one. Swear, congratulations on becoming the first person in 2 million years in the entire immortal river continent to this day. One of 2 lucky people. Lan Shui looked at her master, who seemed to be having a fit, confused. 2 lucky people? What does that mean? The other one is you, master, he said excitedly, spitting. The master's only disciple, Zhongqing, is of the god race bloodline. Just now, he spewed out a bunch of things he had just imagined. The sun and moon have turned for 200,000 years. The descendant of the god race is about to appear. This game of chess of the master's. Everything is just a pawn. His arm held up the medicine pot high, as if he had an epiphany. That's right. And this leftover medicine, do you know? The medicine room to awaken the divine meridians is at least a 9th grade one. It might even be immortal grade. Without a moment's hesitation, took a big gulp to get the party started. It took effect the moment it touched his lips. The old man's bald head began to glow. Lu Qingshan shot through the roof like a rocket and roared. Mid-stage martial king breakthrough. The man on the roof side. The old master's habits never change. Lan Shui, watching from below, exclaimed. One sip, and he went from early stage to mid-stage martial king. The medicinal effect is too powerful. A long while later, after his breakthrough, revitalized Lu Qingshan returned. Lan Shui, seeing him in his blissful state, bit her finger and asked, Master? Of course, Lu Qingshan was willing to share. My dear disciple, he instructed, you drink next. Remember, drink it immediately. Otherwise, the medicinal power will dissipate. And you can't waste a single drop. She took the pot and was about to say, understood, but before she could finish, Lu Qingshan was off again. Master, Lan Shui stared dumbfounded as her teacher once again transformed into a brilliant beam of light. He powered up and shot through another part of the roof. He didn't forget to add, you drink up too, my disciple. Lan Shui tilted the pot back and took a gulp. Instantly, her eyes turned into a pair of high-beam headlights. Mid-stage Grand Martial Master. Late-stage Grand Martial Master. Peak Grand Martial Master. Lan Shui's cultivation level skyrocketed. She had never felt such a blissful sensation, and she was astonished. Early-stage Martial Spirit Master. Mid-stage. Late-stage. It finally stopped at peak Martial Spirit Master. Lu Qingshan, who was flying, saw that she had caught up to him. The master and disciple chatted in midair. Swear, how are you? Master, she said, ecstatic. I've never felt anything like this before. Suddenly, she made a connection. This feeling is like living through a dozen lifetimes in a row. Images of herself in various different professions flashed through her mind. The moment her feet touched the ground, Lan Shui greedily eyed the teapot. There's still a little left. She excitedly poured out the rest. One more sip, and I think I can break through to Martial King. Wait, save a sip for me. Lu Qingshan shouted, but it was too late. He could only watch as his disciple flew away. Master, I drank the last drop. He walked over to the empty teapot, his heart aching. I was just one step away from Martial Emperor. What am I going to do now? Not giving up. Lu Qingshan scraped out the dregs and put them in his mouth. Whatever, even the dregs will do. To his surprise, 3 beams of light shot out from his body, and he broke through. As expected, even the dregs are effective. At that moment, he seemed to have grasped the ultimate truth. Those who help others are blessed by the heavens. No English translation provided. If you don't lick the pot clean, you'll only go downhill. If you want to see the future, there could be no gaps. If your skin isn't thick enough, your enemy will be on top. You talk about face. I have my own judgment. It's not easy to define the meaning of licking the pot clean. If you understand, don't explain. And don't mock me. As long as I, Lu Qingshan, am here. The 3,000 sects of the continent. The deep waters are hard to fathom. The secrets of strange and wondrous people are in the subtleties of their ways. Erase the traces of my pride. The disciples below stared in horror at the two beams of light that had destroyed the roof. They all began to cheer. The heavens are protecting our Qingshan sect. Everyone, it's time for us to advance. The good news was so invigorating that even a paralyzed man stood up. The old ancestor has broken through. He's broken through to Martial Emperor. The old ancestor has broken through to Martial Emperor. A female disciple couldn't contain her excitement. Elder, you can stand up. After being paralyzed for so many years, he can stand up in a single day. On the mountain, at the grave of a man who died in disgrace. The deceased, hearing the good news, burst out of his coffin. My Qingshan sect will rise again. I can die in peace now. In a martial arts pavilion, a broom was thrown to the ground. The old janitor leaped into the air. At the source of the two magnificent beams of light, dozens of people had gathered to witness the event. Our Qingshan sect can finally shine in the Xinjiang continent. The room has been swept clean. Let the world roam free. The ancient tomb has no door. The old steed may be in the stable, but its heart is still set on a 1,000-mile journey. The next leg of our journey is the great sea of stars. Everyone was happy, except for the man fixing the roof, who sighed wearily. In a courtyard with the character Wu on it, Yifeng's cheerful singing voice boomed with enthusiasm. Follow me. We'll set out at dawn. Waking up from a dream, my heart will have no fear. Below, 3 martial artists swayed to the music. With the naked eye, you could see their martial intent comprehension increasing by 1 point. Even old man Wang's ox from next door was swaying. They were all moved. This is the true meaning of why the senior wanted us to come and farm. Every time a string is plucked, it's a boost to our souls. Yifeng, who was playing and singing, caught a whiff of something foul. It was Lu Dajian running at top speed, carrying 2 buckets of manure, but looking ecstatic. As long as I can clear this manure fast enough, I can catch up to this sound wave that's imbued with natural martial intent. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Yifeng couldn't help but doubt his own talent. Holy crap, am I really that good at playing the instrument? Luckily, the mission from that damn system was to play an instrument and not to make me sing, dance, or play basketball, or other boring stuff. He then excitedly waved his hand. All right then, the next song is Your Chicken is So Beautiful, Baby. Your chicken is so beautiful, baby. Your chicken is really so beautiful. Despite the chaotic crowd of people, Wang Kai was still able to sleep in a corner. But it's unclear whether it was due to the master's heavenly voice, but he didn't seem to be sleeping well. He was in pain. It turns out he was having a nightmare about his past, being chained up and punished. You unfilial and unrighteous son. You dare to commit such a heinous crime. It is my failure as a teacher. I will definitely give everyone justice. Ao Qing, you are stripped of your title as prince. You are now a commoner. You are to be exiled from the tribe today. Ao Qing, who was Wang Kai back when he was handsome, cried out, No, father, I've been wrong. I didn't do it. But the other tribe members were about to drown him in their saliva. Ao Qing, you broke into the saintess's chambers late at night. It's as clear as day. Third prince, you're shameless. And you still have a nerve to ask for justice from his majesty. You dare to do it, but not admit it. You're so irresponsible. A person like him is not worthy of being a prince. He has no virtue and he even dared to be disrespectful to the saintess. He's a disgrace to our tribe. Ao Qing still hadn't given up. I've already explained. If you don't believe me. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down. The saintess had arrived. Seeing the girl in red descending, he happily called out, Qing Cheng. Insolent, is the saintess's name for you to call? Ignoring the others, Ao Qing looked at the saintess, moved. Qing Cheng, quickly tell everyone. We're truly in love. But she didn't even spare him a glance. Your Majesty, the third prince is the one the old tribe leader calculated with the moon disk to be the child of fortune. In the future, he will lead the entire heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe to glory. Ao Qing thought she was speaking up for him and was about to tear up. But his heart is not righteous. He snuck into my chambers in the middle of the night, intending to defile me. Her words immediately wiped the smile off his face. He watched as she took out something and said confidently, "This wind-chasing finger in my hand is the proof." Someone immediately recognized it. That's to celebrate the hope of our tribe's revival. The elders specially bestowed this treasure upon Eoam. Now that we have physical evidence, Eoam was horrified and quickly tried to explain. It's obvious that before, to win your favor, I had to use it as a betrothal gift. You damn bitch. You're framing me. His father refused to listen to his explanation. He raised his hand in anger. It's come to this, and you still dare to argue? What child of fortune? You are fundamentally unworthy of wielding the wind-chasing key. A bolt of purple lightning struck Eoam. He cried out in pain at the king's words. If you continue like this, don't blame your father for being ruthless. Immediately after, he transformed from a handsome young man into a small puppy. You are punished to 10 years as an animal. You are not allowed to transform. You are to be permanently exiled from the tribe. Before he was completely kicked away, he could still see the smug smile of that bitch in his eyes. Qingsheng, Qingsheng. I will not forget today's grudge. Back to the present. Yifeng thoughtfully watched his pet, who was still whimpering in its sleep. He was getting annoyed by its constant whining. Is it still in heat? All right, I'll find you a suitable partner one of these days. Suddenly, a sound wave from the sky jolted it awake. Why would a clansman be sending me a message now? Soaring high above, he strode through the air. Wang Kai suddenly realized, so, in this time following the master, I've unknowingly reached the Demon King realm. I don't know if this trip will be a blessing or a curse. Arriving outside Pingjiang City, Wang Kai, in his tall and handsome form, had arrived. He just turned his back when he saw someone already waiting, which surprised him. Why is it you? Looking at the bitch still wearing the same unchanging red dress, Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Qingsheng. She just smiled nonchalantly. It seems my scent is still unforgettable to you. She didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. When you were a dog, you really were flawless, weren't you? Wang Kai suppressed his anger. What do you want from me? She curled her lips again, as if showing off. She held up the treasure in her hand. You know, why I wanted to frame you to get the wind-chasing key. Because this wind-chasing key is the key to the secret realm of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan. He asked in shock, what? She smiled smugly. You're very surprised, aren't you? She said with contempt. Speaking of which, it's quite a joke. The old clan leader actually gave a treasure related to the life and death of the clan to you, and even placed a seal on it. And only you can use it. On what grounds? Is it because you are the child of destiny? What he didn't expect was that you, the so-called child of destiny, have now been reduced to a stray dog, unable to transform. Qingsheng looked down at it. So your so-called destiny. Wang Kai was furious. Qingsheng, you, memories of the past flooded back when he had just met her. At that time, his friend had even laughed and advised him. Don't be a fool and try to punch above your weight. The Sanus' status is so high that even your father has to show her some respect. Even if you're the third prince, you can't mess around. At that time, Eoam had blushed and defended himself. What? Can't I even just look at her? Until he was trapped by her. What? You're saying you've liked me for a long time too? She pretended to be shy and replied, yes, third prince. If you can use the most precious thing on your body, as a token of our engagement, I would be very happy. When he was cursed by the whole tribe. Get out of the tribe. You lecher. What child of destiny? How shameful. You worthless prince. The painful memories kept replaying, causing his resentment to flare up. There's no need to put on that kind of expression. Qingsheng acted magnanimous and said, right now, I can give you a chance. Help me use the wind-chasing key to open the secret realm. I can help you break the seal. And I can also help you clear your name. This is a very good deal. After hearing her purpose, Wang Kai was silent and emotionless. Seeing his unwavering expression, Qingsheng frowned. You don't believe me? Or do you think the conditions aren't attractive enough for you? How about this? I'll throw an extremely high-quality reward for you. The attendant opened the box, revealing a dazzling pill. Qingsheng introduced it confidently. This Demon King pill can help you break through to the Demon King realm. With your aptitude, it can save you at least 50 years of hard cultivation. This is something that many in the clan yearn for. Well, looking at the dazzling pill, Wang Kai couldn't help but grin. This made her confused. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared. The attendant quickly announced, Saintus. This fluctuation. One of Wang Kai's paws stomped the ground. What am I laughing at? Qing Chung, shocked, seemed to realize something. Wang Kai released his power, causing his appearance to evolve into a terrifying demon wolf with the power of a demon king, and he roared. I'm laughing at a shameless woman. Looking at the pressure he was emitting, Qing Chung had no choice but to admit. How is this possible? You actually... Wang Kai was extremely smug. That's right. I've long been at the Demon King realm. Wang Kai declared with extreme coolness. This one Demon King pill. This young master doesn't even care about it. Qing Chung was terrified. You, she thought in disbelief. A piece of trash who was sealed into the form of an animal, and was even exiled from the tribe. Just surviving is already unimaginable. This, and he even reached the Demon King realm. But she quickly regained her composure. Qing Chung also released her own pressure. A confident smile. But so what? The Demon Emperor realm, in my eyes, is still just an ant. In that case, I'll just promise you something better again, all right? She offered another condition. As long as you're willing to return to the tribe with me and open the secret realm, wait for me to break through to the demon sect. I will mobilize the resources of the tribe and personally help you ascend to the Demon Emperor realm. With my ability and status, I can help you succeed within 10 years. 10 years. Wang Kai repeated with a sneer. Seeing him smirk like that made her angry. But at the same time, her mind was working. I can't be outdone here. I don't believe you won't take this condition. Qing Chung pointed her finger again and blurted out, All right, then I'll give you another condition. As long as you open the secret realm, I will allow you to choose any semi-holy grade divine weapon from inside as your weapon. Seeing her change her tune like this, the attendants still praised her. Such strong management and emotional control, extremely decisive, and able to adapt to any situation. The Saintess is truly the Saintess. No clansman could refuse such a temptation. She also had a smug smile. I don't believe this piece of trash won't change his mind. Wang Kai, with an expressionless face, refused again. They all looked extremely. He even leisurely scratched his ear, as if he had heard too many promises. Qing Chung was furious and powdered her face. What do you mean? This is a semi-holy grade divine weapon. An item so powerful. I'm afraid you've never even seen it in your life. After hearing this, Wang Kai burst out laughing as if he had never laughed before. You dare to be disrespectful to the Saintess. An attendant was about to charge forward, but was stopped by her. Stop. Wang Kai was laughing so hard he was crying. He waved his hand, listening to her continue. I know. About what happened before. You're still very resentful and afraid I'll harm you, right? How about this? Aside from the previous conditions, I can also make an exception. She continued with a serious expression. I will make an exception and let you join my Hongri lineage. This statement made even the attendant gasp in horror. Saintess, that piece of trash. How can... You know as well, the Hongri lineage, although not a royal family. The members it recruits are all top-tier experts. Not only do they have the strongest status within the tribe, but they're also very famous throughout the entire demon race. Wang Kai was silent at this point. Join us. Qing, you will have a strong backer. You who were once looked down upon will in the future be a person above others within the tribe. She had a smug, triumphant smile. With such conditions, you have no reason to refuse. What's it called? The Hongri lineage, Wang Kai said with a deadpan face. I think it's better to change the name to the most tyrannical family lineage, for example. He didn't even care, looking disdainful. As for a backer, he sighed. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. This attitude left the entire Saintess's entourage frozen stiff. Wang Kai didn't want to waste any more time and waved his tail. See you later. Qing Chung finally couldn't take it anymore and gritted her teeth. She looked like she was about to go mad, clutching her head and screaming. You'd rather refuse a toast than drink a forfeit? A piece of trash who was exiled from the tribe like you. On what grounds do you dare to look down on the conditions I've offered? And on what grounds do you dare to ignore the invitation of my Hongri lineage? At least give me an explanation. He sighed again and glanced back. I'll tell you the truth then. The conditions you offered are not the slightest bit attractive to me, because I have already accepted a powerful human as my master. A Sakura card-like light seemed to glow from its body. Thinking of its past with its master, it spoke with even more certainty. 10 years to deal with a demon emperor? If I follow him, it's possible to reach the demon emperor realm in half a year. And where he is, never mind near sacred items, even true sacred items, and emperor-grade treasures. I could just grab them and sleep with them. So why would I accept that worthless junk of yours? The Saintess's expression twisted in humiliation. The dog continued proudly. As for the final backer you mentioned, I don't even need my master. Just his subordinate, Skull, is enough to protect me. I could stomp all over the song Ku Demon's Sect in the southern sands, and no one would dare say a word. So, don't make any more of these empty promises. Ao Chin-chung, I don't even care about you. Being spoken to with such disrespect, she was furious. You. The painful memories of the past had now vanished for him. The seal has been broken. The third prince of the heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe. My name has been cleared. These meaningless things are no longer worth mentioning to me. What you and I feel, are no longer on the same level. Now, all that existed were happy memories with his master. He turned away coldly. As long as I follow my master, I, Ao Ching, will ascend to an even greater stage. You will never be able to reach my level. Ao Ching-chung, even if you spurred your horse, you wouldn't be able to catch up. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold back the insults that were about to fly out of her mouth. But there was no way she could hold it in. She lost all semblance of a calm and noble saintess and shrieked, "Are you done with your act? The mighty heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe. A noble race. Taking a human as your master. It's one thing for you to say such a thing, but you're still going to keep spouting this nonsense. Going from demon king to demon emperor is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Breaking through to demon emperor in half a year? A piece of trash like you dares to say such a thing? And sacred grade treasures? Do you think they're as easy to get as flipping your hand? And emperor grade? Can you at least try to be a little more realistic when you're bragging? As for your so-called master and skull, I bet they're just as useless as you are. And you dare to be disrespectful to Lord Songko? You're truly naive." Before she could finish, her attendant reminded her, "Saintess, he's gone." What? Her eyes blazed with fury. That piece of trash I never even used to acknowledge. Now dares to play games with me? How dare he? How could this happen? Damn it. She looked like she was about to breathe fire. Her attendant quickly asked, "Saintess, what should we do now?" Of course, she wasn't going to let it go. "After him. I want to see what kind of person this master of his is. And I'll drag that master of his out and stomp him under my feet. When he's on the verge of a complete mental breakdown, he'll have no choice but to lick my feet and beg for my mercy." Back at Yifeng's place, Liu Benwei was leisurely fanning himself as he supervised the martial artist farming. "Don't miss a single spot. Hurry up." The others didn't dare to make a peep, thinking in fear. This great master's power, which he occasionally reveals, is truly terrifying. It's completely irresistible. Just then, Wang Kai, the suck-up, came running over, wagging his tail. "Ah, my super cute and handsome skull bro. So this is where you were." Liu Benwei quickly said, "It's you. What do you need?" Wang Kai whined and begged, I'm about to be gang R. Bro, please help me." A perfect display of the noble virtue. "I may be weak, but my brothers are strong." Liu Benwei was a little confused. The sun shone brightly on Yifeng's courtyard. After hearing Wang Sai's plea, Liu Benwei casually agreed. "Oh right, they're just a bunch of trash, anyway. Don't worry. The master will take care of them easily. You continue to guard the gate. I still have something to do." Hearing this, the dog obediently ran outside. Okay. Liu Benwei then went back to his nitpicking. He want to lecture Liu Dajan. The manure bucket on the right is clearly not full enough. You dare to cheat right in front of me?" Liu Dajan cried out in fear. Snot and tears streamed down his face. Liu Benwei coldly kicked him. "Damn you." He sent Liu Dajan on a one-way trip to the manure pile. The others trembled at this viciousness. Liu Benwei even had to wave his hand to reassure them. Don't worry. Just keep working hard. I'm a very easygoing person." This old relic was causing trouble again. just a second after he had shown off. He heard his master scolding and immediately let out a terrified, ghostly sound. ABA. Eoam launched a flying kick, sending that dry skull flying. You son of a bitch. You useless piece of junk. All you do is cause trouble. The scene, just like the one before, was a classic. But Lu Benwei was a bit more skilled this time. He landed gracefully, and then, while Eoam wasn't looking, he fled. But it turns out Eoam was bending down to pick up a rock to throw at that brainless head. Get out of here. Lu Benwei ran, holding his head. ABA. After dealing with that troublemaker, Eoam stomped his foot and said, Everyone, get back to work. Get back to work. Watching him deal with Lu Benwei, someone had to cover their mouth and exclaim, Oh my God. Eoam walked over and looked at Lu Dajan, who had turned into a manure man. He had to feel sorry for him. Oh my God. Is this still a person? I'll give you another 20 gold coins. After that was done, he sat down and slurped his noodles. Delicious. Wankai looked at his master, fidgeting. He watched Eoam leisurely chewing on a blade of grass and tapping his foot, and he was conflicted. Should I report this to the master? After all, the master came to this world to experience the life of a mortal. He thinks I'm his pet dog. If a dog like me suddenly starts talking, wouldn't that be too crazy? And besides, Skullbro told me, with the master's omniscient wisdom, he probably already knows my situation. What if he's willing to help me? While this dog was worrying about this and that, Eoam noticed its anxiety. He sighed and patted its head. It's been hard on you. Wankai looked at his master's kind smile moved. But since you're with me now, I will definitely fulfill my duty as a master. So, if I'm going to help you solve your problem, then I'll definitely help you solve it. Don't worry. Tears welled up in its eyes as it cheered in its heart. Asterisk master. Master, asterisk. I want to follow you for the rest of my life. But it didn't know that Eoam was stroking his chin and thinking, I wonder if anyone has a female dog? 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Ao Qingqing's group who had caught up. She crossed her arms. Ao Qing is in that little martial hall of that human. Seeing the shabby state of the place, she sneered. At first, I really thought that piece of trash had some kind of fortunate encounter, and that he had even taken a powerful master. Now it seems I was worrying too much. Qingqing immediately jumped down with her attendants. She didn't forget to give an order. Hear my command. Follow me and level this martial hall. Except for that piece of trash. You don't need to spare anyone else. Her subordinates immediately obeyed. One of the dogs suddenly noticed a strange person. When it looked up, boo, surprise. It was a skull with no eyes staring at it. But before it could make a sound, Lu Benwei made a slight move, and the attendant vanished. It happily opened its mouth and began to sing in its ghostly voice. ABA. The Sanus's group, who was about to enter the martial hall, was immediately hit by a wave of suppression. Ao Qingqing, still oblivious, walked right into the tiger's den. She looked at the paintings of group calisthenics on the wall. She even sneered. What is this? These drawings are so strange. There's nothing special about them. She still had her arms crossed, smirking. Oh, I'll king. I like to see. After I expose your ridiculous claims right in front of you, you'll probably have to hide your face in shame for half a year. But she didn't know that Lu Benwei had already infiltrated her ranks and was giggling behind her. Just then, she waved her hand and ordered, Ao Qing is right inside. And there's also the aura of a human. You guys kill that human. I'll take care of Ao Qing. Lu Benwei couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. A dangerous red light gleamed in its empty eye sockets. Suddenly, the entire Saintus's group was hit by a beam of light. They were so terrified, they felt like their souls were about to fly out of their bodies. All of her attendants couldn't even last a second before they were all turned into dogs. Qingqing, whose cultivation was higher, managed to struggle for a few seconds. She stared in horror at the Bagua mirror hanging on the wall. The demon-suppressing mirror. And it's a sacred item. But just a moment later, she too was turned into a female dog with slightly nicer fur than the others, completely overwhelmed. Such incredible power. Lao Banwei stood on the city wall like a caped superhero, laughing triumphantly. Ngao, Qingqing gritted her teeth. Who dares to mock us? Shun growled in fury. Damn it, I can't use my power. Lao Banwei let out a long, mocking laugh, and in a flash, he appeared right behind them. A bunch of trash dares to glare at me. This stone seat is. Lao Banwei showed no mercy, delivering a swift, fair kick to each of their butts, sending them yelping. Both of Qingqing's cheeks were bright red. She stammered, unable to even close her mouth. A puny little human dares to spank my butt? This is the ultimate humiliation. Lao Banwei, like a demon lord, pulled out a whip. Don't be so hasty. We're not done yet. With that, he cracked the whip right across Qingqing's rear. This time, the pain made her cry out for real. The horrifying, syrupy scene that followed was filled with nothing but the terrible sound of the cruel Lao Banwei's whip striking the pathetic Qingqing. The commotion was so loud that it woke the sleeping Eoam. What's going on? Lao Banwei instantly sensed his master's approaching presence. He shoved a gag in one dog's mouth with his hand, while his foot clamped down on the muzzle of another, both still dazed. The shameless Lao Banwei began to wail. Daddy, don't bite me. Daddy, help, help me. Eoam arrived to witness this scene and could only exclaim, what the hell? He immediately grabbed a carrying pole. His pet rescuing spirits surged as he charged forward. Where do these stray dogs come from? How dare you run in my martial hall and attack people? Eoam didn't hold back, beating them to a pulp. Even though I'm a dog lover, I'll show no mercy to vicious strays. Lao Banwei shamelessly latched onto his master's leg. Daddy, Daddy. But Eoam showed him no mercy either, kicking him away. Go play somewhere else. Elsewhere, Wang Kai was contentedly picking his teeth with a blade of grass. Zhongqing's cooking is getting better and better. Then he saw the familiar, furry form with Ngao, Qingqing's aura, curled up and sobbing on the ground, and he froze. In the next instant, he understood everything. He let out a silent, doggy grin. Just as I expected. Like a soldier seeing his commander, he stood at attention, moved. As the master's pet, Brother Skull's little bro can't be bullied. Eoam noticed his own dog, his eyes sparkling as he looked over. Then he turned back to the pack of dogs he'd just beaten up. Suddenly, Eoam had a realization. That's it. It's been so hard. This is the very thing that's been troubling me. They're the same species, aren't they? As a good owner, Eoam lifted his leg and inspected them one by one. Then he kicked all the unqualified ones out. Get out. Finally, his sharp gaze landed on the last one remaining. Oh yeah. Yifeng's despicable grin sent a shiver down Ngao Qingqing's spine. What does he want to do? Like a gentleman, he helped close the door for them. Then he smiled, raising an eyebrow, at his own pet. Go Z, your spring has arrived. Wang Kai was confused. What the? The moment those words were spoken, Ngao Qingqing was struck with terror. Wang Kai broke into a touched smile. Master! Then, somehow, that innocent smile twisted into something else. Wang Kai turned into a laughing sponge, ecstatic with joy. You could call him one lucky dog. Seeing Wang Kai, a.k.a. Ngao Qing, pulsing with vitality as he stared at the holy maiden, Eoam said, what are you spacing out for? Isn't this what you've wanted for a long time? Wang Kai's eyes blazed as he thought, I can't believe it. The master even knows what I'm thinking. And he's even willing to fulfill this wish for me. Wang Kai's heart was resolute. That's right. No doubt about it. I, Wang Kai, I've always wanted to mount Ngao Qingqing. I didn't just want it before. I want it now too. After all, she dared to frame me and bring me so much pain. Even killing her wouldn't be enough to quell my rage. Only by mounting her can I find some relief. Across from him, a confused Qingqing didn't understand. Only frightened whimpers escaped her mouth. Eoam turned and walked away. Wang Kai leaped into the air with excitement. A true man, a real hero. Wang Kai landed in the perfect position on top of Ngao Qingqing. She screamed, Ngao Qing, you're clearly a prince. A true gentleman. How could you do this to me? Wang Kai's eyes were filled with extreme excitement as he spoke. Someone as high and mighty as you, a holy maiden as pure as jade. How could you possibly be swayed by desires, filthy thoughts, or the urge to reproduce? Wang Kai quickly licked Qingqing's hand. So satisfying. What a fragrant taste. As expected of the holy maiden. Qingqing's tears streamed down her face as she begged. No, you can't. Ngao Qing, I can apologize to you. I'll even kneel at your feet. But please. Ngao Qingqing still couldn't accept reality. Tears were streaming from her eyes. Above her was Wang Kai, at the peak of his ecstasy, lost in the moment. Ngao Qingcheng thought, this can't be happening. I, the magnificent holy maiden, am being defiled by this waste. The holy maiden's purity, as well as her pride, had been shattered. She silently cursed those two humans. And this piece of trash. This Wang Kai, they all must die. They all must die. At that moment, her underlings lying unconscious outside were freed from a spell and woke up. The holy maiden's shriek from behind the door immediately jolted them to their feet. They threw all their strength into pushing the door open. They yelled, "Quick, save the holy maiden. This door won't budge." The door only opened a tiny crack. Through the crack in the door, the holy maiden screamed, "Wang Kai, I hate you." The holy maiden's underlings stared through the opening. Inside was a scene not recommended for children under 18. Their faces went pale, as if sharing a single thought. It's over. The hope of our clan, the pillar of the Honri lineage, the holy maiden who maintained her pure body in order to break through to the demon sect level, was defiled by Wang Kai. As you can see, by opening the demon clan's secret realm, Ngao Qingcheng could have immediately taken the first step into the demon sect. She would have been unstoppable. She could have led the sky-devouring demon wolf clan to a new era of glory. But who would have thought at this critical moment? It would all be destroyed by Ngao Qing in an instant. The demon wolf clan will face a great. These men in black, who revered Ngao Qingcheng as a goddess, let out continuous howls of despair. They tried to break down the gate, but it was no use. The gate didn't move an inch. They could only watch helplessly from the other side. A golden sky-devouring demon wolf was being by Ngao Qing. Only then did Wang Kai notice the commotion outside. He turned his head and saw the underlings. Seeing their anguished expressions, he immediately picked up the pace and pushed toward a glorious climax. Her subordinates could only weep. Even so, their loyalty to the Holy Maiden was unwavering. Then, the Holy Maiden flew straight out of the room amidst the screams of the men in black. They screamed, "Holy Maiden, are you all right? We will avenge you." The Holy Maiden stopped them. She shed tears of blood. Her spirit crushed, she ordered, "Take me back." On the other side, his business finished, Wang Kai looked up at the sky, feeling sublime. He thought, "I'm so satisfied. Wang Kai actually managed to mount Ngao Qingcheng. I wonder, if news of this got back to the clan, what kind of uproar it would cause." He looked towards Yifeng and thought, "That's right. All of these opportunities and blessings are because of the master. A thoughtful and indulgent master bestowed them upon me." Skull approached from behind and critiqued, "Qing, you're so weak." Lao Banwei added, "That was such a short time. You're really no good, are you?" Wang Kai nuzzled against him, sucking up. "Of course I'm not as good as you, brother Lao Banwei." The Virgin King of Trash talk immediately switched roles and asked curiously, "But Wang Kai, tell your big bro, was it good just now? Quick, tell me what it felt like." Wang Kai said shyly, "Well, I can only say it was a lingering pleasure." Lao Banwei's eyes went wide with admiration. In the Great Hall of Hongri, in the Nansha Plains, a report rang out. The Holy Maiden returns with good news. Ngao Bifeng's voice was excited and urgent. "Excellent. She successfully brought Wang Kai back. Our Hongri lineage is about to soar. Quickly, let her in." He saw the Holy Maiden enter, looking dazed. He asked, "Qingcheng, why do you look like that? Where's that waist?" "Ngao Qing, where's the good news?" She remained silent. The people around her crowded in, questioning, "Holy Maiden, what is this?" "That's right. You didn't bring Ngao Qing back?" "Qingcheng, a man named Ngao Shi." Fong spoke up to comfort her. "That piece of trash. We don't need to be in a rush to bring him back. What matters is you. You are the entire hope of the Honri lineage. Absolutely nothing can happen to you. Tell me, what on earth happened to make you like this?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. He looked at the Holy Maiden, standing there sobbing, and stammered out a yell, "Ew, right now. You no longer have a pure body." His happy mood completely collapsed. Ao Bifeng clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people began to surround Qingcheng, whispering and criticizing her with contempt. "What good news? You just went out for a trip. How did you end up like this? When the world happened?" They shouted at her. "You are our hope. To nurture you, we have spent countless resources on you. We've lost quite a bit of capital. Who did this? She lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and forced out the name, Ao Ching. Bifong asked in disbelief, what? Then he received the answer from the saintess. It was Ao Ching who did this to me. All the ministers were terrified and started murmuring, our Honri lineage, the heavenly maiden of the demon emperor realm, was actually defiled by a worthless heaven-devouring demon wolf from our clan. The unwelcome Ao Ching. The other was furious. His hand shattered a corner of the throne as he restrained himself and questioned Chingchong. You're saying it was that worthless Ao Ching? Did I hear wrong? Did you two misspeak? She trembled, hugging herself as she said, Ao Ching's current backer is a mortal's martial arts hall. That martial arts hall, although it looks ordinary and unremarkable, has a holy grade, demon-suppressing mirror inside. I was suppressed by its magic power. Ao Bifong's internal energy exploded as he shouted, a holy grade, demon-suppressing mirror. This is the greatest humiliation to the demon race. Ao Ching, immortal. I want you all to die. Huare and Wei Fu Dao. Where are the two demon sects of Shura? Hearing his call, two subordinates quickly appeared. Here, he ordered, go to that martial arts hall immediately and bring back that Ao Ching. Raise that martial arts hall to the ground. As for the people inside the martial arts hall, just bring back their heads. Take this heaven-concealing umbrella. The demon-suppressing mirror will no longer be a threat to you. They obeyed the order. Then he spoke to the others, their eyes red with anger. The rest of you, follow me to the heaven-devouring hall. The heaven-devouring hall is where the heaven-devouring emperor, Ao Zhong, handles the clan's affairs. It is also his main palace. At this moment, the heaven-devouring emperor, Ao Ching's father, Ao Zhong, was flipping the fur blanket, urging the person on the bed to help increase the population. My dear, our 3 sons are all useless. How about we make another one? Ao Ching's mother, Yin Wanqing, sat up irritably and slapped Ao Zhong's face, saying, we have 3 sons, but I only have my Ching. You knew perfectly well that Ching-er was framed, and you still blame him. You exiled him from the tribe. If anything happens to him out there, I will not forgive you. Ao Zhong explained helplessly, my dear, there's really no other way. You know the Honri lineage has always been watching us. This was a desperate measure. Besides, Ching-er has never made any progress. He's never experienced any setbacks. I was just taking this opportunity to train him. Seeing his beloved wife pouting in anger, he moved closer and hugged her. He sweet-talked his wife. My dear, I swear, as soon as the situation in the clan stabilizes, I will definitely bring Ching-er back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he suggested with a serious expression, besides, don't you want to give Ching-er more brothers and sisters? Yin Wanqing blushed and said, you'd better keep your promise. That's all it took. Ao Zhong immediately tore off his clothes, revealed his true form, and pounced. Just like his son, just as they were about to get down to business, a shout from outside called, Heaven-devouring Emperor, please come out at once. It completely ruined the mood. Ao Zhong, angry, cursed inwardly. Damn that Honri lineage. Not only did you get my Ching-er exiled from the tribe, but you're also trying to suppress the royal family in every way. You won't even let me make a baby? Not wasting a single moment. The heaven-devouring emperor immediately took action. His mind was resolute. How could I let you succeed? Let me show you what it means to be the golden boy of the whole clan's efforts. The quick and swift end left Ao Ching's mother speechless. Ao Zhong stepped out with a dark face. An aura emanated from the Sage of Time, making the troublemakers wary. He said, Fong Yaozong, I am currently handling important matters of the clan. Why are you leading so many people to disturb me without reason? Ao Bifong pointed his finger and accused Ao Zhong loudly in front of the whole clan. I'm afraid there's no matter more important than your son, Ao Ching. The heaven-devouring emperor glanced down arrogantly and replied, my son, Ao Ching, Ao Bifong. I think you've eaten and have nothing better to do. He turned his back nonchalantly and said, everyone knows my son was exiled from the tribe long ago. If you want to cause trouble, at least find a better excuse. Ao Bifong replied, do you know, that rebellious son of yours has defiled the purity of the saintess of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan. Zhong was so shocked that his wolf face appeared. He asked again, "You're talking about Qingsheng?" And he received the furious reply of Bifong. "Yes." The heaven-devouring emperor laughed loudly and said, Bifong, everyone knows you have the heart of a wolf. You're always thinking of ways to make trouble for us. But could you at least find a reason that people can believe? To say that that piece of trash defiled Qingsheng? Even I don't believe it. His only thought was of his wife. That only lasted a few seconds. My wife definitely wasn't satisfied. I have to deal with these old geezers. It's better than going to appease my wife. Bifong, burning with rage, shouted, "I'm not joking with you." This made Zhong confused, and he asked again, "You're telling the truth? My son really defiled Qingsheng?" Seeing the other grit his teeth in silence, Zhong suddenly realized. He laughed loudly and exclaimed, "Awesome! This son of mine is too awesome. He really takes after his father, as expected of my son, Zhong." Seeing Zhong's reaction, the troublemakers began to speak up first. Zhong, you can still laugh. Qingsheng is the saintess of our heaven-devouring demon wolf clan. She carries the future of the clan. Your son has defiled her purity, which is equivalent to destroying the hope of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan. The heaven-devouring emperor's face darkened when he heard this, and he asked, "I'm not dead yet, and you're already talking about the future? You really treat Qingsheng like a treasure, don't you? I think she's the future of the Hongri lineage, to be precise. After all, who doesn't know you want to use Qingsheng to turn the Hongri lineage into the royal lineage?" In a loud voice, Fong rebutted. Since ancient times, the position of heaven-devouring emperor has always been held by the worthy. Qingsheng is the leader of the younger generation of the heaven-devouring demon wolves. Even if she leads the Hongri lineage in the future, it is only natural for us to become the royal lineage. Zhong replied humorously, "Then you can wait until I'm dead. I can't be bothered with you." The Hongri lineage clan members began to clamor for an explanation again. Zhong, I don't want to argue with you about these things. About that piece of trash, Qing. Today you must give us an explanation. Yes, if the heaven-devouring emperor wants to protect his son, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the masses. The saintess is the faith of the tribe. We can all feel her pain. Her smile is protected by us. Zhong waved his hand dismissively and replied, "An explanation? I'm the one who wants an explanation from you. My Qing'er is so pure. Who knows? If it was your Qingsheng who seduced my Qing." The other's face darkened as he replied, Zhong, how could you say that? Qingsheng has the inheritance of my Hongri lineage. She knows perfectly well that if she breaks her chastity before entering the demon sect, it will be all for naught. Why would she do such a foolish thing? Besides, she is the leader of the younger generation. Regardless of her strength, appearance, or talent, she is too outstanding. She doesn't even care about the countless talented young men in the clan. How could she possibly care about that worthless son of yours? Zhong proudly replied, "Well, that's not entirely accurate. Although my Qing'er's strength and talent are only average, he inherited my good looks. That's pretty good. It's possible that your Qingsheng was mesmerized by the peerless beauty of my Qing'er. It's not impossible. Besides, she's so strong. Even if my son wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't be a match for her." Faced with that question, Bifong gritted his teeth in anger. He pointed a finger straight at the heaven-devouring emperor and questioned, "So you're saying you're just going to let this matter slide into the past?" Zhong silently recalled the image of Qing being exiled. He had always said, "Father, I was framed. I didn't do it." At that time, Zhong couldn't speak up. In his heart, he silently explained, "Your father believes you. But the Hongri lineage has been wanting to get a hold of us for a long time. If I don't punish you, our imperial family status will be hard to maintain. We'll only fall into a more difficult position. It's cold at the top. I have no choice, my son." He then raised his hand and used his magic to turn Qing into a dog. He thought to himself, "I couldn't protect you properly back then. This time, I definitely will." He then said aloud, "No way." Zhong immediately put on his veteran actor act and said, Although I don't like your Homri lineage, you are still one of the pillars of our heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe. I can't just let this matter go. He then concluded, therefore, although my son has been greatly wronged in this matter, for the sake of the tribe's unity, I can only choose not to pursue it any further. Eoam blushed with anger. You? He tried to restrain himself. He screamed in his mind, this is infuriating. He suppressed his anger. He told himself, the bigger picture is more important. I'll swallow this insult today and repay it tenfold in the future. He turned to leave. He didn't forget to make a vow. Fine. I will remember what you, the heaven-devouring emperor, have done to the Homri lineage today. He told himself that now was not the time to act. Aoqing's crime was still not proven. Acting now would only give Zhong leverage and label the Homri lineage as rebels. The others left. Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, I never would have thought that my most underestimated son would do something that even I, Zhong, admire. He drilled Qingsheng, so satisfying. He was lost in thought. This time, my son has completely shattered the Homri lineage's plans. He made their spies self-destruct. He's a true hero of our imperial lineage. A young man with a woman on each arm approached and called out, Father. Zhong immediately sneered at him. The second prince, Tai, asked in confusion, Father, why would you say such a thing? Although I can't compare to Qingsheng, I'm still the most outstanding of your three sons. He closed his eyes and replied, Most outstanding? You're not worthy. You should learn a thing or two from your younger brother. Hearing this, Tai was stunned and asked loudly, What? Qing, Father, whether it's talent, cultivation, or scheming, I'm far superior to him. And besides, he's just a piece of trash who was exiled from the family. What right does he have to be compared to me? Zhong couldn't listen anymore. He slapped Tai across the face and shouted, Shut up. If your brother is trash, then you're not even as good as trash. You want to be compared to him? First, you need to have the ability to drill Qingsheng before you can talk. Instead of wasting your time on these disgusting cosmetics all day, Tai held his face, his eyes wide. Father, you said Qing drilled Qingsheng? How is that possible? He wondered, could it be that Qing can make a comeback? The group was still peacefully at the martial hall. Eoam stretched out on his chair. This salted fish life is the best. Next to him, Qing was sneezing continuously. Eoam lowered his gaze. A dog sneezing means it's going to rain. He then stood up. Chu Siquang's group and Sun Jiej were shocked. Eoam, in his chicken leg Annie disguise, said in a delicate voice, Although the story of borrowing an umbrella on West Lake in my past life is just a legend, the rain will always come, catching people unprepared. Look at the sky. Qing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Every time the master puts on this outfit and holds that umbrella, he turns into a completely different, strange person. He says strange things that no one can understand. Chu Siquang looked up at the dark clouds gathering. Eoam had changed his clothes in a second. He approached and gave something to the other two. I know it's about to rain, so this umbrella is to keep you dry. And there's this cosplay outfit I invented. It can keep the rain out. And rain boots. Here, they're for you. The two of them were too embarrassed to accept. They asked in return, Sir, that's not what I meant. And besides, if we take them, what will you use? He turned his head coolly. Me? You don't need to worry about me. When I really need it, I'll have one. I can just buy another one. The others didn't understand what he meant by, I'll have one. They assumed that Eoam was an incredibly powerful person. Sun Jiej looked at the other two. Do you really think the Sir doesn't know that there are two powerful figures right above our heads? The Sir must have a deeper meaning. We must cooperate. In the dark clouds, two of Eoam's secret guards were silently observing. They observed the martial hall and discussed with each other. Well, it seems quite ordinary. But since Qingsheng died here, we can't be careless. Let's take another look. Below, Eoam strummed his instrument. Everyone's doing great. Rainy days make people feel down. So I brought a song from my past life. Farewell. The song began. Chu Siquang's group immediately sighed in their hearts. The Sir's music contained such a powerful musical intent, compared to absolute martial intent. Musical intent can better nourish the mind, and only when the mind and spirit are one can one reach the pinnacle of martial arts. It must be because our acting of entering the mortal world has been so good lately that we've earned the Sir's favor. Lu Dajan thought with tears in his eyes. I'm receiving it too. All the filth that has accumulated in my heart these past few days is all gone. The two secret guards looking down from above were confused. The clean-shaven one said, let's ignore that mortal and that crazy man in the black robe for now. What are these martial ancestors and martial emperors doing? The other one said, don't mind them. Humans always do strange things. The important thing is, they looked towards the sleeping Eoam and said, that piece of trash, let's do it. A moment later, Chu Si-kwang's group was like a bunch of recent graduates. They lay on the ground, blissfully saying, a blessing of this magnitude. We really can enjoy it all. It was a good thing to be born here. Not to mention being given a sacred grade treasure. We were also able to comprehend so much. And it even stimulated our minds and cultivation techniques. Looking at the people lying happily on the ground, Lu Dajan felt a pang of sadness. We're all working for the Sir, but those three always seem to get the good stuff. But my job is clearly the hardest, most tiring, and dirtiest. And I don't get any benefits at all. He trembled as he thought, crying. I originally thought I wasn't worthy. But at this moment, I finally feel it. This feeling, it really makes you want to cry. Despite the praise from the people behind him, he had just been congratulated by the system for his musical skills reaching the peerless level. He sighed with emotion. Heaven does not fail those who work hard. After so many days of practice, I've finally leveled up. At this rate, I can successfully complete the system's mission and keep the martial hall. The secret guards began to act. From the aura they were emitting, the three below were all early-stage martial ancestors. They struck a strange pose and threw the heaven-covering umbrella into the air. The umbrella opened, helping them bypass the demon-suppressing mirror. The clean-shaven one said, we're both mid-stage demon ancestors. Although it's 2 against 3, our cultivation level is higher, which is insignificant. In a battle of the same level, we demon beasts are stronger than humans. And we also have the semi-sacred grade heaven-covering umbrella. They said in unison, life and death have been decided. They struck first, drawing the earth as a prison. Large bolts of lightning struck down, surrounding the martial hall like a prison. Wu Yonghong said in a panic. The area around the martial hall has been sealed by this black umbrella. It's also suppressing our cultivation. Chu Si-kwang angrily raised his hoe and shouted, you're courting death. But he was grabbed by the waistband by Wu Yonghong. Chu Si-kwang, both embarrassed and angry, shouted, what are you doing? At a time like this, you're not joining me to attack. Which is fine, but why are you stopping me? Wu Yonghong replied seriously, old Chu, open your eyes and look. The two of them warily looked at Eoam, who was still calmly sitting and holding his instrument, and said, the Sir just stopped you from exposing those 2 demon ancestors right above our heads. Isn't that a warning for us not to act rashly? First of all, this is the Sir's territory. We have to see what he's planning first. How can the guest overstep the host? They had no idea that he was sitting there thinking. Instead of just practicing one type of song, I should try switching to different styles. Something light or maybe melancholic. Yeah, that'd be less of strain. Now, what song has a really powerful emotional impact? The 2 demon sect members, seeing no movement below, made a heart shape with their hands and unleashed an attack. Turns out they're just 3 cowards. I bet. The phony heaven umbrella has suppressed their cultivation quite a bit. Well, in that case, what are we waiting for? They then summoned a gigantic sphere of energy. Seeing the massive sphere above them, the people of the martial hall began to panic. Shi Kwang cried out in terror. If we don't dodge that energy blast, we'll be killed or severely injured. Mr. E is still just standing there. Old Wu, should we dodge or not? Though panicked, Yonghong remained steadfast. I have faith in Mr. E. The 2 enemies launched their attack. The 3 of them, Shi Kwang, Yonghong, and Jiagu, all turned to look at Mr. Eoam. Just then he said, got it. Still completely unconcerned with the world around him, he mused. I'll just play a guitar version of Impetus from Tenshura, a fusion of modern and classical. I wonder how that'll sound. My friends, open your ears and listen up. Hearing this, the three of them panicked, screaming in their heads. Why is Mr. E still so carefree? If that energy blast hit him, it would probably just feel like an itch. But we're not like him. Yifeng strummed a single note. The world around them suddenly seemed to glow. He continued to play his guitar. Each note shattered the phony heaven umbrella's formation. The sky cleared. The sphere of energy began to dissipate. The three men's eyes sparkled as they raised their hands in a salute. A single thought united their hearts. Why are our eyes always filled with tears? Because our love for this land, this martial hall, runs so deep. Ludaxian had been watching from the side the whole time. His eyes widened as he breathed out in awe. Even while having his cultivation suppressed by the semi-holy grade phony heaven umbrella, he shattered a full power attack from two demon sect masters with just a few notes from his instrument. Behind such a technique, what level of heaven-defying cultivation must he possess? Not paying attention, he accidentally stepped into the manure pit below. Yifeng was still playing his guitar. A string snapped. He smiled to himself. Well, that's unlucky. The string broke. But it got the job done. The two demon sect members were speechless with terror. As they disintegrated, they uttered terrifying, "We were careless. The true master is him." A real rain began to fall, causing him to stop. Ah, it's really raining. The now masterless phony heaven umbrella fell from the sky, and he caught it. Lost one umbrella, and picked up a new one, he said with a laugh. I told you, didn't I? Whatever I need will surely appear when I need it. Wu Yonghong turned to the other two and asked, Do you understand now? Sun Jiej replied, even before those demon sect members arrived. Mr. E had already predicted everything that was about to happen. Shi Kuang continued, It's as if I could hear Mr. E saying, Watch closely, all of you. This is my method for probing the secrets of heaven. Yifeng, completely oblivious, turned and gave an order. It's raining. Hurry inside the martial hall and sit for a bit. He then noticed Lu Daxian. The man, covered in the byproducts of the digestive system, stood awkwardly to one side. Yifeng said, You should probably wait out the rain outside. Inside the great hall, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The vassals below were whispering amongst themselves. Qingcheng possesses a special constitution. She could have cultivated the secret arts of our Hongri clan. All she had to do was wait for the secret realm to open, and she could have broken through to the demon sect realm in one go. She could have become the next in line to be the sky-devouring emperor. Ngao Bifeng's face darkened as he spoke. I never expected a problem with her body to arise now. I'm afraid there's no way for her to break through in the secret realm anymore. Years of planning and effort, all for nothing. A demon elder spoke up. It's not as if we have no other options. Once Shura and Fudao bring back that waste, Ngao Qing will force him to confess before the entire clan that he defiled the holy maiden. That way, we can create public pressure on the royal lineage. Force the sky-devouring emperor to give our clan justice. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Ngao Bifeng gripped the armrest of his throne, shattering it. He smiled wickedly. Yes, and with that, forcing Ngao Zhong to hand over the throne of the sky-devouring emperor will be our only option. Suddenly, someone ran into the hall with an urgent report. He knelt and said loudly, Reporting to the lords, Shura of the demon sect and Fudao of the demon sect. Their fate plates have shattered. The entire hall was stunned. Within the sky-devouring demon wolf clan, anyone who reached the demon emperor cultivation level would have a fate plate stored within the clan. A whole plate meant they were alive. A cracked plate meant its owner had perished. The messenger's head suddenly exploded. Now be. Fang's aura flared as he roared. Qingqing's humiliation. We can set that aside for now. The Hongri lineage may be powerful, but our strongest assets are the demon sect masters. Every single one of them is a pillar of our clan. And we just lost two at once. Ngao Qing. Oh, Ngao Qing. I refuse to believe I'll be stopped by you. He thrust out his hand and commanded. All those of the Hongri lineage at the demon emperor rank and above, heed my command. Move out with me at once. I want to see for myself just who this person accompanying Ngao Qing really is. Back at the martial hall, the sun was shining in a clear sky. Yifeng's group was sitting peacefully, laughing and talking. Lu Qingshan arrived at the room. Yifeng led everyone outside, stretching as he went. Well, he said, the rain has stopped, but the ground is still wet. Let's not work for now. Besides, with Brother Qingshan here, we have just enough people. Let's have some hot pot. He held out his spatial ring and said to everyone, let me see what kind of meat we have to eat. A series of monster carcasses emerged from the ring. He asked, how about a whole roasted sheep again? Or maybe some hawk soup? We could even make wolf meat congee. What do you guys think? The others stood by, stunned. That's a lightning eagle. That's a green serpent. That's a sky-soaring wolf. Their faces were masks of shock as they thought, holy crap. My eyes can't keep up. For a moment, they didn't know whether to be terrified or awestruck by the extraordinary things this storage ring contained. Did he raid the entire demon mansion behind the mountain to get these beasts? And they're all demon spirits and demon kings. Eoam, oblivious and innocent, said, these animals have such interesting nicknames. Then he remembered something and, while pulling things from the ring, said, oh, I bought a turtle here too. But once it's done stewing, everyone can only have one sip of the soup. I want to save it to help Zhongqing recover. The three men looked as if they had seen God. That's a demon emperor. Brother Qingshan thought to himself. These guys are at least martial sect masters. And I'm just a little brother who just entered the martial emperor realm. Can I really drink soup made from a turtle that broke through to the demon emperor realm decades ago? This isn't a case of the strongest getting the spoils. Here, it all comes down to the senior's decision. He paid no mind to old Qingshan's silent awe. That's right. This style truly fits the senior's status. Eoam said to everyone, take your pick. All this wild game make for top-notch ingredients. Yonghong quickly replied, thank you, Mr. E. Let's make the hawk soup. He added, and roast the wolf's head and legs. Eoam divided up the tasks. Okay, let's do that. I'll be the head chef. You guys prep the ingredients. Wash the vegetables. Everyone got to work diligently. Hidden out of sight, a giant centipede was lurking, thinking, to survive a great catastrophe means good fortune will surely follow. Eoam lifted the lid of the soup pot and said, soup looks about done. Just then, an aroma wafted up that made everyone's mouth water. They screamed in their minds, this flavor, this scent that shoots straight up your nose, isn't the smell of mortal food. It's cultivation. Cultivation. What in the world is this technique? Even though the ingredient is an old demon emperor turtle, it would normally take days of eating it to see any beneficial effects. A small boost in cultivation, but after being prepared by the senior's hands, calling it an immortal elixir wouldn't even do it justice. From behind, Eoam pushed it to its absolute limit. What you all doing? You're drooling. He said generously with a squint, all right, each of you, bring a small bowl over here. But you can only have one sip each. The old men rushed over like babies seeing their mother. They looked like they were about to sing, or my mother, you gave me life. You gave me a home, which gave him goosebumps. Chu Shirkwang and Wu Yonghong suddenly noticed the shiny pot and thought, wait a minute. This big pot is also a holy grade item. Old Qingshan put his hand on their shoulders from behind and said, calm down, calm down. Don't act like you've never seen anything like it before. The two of them thanked old Qingshan while thinking, looking at this guy's eyes. It's definitely not his first time in this kitchen. It's clear that he has a close relationship with the master. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face swelled with pride as he thought, so what if they're martial sects? Even if their cultivation is a whole realm higher than mine, they still can't compare to my understanding of the senior. Aren't they still being polite to me? Eoam, unconcerned, held up the soup ladle and asked, do you still want the soup or not? The four men drank their soup in silence. Yonghong's two eyes lit up. As if his mind had been cleared, he shouted, Izie qua io muse. He clutched his stomach and exclaimed, my cultivation is continuously rising from my dantian. At this rate, I'm afraid I'm about to break through to the martial saint realm. Eoam, annoyed, spoke up to drive them away. What's with all the noise? You're disturbing Zhongqing's rest. If you want to shout, go do it somewhere else. Wu Yonghong immediately bowed deeply in gratitude, causing him to shout, don't stick your butt up like that. With that, the group of people scrambled to leave. Eoam happily saw them off. Get out of here, all of you. Out. Lu Daxian, just returning, saw the group leaving and sneered, "Run, run. After all of you have run away, it will be my time to shine in front of the master." He, the only one who didn't get any soup but didn't know it, said narcissistically, "Just like me. The one who works the hardest is the one who laughs last. I've set a goal to clean out every single bucket of manure. Before that, I will absolutely not act rashly or cause trouble in front of the master again. I'm no longer the Lu Daxian of the past." The four of them used their lightness skill, following old Qingshan, who was shouting, "Quick, quick! Don't keep the senior waiting. Let's seize this opportunity to break through. Quick, to my Qingshan sect. My Qingshan sect has a formation that can adjust the speed. We can get there quickly." Eoam watched the group disappear and wondered to himself, "Are they all constipated? Could there be something wrong with my soup?" He put down a bowl of soup and said, "Doggy, you try it. One lick." And Ao Ching's 2 eyes lit up. Eoam, seeing that he had also run off, wondered to himself, "Is it because this turtle is too nutritious that he couldn't hold it in?" He suddenly remembered Zhong Qing, who was captured by him, recuperating inside. Then he thought in a panic, "I just gave Zhong Qing some to drink. Don't tell me the whole bed is covered in. You know what?" 1 hour later, the four of them had returned and were standing in front of the martial arts hall. Wu Yonghong said, "Old brother Qingshan, this time, thanks to your precious place, my 3 brothers and I have, in one go, broken through from the early stage of the martial sect to the early stage of the martial saint. Thank you so much." Lu Qingshan replied, "It was nothing. If you want to thank someone, we should thank the master. Also in one go, broke through from the early stage of the martial emperor to the late stage of the martial sect. Such a classic experience. Is a first in my life." They all had faces full of vitality. Chu Shirkwang said, "It was our first time too." Jia Cat replied, "Not many people can have a first time like this." They all shared the same thought. All of this was bestowed upon us by the master. No one noticed. A portal appeared in midair. Wherever the portal expanded, living creatures died. On the other side of the portal were Ao Bifong and the demon emperors of the Hongri clan. They headed towards Yifeng's martial arts hall, saying, "Just ahead is a battle to the death." At this moment, Yifeng was checking on Zhong Qing and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw nothing. Lu Daxian's big, round, sparkling eyes, which were shooting out hearts, showed his admiration and surprise. "This is..." Daxian had just looked in the direction of Lu Qingshan's group of 4, Wu Yonghong, Chu Shirkwang, and Sun Jiakat, who were exuding an incredible power in front of him, and wondered, how did those guys go out for a trip and break through to this level? Immediately after, Daxian continued to exclaim in admiration. In the Pingjiang region, aside from being inside the master's martial arts hall, this combination is probably the strongest peak-level kings. Hearing these words, Wu Yonghong turned to look at Lu Daxian, his face full of pity for Daxian's fate as he said, "It's truly pitiful. Right now, his heart must be in turmoil, but the master must have a reason for making things difficult for him." And Lu Qingshan, beside him, hearing this, also nodded in agreement. Then Yonghong turned around, pointed at Daxian, and encouraged him, You will definitely have hope." Jia Cat then also turned to encourage him. "Right, keep it up." And Chu Shirkwang also enthusiastically encouraged Daxian. "Believe in yourself. Believe in justice." Lu Daxian, upon receiving these words of encouragement, froze. He looked at the 3 of them with a helpless, open mouth. And Lu Qingshan observed the whole situation and then opened his mouth as if to comfort him. "I told you not to come. You wouldn't listen. The master didn't say anything. You should just do a good job of cleaning up the manure." End of conversation. The 4 of them, Lu Qingshan's group, left. They walked away with a cool air, leaving behind Daxian's lonely and helpless back in the thought, "What did I miss?" Lu Qingshan's group, having just stepped through the door, stood at attention. They raised their hands to their foreheads, performing a standard military-style salute to Yifeng. He, with both hands holding a bowl and a plate of roasted meat, turned to look at them and said, "The roasted hawk and wolf leg are ready. You guys help clean up and bring the table from the living room out to the backyard." After giving the order, he cheerfully told everyone, "Let's have a hot pot outside." In the courtyard, the pot was bubbling. Steam billowed out. The 5 of them sat down at the table. They cheerfully toasted, 1, 2, 3, cheers. He foamed down his cup in one go. He said, it's not the first day we've known each other. Let me go first. Lu Qingshan and Wu Yonghong exclaimed in admiration. The master is so down-to-earth. This kind of returning to the true self state of mind. If we could have even a 10,000th of it, I'm afraid our achievements would not be just what they are now. At this moment, above Pingjiang City, the sky was dark. The wind howled. In the sky, purple streaks of light shot across. This terrified everyone. Heavens! Look, a horde of demon beasts is on the move. I'm afraid there's going to be an earthquake. The people continued to affirm. It's clear they have a clear target, and their killing intent is at its peak. Is someone's house about to be wiped out? Above in the sky, a figure in a black hood spoke up. Lord Fong. According to Qingqing's previous tracking methods for A.O. Qing, he is currently not inside the martial arts hall. Fong said angrily, 1 A.O. Qing is nothing. Then, Bifong pointed down at a small, tiled roof house on the ground below and said, look, the reason he's been able to get away with so much until now is all thanks to this martial arts hall. So, first, we'll deal with this martial arts hall. Then it won't be too late to deal with that A.O. Qing. The response was a loud yes. At the place where Yi Feng's group was eating hot pot, a gust of wind swept by, carrying a few leaves through the air. Chu Shikuang and Sun Jiakat were a little startled, as if they had noticed something. But the only thing the foodie named Yi Feng could sense was the food. With this little breeze, this hot pot is even more delicious. Sun Jiakat's expression suddenly turned cold and handsome. He mysteriously said, without any context, they're here. Hearing that, Chu Shikuang also became serious and wondered, what does the master mean by that? Yonghong's expression also looked dangerous as he replied to Chu Shikuang, I don't understand. But it's probably not our place to interfere. Lu Qingshan, at this moment, was still happily chewing his meat and said, following the master, there's meat to eat. This is the good fortune of our 3 lifetimes. Bifong, hearing these words, wondered, how have they not noticed yet? At the same time, he thought to himself, to be able to eliminate Shura and Fu Dao. To be able to eliminate Shura and Fu Dao. You shouldn't be so weak. Just then, A.O. Fong crossed his arms. He declared with great authority, bring out the remnant of the heavenly wolf formation. Prepare for battle. Await my command. Attack in unison. We must deliver a fatal blow to those guys. A group of mysterious figures in gray robes and red pants behind him began to channel their energy. They responded to his command. A thumb-sized, glowing that appeared on A.O. Fong's forehead. His eyes widened. He grinned like a hooligan. A.O. Fong said confidently, with such a powerful formation, never mind these guys. Even if one of those humans is a half-step martial venerable, they won't be able to stop us. Feeling that wasn't enough, A.O. Fong added ambitiously, those guys won't even know what hit them. For Azura and Fu Dao, they will die with them. A.O. Fong raised his right hand. He began to give the order. Everyone, to your positions. Prepare to. But before he could finish just then, an image of Wu Yonghong, Chu Siquang, and Sun Jiej appeared before A.O. Fong. Their auras were so powerful, they were practically on fire. They looked terrifyingly at him. A.O. Fong, who was about to say attack, was so scared he nearly faded away at the sight. He gasped, holy crap, looking at the 3 of them, who were radiating a light that pierced the heavens. A.O. Fong thought in astonishment, martial venerables. And there are 3 of them. A.O. Fong was completely dumbfounded. Aside from those 3, there was also one who was on the same level as him, a martial ancestor. After careful consideration of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. A.O. Fong told his bloodthirsty men to prepare to attack. And the men who were about to be unleashed were more fired up than a soccer match. They were incredibly smug. They looked at Yi Feng's group and laughed. Prepare to die. Even your little hideout will receive our gift to the heavens. The food was in their mouths, but it fell out. The men turned and looked at A.O. Fong in confusion. Retreat. A.O. Fong was now in a hurry. He turned to them and roared in anger. What are you standing around for? Retreat. The men turned and angrily questioned him. We've already taken off our pants. You can't just say that. If they couldn't beat Yi Feng's group, then fine. But the entire group, who had been so fired up just a moment ago, all coughed up blood. It's no good. We can't retract our power. We're suffering from a backlash. Several mouthfuls of red blood rained down from the sky. Unfortunately, a drop of blood landed right on Yifeng's face. He was completely drunk at this point. He wiped the blood from his face. Hey, this rain is the same. Don't let it kill the mood. He then said cheerfully, we should eat a little and drink a little. Let's party, everyone. Let loose. Hearing this, Sun Jiej raised his cup and laughed, saying to Yifeng, the sir is the host, so whatever you say goes. We have to follow, of course. But at the same time, in the minds of the three of them, Wu Yonghong, Sun Jiej, and Chu Siquang, they all had the same thought. You can say whatever you want. We wouldn't dare to talk back. How could we possibly go after those stray dogs now? In an empty field, Ao Fong's group had gathered. His subordinates asked, Lord Ao Fong, what in the world is going on? Everyone had a question about the retreat. That's right, Lord Fong. Didn't you say we were going to attack them head on? Why did you order a retreat at the end? A man with blood still on his mouth demanded an explanation. We all suffered from a backlash because of it. Please give everyone an explanation, as if things weren't chaotic enough. The wolf in the group also angrily blamed Fong. You shouldn't have discouraged everyone when they were so excited. Hearing this, Ao Fong shot back. You're all too naive. Ao Fong began to explain to everyone. Of the 5 people in there, one of them is completely unfathomable. He's so deep, it's impossible to tell. One of them is a martial ancestor like me. And besides, there are also 3 martial venerables. He then continued with a worried expression. If we had fought, I'm afraid our Hongri lineage would have been completely wiped out. Hearing this, the people behind him were awakened. Then, Ao Fong grimly laid out his plan. That martial hall, we can only stay away from it. But as long as we go around to the back of the hall and capture Ao Qing, our goal will have been accomplished. Hearing this, the men standing behind him could only exclaim, the Lord's plan is brilliant. According to the report, after tracking him using Qingqing's tracking technique, Ao Qing's current approximate location is within the 10 Great Mountains outside the Mafu mountain range. That place is very far from this martial hall. Hearing the report, Ao Fong laughed heartily. Excellent. Perfect. Immediately, the Hongri lineage's men began to carry out the plan. They all flew up, preparing to move out. Even though their attack on the martial hall had hit a major roadblock, their goal this time was only to capture Ao Qing. So they were still absolutely confident. After all, they had gathered the entire force of the Hongri lineage. They couldn't possibly fail to capture a piece of trash like Ao Qing, right? How could that be? As Ao Fong's group moved towards the 10 Great Mountains, they encountered a golden light. Ao Fong was startled. He thought, this is bad. There's another incredibly powerful force in these mountains. It seems like we all woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Ao Fong said helplessly, I wonder which master is breaking through to Demon Venerable in these mountains. A man next to him heard this and turned to ask, Lord Ao Fong, should we advance or retreat? Ao Fong pondered. Even though I'm a peak demon ancestor, and just one step away from Demon Venerable, that one step is a world of difference. If there's a Demon Venerable master before me, I basically have no chance at all. Ahead, there was a human figure sitting in a cross-legged position, for tails appear behind it. At the same time, Ao Fong's cautious voice spoke up. We don't need to fight them head-on. After that powerful Demon Venerable has finished their breakthrough, it won't be too late to go up the mountain and capture Ao Qing. After a night of silent turbulence, the moment that certain master successfully broke through to Demon Venerable, a powerful Demon Venerable aura immediately spread throughout the mountain. Ao Fong's group knelt at the foot of the mountain. Then, Ao Fong looked up and said, the time has come. Investigate. Is Ao Qing in these mountains? The man next to him replied with a loud, yes, sir. No English translation provided. The man who had just spoken held Ao Qing's underwear to his nose and sniffed it to catch the scent. After sniffing, the man confidently pointed ahead and told everyone, Lord Fong, that piece of trash is in the valley ahead. Hearing this news, Ao Fong immediately rallied everyone. Go lead the way. We must find and capture Eoam in the shortest amount of time. The time for the hunt has come. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group flew into the mountains. As soon as they entered, they saw a white wolf. The tip of its tail and the tuft of fur on its head were yellow. It was curled up on a rock. Eoam was overjoyed. Eoam, I didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to escape in the end. Seeing that the wolf didn't move, Eoam sneered and continued. Little wolf, still pretending in front of me. Your acting skills are not bad. We can't even tell if you've wet yourself yet. Just then, Eoam clenched his fist and gave the signal. Cut off his limbs. Leave him with one breath so we can take him back for judgment. I'll count to 3. The people standing behind him slowly began to prepare to act. At that moment, Yifeng's group was playing rock, paper, scissors. As soon as the words rock, paper, scissors were out, 2 hands shot out. 1 paper and 1 scissors. Lu Qingshan asked angrily, Rock? I lost again, based on his words. Lu Qingshan said to the gleefully laughing Wu Yonghong, You're going against me today, aren't you? This round, I'll show you what I'm made of. Then, Lu Qingshan blushed and began to tell a story. Back in the day, I was a wild and arrogant youth. Without a doubt, who among the girls of the 8 villages within a 10-mile radius would dare to say they didn't love me? As he spoke, Lu Qingshan's face softened. Love hearts shot out in all directions. But I didn't care about any of them. The one I liked was Chui Chui from a Yihong brothel. Hearing this, Chu Siquang shouted, Liar! Yifeng thought helplessly, this old brother gets a little too happy after a few drinks. Hearing what Chu Siquang said, Lu Qingshan retorted, Not to hide it from you all. There was a time when all 36 girls of the Red Hong Tower came at me, and I handled them all in one night. Wu Yonghong, Chu Shirquang, and Sun Jiakat shouted in surprise, What? Tell us more. Tell us more. Just like that, old Qingshan, under everyone's encouragement, recounted his youthful spring dream from beginning to end. From head to toe, from vague to detailed. In the quiet of the night, 5 figures huddled together. Qingshan recounted, Actually, I still love Chui Chui the most. But she said she loves a young master, not a poor man. Damn it, isn't that just judging by looks? And to think I spent all my father's fortune for her. After finishing the story, Chu Shirquang also immediately stood up, his hands waving, and said arrogantly, I've been listening for so long, and I've noticed that all your stories are about women. I'm different. I practice my martial arts every day. How about I tell you all about my martial arts practice? As soon as he finished, the rest, except for Yifeng, raised their hands to stop him. Don't. We all have our own stories about martial arts practice. But a very frightening thought appeared in Yonghong's mind. This idiot doesn't like men, does he? Lu Qingshan suddenly turned and asked Yifeng, Master, do you have any stories? Could you tell us one? The other 3, hearing this, were both curious and expectant as they stared at him. He said slowly, Me? Then he placed his cup on the table and continued, I don't have any special stories here. Then he propped his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, If I had to say I have one, then it would be in another world. The other 4 didn't seem to have anticipated this move. They asked in surprise, Another world? Yifeng replied, Yes. Then he thought to himself, Well, it's just drunken boasting. But the other 4 didn't think so. They broke out in a cold sweat and confirmed, An immortal. He's an immortal. There's no doubt about it. Before, it was just speculation. This time, it's as certain as a nail in a coffin. They continued to be engrossed in their deductions. Even the strongest martial emperor of the immortal river continent could absolutely not travel between worlds. I'm afraid only the legendary immortals of the upper world can do that. In the 4's imagination, an image of Yifeng in a white robe, holding a magic staff and riding a cloud, appeared. Knowing an immortal, this is enough to brag about for a lifetime. Even if I die tomorrow, I will live on in the mouths of my descendants. Remember that year when our ancestor worked for an immortal and even ate a meal with him? Thinking of this, the 4 of them imagined the 5 of them standing side by side, and this coolness soared above each of their heads. It made them sink into bliss. What an honor for our ancestors! Snapping out of their thoughts, this group of people became extremely excited. Chu Shirquang urged, Master, continue. Sun Jiakat also added, Yes, yes, yes. Master, can you tell us what kind of world that is? Tell us stories of that world. Hearing this, Yifeng crossed his arms and said, All right then. Consider a story I'm telling you. After all, when you drink a lot, you boast. Next, he recalled images of the modern world with its skyscrapers, cars, airplanes, and satellites. And he told the other four, that is another civilization. The people of that world are also very intelligent, also very strong. The things they create, if they were really taken out, destroying the continent of a mortal river would be as easy as flipping a hand. Immediately after, an image of a large, mushroom-shaped fire rose into the sky. Eoam continued his previous sentence. Even, it could cause all life on the entire continent to be wiped out. Hearing him say this, our four listeners felt a chill run down their spines. They thought in fear. The upper world is indeed on another level. That is a world that mortals cannot look upon. The four's brainwaves were completely out of sync with his. After all, the continent of a mortal river is so large, and no one has ever heard of anything that could destroy the entire continent, let alone wipe out all life. Wu Yonghong asked Eoam. The master describes it so lightly. I imagine you have an extraordinary status in that world. He answered the question lightly. Me? I'm barely considered to be of average level. As expected, they were on different frequencies. The four of them, after hearing Yifeng's answer, froze. They thought in surprise, what? A powerful figure like the master is only barely considered to be of average level in that world? Everyone wondered, then how strong are the people of that world? Could it be that everyone is an immortal? They immediately collapsed and knelt down. We in the world below, are we not like grains of sand? Lu Qingshan asked with curiosity. Then, Master, did you have any legendary stories there? Hearing this, Eoam was a little startled. Then, he answered grimly, the matter of enlightening all beings. There are no legends. Of course, there are some trivial matters. Then he recalled the image of his phone filled with messages from beautiful girls, and he felt proud. I remember my wild youth. I also relied on my good looks. I was juggling several relationships at once. And at the same time, I was talking to several girls from thousands of miles away. The other four had their eyes opened again. They exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, talking to several girls from thousands of miles away, they seriously thought about the story he had just told. It would only take me an incense stick's worth of time to travel 1,000 miles. But for the master to simultaneously communicate with several girls from thousands of miles away and in different places, they couldn't help but curse. WTF, what kind of trick is that? Space manipulation? While the group was still stuck in their thoughts about the recent story, he looked at them and thought happily. As expected, the essence of humanity is the repeater. The witty words of the netizens are deeply ingrained in my heart. Thinking of this, the four of them raised their hands in admiration for him. This trick, the master, is too terrifying. Eoam also thoroughly enjoyed the praise. He said with a modest air, it's nothing terrifying. In that world, it's just a basic operation. Isn't it just a matter of a phone? Hearing this, the four of them were so happy that tears streamed down their faces as they affirmed. The master is an immortal. That's as certain as a nail in a coffin. He held his wine cup tightly and said, speaking of which, I was considered a scumbag back then. He raised his cup and took a sip of wine. Then Eoam said cheerfully, those things only happened when I was 18. When I held my phone and stayed up all night waiting for messages. When I was afraid of being exposed and had to guess the girls' thoughts by looking at their stories. But I really liked that time. Who doesn't have a youth? Wu Yonghong asked. Scumbag is like loving many girls at the same time. After hearing his explanation, the group of people happily understood. So that's what it is. Then the master is indeed a scumbag. Being called that, Eoam regretted it and thought, I really shot myself in the foot. Somewhere else. A small figure was holding a butterfly, monologuing scumbag. The eyes hidden under the hood suddenly flashed with a red light. Then, the skeleton flew in the sky, thinking happily, for a long time. I've been searching for the perfect word to describe that aura of mine. Now, it has finally appeared. Kulubunwei's mood soared to the 9th heaven. Scumbag. It makes people feel move from the bottom of their souls. Kulubunwei's eyes sparkled with stars. He continued to be engrossed in his thoughts about his destiny. Did it choose us? Or did we choose it? I don't understand. Then he decided. But from now on, Scumbag will be my name. It and I will be connected. in the 10,000 mountains at this moment. Bifong raised his hand and gave the order. The Hongri group charged forward, and a purple light of power shot straight at the sleeping Wang Kai, aka Ao Qing. At this moment, Wang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Then from his eyes and mouth, a spark of fire shot towards the Hongri group. This light made Bifong freeze for a moment. Then Fong shouted. The scene before him left Ao Bifong stunned. He thought, terrified, a demon venerable. This is the aura of a demon venerable descending. A big question mark appeared in Bifong's mind. How did Ao Qing suddenly become a demon venerable? Without a moment's delay, Fong ordered. The group that was about to attack again was stunned, bewildered, and thrown off balance. What? Retreat again. Then he shouted angrily, it's best to kill him. But before he could finish, they all screamed. Immediately, they all fell flat on their faces. The pain was described as being run over by a car. Wang Kai at this time got up. His two eyes shone brightly. A golden light emanated from his body. He growled, causing the few who were lying on the ground to exclaim, a demon venerable. Running is still the best option. Everyone turned and ran for their lives. So the master who broke through in the mountains was him. Behind the Hongri group, Wang Kai leaped towards them. Its fighting spirit was now hotter than a soccer match. It shot forward with arrogant words. You guys, you like to play, don't you? Well, I'll play with you. Less than a second later, a massive force slammed into the ground. It sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. The fleeing men were thrown into the air and then crashed painfully back to the ground. The ground was now covered with the bloody bodies of the Hongri lineage. As for Ao Fong, he knelt on the ground in terror, muttering resentfully, damn it, damn it. Ao Fong was incredibly unwilling. A powerful formation like ours was dispatched, and it was one thing to be humiliated at the martial hall, but to suffer a loss at the hands of Ao Qing. At that moment, Wang Kai bared its dangerous teeth. Its eyes still glowed a brilliant red. It looked incredibly fierce. The Wang Kai before them now looked terrifying. It had a golden crescent moon on its forehead, the same color as the tuft of fur on its head. Its sharp teeth were bared, its red eyes and the terrifying power radiating from it in all directions. Ao Fong was completely bewildered. He's clearly a piece of trash. How did he suddenly turn into a demon venerable? The dog's face was a blank slate. Then, a look of resignation. What in the world is? Ao Fong couldn't cry. He could only laugh. This, on the battlefield, the golden light was transforming into a powerful beast. On the ground, motionless bodies lay scattered. How could Ao Fong have ever imagined that the piece of trash who was exiled from the tribe would break through to demon venerable in one go? Ao Qing raised a claw high into the air. The golden light transformed into a massive claw and lunged at Ao Fong. All he could do was open his mouth and wait in terror. A deafening explosion sent trees flying everywhere. After the explosion, a giant claw print was left on the ground. All Ao Fong could think was, oh my god. He then turned and ran. He had only taken a few steps when a rosy foot appeared before Ao Fong. A golden light surrounded the rosy foot. Ao Fong's hands were clenched around a golden scroll. In his mind, he whispered two words, Ao Qing. Wang Kai was a little surprised. With a single kick, Ao Fong was sent flying back to where he came from. He shouted as he flew, we won't let you go. Ao Qing said calmly, if it weren't for the fact that I just broke through and my cultivation is still unstable, do you really think you could have escaped from my grasp? As he spoke, Ao Qing's cheeks flushed as he thought of his master. The master really cares for me. He even let me drink such a large pot of turtle soup, especially the essence of the medicinal ingredients at the bottom of the pot. It's truly heaven-defying. It actually allowed me to break through directly from Demon King to Demon Venerable. Ao Qing recalled the ambush. He thought the situation must have been something the master foresaw. Even the attack from this Ao Fong. The timing and the opportunity were all perfect. There was a time when I was just someone everyone in the tribe looked down on. But today, not only did I get my revenge on Ao Qingsheng, I also became an existence that the entire tribe covets. In Ao Qing's mind, an adorable image of his master appeared. Ao Qing said, all of this is thanks to my master. The stronger I become, the more I can feel the master's power. In another place, a magic circle, a pink light appeared, and the people around cheered. Lord Eoam has returned. Why are there so few people? But since Lord Eoam went himself, he must have crushed that martial hall. One of them continued calmly. Then Eoam must have been captured by Lord Eoam as well. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist flew into his face. Eoam clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Who are you to be spouting such nonsense? That damn Eoam has grown to a point where we can no longer control him. And he even wasted my 1,000-year-old transmission scroll. Eoam's face was a picture of disbelief. What? Eoam? Eoam, standing on the other side, shouted to everyone, back to the main hall. In the main hall, Eoam roared. Someone, bring me the venerable breaking pill. A subordinate asked in confusion. The venerable breaking pill? You want it now? Eoam's body trembled as he replied. If we want to live, we must destroy the imperial family before Eoam returns. After I take the venerable breaking pill, although I won't be able to become a true demon venerable, it will be enough to make me a half-venerable. The half-venerable realm is enough to defeat the heaven-devouring emperor. Another subordinate asked, Lord Eoam, our Hongri lineage only has one venerable breaking pill. If you take it, then there will be none left. In the future, if a promising junior appears, they won't be able to break through. Eoam, standing in a corner, was completely bewildered as she listened to Eoam. You don't need to say any more. If we don't quickly eliminate the imperial family and obtain the resources of the secret realm, with Eoam's current demon venerable strength, we will surely die without a doubt. And as long as we take down the heaven-devouring emperor, we will have a way to deal with that little brat. Hearing this, Qingcheng fell into deep thought. Eoam immediately went into seclusion. With the help of the venerable breaking pill, he smoothly entered the half-venerable realm. After coming out of seclusion, he immediately led the Hongri lineage in a lightning-fast attack on the imperial family, starting a civil war. In less than half a month, the vast territory of the heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe was split in two. One evening, in a certain room, Eoam, his entire body wrapped in bandages, sat dejectedly and asked, Old Jean, now that there's a civil war in the tribe, and that Eoam has broken through to the half-venerable realm, if I were to show myself now, the Hongri lineage would achieve their goal. Old Jean stood silently as the heaven-devouring demon wolf continued. Although you've been in seclusion for hundreds of years, you are the strongest diviner in the tribe. You must come out of the mountains. Now that the imperial family is in danger, what should we do? Just when he thought old Jean was listening intently, he saw drool dribbling from the old man's mouth. He was even dozing off. Eoam lost his temper and shouted, Don't fall asleep. Suddenly, a golden light surrounded old Jean. Eoam saw it and said, This aura, has the divination begun? There's no other way. I can only wait. 3 hours later, Eoam, tired of waiting, lay down and ate snacks while reading a book. Old Jean finally let out a loud shout. Surprisingly, old Jean's face had now transformed into that of a very handsome young man. The divination is complete. Eoam broke into a sweat but still replied, Thank you for your hard work, old Jean. The two sat opposite each other, and old Jean said, There's only one person who can save the imperial family now, and that is your son. Eoam asked, My son? Eoam's mind immediately went to his sons. I don't think any of my other sons can handle this situation. If I had to say who was the most likely, Eoam immediately blurted out the answer to his thoughts. It's my eldest son. However, old Jean shook his head vigorously. Eoam replied again. Then it's my second son. Old Jean shook his head in disagreement again. This time, Eoam exclaimed in horror, Eoam. Old Jean calmly replied, Exactly. A thought arose in Eoam's mind. My most disappointing son. Could he be the savior of the heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe? After thinking, Eoam stood frozen for a few seconds. Then he threw a punch at old Jean's face and said, I'll fart in your mother's face. Are you senile? Old Jean cried out in pain and asked, Eoam, what are you doing? Eoam's entire body seemed to be radiating a murderous aura as he angrily replied, The entire tribe knows that my third son is a piece of trash, and you're calling him the savior? Do you think I'm a fool? Hearing this, old Jin's face scrunched up as he roared. You're the fool. However, Zhong continued, unconcerned. It's true that my third son did take care of Qingchang and ruined the Hongri lineage's plans. But this is not a situation he can handle. I used to think you actually had some ability. It seems you're no different from that foolish old father of mine, both delusional. Someone, drag him down and lock him in the dungeon. As old Jean was being dragged away by 2 soldiers, he continued to curse back. If you don't believe me, you'll doom the entire imperial lineage. You will become the sinner of the heaven-devouring demon wolf lineage. Zhong, one day you'll have to come back and apologize to me. You'll regret this. Zhong calmly replied, regret. Then I'll kill myself and change my name backwards. A minister standing behind Zhong said, Lord Lang Huang, even if you don't believe old Jean, His Highness Qing carries the blood of the imperial family. He should be called back to face the current situation with us. Zhong closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then replied, all right, I'll leave this to you. One morning at the martial hall, Yifeng held a brush and wrote a few lines, then said to himself, I've almost reached the maximum level in both music and painting. Completing the mission is within reach. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange-looking beast from the system appeared and shouted, a new mission from the system. This annoyed Yifeng, and his face darkened as he replied with a short okay. The strange-looking beast from the system stood there and said, oh, why do you look like that? When you see me, when you need me, you call me System Papa. Otherwise, I'm just an automated system, you know? Yifeng shot the system a sideways glance and cursed. My ass. The system, unfazed and cheerful, continued its presentation. Cooking, tea ceremony, carving. Raise them to a godlike realm. The mission reward is acquiring the punishment Yahello. The penalty for failure is the confiscation of the martial hall. Yifeng, trembling with anger, retorted in frustration, not this again. The system put on a cute face and said, let go of your emotions for now. Focus on feeling this one's love for you. Yifeng threw a furious punch straight at the system, yelling, piss off. The system replied cheekily, well then, do your best, okay? Yifeng muttered to himself to calm down. At first, this system said it would reward me with a peerless master, and then it gave me a busted skull as a welcome gift. I can see it's doing this on purpose. But this time, that Yahello reward actually sounded a little tempting. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared in front of Yifeng. It read, roasting, return to simplicity. Tea ceremony, some achievement. Artistry, extremely proficient. Carving, proficient. Yifeng praised himself with delight. I never realized I was so outstanding. But I wonder what that Yahello reward actually is. I can't wait to see. Lying outside, Wang Kai overheard Yifeng. There's a saying, there's no problem a pack of spicy strips can't solve. If there is, then make it 2 packs. Suddenly, Yifeng shouted, Wang Kai. A spicy strip flew through the air. Wang Kai quickly leaped up and caught it in his mouth. Feng told him to have a taste. The spicy strip rested in its mouth. Wang Kai felt a strange sensation. He thought, no way, I just broke through to the demon venerable realm and haven't even fully stabilized my power. And now it's stable. This spicy strip can't possibly have the effect of slightly increasing my strength too, can it? With these spicy strips, I feel like I could even take on a mid-stage demon venerable expert. Yifeng, standing off to the side, had a realization. With a spicy strip in his mouth, he marveled internally. As expected of China's god-tier snack, it's a truly perfect delicacy. I've decided I'll use my cooking skills to make it famous across this entire continent. A voice came from outside the gate. Excuse me, is anyone here? The stranger's knock at the door made Yifeng wonder aloud. Who is it? Yifeng went out to open the gate, saw an old man, and asked, and you are? Before the old man could answer, 1,000 thoughts raced through Wang Kai's mind upon seeing him. Uncle Yin, get out of here, quick. This isn't a place you can just come to. Wait for me outside the city. I'll find you in a bit. Surprisingly, the old man, Yin Bai, could read Wang Kai's thoughts. He immediately turned to leave, apologizing awkwardly to Yifeng. My apologies, I must have the wrong place. Yifeng went back inside, but he said to Wang Kai, go on, stop hanging around in front of me. Go take care of your business. Wang Kai quickly ran off, marveling at Yifeng in his mind. As expected, The master knows everything about my relationship with Uncle Yun. Outside the city, in a forest, Wang Kai landed swiftly. Yunbai bowed to Wang Kai and said, "Third prince." Wang Kai stood still, not answering, but a stream of thoughts flowed through his mind. This is the only person in the entire tribe who never looked down on me. Even now, it's still the same. He still calls me with such a familiar tone. Wang Kai asked sternly, "Uncle Yun, why have you come here?" Unable to hold back his emotions, Yunbai's eyes welled with tears as he said, "Something has happened to the tribe. Ngao, Bifong has led the Hongri lineage in a rebellion. The royal family can't hold him off. The situation is extremely dire. Third prince, please come home with me." At this, Wang Kai's eyes were no longer calm, but filled with fury as he growled, "Home? Uncle Yun, that place is not my home. This martial hall is my home." Wang Kai turned away sadly and said, "Whatever the reason was, that old man knew I was framed, yet he still exiled me from the tribe, almost letting me die out here. To me, that place holds no emotional attachment anymore." Yunbai tried his best to persuade him. "Are you just holding a grudge, Your Highness? Actually, after Emperor Lang learned that you did the deed with Ngao Qingsheng, his opinion of you has already changed. You don't need to rely on that rundown martial hall for shelter anymore." Hearing Yunbai call the martial hall rundown, Wang Kai became enraged, his body transforming into a fierce beast, his eyes blazing as he roared. In Yunbai's face, "Shut your mouth. I'm warning you. If you dare say another bad word about the martial hall, you will die." Terrified, Yunbai fell to the ground, begging repeatedly, "Your Highness, I was wrong. It was my slip of the tongue. My goodness, Your Highness's cultivation." At that, Wang Kai's anger subsided, and he calmly replied, "Just a demon venerable. It's nothing special." Yunbai, even more frightened, asked with a tremble, "Just a demon venerable? Third prince, I feel like you've changed." In Wang Kai's mind, images of Yifeng and the skeleton appeared as he answered nonchalantly, "Being by the master's side, my state of mind has unknowingly risen by several levels. Before, I used to think I was super strong, the toughest guy around. But that's not true strength at all. People like my master and Brother Skull. Now that's true strength." Yunbai switched into full flattery mode. "No wonder Elder Jean said you are the savior of the royal family. Third prince, please hurry back to the tribe with me. With you on our side, the Hongri lineage will surely fall." Wang Kai's eyes flashed with irritation as he replied, "I told you, I'm not going back." Yunbai continued to plead, "Third prince, I, Yunbai, have never been wrong about you. You were not born a waste. Unlike the others in the tribe, you can't abandon your family, especially not your mother." Wang Kai was slightly moved, but he turned his back to leave, saying, "I'm not going back. However, I will ask my master for an item to help you all overcome this crisis." Wang Kai returned to the martial hall and stood staring at Yifeng, drool pooling on the ground. Yifeng looked at Wang Kai, then at the plate of food on the table, and assumed the dog was hungry. He tossed him a handful of spicy strips. Wang Kai quickly snatched the bundle of spicy strips and ran off, hearing his master's voice behind him. "But you should keep those spicy strips in a bag to eat. They'll still taste good if you save them for later." A while later, in an alley, Wang Kai gave the spicy strips to Yunbai. Holding the strips, he asked, "This is?" Wang Kai sat down and explained, "Tell that old man, when the situation is absolutely desperate, eat 2 sticks." Disbelieving, Yunbai took a spicy strip and put it in his mouth, a skeptical thought in his mind. This thing can help the royal family turn defeat into victory. After eating the spicy strip, an amazing, comfortable feeling washed over Yunbai. Yunbai evolved from a demon spirit to a demon king. He was so shocked he couldn't form a complete sentence. Wang Kai turned and walked away, calling back over his shoulder, "That's just one of my master's trivial little tricks. No need to be so surprised. Now hurry and take this thing back to that old man. Remember to find a bag to put them in." The master said, "You have to keep them in a bag to eat them." Yunbai was overcome with gratitude. Tears streamed from his eyes. He clutched the spicy strips tightly, thinking to himself, "In my hands is the future of the entire tribe." At the palace, Yunbai came to seek an audience with the sky-devouring emperor. However, a weary Ngao Zhong asked, "Weren't you supposed to bring Ngao Qing back? Where is he?" Yunbai continued to report to Ngao Zhong, "The third prince has an important matter and cannot return. However, he had me bring back a treasure that can achieve a surprise victory. I invite your majesty, the Wolf Emperor, to have a look. Yunbai brought the treasure closer to Ngao. However, the sky-devouring emperor asked cluelessly, a treasure that can achieve a surprise. Victory is this thing? Ngao face darkened. He closed his eyes and sighed. Ngao Yun, I know you and Qing have a good relationship. Normally, I wouldn't mind you protecting him. But if you dare to lie before this emperor in your support of him, what crime should you be charged with? Yunbai's face grew solemn as he continued to persuade him. Your Majesty, please see clearly. This servant would not dare. This is truly a treasure for achieving a surprise victory. Ngao Zhong snapped. That useless son of mine. It's as if you think I don't know him. How could he possibly have you bring back some treasure for achieving a surprise victory? Say no more. Out of consideration for your usual loyalty, I will not punish you this time. Yunbai had tried speaking nicely, but the sky-devouring emperor was too stubborn to listen, so he retorted, Your Majesty, I am truly not deceiving you. Furthermore, the third prince is not the waste you claim he is. It seems that, thanks to the help of a benefactor, he has already reached the demon venerable realm. Ngao Zhong was surprised at first, then said, Ngao Yun, you're even more full of crap than that old man Jean, aren't you? A thick, murderous aura emanated from Ngao Zhong as he stepped down towards Yunbai, threatening him. Listen here, you're just a lowly steward. Are you trying to use your old age as an excuse to mess with me? Yunbai continued to plead with Ngao Zhong. Your Majesty, I am not lying. You'll know as soon as you try it. Ngao Zhong stood right in front of Yunbai, his eyes menacing as he reached into the paper bag and took out a spicy strip. Fine. If it's not as you say, I will have you executed. Yunbai was trembling with fear, but he chanted a prayer in his heart. Outwardly, his voice was firm as he replied, I will accept whatever punishment your Majesty sees fit. Ngao Zhong put the spicy strip in his mouth and bit down, grinding his teeth. He thought angrily, Very well, you clearly have a death wish. I'll grant it to you just this once. After eating the spicy strip, Ngao Zhong felt like his mouth was about to explode. His face turned dark. His entire body began to heat up. His expression changed, as if he were a different person. Ngao Zhong's eyes now blazed like fire. He let out a furious roar. I only took one bite of this thing, and I can't contain this immense power. Outside the tent, a blue dragon appeared, coiling in the sky. Ngao Yun hurriedly said, Your Majesty has a divine dragon within you. Ngao Zhong's entire body felt like it was on fire. He snapped, Where is the lady? Ngao Yun quickly replied, Reporting to your Majesty, the lady is in her chambers. Suddenly, Ngao Zhong shot upwards, bursting through the roof of the tent. Everyone present was completely shocked. Inside the tent, Wen Qing frantically looked at her husband's tattered clothes and asked, My lord, what happened? Ngao Zhong snapped in reply, Don't ask so many questions. Lie down. For the better part of the night, the entire palace was thrown into chaos. From the queen's chambers, besides the continuous sound of Ngao Zhong's aura, the sound of shattering walls could occasionally be heard. A long while later, Ngao Zhong stepped down from the bed, smiling happily. This treasure actually helped me break through to the half-venerable realm. I can even match the strength of a demon venerable of that era. Ngao Qing, my son, to be able to produce such a heaven-defying item. You're simply amazing. Ignoring the destruction around him, Ngao Zhong continued to muse. But just how powerful must someone be to turn this useless son of mine from a piece of trash into a priceless gem? What kind of horrifying methods must they possess to create such a supreme delicacy? Then, Ngao Zhong looked around, muttering, I feel like something important is missing. Ngao Zhong looked over and saw his wife lying on the bed, completely drained of strength. He quickly shouted, Someone, quickly, the lady. The royal physician arrived swiftly to diagnose the lady. The physician said, Reporting to your Majesty, there is nothing wrong with the lady. With a few days of rest and nourishment, she will recover. Ngao Zhong let out a sigh of relief. That puts my mind at ease. Where's Ngao Yun? 3 soldiers standing at a distance saw Ngao Zhong and rejoiced silently in their minds. He's reached the half-venerable realm. The royal family is saved Ngao Yin entered the tent to see Ngao Zhong. "Your Majesty, the spicy strips." To his surprise, Ngao Zhong laughed triumphantly. "Ngao Yin, you have performed a great service." Ngao Yin replied humbly, "Your Majesty, I have done nothing. All of this is due to the third prince's efforts." In the midst of their joy, a soldier ran in from outside with an urgent report. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Hongri lineage is attacking." Ngao Zhong's face turned cold as he looked at his subordinate and commanded, "Do these rebels really think that the Ngao Zhong of today is the same as the Ngao Zhong of yesterday?" All forces engage the enemy. A series of flares, signaling the start of battle, shot up into the sky. At this moment, on the sky-devouring plains, the Hongri lineage and the royal lineage each gather an army of 100,000, facing each other across the river with bows drawn and swords ready. Forced out of that martial hall and under pressure from Gao Qing, Fong could wait no longer. Today, he would see to it that the royal lineage was completely wiped out. The two enemies faced off, their eyes blazing with hatred. Ngao Bifong said, "I never thought that Ngao Zhong would actually dare to fight me. Let me remind you of how you were just a few days ago, still having to struggle to escape. If you had surrendered with your royal lineage forces, you might have been able to keep your life today." Ngao Zhong gritted his teeth and replied, "Are you crazy? You plan to kill me in one move." The two of them charged into battle. Ngao Bifong launched an attack, and Ngao Zhong immediately countered. At that moment, Ngao Bifong's face turned slightly pale as he stammered, "How are you also a half-venerable?" A wicked expression appeared on Ngao Zhong's face as he replied, "Only you are allowed to break through, and I'm not. From childhood to adulthood, you and I have never once yielded to each other." The two of them fought fiercely. Now Fong attacked, and Ngao Zhong powerfully retaliated. After the first round of their fight, the two of them stood facing each other. Ngao Zhong's aura was blazing as he said, "You and I were never meant to be on the same side. Today is the day you will meet your end here." Now Fong gritted his teeth and took out a box from his person. Seeing the box in his opponent's hand, Ngao Zhong's face turned pale and he blurted out with some concern, "That's a berserk pill." A brightly shining red sphere lay in the box. Seeing the murderous look on Ngao Bifong's face now, Ngao Zhong had a few small things to say. "You would actually go so far as to use the foundation of the Hongri lineage. You should know that once you've taken that, even if you defeat me, you will have to sacrifice half of your life." But Ngao Bifong paid no heed to his words and quickly swallowed the red orb, saying, "As long as I can allow the Hongri lineage to unite the tribe, mine, Ngao Bifong's, death will be nothing to regret. I originally thought I could defeat you with my half-venerable strength. I can't believe you also broke through to the half-venerable realm. Today, if I don't take this opportunity to deal with you and the royal family, then the day Ngao Qing returns will be the day my Hongri lineage is wiped out. I've been pushed to my limit." While Ngao Zhong was being careless, Ngao Bifong had secretly moved behind him and launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Ngao Zhong's subordinates saw it and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, behind you." But it was too late. Ngao Bifong used his internal energy to launch a massive palm strike towards Ngao Zhong. The force sent Ngao Zhong flying several dozen meters, and he crashed into a nearby rock. So painful. Ngao Zhong sat gasping for breath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He leaned his back against the large rock behind him. His eyes watched Ngao Bifong display his power as he thought to himself, "It only raises him to a level close to that of a beast. If this continues, I have no chance of winning." Ngao Zhong raised a hand and, with difficulty, began to deploy a protective formation. However, before he could finish Ngao Fong delivered a fatal kick to Ngao Zhong's body. The blow sent him falling backwards, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He still managed to curse, "This is cheating. It's against the rules of martial arts." The situation was extremely tense. "Ngao," Fong said contemptuously, "the rules of martial arts? We are like fire and water to begin with. Enough nonsense. Go and die." Ngao Zhong saw his opponent preparing to deliver the killing blow, and his body was frozen. A few seconds later, Ngao Zhong pulled out the bag of spicy strips, gritting his teeth as he thought to himself. This guy's berserk pill has a limited duration, only lasting for a short while. And with the diamond shield, I'll only be seriously injured at most, not killed. This spicy strip can help the royal family. Climbs so high in one go, and it has no drawbacks. At this moment, saving it is a blessing that is yet to come. After thinking it through, Eoam unleashed a golden circle to defend himself. It was the venerable gray diamond shield, which had a passive defensive feature. He feared that others' attacks would be too weak and wasn't afraid of being tricked. The moment the defensive circle appeared, Eoam arrogantly shouted, "Damn it, you're raining down blows. If you're so good, come and get me." No. Fong stood there, looking at the golden defensive circle, and said to himself, "A diamond shield, huh? It's useless." As he spoke, his hands began to form a very strange hand seal. "Now be." Fong's hands formed the seal, while his mouth repeated a mantra over and over. How long does it take to sell 1 billion packs of sesame seeds? Everyone around them watched in amazement as Fong's entire body flew into the air. The soldiers below looked up and said to each other with worry, "If that move comes down, none of us will be able to escape. I don't want to be turned into roasted meat." A fireball was summoned by Fong and was hovering in the air. The atmosphere was now filled with panic. The heat radiating from the fireball was terrifying. The soldiers below scattered and fled, screaming, "Run! Run for your lives! We're going to die!" Seeing the soldiers below fleeing, Fong's face lit up with joy. He laughed happily and said, "Today, the tribe will have a change of dynasty. My hungry lineage will become the new royal family. Eoam, although you come from the royal family, you will also be considered a stepping stone for my hungry lineage to rise." The old subordinate standing next to Eoam saw the fireball getting closer and closer. He advised with worry, "It seems that even the diamond shield can't defend against this attack. Your Majesty, there is no shame in retreating now. You don't need to face an opponent you can't possibly defeat. Your Majesty." For some reason, Eoam stood there, unmoving, muttering, "Can't possibly defeat him, you say?" Eoam held the bag of spicy strips in both hands and said, "I don't understand." But a powerful aura radiated from him. "Now be." Fong saw the aura surrounding Eoam and was horrified. His eyes widened and he blurted out, "This aura? The cultivation of a demon venerable. How is this possible? My hungry lineage had to defy the heavens and use a berserk pill at the cost of half of my lifespan, just to allow me to briefly approach the demon venerable realm. What in the world is that thing of yours? How can it directly turn you into a demon venerable?" At this moment, the aura surrounding Eoam grew thicker and thicker. In truth, there was nothing else in Eoam's mind at that moment but the spicy taste of the strip he had just eaten. Eoam's face was filled with enjoyment as he said, "The taste is not bad." Meanwhile, Fong was filled with anxiety. On his face, beads of sweat had formed. Fong was sweating profusely as he stammered, "Impossible. This is impossible." Eoam's eyes were filled with the clear light of victory as he laughed and said, "Nothing is impossible. Today is the day you die." A beam of pink light shot out from Eoam. It pierced through the brilliant golden light. It struck Fong directly, sending him flying high into the air. Fong's entire body was glowing red. He asked with hatred, "What in the world did you eat?" Eoam stood below, looking up, and replied with a smile, "It is an immortal delicacy that my son obtained from a great master. Spicy strips, you see." Fong seemed to go insane when he heard the two words spicy strips. His body turned a brilliant red and then vanished. The soldiers called out by Lord Fong in vain. As for Eoam, he looked up at the sky and said, completely wiped out. Looking down at the ground, he suddenly saw all of the enemy soldiers kneeling and begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare our lives. We surrender. I vow to live and die for the Lang Emperor." Eoam watched the pleading soldiers and smiled, saying to himself, "Only those who know how to adapt are truly great." After this battle, the internal strife of the heaven-devouring demon wolf tribe is almost gone. A new era is about to begin. But if we become one with them, we will become even stronger. Ao Ching Chong held a cup, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked into the distance, and said, "It wasn't supposed to be like this. When did it all start? Did we miscalculate from that moment?" She looked utterly defeated. One morning at the Marshall Hall, 2 lines of characters were pasted on the door. The 3 of them stood there, curiously observing and discussing. So that's how it is. It's just a normal set of characters, nothing strange. After saying this, the 3 of them burst into laughter, as if they had been drugged. Then, a jumble of voices, it was unclear who was speaking. Do you think we'd say that? It'd be strange to say that. Without a care in the world, Wu Yonghong showed off his skills first. The Sir's calligraphy has reached the great achievement of the great Tao being simple. Next, Sun Jiej flattered. I never would have thought that each character would contain a different meaning. The flattery didn't end there. The third person, Chu Siquang, spoke up. And the most wonderful thing is that just by looking at the characters, the state of mind is completely different. The comprehension of the true meaning is also very different. Those with good intentions will benefit greatly. If you harbor sinister plans, you will suffer from chi deviation. Chu Siquang's mind flashed back to a time when he had disobeyed his mother. It seemed he had learned his lesson. Yifeng heard the commotion outside the door. He stepped out and saw the 3 of them praising the characters on the paper to the high heavens. He said, "If you guys like this, I can write a few for you. How about it?" He said that, but in his mind, Yifeng was thinking, after I finish these sentences, my calligraphy will finally reach a godlike level. After hearing Yifeng's offer, Chu Siquang quickly waved his hands. "Sir, you've already given each of us more than 10. Sun Jiej continued, "The work of cultivating the land isn't even finished yet. We're afraid we won't have time to look at them." They politely declined, but in their minds, the 3 of them had other thoughts. It's definitely not because the great Tao hidden in the Sir's calligraphy is too profound. It's because we can't even fully comprehend the first step of the poem. And besides, even if we wanted to, I'm afraid it would be the complete opposite. We'd suffer from chi deviation. Yifeng stood in a corner. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "That's true. After all, your energy is limited. I won't force you." The 3 of them's hearts shattered into pieces. As expected, he saw right through us again. Zhong Qing had been listening to the conversation. He approached and called out, "Master, my body has recovered. I can also help with the work in the fields." However, Yifeng walked over and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "I have other plans for you. Our Marshall Hall hasn't had a single disciple yet. We're really lacking a signboard. I'm preparing to train you into a young hero with extraordinary kung fu. Follow me." In the distance, 3 people looked at Zhong Qing with envy. "We want to be pampered too. We want to be extraordinary too." In the training yard, the 2 of them stood opposite each other, swords in hand. Feng said, "My saber technique has reached a godlike level. There are only 3 forms." Hearing this, Zhong Qing asked, "May I ask, Master, what are the 3 forms?" Feng quickly demonstrated the 3 forms, chop, hack, and, at this moment, Zhong Qing seemed to be concentrating very hard. So much so that his clueless face was very obvious as he thought to himself, "I can't say they're exactly the same. I can only say they're not different at all." Yifeng held his sword and lectured continuously. "You must remember, all variations come from these 3 forms. As long as you master these 3 forms, the saber in your hand will also become powerful." The wooden post behind Zhong Qing suddenly split into several pieces, startling him. Feng, however, was engrossed in his speech. "As long as you're fast enough, your opponent won't be able to tell how many moves you've used. They'll even think you only used 1 move." Zhong Qing raised his hand in agreement with his master. "So that's the secret. My master is definitely the fastest in the world, and I will strive to be the second fastest." Yifeng, with a speechless expression, replied, "Children are so easy to teach." A girl with a voluptuous figure was walking quickly towards Yifeng, pointing and saying, "Look, Yifeng is at home. Let's go find him." At this moment, Yifeng looked in the direction of the voice, confused, and said, "A familiar figure from long ago." Yifeng stood opposite the 3 girls and calmly asked, "Why have you all come here? Did you come to find me for a game of landlord? If it weren't for the fact that the money under my bed has been dwindling lately, I might have actually played with you." The girl in the tight, fiery dress scolded him with all her might. That Liu Binwei from your martial hall ate and drank to his heart's content at our Eoam brothel. He'd call for 7 or 8 girls at a time. He has no money, but he still likes to play. He just played and then disappeared. He just bailed like that.